survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Go on a culinary adventure at one of Europe's biggest food events coming to the Americas, Terra Madre. Discover more flavors to savor, more ideas to chew on, more voices shaping the future of food. Join chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower for tastings, pop-ups, food demos, and panels, all celebrating good, clean, and fair food for all. Terra Madre Americas, September 26th through 28th in Sacramento. Savor the journey. Visit TerraMadreUSA.com for more details. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If If you're a pro, you know.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear.
Together, we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Noe Valley, 61 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Are they really going to do this? Are the San Francisco Giants during football season going to shock the world? Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready on this humid day. It was like raining. My car was wet. I don't know what the hell's going on with this weather right now. I also don't know what the hell's going on with the San Francisco Giants team. Just when you thought they were cooked, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. 74-71. They're 2 games back of the third wild card spot. Technically 3 due to the tiebreak rules because the Mets have the season head-to-head advantage over them. But the Mets are in free fall mode. They've lost 4 in a row, 3-7 in their last 10. Juxtapose that with what the Giants are doing. 1-2 in a row already, 7-3 in their last 10, and they're in fuego. And maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of magic left down at Oracle Park, Joseph. I don't know how to explain it. I don't. But it's fun to watch. And Drew Gilbert, by the way, might be the most biggest character in baseball right now.
What have I been saying for the last 2 weeks on this show?
They need a personality.
But what have I been calling Drew Gilbert particularly?
What have you been calling him?
Poor man's Hunter Pence.
I want to call him the Joker right now because that guy is doing everything in that dugout. Biting, choking. Here for that. I don't know what he's doing out there, but it's working.
How about Willie Adames? You know, this guy has started off the season so poorly. Now, maybe you could make the argument, hey, Joe, if he doesn't start off the year so bad, they're in a 4 or 5 game better position than they are right now. And this team is in basically in the driver's seat for a playoff spot. But in a down loss year, this guy's going to have 30 home runs, 130, 140 hits, over 10 stolen bases. Like, it was a bad year, and they're going to have 30 jacks from their shortstop. He's been amazing. One of my buddies was sending me one of these theories. My buddy Matt, one of the biggest, most diehard Giants fans I've ever met in my life. And he's like, I know this sounds absolutely insane. There are certain football teams that are this way. Think about the Miami Dolphins. If they are in anything below 40-degree weather, you're like, yeah, they stink.
Oh, that's why I took them in that playoff game against the Chiefs. I was like, there's no chance in hell Tua from Hawaii with the Miami Dolphins is winning that game in minus 30-degree weather. Yes.
The greatest show on turf was in a dome on turf. Mm-hmm. And we thought that they played better for that reason.
Peyton Manning, Indianapolis Colts.
Great call. Are the Giants a warm weather team?
Ooh.
Like, I'm asking that out loud. They play better when there's this humidity in the air. Now, I have zero data to back that up. This is straight up a gut feeling. It sounds insane to say out loud.
The humidity, it's helping?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like Devers, Adames, some of these guys are accustomed to playing in more, humid, warmer environments. It's just a theory. It's just a theory he's throwing out, and it sounds absurd on the surface, but this team is learning how to win at Oracle Park. They're learning how to hit at Oracle Park. And then you look at Devers, though last night was not one of those games. I mean, this is a guy I've been talking about. Like, I think he's a 40 and 120 guy next year. Like, those are the types of goals you could ask for this guy. And I'm talking about 40 home runs, 120 RBIs. He already has well over 100 walks this year. If you look at just guys with 30 home runs and 100 walks, he's on a very short list of guys.
I would like to ask the audience at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The Giants are on fire right now. And are you buying it? Are you a believer in this team? And is this emblematic of who this team should have been all season long? Now, they got rid of or lost some of their best closers or slash bullpen guys. Randy Rodriguez is done. He was easily your best arm in that bullpen. You got rid of Camilo Doval, former All-Star, Rogers, right? You got rid of all these guys. But somehow, some way, Ryan Walker with the save last night, I don't know if I guess I should start trusting him. I still kind of don't, but the team keeps winning, Joe, in spite of all of that.
And let's give a good thank you, because this is very rare. Thank you, Philadelphia.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Thank you, Philadelphia, for taking care of the Mets. The Mets are free-falling. I don't know what to make of this Giants team.
I swore Karen on the mound.
Yeah. Joe, how many times have I sworn this team off in the last 6 weeks?
You all have. Like, no one was buying this team just a couple weeks ago. Hell, Joe, after that series against the Cardinals last weekend, I think we're all saying, okay, that's the Giants. They choked these 2 games away. They're done, right? We were all saying that.
I mean, yes. I mean, we thought that they were ready to basically quit on their manager. That's what it felt like. And ever since then, they've galvanized themselves, and slowly they're starting to chip away. They've scored an insane amount of runs since August 23rd, leading baseball in runs scored. This is a team that couldn't get a guy home from third for months on end. Months on end. So is it a blip on the radar? Has something changed? Has everything locked in? I don't know. It's also coincided with Matt Chapman getting back and being healthier and looking good. Robbie Ray yesterday was not just good, he was outstanding. And Robbie Ray was a guy that I said, hey, would you consider dealing him at the deadline? And right now, Robbie Ray is one of the things, forget this year, he's one of the reasons why you'd be optimistic for next year and why you would encourage someone to want to come here next year. If you are a part of the pitching staff, if you're Justin Verlander and you're 50-50 as to whether you want to come back or not, if you're, I'm just going to throw this name out, Kyle Tucker, and you're looking for a free agent destination landing zone, you would want to play on a team with someone like Robbie Ray. Obviously, you'd want to play with Devers, and you'd want to play with Chapman and Willie Adames. Jung-Hoo Lee flipping the switch and adjusting midseason. Really his first full season in like 2 years. There's so many little elements of this team right now. And, a guy like Casey Schmidt has put together a heck of a year for a rookie. He's been hit 8,000 times on the arms and elbows and shins, and he's just grinded out a heck of a season.
I mean, this has been talking about fighting through adversity, and we were talking a lot about that with Bonte yesterday about the 49ers in week 1 after losing George Kittle. Juwan Jennings goes out, and we'll have updates on the 49ers and their injuries going forward. Absolutely, we'll get into that. But this team, I just got to give them credit for fighting through adversity the last few months, whether it was questions about the manager, and we were getting on Elliot Ramos, for what he said about the fans, and, him just having his managers back and his teammates back, the ups and downs of your highest paid players. As Willie Adames, did they make a mistake? The Rafi Devers trade, did they make a mistake? You saw what Boston was doing ever since that trade. They've been balling, right? You go on and on. Jung-Hoo Lee, right? We didn't bring him up. He golfed that one out the other night. He's looked incredible the last month.
If he can somehow, he doesn't have to bat 341, which is what he's been doing over the last however many weeks. But if he can be a 285 hitter, how good is that acquisition?
I mean, and we were talking about, and that's why I kind of viewed this as kind of a red shirt rookie season for him being able to fight through that adversity. Casey Schmidt, you mentioned. Hell, they've been doing this with basically like 3 starters.
I mean,
that's what they've been doing.
It's been Verlander, Logan Webb, and Robbie Ray.
That's it.
And most people haven't paid attention. Kai Tang's been pretty solid.
He's got some filthy stuff, by the way.
I like Kai. You guys laughed at me a couple weeks ago. I like Kai Tang.
Because you were saying poor Kai Tang.
Because
that's why we were laughing.
Because I like him. Like, as a fifth starter, he's not bad.
No, and then we got Carson Seymour going on the bump today. They're going to try to go for the sweep. And that's why this is so massive, Joe, because in the standings, not only are you looking up at the Mets, but the D-backs are right there behind you. So this was huge to take this series alone. And obviously, you're fighting with the Reds, who are right behind you as well. And why these are so important is you had a series split against the Reds this year. I don't know if you knew that. So they went 3-3 against Cincinnati.
I'm well aware.
So,
poor Kai Tang.
Thank you. So that tie break goes out the window. So you go to the next tie break. And how do you determine that? It's intra-division record.
Okay.
So whatever the Reds is against the NL Central, juxtapose that against whatever the Giants is in the NL West. That's why stacking up these wins right now are so important if you do end up tied with them, if we see the Mets free fall.
And there was an important insurance run later in this game. It was a little flazy fly ball out to Corbin Carroll in right field. And Matt Chapman tagged up, and I'm shocked that Matt Chapman went, and I'm shocked that he got in there and beat the tag, and Matt Williams sent him. I mean, I have never discussed a third base coach more at the professional level in any season that I can ever remember, other than, hey, I really like watching Wendell Kim, sprint out there to third base.
Right.
Joe, I think I need to do something for the good of the team. I think I need to continue to not believe in them publicly so that they can continue to go on this run, because every time I buy in, things turn completely around and we get top-sided. So should I just not believe? Like, honestly, am I the jinx?
I don't think you're the jinx. No, I don't think you're the jinx. I do wonder if Giants fans are truly buying into this team, though, or if they're trying to protect themselves from heartbreak. That's what we do as fans, right? You don't want to start believing. What is it? Mulder always said in the X-Files, I want to believe. That's what you.
Well, that's like me with aliens,
right?
I want to believe that there's aliens. I don't know if there are, but I want to believe.
You want to believe in this Giants team. You want to believe that there's some magic here, that they could go on a run, but you want to protect yourself as fans. And but quite frankly, given how this season went down and how we were talking about them, does it sound like a cop-out, and I'm letting them off the hook if I say they're playing with house money the rest of the way? Given the vibes of this season, you got a couple weeks to go here. Now, you're going to say, hey, Joe, get back to me on Monday after this series against the Dodgers this weekend. If you get swept, I'm not feeling very good about it. I hear you on that, but it's not like the Dodgers are playing world-beaten baseball right now. And if that's going to be a massive series, and I can't wait. That's another thing about this. Did any of us expect this weekend between the Giants and Dodgers to actually mean something? The fact that it means something this late in the season, that's pretty incredible, man.
That is true.
That's awesome. So not only are we going to have, the Niners and the Saints early at 10 o'clock. What is it? I'm assuming it's going to be a 1 o'clock start on Sunday. Is it Sunday Night Baseball? No. So it's a 1 o'clock start. So we got a double dosage.
It's perfect timing. You get New Orleans Niners in the morning, and then you get Giants in the afternoon.
What else could you ask for?
Well, Joe, I think there's a couple of things. You're asking about the fans. I think one thing is definitely true. We have supported this team through if you look at attendance, the Giants' attendance has been excellent all year, even during the downtime. So that's one thing. Fans are connected to this team. Whether it's having everyday players, whether it's we just like Buster, whether it's some combination of they were good enough to make people buy in and buy tickets ahead of time. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It's probably all of the above. But it does feel like there's building to something, not just for this year. And I think that's the overarching thing for me is as desperate as a playoff push right now feels, I feel infinitely more excited about what could happen this offseason and for next year. Because if I am a part of this team for next year, I got Willie, I got Devers, I got Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, promising, Elliot Ramos, Schmidt looks like the real deal. Do you bring back Dom Smith? I would like to. I think he has a spot on this team. Can Verlander re-sign and be your fourth or fifth starter? You have a nucleus of guys, and obviously Logan Webb's going to be back and Robbie Ray's going to be back. You have a nucleus of guys that you can hang your hat on. Now it's how do we add to this?
Right.
So, yes, there's this year, right, which is important, but it's not the end-all, be-all. Whereas in years past, when you had a bunch of guys on one-year deals and guys fighting for their MLB careers, it felt like, if this doesn't happen right now, this team could be, 15 players different next year.
Well, I guess what I'm asking to the audience, and by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Is it playoffs or bust for you? Is that how you're viewing the rest of the season? Like, they need to make the playoffs for this to be a successful season at this point? Because I'm just looking at a team, as I mentioned, that's basically had 3 starters the last couple months. You lost Birdsong. You don't have Harrison anymore. You've gotten Kaiway Tangs of the world, the Carson Seymours. Wisenham has come up for a cup of coffee every now and then. So I'm just viewing this season right now. So far, if the season ended right now, I think it would be success, given everything that has taken place, which is insane to say, because what did we say just March, Joe? Meaningful baseball in September.
Yes.
What do we have this week?
Yeah, but
what do we
the
have
route
right now?
there, can you at least acknowledge the route there has been erratic?
It has been, but the route on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, this is meaningful baseball. This is meaningful baseball in September. This was the goal.
Yeah, this is the results over process.
Yes, you gotta trust the process. Sam Hinkie, come on.
Okay, but like when it was the Golden State Warriors and they were just kind of like just middling for so long, they made us trade, and then whoop, instantly Jimmy Butler had an effect on winning, and the team came together. In this one, it's like they made this big trade. Now, they had other acquisitions at the beginning of the year, but they made this big trade, and you didn't see the positivity right away. And it was just so rocky and everything. And it wasn't just bad. I mean, Joe, it was dreadful. They were the worst team in baseball for 50 games. That's a third of the season. And then out of nowhere, they picked themselves off the mat like The Undertaker, and you look up, and it's like, yeah, well, the rest of baseball's not that much better than you, so you just kind of hung around, and now you've gone on a little run, and you're here. It is unbelievably surprising. The only season that can kind of come close to this is the 2021 Niners that I can think of, where like the season was so rocky at the beginning and at the middle, just making the playoffs felt like a giant accomplishment.
Are you viewing that with this San Francisco Giants team? Do they need to make the playoffs now for this season to be a success, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. And how are you viewing it, quite frankly? I'd also ask, is this just fugazi? This is, they're still around 500. They're a couple games over. They are a mixed bag, so you take the good with the bad, and they're just an average team. Is that how you're viewing it? Or are you viewing this team as a legit playoff team that can make some noise, which sounds insane considering what I just mentioned? You got rid of all of your good bullpen arms, or they got hurt. You do have Ryan Walker and Spencer Bivens, but outside of that, no one else that was here at the start of the season.
Spencer Bivens has been a heaven sent. I've been talking about him all year. I know he drives people crazy because he pitches way too much. Who else are you going to rely on right now?
Matt Gage.
He's been okay.
Okay, Joey Lucchese.
Lucchese's actually been really good for this team all year. I think if you followed, he's been one of their few reliable lefties on the entire staff.
Higuero, there's some of these guys.
Budo might be, obviously Drew Gilbert has been a headliner, and we'll get to him in a second. Because everyone in the country is talking about when Pat McAfee is bringing you up, that is funny. We'll play that sound for those that didn't know. But, Budo's been a nice acquisition too. That Tyler Rogers trade, Joe, was a great trade. Not a good trade, a great trade.
Tyler Rogers. I'm looking at the Mets.
He could sign with them in the offseason.
I'm looking at the Mets right now because that's who he's on. Is he starting to say, are you kidding me? Maybe I was the curse. Well, I get traded to the Mets. And we fall. It's a free fall right now.
Joe,
they're awful.
I'm not a big hey, Capri Sun and orange slice guy. Let's find the silver lining.
I know you're not.
But in this circumstance, when you have been under 500 every year but one since 2017, you have to build in the right direction, and you're not going to sprint. You're not all of a sudden going to become the Dodgers. You have to build slowly. The Niners have that term, brick by brick. You really do have to go brick by brick, and I think that this has been a huge leap forward. Now, sustaining it for all of next year, that's a different question. I'm extremely more optimistic today about the future of this team and the present than I've ever been in the entire Farhan era. I truly am the most optimistic. But the hard part is for this year on this team, I've sworn them off 7 or 8 different times. So maybe I should just shut up and just hop on the bandwagon and throw my hands up like it's a roller coaster ride.
Are you with Shasky? Are you now feeling optimistic about the future of this Giants season and this team? Or is it just, a blip. This is a nice little run, but it's gonna end in a couple weeks. Is that how you're feeling, Giants fans?
It's sustainable, though. Like, they have guys that are carryover for next year. This is not a one-year, far-on special.
I think a lot of fans are still waiting to, they're slightly dipping their toe back into the water. They're checking the temperature. I don't know how they're feeling. I want to gauge that. We got Richie and Queens on the other side. Plus, we'll talk to the voice of the Giants at 7:30, Dave Fleming, as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. 5-3 the final last night. They take the series against the D-backs and go for the sweep today before a massive home series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Meaningful baseball between the Giants and Dodgers in September. What more do you want? It's brought to you by Safeway.
Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything. From our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed. Plus, top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
All right, Drew Gilbert's one of my new favorite baseball players.
Yep, athletes, I think. Too.
When's he making? Yeah, I agree. Put him in all sport. I don't know why I'm just kind of locking him into baseball.
Oh, heck yes. You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Adam. Thank you, Pat McAfee sound, courtesy ESPN right there.
He's talking about Drew Gilbert. Pat McAfee was talking baseball and talking to a Giants player. Pat McAfee.
Were the sleeves on or off when he said this? That's the real question.
He had the rollie, the gold rollie.
Of course he did.
God, I'm so jealous.
$15,000.
The only guy that's got a gold rollie at this place is Carter.
No, it's not Carter.
It's actually silver today.
No, it's not a Rolex.
Dude, Loveman, you are so efficient right now.
His name is actually Cartier, but he goes by Carter. Gotta let that breathe for a second.
I've been all over the Drew Gilbert experience, and last night he went 0 for. So do I think that he is some game-changing player where he's going to be an all-star year after year? No. But I'm talking just vibes. The Giants have been so down vibe-wise. They brought back Panda from some random independent pioneer league just to get the lovable vibes a couple of years ago because they had so many stoic, quiet, go about your business guys, which you got to have a bunch of those guys on a team, but you need some energy. And there's a reason why Hunter Pence became a legend around these parts. You need to have somebody who is a little crazy and a little fun and energetic and can get you through the dog days. And when I see Drew Gilbert in the game, out of the game, on the dugout steps, hanging over the railings, this dude exudes energy. He's fun.
I'm glad you brought up the term vibes because that is a good indicator of this team right now is a massive vibe check. And the vibes you would hope are shifting with another Bay Area team, as Jake Moody obviously was waived yesterday. You're hoping the vibes are going to be a little bit better around the kicking position. Eddie Pinheiro, come on down. 49ers new kicker. We're going to be talking to a guy that covered Eddie when he was over with the Carolina Panthers. That's Joe Person. So Joe is going to join two other Joes this morning, coming up at 6:50 at Joseph Person on Twitter. Going to be talking about the new kicker down in Santa Clara. But Drew Gilbert is that dude, Joe. When it comes to the vibes. And again, he's batting like 230. He's not this monster masher. He's hit some home runs, but I really don't care. If he's going to be that much of a positive in that dugout, guy can bat 180 for all I care. So he's that important for those dudes right now. And there is something to be said about his age, being a young guy and kind of pushing these grizzled vets a little bit more, right?
if you are locked in on youth baseball currently, and I'm talking about like the travel culture of baseball, which, you know, I've got my feet in there. And yesterday we had our first clinic for 3rd and 4th graders and 5th graders of the year. Like we're doing the fall ball right now. But anybody that goes to Twin Creeks or Ripon or whatever, or you're playing in the Little League playoffs or whatever, just go to some of these games. The way Drew Gilbert is the way all of the fun teams, which there's lots of them, that's the way they operate. They've got drippy outfits. They got big flamboyant neon colors. They're doing celebrations on a base hit to right field. When they steal second base, they jump up and finger gun. I want the kids to love the game, so I'm good with it. I know there's this old school mentality, but like very few players play the way Matt Chapman currently plays at the youth level. Right now, more and more kids. Go to Twin Creeks. More and more kids. That's like a tournament spot down in Sunnyvale. Play the way Drew Gilbert plays. Yeah. Meaning like, beating your chest when you steal third, finger gunning everybody. And like the old school, my dad guys, like you're showing up the other team. Now they're having fun. Well, the game is filled with failure, and when you do something successful on the field, they want to celebrate it because they're grinding so hard to just, go 1 for 3, 1 for 4. And so, I think Drew Gilbert is now, to me, he epitomizes everything that the youth baseball culture has now become, and I absolutely freaking love it.
Yeah, and it's becoming more and more, open and accepting of that as these generations start passing up.
Yes.
Joe. And let's be honest, these guys are also watching other sports too and playing other sports as they're growing up. And they're watching all those wide receivers and tight ends and quarterbacks.
Justin Jefferson do the gritty.
Yeah. They love that. They're watching Steph Curry and LeBron and Luka and player X and all these different guys celebrate after they hit a three-pointer or a dunk or whatever. They're like, wait, why can't we be doing that in baseball? Let's start doing that in baseball. We could do that too. If those guys are doing it, why not us? And it's refreshing to see.
I remember when Stack Jack was on the We Believe Warriors, and everyone's like, they're thugs.
Oh, God.
Well, there was the whole element of obviously what happened in Indiana, but they're thugs that celebrate because he would throw up. I don't know if you remember, Stack Jack used to throw up the threes, and then he'd go 3 down. Look at Carter's doing it right now. He'd do the threes, and everyone's like, they're so cocky and arrogant. Nowadays, guys, we have guys on the bench that are jumping up, doing the bow and arrow, the shotgun, like guys that aren't even in the game. This is 15 years later, 20 years later. We believe it was 07. God, I'm so old. But you have guys that aren't even in the game, on the bench, who haven't played for weeks on end. They're celebrating like they're the ones doing it. Look how far basketball has come. Baseball, look, I know there's a fine line. Baseball's come a long way, and I'm telling you, if you go and you go to practices around baseball, you look at the high school game. I watched St. Francis versus Reardon earlier this year. A guy hit a home run. He comes around and touches home plate. All of St. Francis did this chicken jockey thing from Minecraft. I didn't even know what it is, but they were all celebrating simultaneously. And I was like, you know what? That's hella cool. That was fun. Drew Gilbert is the embodiment at the pro level of everything I'm seeing seep down from the lower levels, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm not a Minecraft guy. That came out, I think when Sam, Carter, and I were seniors or something in high school.
I don't know what chicken jockey means or is, but that's what they were doing, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Well, they have that one, and they have what is that? The floss dance from Fortnite. People always like to do the dance celebration.
What is going on here?
Yeah, we're having fun. That's what's going on here.
Exactly.
Can we have fun with the Giants in September? Heaven forbid. We're talking Giants baseball. They're forcing our hand, baby.
And we would never have gotten a look at Drew Gilbert had they not made the trade. And Mike Yastrzemski's doing well for the Royals. Had they not made the trade to open up a spot for Luis Matos and Drew Gilbert to give us something. They wouldn't have got this guy on the team had they not had been bold enough to trade away Tyler Rogers. I think it's been a net positive.
Hey, the wild card race in both leagues is going to be insane, by the way. I don't know if you guys have peeped it. So the Seattle Mariners, 77-68. They have the 3rd wild card spot in the AL. Their division rival Texas Rangers are only a game and a half back. Bochy's Rangers. Do not let them sneak into the playoffs, by the way.
Rangers play the Mets this weekend.
Oh, do they really?
Boch, help us out.
Woo-hoo! Woo! That's going to be fascinating. Got the Guardians right there still. They've won 5 in a row. All these teams, you got the Red Sox. The Red Sox, obviously, they traded for Rafi Devers. Haven't looked back. They're 16 games over. You got the Yankees right there. They're all jockeying to still win that division out in the AL East. And then you got the National League wildcard race. You got the Cubbies there. You got the Padres. And then the free-falling New York Mets. Man, what a time to be alive. By the way, something special is happening tonight, 7 o'clock. Odyssey, presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 o'clock tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. It's a great cause. Obviously, I talk about it all the time. I go to therapy. I urge everyone, if you're struggling, you're not okay, that's okay. Go seek help because it's out there. It can be affordable if you look in the right places. By the way, Richie in Queens, I promise we will get to you. Richie, you know how fired up Richie in Queens is? Our number one Giants fan here at 95.7 The Game, Joe. He called in before the show even started. Before the open even hit, we had Richie calling in. He's fired up, baby. He's locked in, and he knows a thing or two because you know where the New York Mets play? In Queens. So he knows a thing or two about free falling over there. Speaking of free falling, they're not quite free falling, but that was a disappointing loss yesterday, Carter. The Valkyries. But it's okay. They're in the playoffs, right? They're playing with house money at this point. And it's time for the Golden State Valkyries' strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And the Valks failed to weather the storm in Seattle last night. See what you did there. Falling 74-73, despite the heroic efforts of Janelle Solon, who finished with a team-high 22 points and was feeling it with these back-to-back threes.
High screen from Fagbenley. Burn to Fagbenley on the roll. Kicks it out. Solon, back-to-back threes. Yes! Janelle Solon is feeling it in Seattle.
Deuce Mason on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. With the Valks loss, they fall to the 7th seed, a half game behind the Caitlin Clark-less Indiana Fever. The Valks wrap up the regular season Thursday against the Minnesota Lynx. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And by the way, wouldn't be the worst thing. I don't want to face the Atlanta Dream in round one. I was at that game a couple weeks ago. They are big, they are long, and size matters when it comes to the NBA.
Size matters.
I don't want that smoke in round one. That sounds insane that you'd rather face the Aces. I understand that. They've won at a very high level, and they're hot right now, and they got Asia Wilson. It's great. I'd still rather take my chances there. Plus, it's a shorter flight to Vegas than Atlanta, right? So there's that. All right, we'll get more into the Giants on the other side. Dave Fleming joining us at 7:30. But first, before we get to that, Joe, we do have to do Kicker Watch again because we have a new kicker.
Let's go.
In San Francisco. Eddie Pinheiro. Let's learn about him on the other side, Carter. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, Gelkcomab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's your boy Dibs. It's football season, which means we talk to stink Mark Schlereth on the regular. Now, back to a show that actually doesn't stink. The Morning Roast.
I don't know if he believed that. I don't know if I believe him when he said that. Okay. What's up, Dibs? Willard Dibs. I think they got Pods on today. Our Valkyries insider. Yeah. Podziemski. By the way, we got Joe Person of interest, coming up here shortly. And who is Joe Person? Well, covers the Carolina Panthers for The Athletic. And why are we talking Carolina Panthers? Like, wait, what? Well, the Niners got a new kicker. Wave Jake Moody. Bye-bye. See you later. Like, when they say waved, I actually think of them like waving goodbye to him. And that's what 49er fans are doing right now. See you, Jake. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Stop it.
But they brought in another kicker who performed last year pretty well with the Carolina Panthers, Eddie Pinheiro. And I'm looking at his stats right now, Joe, and I'm wondering why he's not currently on the Panthers. He was 22-26 overall, 7-7 from under 30 yards, between 30 to 39 yarders, 8 of 9, 40 to 49, 6 of 8, and then 50 plus. He only had 2 attempts, but he was 1 of 2. Like, why isn't he there? So we'll ask Joe Person about that. But again, I'm just looking at the numbers because that's all you can do. It's pretty cut and dry as a kicker. Looks like he's a successful kicker. So let's see. That's literally you're like literally anyone but Jake. I think how most Niner fans are feeling right now. So we'll talk to Joe Person about it shortly. So Eddie Pinheiro, your thoughts?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't have strong thoughts.
I don't have a strong opinion.
I was listening to Joe Nedney, former kicker for the Niners, who played on 8 different teams, and he was discussing how for a lot of kickers, and I'm sure it used to be this way for some of the quarterbacks as well, because Steve Young has discussed this, Jim Plunkett has discussed this, Rich Gannon, Kurt Warner. It's not this way now because of the way the sport is, but for a lot of these kickers, they have to learn how to be a pro and how to deal with, I either make the kick or I don't. And I only can focus on myself and not worry about the outside noise. And when I make a miss, how do I deal with that? And when I make a kick, not to get too high on it. And he had to learn how to be a professional. That was really interesting to me. And he was talking about how you have to go through this crucible of failure to be able to come back on the other end hardened by it.
And he's actually no stranger, Eddie Pinheiro, by the way, to replacing a much maligned kicker, because he was the guy that replaced Cody Parkey of the Chicago Bears. Remember the double doink Cody Parkey? Eddie Pinheiro was the guy that replaced him. So he's played on the Bears. He's played with the Jets, and obviously most recently with the Carolina Panthers. Speaking of the Panthers, we are joined now by Joe Person, covers the Panthers for The Athletic, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joe, good morning. You're on with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, so we got all the cups of Joe on right here on the Morning Roast. All right, let's just get right into it. We say goodbye to Jake Moody here in San Francisco. We bring in Eddie Pinheiro. Why isn't he on the Carolina Panthers? Because I'm looking at his season last year, Joe, looked pretty solid.
Yeah, honestly, if you look over his 3 seasons in Carolina, they were very solid to the point where he's, the 3rd most accurate field goal kicker of all time behind Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker. So that's a pretty good list. The couple things were at play here in Carolina. He got here in 22. That was like 2 or 3 head coaches ago and a different GM ago. And so I think Dave Canales and his special team staff in particular, Eddie wasn't really their guy, and I think they were fine with him. And obviously they liked his accuracy. They did not really trust Eddie's leg strength. Pinheiro is a guy like, if they were down there, just past midfield and looking at like a 55-yarder versus punting for field position, they almost invariably punted, unless the game was on the line. And so Pinheiro, you go look at his stats. Like, he did not get many 50-plus tries, certainly not last year. When Canales' staff came in, and it really did, as I said, it came down to them not having much faith in his distance.
Joe, can he hit a 27-yard chip shot? Because that's what Moody missed over the weekend.
He's money on that, man. And really, all joking aside, like, he's pretty money from like 49 in.
Nice.
It's just this game has changed so much, as you guys know, and we got guys banging like 64-yarders way through the. Yeah, it's just gotten to be like every other position, bigger, stronger, faster. Faster, not obviously an issue here, but. I like Eddie Pinheiro. I thought he's a pretty mild, mellow kind of dude. I never felt like the lights were too bright for him. Now, the lights in San Francisco are a little brighter than in Charlotte, especially where these two franchises are currently. But I'm glad to see him get another shot here.
Okay. You're talking about bright lights. Are there any moments that might stand out to you in terms of clutchness or failing to deliver?
Yeah, he won the game in Germany last year with a game-winning kick over the Giants, which was that was kind of like the Panthers and Giants Super Bowl. I mean, neither team was going anywhere, and it was late-ish in the season in November, and they drove down. And again, it wasn't like 57 yards. I want to say it was like maybe 48 or 49. And he made it, and it was a neat moment for him, and got carried off the field by his teammates. And I don't remember. I'm sure he missed a kick with the game on the line, and I'm sorry, I'm getting old and forgetful, so I don't remember the particulars. But more often than not, Eddie Pinheiro was pretty clutch for this team.
I mean, in fairness, Joe, the Carolina Panthers haven't really had any like high stakes games the last couple seasons. Although that one with Baker Mayfield, right? They almost kind of made the playoffs. Steve Wilkes was the interim. Was he there for that season?
Yeah, that was his first year.
Okay.
And so, right, they fired Matt Rule early on after a loss to the Niners, actually, where the San Francisco fans took over Bank of America Stadium.
And they took Christian McCaffrey too that year.
They did. But at any rate, yeah, that was his first year here, and it was. I just remember having conversations like this among media members, and even with some people in the organization, and it was like, anytime you talk about that stat, which I mentioned with Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker, it was like, third all-time, yeah, but look where they're making their kicks from versus where Pinheiro's making his. And, who knows? Maybe having had a little longer off-season this summer, early fall to train, maybe he adds a couple of yards onto his max distance. But that really was the bottom line. And as I said, not really being this staff's guy. Like I said, he played in Eddie Pinheiro's time here, he played for Matt Rule, Steve Wilkes, interim, Frank Reich, Chris Tabor, interim, and then Dave Canales. So he has seen some things in Charlotte.
Joe, sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to cut you. There's a lot of Joes here right now. Joe Person, how long have you been covering the Carolina Panthers?
Since 2010.
Okay, so you saw all of Christian McCaffrey over there.
Yes.
Are you all shocked by what's been going on the last week, year, the bilateral Achilles tendonitis? Niner fans over here, we're trying to figure out the touches, how to protect the guy. Is he going to be the same player a couple years ago? I just want to get your sense of, because there was a lot of trepidation when they made the trade for McCaffrey because of all the injury concerns prior to that. Just his whole durability in general going forward, Joe. I just wanted to get your thoughts on what you've seen from Christian through the years and, him kind of bulking up over his time in Carolina. And are you at all shocked by what's taken place the last couple seasons?
No, I mean, really reading the headlines and listening to folks like you guys, it's like just repeating what the storylines from here. And he had a great start to his career here. I mean, fantastic. And was doing things that no one other than Roger Craig had done in terms of catching and running the football. But then the injury started creeping up. And, you started hearing that there was some split in the draft room when they took him. There the night of the draft, there were people in the organization who thought they might be taking Leonard Fournette. And it was the classic case of big power back, Derrick Henry type back with Fournette versus the shifty athlete, smaller dude. And, they made the right choice. I mean, Christian McCaffrey gave them some incredible years, but then it just became, I remember asking people and writing stories about, are his training methods really, like he pushes himself so hard, would it have been more beneficial for him to take a little more time off in the off season? And he would get very touchy, as I'm sure he still does, anytime, his health and especially his training came up, because he took great pride in it. As you guys know, he always sort of had his own regimen. Like he wasn't really following the Panthers regimen. It worked for him until it started not to work for him. And you never know. Was it a case where, and again, it isn't like he went out there to San Francisco and it's been bad. It's just you kind of like the injuries are kind of part of the thing, part of the package that you get when you're talking about Christian McCaffrey.
Hey, Joe, great stuff. We really appreciate your time this morning, and we'll do it again come November 24th when they take on the Panthers. Sound good?
Look forward to it, guys.
There he goes.
Thank you.
Joe Person covers the Carolina Panthers for The Athletic. Obviously, former Panther Eddie Pinheiro, now a San Francisco 49er new kicker. And what I got from that, Joe, if we just get Robbie Gould 2.0, I'm fine with that as a Niner fan, because Robbie Gould was not some guy with the high, 55 plus yarders. He's not going to do any of that. But 50 and below, money. I think Niner fans would take that. Would you take that?
Yes. Yes. I can't explain it enough since like Todd Peterson going way back when. Okay. This is who you've had in a row. Joe Nedney. Was Joe Nedney a guy that would kick the 60-yarders? No. But he was money inside 40, basically. 45, 40 yards. Money. All those types of distance kicks. Okay? After him, David Green-Acres. Same thing. Money. Now, he did hit a long one and ended up hurting his hip and his groin and really never was the same. Then they got Phil Dawson. What did Phil Dawson do? Almost the same thing. Just money on anything between like 30, 45, almost up to 50. Then they had who? Robbie Gould. Yep. And what was he? Money on those exact same distances. This is exactly what they need and exactly what they should have. Nobody was like, we need more 66-yard attempts. Nobody. Like, not one Niner fan is sitting here like, you know what? Team me up for more 61-yarders.
Well, I could see why in Carolina that might be a premium, because just getting to the red zone in general for that offense is at a premium. So they're like, hey, if we could just get on the outskirts and get these 55-yarders, we can get a couple more points, and they weren't able to do that. So that might be more of an indictment on the offense and the staff in general than it was on Eddie Pinheiro. And it sounded like it was more just politics, if anything, that they just wanted their guy, because he was, as he's mentioned,
5 coaches, Joe.
5.
He had 5 different coaches.
5.
Think about this. Like, you got Brent Boyer, who's the new special teams coordinator here. Yeah. New coordinator. He got his own long snapper, his own punter, and now they got rid of the kicker. Right?
Yeah.
That's just one coordinator. Guy had 5 different coaches.
And obviously, Brent Boyer back in 2021 with who? The New York Jets. So he knows a thing or two about one Eddie Pinheiro.
It always comes back to the Jets.
Always comes back to the Jets. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Start calling you Greeny.
Oh, please don't. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. I got my Aaron Rodgers jersey in my backpack. In Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right. We'll get Dave Fleming on in about 28 minutes. We moved Fleming up a little bit because we are talking about the San Francisco Giants and what is going on with this team right now. I can't quantify it, Joe. We're trying to. Is it the Drew Gilbert effect? Is it them rallying around Bob? Win one for Bob Melvin. I don't want to hear Bob Melatonin from you anymore, by the way. You can retire that nickname. Bob's staying. He's a San Francisco Giant next year, by the way. He'll lock that in. Lock it in, Sammy.
Let's let the next 3 weeks play out.
I'm just telling you. He ain't like that. Locker room loves that guy. Elliot Ramos loves that guy. I think Matt Chapman loves that guy. Willie Adames, Rafi Devers.
We'll see. Does Buster love him? We'll see.
I think he does. Does Richie in Queens love him? That's the question. Richie, You're on the morning roast. How about these Giants?
Hey, guys, if this was 3 weeks ago and I had called FanDuel, I would have got plus 2,600 that I would be talking them down 2 on September 10th. Let me tell you, this has been amazing. And how bad they were, for them to come back like this, this is one of the, you can always sometimes in retrospect, you say things that maybe you're getting a little carried away. But as bad and as historic how bad they were,
yep,
for them to come back to win, 13 out of 16, whatever it is, and to pick up 6 games on the Mets, I've been saying a couple of things too, guys. Number one, you mentioned Dom Smith. You had him on the show, I believe, a while ago.
Yeah.
That guy's a godsend. He made a play last night. He's got to play first all the time. He just does. He made a play on that play with Casey where the momentum's taking him left, and he came back right to make that tag. Incredible. And the Adames plays that shows you how many times have you seen a guy take a shot like that to the knee, and they just want to finish their at bat. And for him to hit the 3-run homer, everything seems to be going right at this point. So, I'm amazed. I've been saying when they were 5 back, talking to my brother who's a big fan like me, watches every game, I kept saying we left 2 games too many on the table. You know what I'm saying? And then not having the tiebreaker. So in essence, we're 3 behind. They're going berserk over here in Queens, guys. They are just jumping out of friggin' windows at this point because, Mania maybe send them to the minors. Sanger in the minors. 3 rookies that came up. So all of a sudden your foundation for the last 30 games has got to be 3 rookie pitchers. So
wow.
And you keep saying, do we think that they can do it? This is not a large 50 game. You can get on a roll and be a mediocre team, and you find ways to win.
The Phillies a couple years ago, Richie, I don't mean to cut you off. The Phillies a few years ago
Diamondbacks
were very mediocre, went on a run at the end of the year, went to the World Series. The Diamondbacks, I believe a year or 2 later, did the exact same thing. Houston Astros annually look terrible, and then all of a sudden they flip the switch, and they're a totally different team. I just can't believe they're doing it. They had a worse winning percentage than the Chicago White Sox for over 50 games.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. Like I said, there's no way anybody could second-guess it. Oh, come on, you had to have faith. I don't want to hear about the faith. The faith was gone on more than one occasion. But, to think about their bullpen being decimated, the fact that they made, they said that pretty much, not that we're giving up, but we're getting rid of a lot of pieces at this point. It's incredible to be where they are, have Seymour pitching today, Verlander have been 3-10. You look at that and say, how could they possibly be a contender? So I think, you know what I'm thinking, guys? I want to see 90% Giant fans at Giant Stadium.
Let's go.
This weekend against the Dodgers. It's going to be tough, but, the Rockies swept the Dodgers. So keep winning. You keep winning. I think they got to go 13-6 and hope 500 for the Mets probably. But for right now, the momentum is there. So it's shocking, guys. But as John Sterling says, that's baseball, Susan.
There you go.
Rich. I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole because he brought up the Dodgers. But a theory that I've had is that, they're the Goliaths. This is their window.
We're going biblical, David and Goliath?
No, it's just like teams have windows. Like, for example, like the Gasol and Kobe Lakers had a window.
They did, a couple years.
And then you can kind of get a feeling like, all right, like they're aging out of this window. They're not in win now mode. The Miami Heatles, okay, had a window. And obviously there were some movement of players and Bosch got hurt and whatnot. But like when Dwayne Wade hurt his knee, like that team was done.
Yeah.
And their window, like, completely shut, and then what window opened up? The Golden State Warriors. Yep. Now, that's an extreme example. They went on to be a dynasty, the Golden State Warriors. I look at where the Dodgers are at right now, and it is their window. It is. There's this undeniable. Shohei is one of the baddest dudes on the planet. This guy might end up with like 8 or 9 MVPs. Like, that's how good he is. Now, we'll see if he can stay healthy, whatnot. Mookie Betts has had a bad year. Yeah. By his particular standards, he's owed hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay? Freddie Freeman has had a really good year, but he is up there in age. He's 33 years old. How many more years does he have like this, right? Will Smith has had a monster year, but you look at their pitching, and it's kind of all over the place. You know, you got some guys having nice years. You have a lot of unknowns. I guess where I'm going at is this. We think that they will be on top forever. And I can see some of the cracks in the veneer for the Dodgers as the Giants are kind of entering a little winning window right now. Now, are they there today? No, I don't think they're there today. I don't even know if it's in the cards for this year to even make the playoffs. We will see. But I can see that the future is bright. And as our brightness gets brighter and brighter and brighter, I do think some of the shine is coming off the Dodgers. It's maybe not here right now, but these two trains are coming at each other, and they're going to collide in the coming years.
I just got to say this. I think the National League is wide open. And if there was any time for a team to sneak in and go all the way to the World Series, why not this Giants team? I'm not saying they're going to do that. Everyone take a step back. Spadoni said they're going to the World Series. But like, look at the top dogs in the NL right now. The Milwaukee Brewers. What do the Brewers do almost every single time they make the playoffs? I've seen this thousands of times with the Brewers.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough money to be able to have enough pitching and enough players to be able to win the big games late in the year.
Even their heyday with like the Ryan Braun, the Hebrew Hammer, Ricky Weeks, like those teams, right? When they were really good.
CeCe, that 1 year.
They always flamed out. Like they always did. The Philadelphia Phillies, they got injuries left and right on that team. Trey Turner with the hamstring now, right? Like, we'll see with the Phillies. Everyone wants to shoehorn them in. I'm not so sure. Then you mentioned the Dodgers.
Well, Schwarber's a free agent, and we'll see what ends up happening long term for them.
I'm just talking about this year in general.
Yeah.
Like
this year. I see what you're saying.
But even then, Joe, like that's what I'm getting at with this too. Like it's not like there's these like Kansas City Chiefs or Philadelphia Eagles or Oklahoma City Thunder type of teams in baseball right now. Like I think people were viewing the Dodgers as that heading this year. The Dodgers don't have the pitching.
Didn't the Boston Celtics quick injury stuff, didn't that kind of tell everybody like, whoa, anything? I mean, the Niners are a great example. The Niners went from we're in a Super Bowl window, and I think we all thought it's going to be 3-4 years of consecutive after. I'm talking about when they went to the Super Bowl. I'm like, wow, this is set up for the next 2 or 3 years at minimum. The very next year they went 6-11. Now that's part of it's a byproduct of football, but things happen in sports. What we think is going to be a dynasty and this perpetual run of excellence, stuff happens.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. On the other side, Dave Fleming, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, voice of the team. I'm sure he's fired up about Giants-Dodgers this weekend. You should be too. Plus, maybe, just maybe, the most valuable player on this team is Drew Gilbert? What? We'll explain on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Cordelia RV Center.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood and Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood and Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prizes, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
Are you designing a new home? Or maybe you're wanting to upgrade your existing one? You better consider Golden State Lumber and Showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance. All from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Awake, Western, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed on all corners of the Bay, and you can count on their expert staff to help make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire area. Take a look at the windows and doors page on goldenstatelumber.com, scroll through the image gallery, and take a virtual tour of the showrooms, and maybe you'll find some inspiration. And when you get some ideas, have questions, or want that closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. You see, Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. That's right, whether you're walking all day or even just standing, Arch Fit Skechers slip-ins have the perfect sweet spot of support to give you comfort like you've never felt before. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. No hands needed. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. If you haven't tried it, you are truly missing out. And Arch Fit Skechers slip-ins come in practically every style you can imagine. Athletic shoes for your workout, casual sneakers for weekend errands, dress shoes for the office, even boots for those brisk, cool days. Make every step feel like a dream and try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And listen to all the interviews from this year's Ember Stop Wildfire Preparedness event, sponsored by PG&E, and how to stay ready in case of an emergency at 957thegame.com.
Come on, man. You got Larry Jr. in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
We are doing numbers, LJ. Giants are doing numbers right now. They just keep winning. And you know what? They might just mess around and make the playoffs because of it. Get the sweep today. You got Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the D-backs. Carson Seymour for the Gigantes before a massive series starting Friday against the hated rival Dodgers in town. And Richie in Queens is calling out the Giants fans saying, I want to see 90% orange and black this weekend. Maybe some purple, because they were rocking the City Connects last night. Willie Adames, by the way, absolute pimp job in the first inning. Kipe with an incredible call. But it's what happened before, Joe. Fouled it right off his knee. We have that call too? We do?
So painful.
Yeah, right?
Uh-oh. Did he twist it? Or did he hit it off of his knee?
I think it looked more like a twist. The back leg just collapsed. I don't know if it's a knee or an ankle. When he plants that left foot, and here comes...
Oh, off his leg.
Okay, it was off his knee. I feel better. I mean...
It's always a bruise is better than a twist.
Yeah.
By the way, that sound courtesy NBC Sports Bay Area crew can guide on the call. Within the first 5 seconds of that call, a fan in the background, rub some dirt on it. It's like you're just dad in the stands. Just get over it. That was literally like probably what my dad said in my first ever Little League at bat. Not Little League, but Mustang League. Got hit right in the wrist, Joe.
Uh-oh. Did he twist it? Or did he hit it off of his knee?
Right there, rub some dirt on it. That was great. So
I love that. That is old school.
He gets hit, Joe, on the knee. Then what does he do? Just 3-run jack right after it. Why not? Really Adamas. He's talking about vibes. He's the ultimate vibe setter right now, alongside our boy, of course, True Gilbert.
I think one of the best parts of the last couple of months that has really flown under the radar for this team is Jung Hoo Lee. This is a guy that was unbelievable in the first month of the season. Batted .324. Then went down to .231, and in June was batting .143. So he finished the first half with a .249 batting average. What do you think his post-All-Star batting average is?
Oh, it's got to be in the 300s.
.315.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
.315. Wow. I mean, he's got an OPS of .817. This guy's been unbelievable. And you look at like an on-base percentage, close to 400. He's been significantly better in the second half. And if he could find a way, whatever he was doing in June, to not have that happen again, you're going to have streaks and you're going to be good. But like 143, the bottom fell out. He got pull happy and he was worried about trying to hit tanks. I don't know why. And ever since we really saw him fall flat on his face, he's adjusted and gone away. And he's mixed in a couple of bunts. He's mixed in some slaps the other way. This is a guy that almost bats identical against righties and lefties. Do you know how valuable that is in the modern game?
It's huge.
To not be a one-way player who can only bat against righties or only bat against lefties. And I don't know, is he closer to the 250 hitter of the first half or the 315? Probably somewhere in the middle. 285 is the modern 300.
Yes, well, in 250, might as well be 275 from years past, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about Jung Hoo Lee. That's why I always kind of am grading him on a slight curve this year, and I know you're not handing out Capri Suns and orange slices for just competing out there. But I did view this as his full rookie season in Major League Baseball. He's coming over from the KBO,
where he missed almost the whole year in KBO.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like 2 back-to-back years where he didn't play a lot.
So the fact that he did come out so hot this year, slumped significantly, and then adjusted back, makes me feel so confident what he could do going forward, Joe, because if you could adjust at this level and I know in a relative short amount of time, it didn't feel like a short amount of time. We were all saying this is like watching paint dry. It was that painful. But for him to adjust relatively quickly and to be batting .315 since the All-Star break, like you said, it's pretty incredible. He might be the MVP of this team right now.
He's batting .500 in September.
He's batting he's leading the team in batting average in general. So 271.
It's not just the bat. The glove was bad, too. He wasn't taking charge in center field. He took a couple of bad routes. And you saw probably, I'd say, easily three or four balls would land in between him and Ramos or him and a shortstop.
Well, that last, major Dodgers series that Sam and I were at, he made a couple of errors now they won that game.
The one off the glove.
Exactly. And then he blamed him slipping because it was wet in the outfield, he said. And we were all really down.
That transition from grass to the dirt, and the warning track. Yes, the warning track tells you where you're at, but that transition can be difficult.
So now you got the Dodgers coming back. You got to take care of business today first against the D-backs, get the sweep there, and setting up a massive, massive series. Again, meaningful baseball in September for the San Francisco Giants. I mean, it's incredible.
But I would say that, like, not only has his bat been significantly better, defensively he's been better, which I think is a huge element. Because, like, I had questions on whether he could defensively play center field, and I think he's been better, which is really good. I think I had questions about Adames long term at shortstop, and for right now, he's righted the ship. He's made a lot of really nice plays, and I look at the strength of this team right now. Their defense in the infield, when you throw Dom Smith at first base, and Willie's made some plays at first, but Rafi's made some plays at first base, not Willie. Rafi's made some plays at first base, but Dom Smith is their best defensive first baseman. Schmidt at second, Willie Adames at short, Chapman at third. They've been really good the last 6, 7, 8 weeks, just overall.
And a huge part of that is one Drew Gilbert. This kid, obviously coming over, you got that trade with the Mets. He comes over. He's like, I don't know what to make of this guy. You know, you move off of Yaz, so he opens up some playing time. You know, he's not the biggest guy. He's not the strongest guy. He doesn't look like, the Shohei Ohtanis of the world. He's not built like an Adonis. He's 5'9". Hell, you and I might be taller than this guy.
Yeah, but in this sport,
I know.
You can have guys like D. Gordon. I mean, Dustin Pedroia is like 5'8".
Oh, I know.
And he was an MVP.
Listen, this isn't me, scoffing at him or anything like that. This is just, we didn't know who this guy was.
Yeah.
He's just some kid, right? He's 24 years old. Didn't know what to make of him. It's like, all right, if you get anything from Drew Gilbert, let's see him. Well, they put him out there, and you know what? The numbers have been the numbers. It's been solid 230s.
He's had some impact.
He's had some impact in some timely hits, but the impact has been felt in the dugout.
Yeah.
And you can feel it through the television screen if you're sitting on your couch. Like, I don't know what's going on with the celebrations, the biting, the choking, but it just fits the San Francisco Giants. We have personalities in the past, like the Brian Wilsons, the Sergio Romos, the Hunter Pences, that stuff works here. We love that in the Bay Area. Pat Burrell.
I see Carter's nodding his head as a Marina guy. Carter's nodding his head like, I've got many tales of Pat Burrell's travels.
Hey, he was getting after
in the OOs.
Gets after it.
But
there's something to be said about that stuff. I will draw the line, though,
on one thing.
What? The choking?
The choking thing is a little bizarre to me.
I kind of like it.
Kind
of like it. I'm into the choking. What can I say? I'm into it. Why not?
Just
a little choke,
for the kids. I do think that, like, that is where I do kind of draw the line, and maybe I'm the old fart, and that's fine. I'll be it. But when he went, they all had like this little like triangle in the dugout where they all put their hands. It's like going underneath the swords back in the day. If you were like Robin Hood,
They do
go
that.
see your merry men out in the forest after plundering, and he hits a home run, and he's coming through, and he's like sticking his neck out, and I'm like, this is so weird.
Well, in fairness, that's not even the weirdest thing that they do in dugouts. I mean, the Dodgers had a celebration where they were like, they cup check each other. I'm not talking Mitch cup check.
Okay, that's been around forever.
Yeah, no, but they're like grabbing it. Like, come on. So the choke in general, as we're talking, we're all over the place here. The Drew Gilbert
If you
stuff.
play team sports, you do weird stuff sometimes.
Exactly.
And
so
you look back and you go, what the heck were we thinking?
Exactly. And we're going to do that here, and it's working. So keep doing the choke job, whatever it is. That's fine. Pat McAfee, by the way. Pat McAfee.
It makes me uncomfortable.
I know it does. That's why I can keep talking about it. Pat McAfee, when he picks up this stuff, that's when you know it's big time. ESPN talking about one Drew Gilbert of the San Francisco Giants.
Their dugouts hot.
Bobby Big.
What do you mean their dugouts hot? What is it, Drew? What's his name?
I don't know what his last name is. I think he's like a platoon guy, but he's an absolute psychopath coming and just barking in guys' faces.
What's happening? I don't know what you're referring to. This is
this mad dog on the Giants right now.
Pull it up, Bruce.
Who maybe is a big part of why they've been so hot lately. Barking at guys like crazy in the dugout, having guys like grab his throat and stuff. He's a madman.
We got a vibes guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
This is awesome.
Yeah. There we go.
We got eye black.
Yeah.
So hold on. Who is this guy?
This guy's awesome.
Is he playing?
Drew Gilbert. I think he plays a bit. I don't know if he's an everyday guy, but
what position would this guy be? What is the size, the trait, the build? What do we think?
I need to be what he's on.
Yes, yeah. It's every day, brother. He's high on
He's
life.
an outfielder.
I don't think I can play golf.
He's an outfielder.
Play golf on that.
That guy's a corner outfielder, and it's a long season, and they might not make the playoffs. They need some juice. Hey, go can bark like a dog and let that guy grab his throat as hard as he
Is that the coach right there?
No, just
the guy that he was biting his shoulder right there. Is that the coach of the team?
It's not their manager. It's probably
when he's biting the guy. Will you pause? He's biting his shoulder here, right there. Right, yeah, pause that one. So he's biting that guy's shirt. Yeah. Is that the coach?
No, that's not their manager. That's probably a coach
amazing.
though.
Can't do that. All right, Drew Gilbert's one of my new favorite baseball players.
Yep.
And it was Pat Burrell.
No, he was biting Robbie Ray, too.
And Robbie Ray.
Yeah, he was biting Robbie Ray. Yeah, he was biting Robbie Ray.
Well, I see it right here. I think this one is
And they're
Pat
like, is that a
Burrell, though.
manager? It's like, no, that's old-ass Robbie Ray, who I love.
Because you got Logan Webb right behind him, who's like, and then he looks like, what the hell is going on over here? Just nibbling literally like a dog. Just like nibbling on it.
I'm telling you, dude, you play team sports, you have some psychos on your team, and those guys, you love them until you don't, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
Charles Haley.
Exactly.
Wow, that's next level of
Exactly. Dre Greenlaw was kind of that way, guys. Like, Dre Greenlaw at practice would take the helmet off, and he'd start banging himself in the head. Then he took the helmet and would bang himself in the head. I mean, you guys have all seen the program where the two guys are headbutting each other and spitting in each other's mouth. Lattimore is a legend.
You're right. I'm looking at it right now, and this is the Robbie Ray one as he's nibbling and like pulling on it.
And Robbie Ray's just like, okay, this is happening.
And then everyone, it's just almost like it's a golden retriever there. It's just like, oh, that's just what he does. No one even looking at like the absurdity of it. Logan Webb clapping in the background.
I mean, Joe,
it's just like, what?
You could make an argument. Draymond Green at times does things where like normal fan bases would be like, what is that guy doing? Like when he got kicked out of the Memphis playoff game and then did like the Hulkamania and Macho Man like cupping his ears to the crowd and like firing him up. I mean, he just did a podcast where he explained that he had to stomp on Sabonis because, he had to get him back or whatever. Like, just...
Well, I
mean, Draymond is like on a whole nother level. So are we surprised that a guy like Drew Gilbert is going to be a little edgy?
Well, I wonder if Dave Fleming is surprised.
Draymond Greenlaw.
Who's our Giants, our Giants insider and Giants broadcaster joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Instead of Drew Gilbert, it's Drewmon Greenlaw.
Drewmon Greenlaw. That's
that's pretty. We got to combine all three of them.
I don't hate that.
We got to combine all three of them. Now, those other two guys are great players. Drew Gilbert is still trying to establish himself.
But you know what? It works.
Yeah.
The vibes of Drew Gilbert, I will take that 7 days out of the week, twice on Sunday, and I'm sure Dave Fleming will as well. Joining us now on the River Islands guest slide. Dave, let's just bring you right into it. Have you ever seen a player do what Drew Gilbert's been doing in the dugout and the effect it's clearly having on the players? Good morning.
So, good morning. So the question is, have I ever seen a player eat his teammate's jersey during the game? The answer is no. I've never seen that. I never have.
But Dave, I mean, we can admit the Giants kind of needed some of this energy, right? Like, I don't know if he's even going to be good. Like, we'll see. He's very young. He's 24. And I look, you know this. Your son played youth baseball forever. And so, like, the culture of youth baseball is totally different than the culture of the pros right now. But you could see these young guys that came up in that era, bow and arrowing a walk and bat flipping, getting hit by a pitch. Like, Drew kind of represents the modern game for a lot of the youth players right now. I'm kind of here for it.
He does. I mean, it was interesting to read that Andy Baggerly thing about him because he talked to all his Tennessee folks, and that assistant coach with Tennessee said, Drew Gilbert's the guy who changed the whole deal here. Like, he gave Drew credit for vaulting. Tennessee's now the baseball powerhouse in the country. They were not. I mean, even 10 years ago, they were not. And now they're just pumping out big leaguers, and he gave Drew more credit than anybody. He said he's the guy who came in here and changed everything for us. So, look, is it still to be determined about what level of big league player this guy can be? Yes. Will that determine a lot of how much value he can provide the Giants? Yes. You can't be a cheerleader and take up a 26-man spot for your whole career. That's not possible. But he does have real talent. He's an excellent defensive outfielder. He's a good base runner. He puts the bat on the ball, doesn't strike out a ton. There are a lot of things to like about his baseball game. And I do believe that this Giants team has really benefited from, not having to lean on one or two guys for energy and enthusiasm every day. It's a lot to ask of Willie Adames to be that guy every single day. Like, it's nice to spread that responsibility around. B, like, edginess is not a bad thing. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing if the other team doesn't love you. In sports, that's maybe a little rarer than it used to be in high-level professional sports. I don't think other teams really like Drew Gilbert and the whole act and skit and whatnot. And that to me is good. The other team's not supposed to like you. And so I think that's a good dynamic too.
Are you shocked, though, that Pat McAfee, of all people, is talking about him? Like, that is surprising. Like, the Giants have probably never been mentioned on the Pat McAfee show. And the fact that it has kind of swept the nation on the internet, the Drew Gilbert phenomenon, like, that has to be surprising. And it also has to be awesome for the Giants marketing team.
Kind of to your point about he sort of represents a new generation of baseball and athlete. Like, maybe part of this is the Giants haven't had a lot of really young players over the last few years. So this transition of, that all the stuff that you're talking about, maybe he's the first one for the Giants who's made it here to this level, who has been kind of a part of that. But yeah, you don't think, probably Rafi Devers' trade was talked about on the Pat McAfee show, probably. But I don't think there's been a lot of breakdown of like the Giants' third starter on that show, and that is a good thing. Like that also is a positive. Like, and if fans around the Bay Area start to talk about this team in a different way, or young kids start to watch because they want to see his reactions, how is that a bad thing? By the way, I think what needs to be said about all this is not an act for this guy. Like, this is who he is, and he did not come here and just invent this stuff. Like, this has always been the way he is. And it's sort of like I think in the draft and maybe even in the minor leagues, other teams scouting, pro scouting of other organizations, I think it was a negative for some teams. And it wasn't for the Giants, but this has always been a part of the package with him. This is who he is.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, our Giants insider and Giants broadcaster for NBC Sports Bay Area. Dave, are you believing this team? Like, is Dave Fleming finally coming around as the free fall is happening in Queens, New York? That team is always seemingly losing whenever I look up on my little ESPN app, and the Giants are always somehow finding a way to win. Now, we got a massive games and series coming up against the Dodgers. We'll get to that at some point in this interview, but are you starting to believe, Dave, in this Giants team?
The door's been open for him for sure. And part of that is the Mets have struggled. So two things have happened. The Giants have just totally transformed. They're playing the best they've played all year. And the Mets have given them an opportunity. Still the math is not in the Giants' favor. It's still long odds. I know that sounds strange because they're only 2 games out and essentially only 3 games out. But when you only have 18 to go, a lot has to still go right for you, and you don't have much margin for error. But the Mets schedule, man, I don't know if you've looked at the Mets schedule, but it doesn't get it. They play today against Christopher Sanchez. They play tomorrow while the Giants are off against Jesus Luzardo and the Phillies. They get the Padres. They get the Rangers. And then after, it's not like it just, then all of a sudden they load up with teams you expect them to roll over. The Mets have a really hard schedule, so they are going through it right now, and I'm sure they're feeling pressure.
What's been the biggest change? Like, what? I feel like I swore this team off 7 different ways, and I look at, I'm going to pick one guy for me. Jung-Hoo Lee has been a revelation since the All-Star break, and I feel like he's going the other way, and he's doing a lot of different things. For me, he's one of the big changes. For you, what is so different, and why are they winning now?
I think Devers has been the difference maker for me. Devers is a different kind of presence than they've had, and I think it's impacted everybody else positively. I think everybody is fed off Devers doing damage and getting hot, and it's not a total coincidence that his hot streak has led to the Giants' hot streak. Adames has been great. And, that was happening before. Adames had a great month of July, even as the Giants really struggled in a lot of that month. Adames was playing really well. So it's hard to say that's a difference, but I think, they got 2 thumpers in the middle. Matt Chapman getting healthy, taking that little time off, Matt obviously was compromised before. That hand thing he just wasn't himself. Now that he's himself, it's another guy in the middle of it. Just if you want a big picture something, like because you could go down the line, almost everybody's playing well. Giants are hitting the fastball. Giants were like 30th in baseball in OPS against four-seam fastballs. They're up to somewhere. We'd have to look it up this morning, but they're almost in the middle, which in the course of like 3 weeks, that's almost impossible as a team to climb that much this late in a season. And it tells you, and I don't know why that's happened. I don't know what. I'm down there every day. I'm watching them. They're mostly doing the same work. It's not like they've totally changed their routine or game planning or anything like that. But they are now hitting the fastball. They just weren't doing that before. They're doing it now. To me, that's been a big difference.
More impressive for you, Dave. Has it been this offensive kind of explosion here a little bit of late? Or has it been the bullpen's ability to really, after getting rid of everyone, and the only guys that you've had since the start of the season now is Ryan Walker and Spencer Bivens, has that been more impressive to you? Which one?
Well, the offense has been more impressive to me, but I think the Giants get a lot of credit for finding a way to figure this out. This has been on the fly, figure it out, and they've done a great job. I would say one theme of this season has been, the Devers trade is kind of in a different category, but it's still the Giants remaking their team in the middle of the season, not the off season, not winter meetings, in the middle of the year. Devers trade, that just almost never happens. But then go down the line and think about, what you're talking about. So no Rogers, no Doval, no Randy Rodriguez. So you find Joey Lucchesi. He's been great. You find Matt Gage. He's been more than solid. You call up Yoel Peguero, who all of a sudden looks like he can be a part of your future from the minor leagues. He's been good. You find Dom Smith, who's playing corner outfield in the minor leagues for the Yankees in Pennsylvania. And you pick Dom Smith up, and he becomes a bat off the bench, and now a guy who's playing almost every night and hitting 290 and getting big hits and picking it over at first. That's a lot of big league talent that they have found during the season. Really hard to do. And whoever gets credit for that, Zach was the pro scouting director before. So that's kind of Zach's former job, is scout the talent on other pro teams. There's amateur scouting where you're scouting college and high school. And then there's pro scouting where you're taking inventory of all the players in pro ball. Who do we like? Who could be available? How do we rank these guys? That group for the Giants has done an amazing job this year.
Well, and what does it say, Dave, as we're talking to Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster at 95.7 The Game Insider, what does it say about the job that Bob Melvin's done with them? This is a guy that was much maligned all season for his inability to have a pulse, at least from the fans' perspective, on the bullpen, and they've been kind of balling out this last month with the makeshift bullpen.
Yeah, it's probably the number one job of any baseball manager is manage the bullpen. That's probably the hardest part of the job, and it's probably the part of the job where you have the most actual impact. It's not like football, basketball, where you're scheming up X's and O's and let's diagnose and diagram a play to get us a win here. Baseball, it just doesn't work that way. So where can you make your impact? You can make your impact in managing a bullpen. Bochy did it brilliantly for all those years. And Bob should get a lot of credit for, finding a way to make those guys comfortable right away. And it's not just Bob, it's JP, it's Garvin Alston, the bullpen coach. Imagine his job this year. Imagine Garvin down there watching Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, and Randy Rodriguez walk out the bullpen door and never come back. And, you're introducing yourself to guys you've never met before. So he's done a good job with the psychology of that group, with Ryan Walker's ups and downs, keeping him to where he's been a big contributor lately. All those guys get some credit for that, because that is not easy to do. You look around baseball and you look at the bullpens that start to crumble and fall apart and games are being blown, and that definitely could have happened to this Giants team, and it hasn't happened.
What about Logan Webb? This guy, top 3 in most innings pitched, strikeouts, quality starts. You look at his strikeout to walk ratio, it's top 10. He's been spectacular, and yet somehow I feel like he's still underrated. How good has Logan Webb been this year?
Yeah, I think he is still underrated. I would say he's the most underappreciated true star in the game today. If you ask other fan bases around baseball, nobody brings up Logan Webb, and he is a top 5 pitcher in the game and has been for several years now. Think about that, top 5 pitcher in the game, and I'm you can put Skeens, great, put him in there. Scooble, great, put him in there. Crochet, I'd probably put him in there now. I think that 2 years of track record, probably true. And there Christopher Sanchez has been awesome, like other guys, but just consistent excellence. Logan Webb's in that group. And I love the fact that he set a goal this year. I want to strike a few more people out. I don't want to leave it up to the vagaries of a ground ball so often. I want to be able to, and now he's got 200 strikeouts for the first time. He's probably going to lead the league in strikeouts. He's got a real chance to do it. Think about that. Think about if you'd said 2 years ago, Logan Webb's going to lead the league in strikeouts. You'd have been laughed at. And yet here he is. He's probably going to do it. Amazing.
It's interesting. Like when I talk to youth players, I'm like, hey, look, I don't care if you throw 110 miles per hour. If it's ball one, it's ball one. And I always use Greg Maddux as an example. And look, Logan is not Greg Maddux, but in an era where everyone's throwing max velocity, it feels like he is such a unique contrast to what everyone else is doing out there in terms of location, hitting your spots, not throwing max effort. I hope more guys coming up through the system look more like Logan Webb when it comes to durability and hitting your spots and not walking guys, because I think it's way more valuable than just raw velo today.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think if there's been a lesson of this year or even the last few years, it's even in this era of what you're saying. Just let it all hang out. Let it go, and we'll pick you up on the back end. That is detrimental to the team over the long haul. There is, what's happening with the Dodgers right now. The Dodgers are still a really good team. They still have a chance to win the World Series. I'm not saying that. But the Dodgers pitching staff, it's sort of snowballed where so many short starts has taxed those bullpen guys. The relievers are just out of gas. There's nowhere to turn. Once you get into that pickle, it's like, okay, now what? Everybody's, the starters aren't going deep. The relievers are running on fumes. Where do we go? Where do we turn? And the value of having a guy who just time after time is giving your bullpen a quieter day, so valuable. And it just doesn't happen that much anymore in baseball. And that above all else is his superpower. Just year after year, just take the ball every time. Yeah, there was a time. I'd have to think back to when it was. I think it was right around the All-Star break or a little bit after. I mean, Webb was kind of quietly talking about, my arm's not feeling great. It's, I'm not bouncing back. It was like a little concerning, and yet, for him, it was just, I'll just do some extra treatment and I'll be fine. And I'm not saying that's even a skill. That's sort of a God-given thing, but Logan just gives that consistency that almost nobody else in the game gives.
Dave, you brought up the Dodgers. Huge series against the Dodgers this weekend. I mean, you got an opportunity to talk to the fans that are driving around right now, probably dropping kids off. I mean, what would you tell the fans with this Dodgers series at home here?
I would say two things. I would say, number one, this is the first time in a long time where it's felt like when you match up the rosters and just look at the talent level on both sides. Now, do the Giants need more talent? They do. The Giants, still need to work on this overall roster in the offseason. There's still work to do. But this is the first time you start to look at Ramos, Devers, Adames, Chapman, Lee, feels a lot different, feels a lot more deep, feels a lot more dangerous to me. So I think it's the first time you can look at these two teams in a while and start to think that, at least on paper, this isn't an overmatch. But you got to do it. And the Dodgers have bullied the Giants for a bunch of years now. We used to always around here kind of take pride in, no matter how the season was going, those games against the Dodgers were going to be ultra competitive, and the Giants were going to fight like hell against the Dodgers, and that was a given. And I'm not saying they haven't fought, but it's been an overmatch at times the last few years. And it doesn't feel that way to me, but you got to go out there and take it to them. You got to go out there and play your best, most, inspired ball. The Dodgers are going to come out. I think the Dodgers have spent a good portion of this year bored. And that's part of, you won the World Series again last year. You're in the playoffs every year. You're just assuming, look around the locker room, how many talented guys we have. We're going to get there again. This series will get their attention. You're going to get the best effort from LA. It was like, remember a few weeks ago, the Padres caught them, and then the Padres came to LA and the Dodgers swept them. That's going to be the Dodgers' level of concentration and effort this weekend. And the Giants have to be – the Padres kind of folded, that weekend. If you remember those games, they made a bunch of errors, walked a bunch of guys. It was like the moment got a little too big for them. Giants can't let that happen. They got to they have to win this series this weekend, and they have to be able to go to LA and at least hold their own, but probably win that series too.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. And Dave, what's a team that we should be circling right now? If I'm a Giants fan, because there's a lot of scoreboard watching. Obviously, the Mets, we know that. They're directly ahead of them. Thanks. Shout out the Phillies. Not the Phillies Karen. We don't want to talk about her. But the Phillies in general. Shout out them. But is there another team that Dave Fleming has his eyes and his pen circling, if you will? The Reds, the D-backs, obviously, today. You want to finish off strong there. Got the Cardinals. You just saw them over the weekend. Any of those teams that we should be focused on?
No, I mean, I think I think the weirdness of the Padres Reds is if you're a Giants fan, you almost want the Padres to win those games. You almost want to get the Reds out of the way. The Padres are probably unattainable. The Giants lose the tiebreaker to them. They don't have any head-to-head matchups. They don't have head-to-head matchups against the Mets, but they're close enough to now. That is the target. Now, they have all these games. If they ran the table against the Dodgers, then I guess that would be something different. But that still doesn't necessarily win you the division because the Padres are there. So I think the Mets are the team. That's by far the most realistic possibility. So whoever the Mets are playing, Giants fans need to root for that team that day.
Dave, this is a random question, so bear with me here. We're doing like a fan commandments thing. I want to put together the comprehensive list of the do's and don'ts, if you will, of being a fan and attending a game. And Joe referenced the woman that took the ball from the little boy over the weekend in the Marlins game wearing the Phillies jersey. We saw a Giant earlier this year throw a ball onto the field, which is just moronic. My number one rule would be to not mess with the players or the play that's going on the field. Dave Fleming, I ask you the same question. If you were to create a rule, a fan commandment, if you will, what would it be as someone who stares into the stands all broadcast long for 150, 160 nights?
My number one?
Or
it's
any.
A tie. My number, okay, I'll give you a couple. If you're sitting down by home plate and all the TV microphones, radio microphones, don't be that guy or woman. Don't shriek and scream the whole game and bark. Like, come on. Like, you're ruining for everybody. So that's that. There's one. Number two, don't do the wave. Watch the game. Don't do the wave. I mean, like, the wave, here's the thing. If the wave happened in a commercial, an inning break, okay, but it doesn't. It's like a big moment in the game and you're at Dodger Stadium and it's like, are you people even watching this game? Those are two I'll contribute to the hopper.
I love that. That woman the other day, Padres Giants, screaming into the.
The other day, that was like a month ago.
It was so bad. I love you guys. I had to turn it down. I had to go down. It was awful, and I felt bad for you guys.
The usher did too. Remember, Dave? Like, because we actually played the sound. The usher came down there.
I thought he did a good job.
And he did a great job. He's like, "Hey, you can enjoy the game. Let's just and let everyone else also enjoy the game around them."
Yeah, so that's one for me. Don't be that person and don't do the wave.
There you go. And don't touch our quarterback's helmets.
Oh, my God. Gilbert, his first major league hit in the third, and then he hit a fly ball to right field in the sixth.
Oh, my God.
Dave.
Yep.
We got meaningful September baseball, Dave. It doesn't get better than that. So this is what we're going to be doing on Sunday, Dave. We got Saints Niners.
Let's go.
10 o'clock. Hopefully Brock Purdy's playing. We know George Kittle won't be. He's on the IR. Hopefully CMC's all good to go. Not on the injury report, so that's good. So we got that at 10, and then right after that, we got Giants Dodgers. So our Sunday is set, Dave.
That's a good little doubleheader, I would say.
Yeah.
That has, that could be a really great day if you're a Bay Area sports fan. Could be heartbreak. That's why we do this. That's why we care.
Well,
and right now we're caring about the Giants, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, there was heartbreak for Arizona State that you were on the call last weekend, right, Dave? Mississippi State.
Dillingham.
Incredible. What do you got this weekend?
I have Cal. Minnesota comes to Berkeley. So all I have to do is I don't have to go to Starkville, Mississippi. I drive across the Bay Bridge.
Hey, Dave, did you win any of your fantasy matchups this week? We know you're a big fantasy player.
Yeah, we lost our first. Luke Casey beat me in the first week of the Giants fantasy draft. Now he had the high score of the whole week, and so we had a pretty good week. He had a pretty good week. I walked out of the draft room. I was strutting. I thought I'm not strutting as much now. I like our team, but I don't love our team.
Who's your quarterback?
Lamar Jackson. I like Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we're good at quarterback. We get that position nailed down.
Another fan commandment. There you go. Yeah, Lamar shoving back the fan. I had no problem with that, by the way. Just don't
stop touching the players on the field.
There you go.
It drives me crazy.
Dave, good stuff, man.
Have a good one, Dave.
Have a great weekend. Let's go, Bay Area teams. Go teams.
Go teams.
Let's go.
We got Cal.
He's rooting for Cal now. He's a big Stanford guy. He's rooting for Cal.
I wouldn't say
I'm teasing.
I wouldn't say he's rooting for Cal, by the way.
Giants, Dodgers. And see, you guys are all too young. Saints, Niners used to mean something. The 10 a.m. NFC West division rival game. Jerry Glanville on the sidelines.
I mean, Jerry Glanville wasn't
Jim
a Saints
Mora.
Oh, well, was it like an OC or DC?
Way back in the day.
Okay, all
the
right,
cowboy hats, the Dome Patrol, the whole thing.
Well, because Jerry Glanville was what? The Falcons?
He was more Falcons.
Okay.
But 10 a.m., we used to go to the South. It was the 10 a.m. I call it the breakfast matchup.
The breakfast matchup.
Dude, I'd be in my PJs, doggy.
I will say this. West Coast is the best when it comes to football watching. 10 o'clock, it's not even close getting up there. By the way, I did Hawaii last year. I had a London game at like 4 in the morning if I wanted to watch it, but I can get up at 7 instead. Again, I'm an early riser, Joe, these days, because once you have a kid, you have no choice. But I don't hate the Hawaii schedule, too. That's 3 hours even before us gets up early morning. That leads us to the injury report, though. I like 10. Yeah, no, I don't like the 11 a.m. I like 10. 10 is perfect. I get my breakfast in there, my breakfast burrito, get my avocado, my sour cream, my jalapenos, chorizo. I got it all. I'm locked and loaded.
Wait. Say it again?
Chorizo. Hey, Joe, how would you like to hear some
Why
good...
did you have to put... Okay,
Because I can. That's
chorizo.
why. I'm a man of culture. Took Spanish class a lot in high school. How would you like to hear some good 49ers injury news? You want that? You want that?
Yeah, it's been nothing but bad news.
Additional scans of Juwan Jennings' shoulder came back. And it looks like he avoided any significant injury.
All right.
The 49ers have him listed as day-to-day, and there's a chance Juwan could be available to suit up for the Niners on Sunday in Nolens. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This Coming Up the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll discuss on the other side more of your Giants calls. We'll get to them. Your texts, but also I did a deep dive on Kyle Shanahan yesterday in regards to something that no one's talking about this weekend. We have a first-time head coach going up against Kyle Shanahan. His name is Kellen Moore. And I did a deep dive on all the other first-time coaches that Kyle Shanahan has played throughout his career, Joe, and the numbers are going to shock you. And that's on the other side, on the Morning Roast.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're halfway home here on a hump day, baby. We're rolling. We got Niners, Saints. George Kittle, he's going to be out a little bit. We got a new kicker. Also, in Santa Clara.
Eddie Pinheiro, and we had someone on earlier.
Yeah.
What?
Has the N-Y, so it's Pinheiro.
Oh, okay. Pinheiro.
There you go.
Who we talked to one of the Carolina beat writers earlier and says,
Joe Person.
This guy's money inside of 50. Outside of 50, not so much. And I think Niner fans will sign up for that.
They will. Giants fans are signing up for whatever the hell they're doing right now, which is just being on fire. Going for the sweep today against the D-backs. We just had Dave Fleming join us, voice of the Niners, voice of the Giants, excuse me. And he had some interesting thoughts on the rest of the season, the manager, pitchers, all of it. If you missed any of it, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And you know the number to get involved. It's 888-957-9570. So we talked a lot of Giants baseball this morning. I did want to pivot now to the San Francisco 49ers because we did get the news yesterday that George Kittle is going to be put on the IR. So at minimum, Joe, he's going to miss the next 4 games, which is obviously a brutal blow. Quite frankly, he was the best 49er last year. Cut and dry. I know he wasn't first-team All-Pro like Fred was. He was second-team All-Pro, but George Kittle was the team's best player last season. And now he's going to miss the next 4 games. That is the most trusted agent on that offense for your quarterback, whether it be Brock Purdy or if Mac Jones has to go this week. We do know that Juwan Jennings, as we heard in the injury report, is day-to-day. So that's a good news. He avoided any significant injury with that shoulder because we were talking about yesterday the hypothetical of not having both Kittle and Jennings, which would be brutal heading into this week. The workload for Christian McCaffrey, obviously major concerns there. So there's a lot heading into this game. It's just week 2. But, Joe, I wanted to start here. The head coach, Kyle Shanahan. I did a deep dive yesterday. I had some time on my hands, which is the nice, but about 12, 1 o'clock. I'm either taking a little bit of a nap or I'm trying to do a deep dive and get some nuggets on the upcoming game. And so I was just wondering, all right, so what are the angles with the New Orleans Saints? It's a new regime. They don't have Derek Carr. They don't have Dennis Allen. They have Spencer Rattler, the quarterback. It's like,
I don't know if I can name 4 or 5 defensive players on New Orleans.
I think you could actually, I'm going to tell you some names that you'd actually be surprised. Like you'll hear of them.
Cam Jordan.
Chase Young, former Niner.
Oh, he's
on there.
a Saint.
He's a Saint.
I didn't know he was there again this year.
Not Gary St. Jean, but he is a Saint. Demario Davis, you've heard of.
Oh, yeah, linebacker.
There you go. Isaac Yadam, former Niners there.
Pick on him.
There you go. Justin Reed. Kool-Aid McKinstry. What is one of the all-time names, by the way, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay. There are some names I recognize.
There are some names. And you recognize the head coach, Kellen Moore. Obviously, whether that be the former Boise State quarterback, which he was for a long time.
Statue of Liberty plays, what I think of.
There you go.
One of the all-time winningest college football players ever.
I think of him and Chris Peterson, the then head coach there with those veneers, those teeth that he's got on the sideline, them coming up short. Colin Kaepernick and the Wolf Pack taking them down back in the day, preventing them from having a BCS berth. But you could think of him there, or you could think of him as the offensive coordinator, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys, and most recently last year with the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. But he's a first-time head coach in the National Football League. And it got me thinking, how many times has Kyle Shanahan gone up against first-time head coaches? And when I say first-time head coaches, I mean first time, not second stint, not first time with the team. This is first time, their first year being a head coach. And I did a deep dive on this since he came into the league. So I got it right here. I got my little notes app, and I took some notes.
Shanny is sneaky still young and sneakily been in the league a decade in terms of a head coach.
Yeah.
He just entered. The Fox put it on, and I've talked about this over and over, but Fox on the broadcast put it on the graphic before the game. Longest tenured 49er coach since Bill Walsh. It's kind of crazy.
It's his 9th season. He's in his 9th season, Joe. So 2017, he came in there, and it was the same time as another rookie head coach in his division, Sean McVay. They went 1-1 against the Rams that year. So he was 1-1 against a first-time head coach. So I just did the deep dive. So 1-1 in 2017. 2018, he actually played quite a few.
Really?
He was 1-4 in that season. So not great. 2019, obviously go to the Super Bowl that season. 5-0 against first-time head coaches. 2020, 1-0. All right, but kind of a lost year. 2021, 5-0 again.
Wow.
So, again, you're sensing a theme here. As he's getting better, these rosters are getting better and better, he's getting better and better against some of these first-time head coaches. Now, some of this is also, there's a lot baked into it. A first-time head coach is probably inheriting a team that's not very good.
Like he did,
right? So there's obviously some nuance to all this, and I'm just presenting the information. Take it how you will. All right? So 2021, 5-0. 2022, 1-2. 2023, 2-0. In 2024, last year, he was 2-1. So overall, he's 17-7, going up against teams with first-time head coaches in their first season. Yes. So it actually got me thinking, not what I was planning on doing, so I was just looking at his winning percentage, but it just got me thinking, Joe, this guy's been in the league for so long, and the amount of names that we just forget that were first-time head coaches and we'll never see again, it's pretty incredible. I had names that I forgot about in here.
Give me some of the names.
Joe Judge.
Wow.
Joe Judge beat him.
No way.
Pat Shurmur beat him.
In my mind, Pat Shurmur has got you know those old cartoons where the guy's got the nightgown and he's woken up in the middle of the night. That's what I think of when I think of Pat Shurmur, like a sleeping cap.
Yeah.
Yes, does that make sense?
Yes, that's exactly.
It's him and Joe Philbin,
and he's getting haunted by the ghosts of Christmas past.
Exactly. It's exactly. Him and Joe Philbin are the same guy to me.
Joe Philbin's a great call. So names like that, Matt Eberflus a couple years ago,
Matt Eberflus
making his debut. They beat him with Justin Fields in that monsoon.
That's right.
So those are some of the names that he's gone up against. Steve Wilkes, once upon a time, who was what? 2-0 against him, by the way.
And he was built for that.
He was built. No, I'm to say I'm built for this. So those are just some of the names. By the way, Dan Campbell, another name that he won. So there are some names. Matt LaFleur. He's played up against some of these guys that are still in the league or that you'll never hear from again. So it was just interesting to go through there. And honestly, I came away from it, Joe, being more appreciative of Kyle Shanahan. And I think we as fans need to appreciate longevity in the NFL first and foremost, way more than we probably do. I get it. Steve Kerr's been there for a long time. He's got the skins and the pelts on the wall. He's got the championships. he was a great player in his own right. He made some big shots and big moments. We knew who Steve Kerr is. And he's going to be a made man and go down as one of the greatest of all time in the sport when it comes to coaching. And rightfully so, I believe. But with Kyle Shanahan, I just came away so appreciative of how well he has been able to kind of weather this storm of these injuries, of the nature of the National Football League. And let's not get it twisted. The fact that he's maintained a pretty freaking good relationship with ownership and the general manager all this time, by the way, still the same at both. I don't think we talk enough about that as we're watching that Cowboy doc, as we're watching riffs between head coaches and GMs, as we are hearing the disgruntled nature, as we watch teams like the New York Jets have all that dysfunction for years and years. The Carolina Panthers. How many different head coaches did you say Eddie Pinheiro has had? 5? In just one spot.
Yeah.
And they've had multiple ownership changes. They've had multiple general manager changes. It hasn't happened with Kyle Shanahan. And I don't think we celebrate enough of the wins when it comes to that.
No, I hear you. But this isn't the Carolina Panther fan base, right? To use them as an example. I'm old enough to remember George Seifert won 2 Super Bowls and was fired after 8 years. Now, that's an extreme remembrance, and I don't know how many of the audience even knows how great George Seifert was. He's one of the greatest coaches the game has ever had.
Should be a Hall of Famer.
You were talking about all the things that Kyle has done so well over the years in terms of working with management. I mean, he did oversee the transition from Joe Montana to Steve Young, and he was a defensive guy.
He was.
All right? He did oversee a crazy time in the NFL where the Cowboys rose to prominence and the Green Bay Packers rose to prominence. And you probably saw some of the greatest quarterback play of the 90s in 3 straight years of Brett Favre. And why did he get fired? Because he couldn't beat Brett Favre. Because they kept losing in the playoffs. So I think a lot of the rhetoric about Kyle Shanahan is baked into the history of the team. Like, for example, I look at Anthony Volpe at shortstop with the Yankees. The criticism for Anthony Volpe is cranked up. Why? Because he's playing shortstop for the Yankees.
It's the pinstripes.
And it's an unfair ghost that he's chasing, who is Derek Jeter, who's a model citizen and one of the greatest players ever. Even if I think he's slightly overrated defensively as a player, he's a great all-time player.
I mean, you're talking about the ghost of Christmas past. I mean, that's the ghost of Yankees past all the time. You're constantly fighting up against them. Constantly.
So I look at Kyle Shanahan, and I think, fair or not, he will always be compared to Bill Walsh, which is so unfair, to George Seifert, who gets forgotten at all times, to Jim Harbaugh, to all these other guys. And I think that when we look at, okay, he's in year 9. George never got to year 9.
No.
George got fired. Now, I know it's a different regime. It was different times. There was different metrics and all that. But I do think that there's a standard for the fan base, fair or not, that he has to live up to. I think there's a standard to the fan base, fair or not, that Brock Purdy lives up to.
Has Kyle Shanahan lived up to that standard for Niner fans? I wonder. 888-957-9570, because I think we're going to get a lot of cynical people saying, well, he hasn't the standard of the Super Bowl. So by definition, yeah, he's gone to a couple of them. You haven't won them. So no, you haven't lived up to the standard. But I'd say the model of consistency, the fact that he's maintained a healthy relationship with his general manager, John Lynch, with ownership, with Jed York, and he's been able to have not 1, not 2, but 3 different iterations of this team, because this is the third, as you like to call it, the Niners 3.0 right now. And they might still make the playoffs this year, and we'll see what they do and if they can. Like, I just came away with so much respect as I was doing this deep dive. The longest tenured head coach since Bill Walsh in 49ers history. It's actually an incredible sentence to say, Joe.
It is.
And I know you're a historian of the game, and I do wonder, how we're going to be viewing Kyle Shanahan when it's all said and done, and the book still hasn't been written. But I say all that to say, this is why you win this week. This is why I have a head coach like that. Like, I'm not losing to. I cannot wrap my head around. I know you and Bonte, we were all talking about it. It's like, don't sleep on the Saints. Don't sleep on the Saints.
Well, it's the NFL.
It's the NFL, but also, I got Kyle Shanahan. I got Brock Purdy. I'm not losing to Spencer Rattler, and I'm not losing to Kellen Moore, first-time head coach. I'm just not.
I mean, they lost to Okay. They lost to P.J. Walker. Just hear me out. They lost when they were fully healthy. They lost to P.J. Walker.
Wasn't a first-time head coach, though.
No,
Kevin Stefanski knows what he's doing. And
it's
also,
a backup quarterback.
And also, that was a little different because Jim Schwartz is the kryptonite to one. No, seriously, is he not? Jim Schwartz, defensive coordinator, Browns, is the kryptonite to Kyle Shanahan.
I mean,
much
we're looking
Flores.
like it's still the NFL. They drive big cars and live in big homes too.
I hear you, but this is what I lean on if I'm a Niner fan. I'm going with my guys over that 10 times out of 10, not even close. That's why, ultimately, Joe, that's why you're going to be picking the Niners this week, because you're riding with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. You're not riding with Kellen Moore and Spencer Rattler.
Well, if
you're
it's Mac Jones, it's 50-50 to me. If it's Purdy, I feel a lot better. But I'm not, I don't sleep on opponents. I dissed the Vikings last year and Sam Darnold, who I thought was a joke, and it came back to bite me, and I learned a lesson, and I'm trying to show growth.
I'm not saying it's going to be a blowout. That's not what I'm saying.
I don't think you said that.
No. But I want to make it abundantly clear that this could still be a tight game, but ultimately it's going to be the veteran leadership of those two positions, the head coach and the quarterback, that gets it done. Or you could go veteran leadership on the defensive side as well. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Demo Lenore. And again, I keep coming back to that defense and that performance, man. Oh my. Well, I feel so much better about the season already because of, and it sounds insane, of a one-game sample size on defense. It looked night and day to me. Incredible.
No, I'm glad you brought up Saleh because I brought up Seifert for a reason earlier. Bill Walsh had Seifert as his defensive coordinator for about a decade, and Seifert was a trusted assistant. And their defenses were not just good, they were elite. Every year they won it all. They were in top 6, 7, every single metric for Bill Walsh. And so you can't talk about how great that team was without also talking about how dynamic those defenses were. Charles Haley, Ronnie Lott. I mean, those are two of the greatest players to play defense in Niner uniform at any time. Shanahan is different with Saleh on the sideline. Now, I know he had great success with DeMeco Ryans, but when I watched it over the weekend and I'm seeing Robert Saleh on the sidelines with Kyle Shanahan, there's just the whole vibe of the team feels different, and it permeates through the screen. Seeing him celebrate with his guys, clearly the two top dogs on defense love him and trust him and believe in him. But I just feel so much more comfortable that they're going to get things done. So, you're right about Shanahan, and I hear you. But I do think Shanahan gets elevated when he has Saleh on the staff. And I think Saleh's elevated as a DC alongside Kyle as the head coach. They are a perfect 1-2 punch. So, as you talk about Shanahan, Saleh was just what the doctor ordered as an acquisition in the offseason. So I think they both kind of go hand in hand for me right now.
Well, and Shanahan gets credit for bringing him back. That's where you credit the head coach.
No doubt.
That's
and
under
I was
him.
really down on that.
People were. They
I just thought I wanted something new.
No, I think you and Bonte, we were talking about maybe Eberflus if you can get him. Maybe if Dennis Allen was out there.
Injecting some new.
Yeah, exactly, something new. But something new, but also had experience at that spot too. Because with the lack of experience from Nick Sorensen, that was glaring at times. But the fact that you brought in someone that was familiar, I think, is very important in this season. You could hear it from Nick Bosa. You can hear it from Fred Warner. He just gets the juices flowing a little bit. Now, he saw it immediately on the sidelines, even back to preseason. Sparky in Alameda wants to join in the conversation in regards to the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. Sparky, what's up? You're on the morning roast.
What's up, Sparky?
Good morning, fellas. And you know what? I'm having my coffee ready, and there's no better capo to have it with you guys as well.
Let's go.
Yes, Coach. So listen, you know what? 49ers got the win. Unfortunately, in my book, the Seahawks got the bigger win, which is, I think, all the time they were playing, they had one thing in mind. It's not obviously to win the game, but to be able to take the 49ers out from that division by eliminating as many players they had by they playing aggressiveness. The 49ers, they just are super smart when they come to play, but they just don't play aggressive. And we need to bring the guns out because other teams are stronger, and we do have a kind of young quarterback still, and he's still soft. So he's gonna be sacked back and forth, and you know what? They just gotta play aggressive, and because other teams are doing it.
Sparky, you don't think that Nick Bosa play to win the game and force a fumble was aggressive?
I don't. You know what?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. All right. Thanks, Sparky and Alameda. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm sorry. What was that? Oh, I know the Niners won the game, but did they really win the game? Yes. They're 1-0.
He had a pretty good point on the phone that he was making about wanting to see Kyle Shanahan be more aggressive with his play calling, which I thought he was getting to that, but clearly he called an audible on hold.
Your caller screening?
No, I'm throwing the caller under the bus for changing his take.
He's throwing Sparky under the bus
Sam,
right now.
I know you do a good job. It's okay, buddy.
But that happens, you know.
Just sometimes.
Maybe his take shifted as he was on hold. Who knows? But for you to say...
He pivoted, not panicked.
Well, he basically said that, and also was like insinuating that the Seahawks were trying to hurt the Niners players. Like, no, George Kittle, I almost called him George Hamstring. George Kittle pulled his hamstring. Like, I'm sorry, that wasn't because of what Leonard Williams did to him. He pulled a hammy. Like, and the notion that Brock Purdy is soft, I would never say that about that quarterback ever. That Brock Purdy is quote unquote soft. Ever. Go up there up close and personal with those guys. Look at the size and the speed at which they hit these players. Brock took some shots in that game, Joe. I know you've been sending him in the group chat, like, when did he get hurt? Trying to diagnose the foot injury at the shoulder.
He took some huge hits.
He took some shots in that game.
I mean, that defensive line was ferocious.
Would you say he's soft?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Brock Purdy?
That's stupid.
Part of what makes Brock Purdy so amazing is his ability to hang in there and deliver a ball while taking one straight to the face mask.
Thank you.
And it's a part where I'm like, hey, maybe pick and choose a little better. You know, like I don't want him taking the amount of hits that he takes. I think there are some plays that he held on to the ball a little long where I'm like, just eat that play.
Just eat it. Shout out Weird Al Yankovic. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan sneakily longest tenured head coach in 49ers history since Bill Walsh.
It's pretty remarkable.
Incredible that
let me ask you about something, though, because fair or not, like, you know, who you follow in life does matter. Like, was Dusty Baker a great Giants manager?
I mean, he got to a World Series.
Oh, you talk to people my age, we love Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
We love him. He's like, we knew he had flaws, but we freaking love him. Had Dusty come after Bochy, wouldn't we view Dusty different? And that's like he could do all the same stuff, right? But Bochy is the gold standard now. It has recalibrated. So anyone after him gets rung through the whole ringer, if you will. And it's fair or not, like you're chasing the Bochy stuff, and it's almost impossible.
Has Kyle Shanahan lived up to the 49ers standard for you Niner fans? 888-957-9570.
What is the standard?
What is this? Well, that's kind of what I want to get at, because every single team that's won a Super Bowl is going to immediately say, no, that's the standard. So if we're going to say that, then you can't have any success. So if Kyle Shanahan, hangs it up after this season, he's no longer going to coach the 49ers, we're really going to sit here and say, yeah, I mean, he didn't get it done, so he was a failure here. Really? Is that how we're going to view it? We got to have a little bit more nuance than that as a fan base, right? Because the 49er fans, I like to think, are one of the more smarter fan bases when it comes to the NFL.
I keep saying, I've said this for multiple years. To me, he's Don Nelson in football. We love him.
Did Don Nelson ever get to an NBA Finals as a coach?
Yeah, with Milwaukee, I believe. He drives us completely insane. We love him. We think he's extremely innovative, but part of his own stubbornness gets in his own way. If that makes any sense whatsoever. They are very, very similar to me. And I love Don Nelson. I also think that he had some specific flaws that always bit him in the butt when push came to shove. And I feel similarly with Kyle. There are some things, and all coaches have bugaboos. There's some things that he kind of gets in his own way on.
Speaking of flaws, what's the biggest flaw of this 49ers team? You have a 1-week reaction. What do you think is the biggest detriment to this team right now? Conversely, what do you think this team's hanging their hat on after 1 week, heading into a monster matchup in New Orleans? It's 10 a.m. start. Early, get your breakfast going, get your breakfast burritos. Chassie's going to have his, I don't know, whatever he's eating, his cereal, his Special K, I don't know, his senior's breakfast. Kidding. What are you eating on a 49ers morning, Joe? What are you snacking on? What are you eating?
On a 49er morning?
Yes, because at 10 o'clock you're going to be playing. You're going to be locked in.
With the little guy, we're up at like 5:30 in the morning, and we're making eggs and bacon.
So at 5:30?
Well, I mean, like around 6. Yeah, we eat right away.
Oh, my God. God bless you.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're locked in. I'm glad he eats the bacon, by the way.
I whip up 4 eggs, and then I throw a little bit of heavy whipping cream in there, just a little, just to like fluff up the eggs a little. And then I fry those and make a couple slices of toast, put some cream cheese on it, and we're good.
I'm so hungry right now. By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Come on back. It's Spadoni, Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. The biggest flaw on this 49ers team currently is up next.
Biggest bugaboo of this team.
They're going berserk over here in Queens.
You know, I always have these thoughts. Spadoni Shasky, back with you. I always have these thoughts like, what is the current standard for a team? For example, New England was great for 20, 25 years. Then they were awful for a couple years. But they were also awful for years prior to when they were great. What's their current standard? Like right now, for a New England Patriot fan, what is their current standard for what they expect from the New England Patriots?
Can we compete for a playoff spot, potentially?
Is that good enough for a Patriot fan, though?
It'll never be good enough anymore. They are literally, that's such a unique one too, though, Joe, because they've done so much winning as a town.
Okay.
They've won so, like all their teams have won. Every single one. Bruins, Red Sox, Patriots, Celtics. They've all won in this century. Like there is little Johnny or Sally or whoever that's 6, 7, 8 years old. All they've known is winning.
All right. So let's go to the bottom end of this. You're the Arizona Cardinals. What's your standard for winning? What are your expectations? Just be like solid and show us something and make the playoffs.
Can we make the playoffs?
Right?
That's it.
Okay. So how much time needs to expire between years and years of excellence to where you recalibrate as a fan base? Case in point, the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys last won a Super Bowl in the 90s. Well, the Niners, kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that the Cowboys' standard is winning Super Bowls, but they also haven't knocked on the door enough for them to raise their standards and their expectations. Yes, they want to win. They want to be good. Every team wants to win. They want to be good. But like to use the 90s as their standard, to me, feels off. We're off here.
There is a difference between the national perception of standards and a given fan base and their expectations of standards.
All right.
Sometimes there's a shift there because there's a reason they always shove the Cowboys or the Lakers or, the Knicks down our throat. There's a reason for that. Why? Because they're the big markets, and also they think, those teams and those owners think that they should be competing for championships every single year. Doesn't mean it should be. It's happening.
Yeah.
So the actual fans, the diehard fans, no. The Joe Shaskys of the world, they know. Hey, we're not competing.
They were celebrating in the streets after a series win in the first round. New York Knicks fans.
There you go. Bing bong, right? That's their thing. That's what they were doing.
So, I guess where I'm going at with the Niners is, do I think it's fair that we go, the standard was winning Super Bowls in the 80s and 90s? Well, it's been a long time since that. It's 30-something years. No, I don't think that's the standard. But I think we're in this weird, tiny little loophole where we've been knocking on the door and we've been excellent. We've been to 7, 8 NFC Championship games in 15 years. How many teams in any sport can say they've been to this semifinals and finals in any sport and not won it all?
I think we did the exercise when we found it was the Mets. Like the Mets have probably been the only one this century.
And they're not even close to the Niners. The Niners have been better.
No, yeah, that's a great point.
So now it's not like, meet the standard of the 90s. Now it's like, can we just get over the hump once?
Yeah.
Right? And so I think Shanahan is victim of prior dynasties and the unrealistic expectations of coming close to that. I think he's unfortunately, falling victim of Jim Harbaugh not winning it all during his reign, and then him not winning the big one time during his time. That sucks. He's chasing 5 different ghosts right now.
And if you're just joining us, why are we talking about this? Well, I did a deep dive yesterday on Kyle Shanahan, who's been here now with his 9th season. He's the longest tenured 49ers head coach since Bill Walsh. And they're going up against a first-time head coach this weekend in Kellen Moore. And it just got me thinking, how many other times has Kyle Shanahan faced off against first-time head coaches? And this is going to be his 25th time, I believe, because he's 17-7 overall. So this is going to be his 25th time going up against a first-time head coach in their first season. And it just got me thinking about all the different coaches, as we're doing Ghosts of Christmas Past, coaches of Christmas Past, if you will, that he's played against, beaten, not beaten. And I gained a newfound appreciation for him, but I don't feel that same appreciation from a lot of the Niners fan base because I feel like the Niners fans are viewing it as, like you're just referencing, through the lens of the Seiferts and the Walshes and the standard that was set 30 plus years ago. But when do standards shift? 888-957-9570.
I guess, what are the current standards for the Niners and what are the expectations? I do think let's go to the extreme. For some people on the extreme side of the room, until they win a Super Bowl, nothing will be good enough. I get it. Like, again, we've knocked on the door so many times. Like, I do. I'm not even mad at those people. Like, I get it. I'm pissed and exhausted too. And all these losses have mounted up, and it's almost impossible to try to comprehend.
There's people in their cars or listening right now that are instantly getting triggered by us even having this conversation.
Exactly.
They say, this is a non-starter. It's what it is. I'm turning this off. It's always Super Bowl or bust, always. Well, no.
It's also a little unreasonable.
They've been at the door twice. They've been so close, Kyle Shanahan. So for me, like, I have to take a step back here and say, hey, if the tenure was over, like, I gotta view it as a success right now. If it ended right now, you could choose.
If it ended now, it was a successful run.
It was.
But also, there is something to be said for, you've been here a long time, you've done this, and like, you didn't do enough, or you didn't get over the hump, and we need to go into it. Like, those are all different conversations. So I understand people on the extreme side of the room saying, until you win a Super Bowl, nothing will be good enough. I do get it. I do. And it's not like you're unreasonable. Like, if you were a Cardinal fan saying anything less than a Super Bowl, like, that would sound ridiculous.
Yeah.
Would it not?
It would, because they never even won one in their
That's what I'm saying. They haven't even knocked on the door, it feels like, in 20 years. On the other side of the room, what's even more extreme is he's the coach forever, and no matter what he does is good, no matter how bad things get, nothing is his fault, injuries are out of his control. There is some, like, huge middle ground where we can all meet in the middle. And that's where I go, I don't really know what the expectations are for this year, and I don't know what the standards are for the current 49er fan base anymore. I really don't.
Well, let's ask Thomas in Castro Valley wants to talk about it. 888-957-9570. Thomas, you're on the Morning Roast. What's up, man?
How's it going? You guys are literally stealing my thunder. You're hitting all the bullet points that I was thinking of. And number one, you got to kind of define, like, what is your standard? It's very subjective, right? To me, it's are we in the discussion? Are we knocking on the door? And without becoming the talk of the Bills, where we're knocking on the door but never getting over that hump, right? To me, Shanahan, yes, we're meeting that standard. Harbaugh met that standard. Singletary did not meet that standard. Mariucci, I feel like he did. So it's, are we in the discussion? Are we relevant? Are we making some noise come postseason? And I think it's a little unrealistic to expect Super Bowl or bust every year, even when we are part of that discussion. It's be in that discussion, and then hopefully we can get over that hump. I try to keep it simple like that. I'm a longtime Niner fan, and I'm not going to be unrealistic, and I'm not a Patriots fan either, or am I 6 or 7 years old, so I don't know all that is winning.
Thank you, Thomas.
It's a great point.
The more I'm thinking about it, too, that's why I keep harping on his relationship with ownership and his general manager and why it's so important, how I view it that way with Kyle Shanahan. The fact that they've had the same ownership in place since he's been here, and now obviously the same general manager all this time with John Lynch getting hired at the same time. Like, there is a standard of respectability that you have to have within certain organizations. And I view it the same with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I view it the same with...
The standard is the standard.
Thank you. See, Mike Tomlin knows. It's great. I love that.
Well, does Mike Tomlin think he's living up to the standard?
I do think there is a respectability factor that he brings within that organization for the long time. Now, it's gotten to the point where they've knocked on the door. They've been one and done so many times that this is probably it.
It's good, but not good enough.
But think about all the years that have passed since they've last won a Super Bowl, and it's lasted that long.
They haven't won a playoff game since 2016.
There you go.
That's
just
9 years ago.
Just 9 years ago. And the last time they won a Super Bowl, or been to a Super Bowl, I guess I should say, was 2012 against the Packers, right? I think 2011-ish, around that time. So, yeah, but he's won one, too. So that does help in that conversation. But I'm talking about the standard of respectability within certain organizations. That is a must. You know, the Niners were a laughingstock prior to Kyle Shanahan. Like, they were in that gap after Jim Harbaugh left in that final season. Joe, they became a laughingstock, winning with class. Trent Baalke, the owner couldn't stop talking. Jim Tomsula, Fartgate, Chip Kelly and the Shakes. They became a laughingstock. They also became very polarizing also because of all the Colin Kaepernick, all of that. Their Q rating publicly and nationally was at an all-time low, it felt like.
Well, and I think everyone always references that. ownership did that.
Like
they sided with the wrong people. The fans didn't do that.
No.
The fans wanted to keep. The majority of fans wanted to keep Harbaugh. Yes. And the majority of fans also had the backdrop of what happened before Harbaugh, which was closer to Chip Kelly and Tom Sula than it was Harbaugh was the high watermark before Shanahan of the whole DeBartolo York. I'm talking about Denise DeBartolo York, her tenure as owner.
Absolutely. I will also say this, though. Like, Jim Harbaugh was not an easy man to work with. And Jim Harbaugh
no doubt.
was not a saint when it came to that whole relationship either. He was at fault, and I think most people side with Jim Harbaugh in all of this because of what Jim meant and the rah-rah nature, and he was the head coach. I get all that, and no one's ever going to be pro-owner. Like, that never happens, ever, in the history of ever, outside of maybe Joe Lacob, and we'll see once post-Steph if people are going to turn on Joe Lacob.
Robert Kraft was the golden boy for 20 years, and people now hate his guts.
And then, that massage parlor happened in Florida, and now it's all downhill since then. So, literally, it can shift that quickly. So the fact that they brought in Kyle and didn't have immediate success, and it took a little bit, took some time, and then all of a sudden we saw, 2019, they go on the Super Bowl run. And since then, his relationship with ownership, and I don't know if it was him saying it, I don't know who got in Jed York's ear, but the fact that the owner really hasn't said anything the last, decade is really...
Except the week of the Super Bowl, which I told him not to say anything.
Well, don't talk about it. Yeah, we've got to reset the quarterback market, whatever.
It bothers me.
And they ended up making it the highest paid player in the history of the franchise anyways. But that withstanding, he's been pretty damn quiet, and he's kept his head down, and that's what you need to do as an ownership. And then with his general manager, how often do we see head coaches and general managers butt heads? We see it all the time in sports. I mean, Farhan Zaidi
everywhere
on line one, right?
Doug Peterson and Howie.
Hey,
sports.
We see the stressful nature of it. Bob Myers had to step down. He couldn't take it anymore. So the fact that they've been able to have that consistency, top to bottom, with really no drama, that's a feather in the cap of the 49ers organization and meeting the standard that I think, and bringing back a standard of respectability. I put that on Kyle Shanahan's shoulders. Is that unfair?
Kyle's definitely done that. I think, if we want to have a deep dive on Jed screwed this whole thing up by saying the standard is Super Bowls. And that was his mistake. And again, he hasn't referenced that for over a decade. But that was his mistake, which he has learned from when he didn't give the extension to Harbaugh. And then he went about saying, we don't hang, banners for NFC championships, and we don't hang banners. We win Super Bowls. And it was like, well, wait a minute. You're using the standard of what your uncle did, not what you and your family has done as owners. And I think he made those mistakes. And I will give him credit because I've bashed Jed at every turn when it's deserved. But he learned from that mistake. That was a horrible mistake. So I think for a lot of fans, it's hard for them to get out of their heads what they did to Harbaugh and what they said as an ownership group, what their standards were. And then pivoting when Shanahan got here and giving Shanahan an extension without the Super Bowl, which, again, the nuance is that was the right move. Yeah. And the nuance is that showed growth from the owner. But he never came out and publicly said, hey, I'm actually recalibrating the standards. And the standards are not the 80s and 90s because that's unrealistic. The standard is this guy's doing a hell of a job. And, yeah, we want him to win the big one, and he wants to win the big one. And we're rewarding him regardless because we think he eventually will win the big one. He never came out and said that, but his actions spoke that. And I think for a lot of fans, because he hasn't come out and said it and there hasn't been a soundbite that we could drown on for years, because let's call it what it is, the radio stations like this one here, what soundbite did we play for 6 or 7 straight years? Winning with class. Yep. We don't hang banners. We held him accountable on those statements. And his actions have actually pivoted from those statements, but he's never come out and said it. So I think everything's really confusing for a lot of fans, and I think there's a wide gamut of what the standard currently is and what the expectations are. For me right now, I'll tell you what my expectations are. I want to make the playoffs.
Okay.
Look, if the quarterback goes down, I'm going to recalibrate, and I will change what my expectations are. But even if Kittle's out, which he will be until the middle of October, even if, let's just say, CMC goes down, I still think making the playoffs in the NFL is a difficult task and should be the expectations for even this team after a 6-11 season last year. They have too many good players at the top end of the payroll. De'Amon Lenoir, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy. There are too many good players to not make the playoffs. If you didn't have a franchise quarterback, I wouldn't have that expectation. My expectation this year is make the playoffs, and then we'll go from there.
What say you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. What is the current standard within the organization? By the way, tonight, 7 o'clock, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 o'clock tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. We got Oreo Cookie on the line. We'll go to him in just a second. By the way, great job in the back, the producers, because this is what a good producer does. They find sound bites from the players talking about the standard. And that was, last season with this 49ers team, what was the standard coming off the Super Bowl loss? It's getting back to the Super Bowl.
Did you hear the broadcast? Greg Olsen kept referencing, they all admitted to me when we were having our one-on-ones, they obsessed about the Super Bowl too much last year.
Wow.
And every single play, they were trying to prove why they should have won the Super Bowl. It was almost like a detriment as opposed to like a great goal.
And they were asked ad nauseum about it last year, obviously coming off a Super Bowl loss. Let's just go after the Week 2 loss against the Vikings, Joe. Here's George Kittle.
Yeah, let me hear it.
After that loss.
I think our standards are higher than what we put on tape today. It's back-to-back weeks. We've started out with 2 not great drives to start off. So we have, as an offense, we have to start better than that and not just have to rely on our defense, who they're going to say that they have to clean stuff up too, but they caused 2 turnovers, but we also had 2 turnovers, so that's tough for us. I think Kyle said that we were really bad on third down. It's hard to win football games when you're like that, and we didn't run the ball that effectively today either. So the things that we're known for being good at, we weren't great at, and so that kind of explains why we lose.
That's a reasonable way of putting it. Like our standards are better than what we did on today's performance.
And they've set the standard high, and they expect those high standards, but doesn't mean you can't make mistakes, right? I thought last week was a perfect example of, probably the standard wasn't, crapping out in the red zone and missing those kicks those last couple times, but you know what? You won the damn game. And that's ultimately, that's the standard. Winning the game, first and foremost. So that's what I want to preach.
And that's why, as you kind of just glance at Sunday's game, you start the season off 2-0. I don't care who it's against. 2-0, and you're going to get all the numbers. Hey, teams that start off 2-0 go to the playoffs X amount of times. 2-0 in the NFL is special. That's good. That's where you want to be. You want to be 2-0.
Well, because you got some breathing room. So even if you I'm not wishing them they lose the next 2 games. Even if you go and you lose the next 2 games, you're 2-2. You're still right there, and that's after a month of football.
You got to just bank wins.
So you've built in some breathing room here. It felt like last year they kept fighting an uphill battle.
And like Joe, you talked about Kittle going on IR. You got the Seahawks. That's a divisional opponent.
Yep.
Okay, you already played them. You're 1-0 versus them. Saints, well, that's a conference opponent.
It is.
Cardinals, divisional opponent. Jaguar, non-conference, so it's not as impactful to some of these tiebreaker things, but you'd like to win that game.
Yeah.
And then you get the Rams. So he's out 2.5 divisional opponents and 3 conference opponents, essentially.
Brutal. Any chance he comes back for that Rams game?
No, he would be out until the 12th, which is what I had hypothesized yesterday.
I was hoping maybe he had a little special thing in the Thursday Night Football, but that's brutal. But they can still weather this storm without him. We're calling it the September storm, not the Seattle storm, who beat the Valkyries last night. A September storm that they have to weather without their stud tight end.
I love my history of the Niners. You know I do. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love
history
it.
of the game, yeah.
But when I hear people the standard is the Super Bowl, I get it. We've been talking about the Super Bowl for 15 years because we keep coming up short. No, now the standard is, can we just get over the hump and win 1? That's all I want to do. Does Nebraska football consider themselves the juggernaut that they were in the 80s? No. They have recalibrated. They're probably never going back to that.
No.
Right? Now the standard is very, very, very different. Now, Alabama football has a standard, and they're going to stick by it because they just came off of winning 8 championships.
It's funny because you brought up the New England Patriots, by the way, who have the most Super Bowls in the history of the NFL. They got 6 of them. Yeah, they're not going into this season saying it's a Super Bowl or bust.
No, they just want Drake May to be good.
They have to recalibrate now. They've done so much winning since the start of this century that it's okay for them to have some of these bad years. Niner fans are like, all right, well, it's been 30 years for us. We're kind of getting restless here. So check back to New England Patriots fans and Boston fan in about another 15, 20 years.
But they did fire Gerard Mayo one and done.
They did.
That's pretty bold.
They did. By the way, Gerard Mayo, first-time head coach last year. Kyle Shanahan was 1-1 against him. This is what we're talking about all the time.
Right.
I had to do the deep dive on all these first-time head coaches that he's beaten. Oreo Cookie wants to talk about the standard for the 49ers. What is the standard for the San Francisco 49ers? What's up, Oreo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Joe and Joe. I love it on here, baby. I got to hear it twice. But for the standard, I think standards are different for different people. For us fans, the standard is winning. We're a winning organization. We're known for winning. We win in every decade. Now, as far as for players go, I think they have a different standard. It's usually higher up. The standard for the players is to make the playoffs. We have so many top-heavy guys on our squad, and not making the playoffs is a failure. So standards are different for people, but Shanahan has raised the standards. So it has to be playoffs. It cannot be Super Bowl or bust. I'm with you, man. It's one team out of 32 that could say they won the Super Bowl. So the standard, Kyle raised it up, and it's playoffs, baby.
It's Oreo Cookie. So winning, I actually like that too. It's just being a winning organization. And what does that mean? First and foremost, it means winning the football games, but also, winning in regards to the draft, winning in regards to PR, which is a massive part of this, because I do think part of why the Cowboys are laughed at so much, Joe, because the Niners have had their faults too. They've had their gaffes.
Yeah.
I've talked about their Q ratings been low at times, but they haven't been a laughing stock for an extended period of time.
They've been well run.
That's how I
would you agree?
View it. Yes. And the Cowboys, great. You could say, and I hear this all the time, they're winning at business. Well, part of business is winning the PR battles, and Jerry Jones has taken some big fat L's in that regard. No bigger than losing your franchise's best player. Micah Parsons is gone, and he got a box of cupcakes for it.
Well, they're a carnival compared to the Niners.
Yes, and that matters to me. That's the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. These were the two rivals in the 90s, Joe. And since then, the standard has been much higher, I feel like, in San Francisco, and they've lived up much better to that standard than the Dallas Cowboys has, even though the Cowboys are shoved down our throat left and right.
Do you think the average 49er fan that texts in, calls in, chimes in on the chat, and they're a little probably more obsessed than those outside of this station, but does the average 49er fan, from your perspective, have too high of standards for the team and the coach?
I wouldn't say too high. It's usually a mixed bag. I have a lot of friends that say, you know what? Hey, we're not winning a Super Bowl this year. We need to get rid of Shanahan. I was like, all right, well, that's kind of unrealistic. Yeah, you guys didn't make the playoffs last year, so let's extreme. He's like, yeah, we were just in there, though. You got rid of all the toxicity. We should be back. And then there's the fans that say, you know what? Just get us in the playoffs. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And you know what? If we win it, that would be amazing. But if you just get me in there, win a game or two, I think I could be satisfied. Winning is ultimately, though, the common theme there. You got to win and compete for a playoff spot.
It's just so hard right now for Niner fans to come to grasp with the other guy that they could have had, but is also about the same age and is in the division, which makes it very, very difficult, is McVay, and he got his championship. The other guy that you've lost to was the guy who was searching for his first ever championship, and it felt like lived the existence of Kyle Shanahan in Philadelphia, and that's Andy Reid, right? There's just, God, it just feels like the knife gets twisted for Niner fans at every single turn. The team you hated so much, the Eagles, over the last couple years, well, they go on to win, and they beat that team that you lost to in overtime. It's just...
And it's that coach we all laugh at and can't stand. It's Nick Sirianni.
I know.
How did he start his press conference when he was a rookie head coach? By the way, Kyle Shanahan 1-0 against him when he faced off against Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia. You remember that game.
And you did it with the DC who came up short with Harbaugh.
Right.
Vic Fangio. That we all love.
Yep.
I mean, it's just like... the last couple of years have been really difficult to stomach.
Like, it's one thing if it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I know you hate it, but like you can wrap your mind around, man, Mahomes. He's one of the all-time greats.
You ever talk to a Bengal fan?
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
a Bengal fan's like, we lost twice to Joe Montana.
That's all right, right?
It's like, you know what? I get it.
And those were the closest Super Bowls, right? And they felt like they were right there, just like the Niners felt like they were right there both times. Maybe they feel like they should have won. By the way, stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're talking about the standard being set here with the San Francisco 49ers. We played some of the sound bites, and we had a lot of interesting ones from last season because, the standard was them coming off a Super Bowl loss. They wanted to get right back there. So we heard from Kittle after that loss to the Vikings last season. Now hear from the quarterback after that brutal loss in Los Angeles against the Rams. This is what Brock Purdy had to say about the standard.
And it's pretty high with all of us and the standard that we have of, obviously winning and closing out games. And when you got a 14-point lead, obviously anything can happen. But for us, it's like, all right, we have the momentum. Let's run with it. We have a good enough team to finish out a game, pretty early and put up points every drive offensively. We're all pretty frustrated. So we just got to watch the film, get better from it. And we win and lose as a team. Everyone has their moments. But, man, more than anything, I just feel like it comes down to complimentary football, man. Once defense gets a stop, we have to score. And we have to be hard on ourselves with that. And just everything all together tied in. So it's 4 quarters of that. You miss out on an opportunity and give the other team life. It's the NFL, man. The guys on the other side are really good, and they'll make you pay for it. So we had to learn the hard way today.
And we got a lot of people that want to chime in on the phone lines. We'll get to you, Steve and K Bueno, 888-957-9570. What is the standard currently for the San Francisco 49ers, Mike Tomlin?
The standard is the standard.
Thank you. Steve and SF, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Yeah, okay. So I think what this also boils down to, as far as the expectation for this season, I don't know if it's just me, but after that 2023 Super Bowl, it almost seemed to be the final knife, kind of like what Shasky said, where it was like you get closer and closer and closer. And between the Harbaugh, all of those games always came down, those 7 shots that you had at a ring. You just go, oh, well, it can't get worse. or more, gut-wrenching than this. And then it just reached that crescendo, which to me, I think after that last one to the Chiefs, I just go, maybe it is a recalibration, but I think what that was born out of was the fact that you just didn't get that one to exhale.
Exactly.
I don't know. That might just be for me.
I'm with you.
Even going back to Harbaugh, if they win 11 or 12, I think it's just that 94 thing. You're not going to not have opinions about Shanahan and stuff, but it was that you just kept waiting and you're like, well, it's that carrot that kept dangling. And at this point, at least for me, I'm looking at it differently now.
Steve, you sound like someone with some perspective. So this is going to sound nuts to those. You guys can't be cursed like the Red Sox. But there is an element of Niner fans feel, and this is what I said to Bonte coming out of Vegas. Maybe we're just never going to win another one. Like, I don't think I'm going to get one as an adult. Like, I came to that conclusion after the overtime, and maybe I was just searching and I was down and out, but it felt like we were cursed because each one gets more horrific.
Yeah, and I didn't think it could. When you go down the line, and we don't have time for that, but it's each one comes down somehow.
I'll give it to you.
Where you go, then maybe it'll finally break. Steve, and I thought that was that Super Bowl. I think this is finally it. The things were lining up where they were going to give up a drive. They get the interception by Jair Brown. Things started working, and then once they turned, I think that's when I crossed that threshold of being like, ooh, maybe this is never going to happen.
Are you a Giants fan also, like a San Francisco Giants? Because I felt that way after 0-2. And then they go wire to wire in 0-3, and it was like, you got to be kidding me. We lose to the Marlins again? We're never winning one. That's what I felt.
Yeah, I watched the Monkey Rally. I grew up a Giants fan in New Jersey because my grandfather used to go see him at the Polo Grounds. Jesus. I was watching that as a misplaced fan there. But yeah, I think with Shanahan, I have my gripes as well as anybody else does, but I think the problem is that it's twofold, at least for me. I do think he operates better as an OC and just really could benefit from that overriding veteran in head coaching spot in-game decisions. And because those are the ones that loom largest, because again, if he gets one of those Super Bowls, we're not saying the 2 or 3 that could have been gotten, if he gets one, this whole thing is flipped, and I think that's it. Is that's where he doesn't really get any mercy, and until he proves otherwise, sadly, I go, that's really still going to always be his hallmark. He's one of the best coaches in the league, but that's the stain that he just hasn't been able to wipe clean.
Steve, great
Thanks,
call,
Steve.
and I want to hear from everybody. I'm just give me a second here. 2011, Kyle Williams, 1 for 11 on third down, throwing to Brett Swain. Ahmad Bradshaw fumbled that ball, and they blew that play dead. Okay, that's just, boom, that's that game. 2012, Super Bowl. Need I say more? You're at the goal line, and Frank Gore has to sub himself out, and you don't hand him the ball. You have the best running quarterback at the time in the game. You don't run him the ball. You don't throw to Vernon. You don't throw to alley-oop Randy Moss. You're throwing to Crabtree. Are you kidding me? Okay? And obviously, all the things that happened prior to that. 2013, Ahmed Brooks, New Orleans, to determine home field advantage. We got robbed. We had to go on the road in week 1 of the playoffs. We should have had the bye. That game should have been, the Seattle game should have been a Candlestick. Instead, it wasn't. We had to play that extra game. Fourth quarter, we were gassed. We just fell out. They had timeouts, 23 seconds on the clock. Richard Sherman made the greatest play in Seattle sports history. Yep. I don't know what else to say. Like, heartbreak. 3 years in a row. Heartbreak. Pick any one of them. Then you go to 2019. You're up double digits in the fourth quarter. I just... You got to be kidding me. 2021, you're up double digits in the NFC Championship game on the road. Jaquaski Tart, Jimmy Garoppolo. He missed a George Kittle walk-in touchdown the first possession of the game. Yep. 2022, you lose your quarterback on like the third play of the game, and Brandon Ayuk was wide open. Now, I don't even know if they were going to win that game. That was so early, I don't even know. That one you could put to the side, but it's devastating you lost your third-string quarterback as Jimmy Garoppolo is on the sideline walking perfectly in Jordans saying, I can't suit up. And I got to watch Josh Johnson get folded in between a bunch of giant refrigerators and looking like a folding chair and just go down. And then, obviously, losing in the Super Bowl, in the overtime, not knowing the rules, 4th and 2, can't stop Mahomes, don't go for it on 4th down, taking the ball first. I mean, just 1,000 things. Missing an extra kick, an extra point kick. Like, there's 1,000 ways they lost the game. Joe, it gets more horrific every single time this team loses.
I know.
It's just... And when I say, like, the Niners conceivably could have 10 Super Bowls, people are like, that's insane. No, like... a couple of bounces. And I always think about this. Had the Giants not won in 2010, I don't think they win in 2012. I certainly don't think they win in 2014 with Bumgarner. So like everybody, Bumgarner Game 7 was amazing. If you don't win in 2010, I don't think you break the seal and win all these other ones. If Mahomes and Reed don't win that first one against Kyle, how does football history change? Now they've been in 6 straight Super Bowls, and they've won a bunch, and they've banked some, and now everybody views Mahomes as one of the GOATs of all time. He's also been blown out in 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just, you know how hard it is for Niner fans to get this close and be the bridesmaid year after year after year. Not like once. It's one thing to lose once horrifically. They've lost 7 different times at the precipice of a championship. And any one of those, at least 6 of the 7, I can make an argument they should have won it. I'll even throw the UCLA one out the window. 6 other times they could have won it all. 6 other times. It is hard. And this is where, like, I do feel for Shanahan. Bosa wraps up Mahomes on 4th and 2. You know, Burford blocks and they hit Ayuk for 6, and you still got to stop Mahomes. Who knows? You know the rules, for Christ's sake. You know, Quan Alexander intercepts Patrick Mahomes 1 or 2 plays before that 3rd and 15. You know, like, it just... The existence of a Niner fan, we've been so good, yet the knife getting twisted like Saving Private Ryan in that room where you're like, no. And it's just twisting and you're like, shh. We get murphed out every time at the end.
You're Private Upham, just watching it happen in the background. We're going there. It's the sports version of Blue Balls. What can I tell you? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're talking about the standard. And the standard for the San Francisco 49ers, has it shifted at all under Kyle Shanahan within these last 30 years? Still searching for that next Lombardi trophy.
Would you have rather have loved and lost or to never have loved at all?
Well,
there are times.
You've seen them love. You've seen them make sweet love. You've seen them win titles. You've seen that.
Yeah, but also
Carter never has.
Yeah, but like
Sam never has.
I always say this when people like being when the Warriors were awful, being a Warrior fan's the worst and it's awful. Actually, it was quite joyful. I mean, it was horrific, but it was way more joyful. I'll tell you this. You know what's more miserable? Being a Niner fan and losing at the end is more miserable than what the Warriors went through in the 90s and the 00s. It is. Being irrelevant is one thing. Like being emotionally invested and then losing at the very end and having the wedding ring ripped from your hand and then being left at the altar is way more difficult to come to grips with.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about it earlier. That's why some Giants fans are not really wanting to jump all in back on the team because they don't want to get their hearts broken.
Exactly.
So they're saying, I'm not really buying in.
See, I kind of disagree with that. I'd rather have like ups and downs and wins and losses than just never have an up ever. Like,
No, but I'm giving you one or the other. No middle ground. It's been more difficult. I live both existences. It's been more difficult to be a Niner fan, to get my hopes up every year and lose at the very, 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 very end than it was when I was a Warrior. And I loved the Warriors back then, and it pained me every time. Hey, we had the draft. Dude, the draft was like my finals back then.
It was Christmas.
But there's something to be said about at least having relevance. Like when your team is irrelevant, it's like pointless to even root for them at that point. You're doing that. You're just waiting for the draft and then knowing that nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, but I would have these glimmers of hope, like maybe Gilbert Arenas could be an all-star. Maybe we'll get an all-star. It was so... Oh, God.
I know. Let's squeeze in Kay Bueno before we get to Matt Lively, KPIX, Valkyries pre- and post-game host, and obviously does the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn and Lo Neal. Get his thoughts on the Niners' upcoming matchup against the Saints and the Valkyries getting ready for the playoffs. Kay Bueno, what's the standard for the 49ers right now?
You know, I think, first off, thanks for taking my call this morning, guys. I think if Dwayne Kuiper was our announcer, it would just have to be Niners playoff football torture.
Exactly.
Like that's what he'd be saying.
Pretty good.
But I mean, really is like the caller earlier pretty much described it perfectly. It's like, oh my God, man, is this maybe this is just it? This is what we're gonna be left with. Like this, maybe we've pretty much left it all back. The best times are behind us, and we've gotten so close, and it's been so torturous just seeing, not just losing those big games that you just broke down, but just the way we've lost them. It's been so gut-wrenching. It's like Mortal Kombat. Like Kano just ripped my heart out and just held it in his hand in front of me. Like, it's been horrible to take that. Fatality, yeah, man. It's like that's the feeling it's been. But also, I think though the standard, the realistic standard though for us, yeah, it's not to be like Super Bowl or bust. Quest for 6. Let's put that let's archive that for the time being. Okay, let's put that back in the crest. Because the reality is, I think the expectation or the standard, as you're saying, the standard should be to be competing for a championship. Not so much say, yeah, Super Bowl or bust, but being in the upper echelon of NFL teams. That's been the standard, I think, for us. Now I know, we had an off couple seasons, but generally, where Shanahan and Lynch have brought the team, the organization, I should say, back, has been at the standard of being the upper echelon of teams in the NFL. And I think that's the standard that's been set. That's the standard that we uphold this team to. And again, not just the Super Bowl, but let's compete for a championship. Let's get there, and then let's, see if we can get over the hill finally. So it's kind of like alluding to like a 90s Bills fan,
It is.
Thanks, Kay Bueno. We're up against it. We got Matt Lively, KPIX on the other side, but it's a great conversation. We'll continue to have. We'll ask Matt Lively what he thinks the standard currently is with the San Francisco 49ers. Plus, we're talking about all these, like the championship blue balls, for lack of a better term. What if the Valkyries, as an expansion team, win it all in their first year? Seriously, how crazy would that be?
That's what the Marlins did to the Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks. I remember both those teams won championships and it was like, oh, so this is just going to walk into the league and win it all, huh?
Well,
that's like what the Vegas Golden Knights almost did in their first year.
Exactly, but they ended up with their first couple years of inception. They ended up winning it all. And Sharks fans are over here being like, are you freaking serious?
Punch in air.
Exactly. We'll talk to Matt Lively on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
49ers and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
0-1, 0-1, ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
The standard is the standard.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
This sucker. You sound good too, Bonte. Joins us every Tuesday now, by the way. Bonte Hill in studio, 8 to 10 o'clock, talking red and gold 49er football. We'll be talking some 49er football with Matt Lively, KPIX, and also the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn and Lo Neal shortly. We'll also be talking some Valkyries as they had a tough loss yesterday as they are ramping up, Joe. One more game before the start of the playoffs, and seeding is still going on there, and we'll see where the Valkyries fall. Right now, you're looking at either the Atlanta Dream or the Las Vegas Aces. I'd rather have the Aces, and I wonder if Matt Lively agrees. He'll join us shortly, but we're talking about the standard right now. And it's funny, we're talking about the standard with the 49ers in respect to Kyle Shanahan. And what if the Valkyries won it all in their first year as an expansion franchise? Is that how fans are going to be viewing it the rest of the way? You better win a title every single year. You guys are an expansion team and they won it. I don't want to hear anything, right? Talk about setting the bar high. Pretty insane. We got him? We got him? All right. So there we go. I didn't even have you talk, Joe, as we just come back.
It's okay.
It's all right. Well, we got hosts here at the station that say bros before phones. So,
they must be a little insecure on their touches.
Matt Lively joining us on the River Islands guest line, KPIX, and obviously the Valkyries pre and post.
Is that a Guru line?
What? No, I think that's a Dan Dibley line. Bros before phones. Used to be part of a 3-man weave there in the morning show. Matt, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. You know, Matt, let me ask you. You didn't grow up a San Francisco 49ers fan, correct?
That's correct. I'm from South Florida. Couldn't be further away, honestly.
Exactly. So perfect person to ask. What do you think the standard should be within the San Francisco 49ers fan base and how they view this team right now?
It's funny. Growing up, the Niners stunk. I grew up in the early 2000s. I mean, I was born in 97, so I missed the Super Bowl window. This team stunk. I honestly wasn't really familiar with the 49ers franchise. And I mean, you got Singletary as your coach. I probably couldn't name most of the coaches that came before Harbaugh. And so it's funny to me now that this expectation is like right here. And you're joking about the Valkyries. I think they already might have overdone it with what the expectations are going to be in the future, because it's like, oh, wait, if you don't make the playoffs moving forward, what the heck was that all about?
You were born in 97? That makes me sad.
Oh, sorry, Shas. Sorry, Shasky.
Graduated 8th grade and was in high school in 97. Jeez Louise.
I was born in 93. You act like I'm a senior citizen over here.
You guys are not. No, you guys are all young and just, you don't know what life has ahead of you as you age precipitously every single day after 30. So then what should the expectations be for the Niners this year?
I think they should be high. When you look at the schedule, it's easy. When you look, I mean, we made such a big deal about all the guys that they let go this offseason, but give me a break. Look at how many all-pros are on this team. You okay, George Kittle's on IR. You still have Christian McCaffrey. You still have Fred Warner. You still have Nick Bosa. You still have Diamador Lenore. Most teams are lucky to have one all-pro player. The Niners have more than 5.
It's pretty incredible. And you mentioned Christian McCaffrey right there, Matt. How are you viewing him going forward? Because that first game, I think there were a lot of Niner fans, after the reports came out, limited in practice, there's a calf issue. Obviously, the guy dealt with bilateral Achilles tendonitis last year. So he had 22 carries and 9 receptions. Are you expecting a similar workload from CMC this Sunday in New Orleans?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to change much unless the Niners are up so big in the second half, potentially without Brock Purdy. I don't know if that's going to be the case, that Kyle Shanahan, forces him and restrains him to the bench. But I've heard for the last 3 seasons, it's impossible to take Christian McCaffrey out of the game. The coaches can't get Christian McCaffrey out of the game. And honestly, I know when you look at his final line, it seems like a lot. Ryan Robinson was changing with him more often than I thought he was going to be. There was a span where 9 of 10 plays were on the ground, 9 rush plays with 1 pass mixed in there, which happened to go to McCaffrey. But Brian Robinson ran 3 or 4 of those. So had you told me before that game that they were going to be mixing in and out, I wouldn't have believed you. So yeah, the final stat line probably looks like a lot, but that's because they needed Christian McCaffrey until the last second of that game. There wasn't an offensive snap where he wasn't needed on the field because of how it went. But I was actually impressed with how much they used Brian Robinson Jr., and I think that's going to be the trend moving forward.
You've been around practice a lot more than we have because we're usually on air in the morning, so you might have a better feel for this. If Mac Jones has to play on Sunday, what do you anticipate him looking like behind this offensive line?
It's funny. During training camp, you look at some of the tweets, and it was, of course, they're not going to make Mac Jones the QB1, but it felt like some people were like, God, this is the greatest backup quarterback in NFL history. Why is this guy not starting on a team? Mac Jones looks good. Don't get me wrong. But he did play in the preseason. He threw a couple of bad picks. There's a reason Mac Jones is no longer the starter in New England. He didn't didn't get a starting job after last season where he got to start a lot of games with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mac Jones is a really good backup quarterback right now. Who's to say that could change under Kyle Shanahan in 2 years? But am I going to go out there and say, oh, yeah, he's going to outplay Brock? No. I think they have an easy game against the New Orleans Saints, who I could name, 10 players on their team. So I think that even if you send Mac Jones out there, the Niners should win that game. But I'm not going to go like, oh, you're going to be blown away. Teams are going to be calling and trying to trade for Mac Jones to be their starter after week 2. I don't see that happening.
All right, so you've been tapped in. I have this thing called fan width. At any given time, there's only so much dedication I can give to any one sport, team, whatever. Like, there's only so much I can consume. But my son and I have been watching almost every single Valkyrie game. I have it on in the living room. He's using the little dunk hoop or he's hitting off the tee, and we're watching. But I'm not as up to it when it comes to the WNBA and all the other teams. I watch my team, the Valkyries. I've been watching on KPIX. You guys have been doing a great job broadcasting the games. I mean, how are you feeling about their playoff chances, and who do you want them to match up against here in terms of, like, how far do you think they could go? I have a hard time having a good feel for it because I'm such a novice watcher.
Yeah, last night was not good. I'm actually still in Seattle. I'm in my Seattle hotel room. I've been here for what feels like a week, and then I'm going to go with the team to Minnesota for their game on Thursday. Here's the breakdown of it. They went into the fourth last night with an 8-point lead. Had they won that game, they would have clinched the 6th seed. So now you're looking at either Las Vegas or Atlanta, 2 teams that they have beat during the regular season. Because they lost, if they go to Minnesota on Thursday and lose to the Lynx, a team that they've yet to beat, they get the 8th seed. And that means that in the playoffs, they will stay in Minnesota. They will play the Minnesota Lynx, the best team in the WNBA, by a wide margin, in a team that they've yet to be able to crack. So everything comes down to Thursday. I mean, we go back to last week and they clinched the playoff spot, and everyone's really high on this team, as they should be. But losing to the Lynx on Saturday, losing the game that they lost last night when it looked like they had it, 8-point lead in the fourth, and even led into the final minute. They needed to close that game out. They didn't. And so now, if they have a matchup against the Lynx, I have a hard time seeing a path to the second round.
Do the Lynx have anything to play for? Will they maybe do the NBA load manager thing? Look, I'm asking out loud. I don't know.
No, you're totally right. I mean, they've got the 1 seed locked up. It's not out of the question to think that maybe they want to give Nafisa Collier a night off. However, they're probably looking at the seeding as well, and I have no doubt that the Lynx have a preference of who they want to play in round 1. And if that team is the Valkyries, who they've beat in 3 regular season games up to this point, why wouldn't you play your starters? Why wouldn't you give yourselves the best shot to face that team again come Sunday?
Well, it's a great point. We're talking to Matt Lively, KPIX, Valkyries pre- and post-game in the fifth quarter with Vern Glenn and our boy Lorenzo Neal. And I was making the point, which sounds insane, I'd actually kind of rather face the Aces, which, again, they've won 15 in a row. So they're due for a loss eventually, Matt. But I was at the game a couple weeks ago where they played the Atlanta Dream at Valhalla, and the size factor with Brittany Griner and some of those other centers that they had, gave me major concerns in a potential series. So I'd take my chances with the shorter flight, going to Las Vegas potentially, going up against Aja Wilson and co. Does that sound insane?
No, it doesn't sound insane. It's not. There's no team you really prefer. Like out of those two, right? They're both really tough opponents. The size has been an issue when facing Atlanta this year. They have beat Atlanta though. They know how to beat Atlanta. They know how to beat Vegas as well. That if you go back to the very beginning of the season, it was a Saturday game at Valhalla on ESPN, and the Valkyries blew out Las Vegas. And they're like, oh, whoa, this team might be legit. Since then, they've had a couple really close battles. You're going to see high scoring games if they take on the Aces. The defenses seem to disappear when that happens. But the other thing that you look at is Natalie Nakase knows the Aces. She knows Becky Hammond really well. And so I do actually think it might be a better matchup, despite them being so hot right now, to take on a team like Vegas, where you're not having to travel all the way to Atlanta. That's the other big thing we have to think about here. There's a lot of injuries on this Valkyrie squad right now. You don't want to be on a plane going to Atlanta in another 3 time zones away for 2 games. That doesn't sound attractive.
Matt Lively, KPIX. Last one here for you. What is more likely? The Valkyries win it all in year 1, or the Giants find a way to get into the wild card and make the playoffs? I'm talking about the San Francisco Giants. If you were to take, let's just say $5,000, I give you $5,000. What are you putting it on?
Well, one, it's really dangerous because if the Valkyries do play Vegas, I might actually just walk over to the sports book and put that $5,000 somewhere. Correct me here. They're 2 games out of the final wild card spot, correct?
Yeah, but it's technically 3 because they don't have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go San Francisco. Not because I don't believe in the Valkyries, but I am just in absolute shock of what the Giants have done over the last 2-3 weeks. I had written this team off. They were dead in my mind.
Both.
As I watched Elliot Ramos make the 30th error in left field a couple weeks ago, I was like, there's no way this team is going to the postseason, blow it up, maybe look at a new manager for next year. They have proved me wrong. I want to go on record. They have proved me wrong. And to find the offense that the way they have, Willie Adames is going to hit 30 home runs. I've been really impressed. So I would say, they could sneak in. There's no doubt.
Hey, Matt. Great stuff. Really appreciate your time this morning. You've been so good on the Valkyries all season long as they're getting back to the playoffs. I should say getting back. They're going to the playoffs for the first time ever in their franchise's history.
So they're basically 6th or 8th seed. 7th isn't really an option?
That's correct. It's 6 or 8. Nothing else.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's just stay out of the 8th.
Go
Thanks,
Valks.
Matt. That's Matt Lively, KPIX, Valkyries pre and post game, and also the 5th quarter with Vern Glenn and our guy, Lorenzo Neal.
When's that Minnesota game against the Lynx?
Minnesota.
Thursday night.
Thursday night football, baby.
I think I'm going to wear my Valkyries jersey tomorrow to the show.
Let's do it. Let's go.
I think I'm going to wear my Valks jersey.
I'll do the same.
Do we want to win that game? What do we want to do? Do we want to be the 6th or the 8th seed?
6th. I don't want it to go that. They're although we could have a We Believe type of run with the Valkyries if we're taking out the top dog, the Minnesota defending champs.
Are we going to get a Baron Davis-like dunk from somebody in Kirilenko's face?
Yeah, Veronica Burton just all of a sudden just dunks on the entire state of Minnesota. Is A-Rod still an owner of that team? Alex Rodriguez? He is?
I love A-Rod.
A-Rod and Joe Lacob courtside together?
Greatest shortstop ever.
He's the owner.
He's the owner because he's got the Timberwolves obviously too. So we got
just gets dunked on by the Valks. Oh, that would be so awesome. Way,
so you got either Alex Rodriguez courtside, or if they play the Aces, part owner of the Aces is.
Yes, Mark Davis.
Well, no, he is the owner. Part owner is, though, Tom Brady. Could also be over there. So you got TB12, Mark Davis, and Joe Lacob hanging out. You want to be part of that crew? Oh, my God, the stories that would be told. Well, I love that question you asked, Matt, though. What's more realistic, or what do you think would happen more? A championship with the Valkyries or the Giants make the playoffs? I'll throw that to the people, 888-957-9570. What are you banking on more? I'll ask you. What do you think? If you have to put money down on one.
It's so hard to win a title in your first ever season in any sport. As an expansion team,
it's interesting because it's
so difficult. Even if there's only 13 teams in the league, it's very difficult.
Well, how they do the seeding, right? They do best of 3 first round of the WNBA playoffs. Second round, the semifinals, is best of 5, and then does it go best of 7, or does it stay best of 5? We'll get that. Before that, we got to go to our guy, though. I'm surprised he didn't call in yesterday when Bonte was in studio. It's Brian in Palo Alto. Wants to join the conversation. Oh, Brian, I know he's been locked in on Valkyries basketball, but he wants to talk kickers, I think, this morning.
Kicker watch.
Kicker watch. One more time.
Give it to me.
Come on, do we have the...
Just for Brian in Palo Alto.
Yeah, before we go to him, we have to hit the open because it's not going away, although Eddie Pinheiro...
Oh, wait. Brian in Palo Alto has his own open? Kicker watch. Jacob Moody.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
The standard is the standard.
And the standard is we missed 27-yard chip shots.
Brian, good morning.
Kyle, you got to love Kyle. It's like reading a book you've read 5 times before. Obvious, so you know exactly how it's going to play out. And, I predicted week 2 for Moody, but obviously he made it through 1 week. Everybody knew this is where it was going except Kyle, apparently. So, and if John Lynch thought it was going to work out too, and then John Lynch has got some serious things wrong as well. But it's like I said, Kyle's flaws are out there and they're transparent and they are unfailing. Anyways,
do you think he reminds you, like honestly, because I've brought this up many times. I know you know who this guy is. Don Nelson, don't they share a lot of the same qualities? Like, they can't get out of their own way. They're very smart, and they're the first to let you know it, but they also have very specific flaws.
Yeah, well, Nelson's obviously was that he didn't believe in playing defense. But yeah, I think pretty similar, somewhat similar. Kyle's more like, oh, what? You're going to tell me that I can't do something? Well, I'm going to do it, and then I'm going to double and triple down on it. Almost just because you said cut Jake Moody, I'm going to continue to keep this guy around just because I'm the smartest guy in the room, something like that. I don't know what it is, but
hey, Brian, are
very
you back?
Very bizarre.
Are you back in on the Giants, Brian? You back in? They reel you back in?
I'm back in.
Let's go! Yeah. He's back, baby.
Completely bailed out for several months, and I'll jump. I'm basically a Giants front runner now. Like, it's sad. I used to be a diehard, going to Candlestick games and, August and 30-degree weather. But, like, I'm a front runner now. So
you're not the only one.
If they're good and they have a chance at the wild card, I'll lean in.
Brian, you're not the only one. I mean, Bonte's the biggest Giants front runner of them all. I mean, is he not? The way he's talking and tweeting about him has been a character pivot.
Well, he's a Niner. He's a front runner. He's a Niner front runner, a Warrior front runner, too.
Oh, that's not fair. I love you, B.
Kaminga. When's he coming back?
Oh, Kaminga.
When are we getting Kaminga, Brian? Where's he at?
Oh, you know what? God bless Jonathan Kaminga. Held up an entire offseason. That's okay.
That's Brian.
You want to know what the saddest sentence right now in Bay Area sports is Al Horford is waiting on Jonathan Kaminga to accept the qualifying offer, and so is DeAnthony Melton.
And Gary Payton, I guess.
And Gary Payton. I mean, what a sad sentence.
And Melton.
Yeah, all three.
I said that.
You said that. Way to be locked in.
Sorry.
Carter. It's okay.
It's all right.
We're talking kicker. Might as well go back to the kicker.
When he said I'm a bandwagon Giants, and I had to sideswipe Bonte. I love you, buddy. But he won last night. He's 7-16 on the broadcast.
And he's coming back, baby. That's like Jake Moody from the field yesterday, or last year. We got Eddie Pinheiro now down in the red and gold. And who is this new kicker? Well, he was kind of a baller for the Carolina Panthers, but they wanted to get rid of him because they brought in a new regime. It wasn't Dave Canales' guy. It's all very strange. I mean, if he's making kicks for you, why get rid of this guy? But we had Joe Person on. Who's Joe Person? He covers the Carolina Panthers for The Athletic, joined us earlier. And this is what he had to say about why Eddie Pinheiro, the now 49ers kicker, was let go.
He got here in 22. That was like 2 or 3 head coaches ago and a different GM ago. And so I think Dave Canales and his special team staff in particular, Eddie wasn't really their guy. And I think they were fine with him. And obviously they liked his accuracy. They did not really trust Eddie's leg strength. Pinheiro is a guy, like, if they were down there, just past midfield and looking at like a 55-yarder versus punting for field position, they almost invariably punted, unless the game was on the line.
And then This is what Joe's talking about. Joe Person, that is. 50 or below? He's nails.
He's pretty money from like 49 in.
Nice.
It's just this game has changed so much, as you guys know, and we got guys banging like 64-yarders way through the. Yeah, it's just gotten to be like every other position, bigger, stronger, faster. I like Eddie Pinheiro. I thought he's a pretty mild, mellow kind of dude. I never felt like the lights were too bright for him. Now, the lights in San Francisco are a little brighter than in Charlotte, especially where these two franchises are currently. But I'm glad to see him get another shot here.
Joe Person. Hey, I'm all in on Eddie Pinheiro. Why not? I mean, that's literally all you need. Money from 49 or below, great. Now, Kyle, this is on him. Don't you be attempting anything 50 or above. Can't be doing that. Go for it if you need to, or punt it away.
How bad? Okay, like for a minute, we have to explore this. I do want to get into the Warriors at some point. This Josh Giddey contract, I mean, wow. I don't like you brought up Kuminga. That's why I thought when I saw that I mean, maybe Kuminga will sign an extension. Maybe we're flipping him. But anyway, put that to the side.
4 years, $100 million.
It's insane.
Oh my God.
I thought they were trading him.
4 years, $100 million.
I know. And Kuminga apparently said no to a $30 million a year. It's
allegedly. But continue on Eddie Pinheiro.
No, it was more on Jake Moody. I've been following sports my whole life, and I remember like there are certain guys that this region hates and wants to see ran out of town. I saw the amount of celebration and just destroying of the kid. I'm talking about Jake Moody. It was almost like it felt a little inhumane the way that people were like celebrating him taking a hike. And I know we're having fun and it's sports and I'm not trying to take it too serious, but like he is a kid. You could say, Joe, he's made millions. All right. I'm not going to deny that. But to me, anybody under about 25, 26, 27, you're still a kid to me. Like to me, like that doesn't mean that you can't do things that are adult-like and represent the country abroad or do something horrific and land yourself into jail or prison.
Just can't rent a car.
But Joe, he's still a kid, okay? And he still has a family and all that. Like,
he's got a family.
No, I felt bad for him, though. On some level, the amount of memes where people were, like, dancing on the kid's low point in his career. And I get it. It's pro sports. It's all fodder. I understand that. But some of it made me a little uncomfortable seeing people celebrate. But look, he had to go. I'm not saying that he should have stayed. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the dancing on the grave of the kid, metaphorically, was just... It was a little much. And specifically from people who call themselves media members doing videos of dancing and stuff like, yeah, he's gone. And like, come on, man. Come on. That's all I'm saying.
Is duty.
Exactly. I just feel like sometimes we take it a little too far. Now, the anonymous accounts that run like different social medias on IG and stuff, like they're going to have fun with it. They're going to run with it and everyone's going to repost it. Laugh. Okay, whatever. But like if you're a member of the media and you're front facing and you're over here dancing and doing videos and retweeting certain things that are really slanderous to the individual. He is a 23, 24-year-old young man.
He's 25.
We did this to Trey Lance. We've done this to other. We did to Jordan Poole. It's not right.
Well, you hope these...
I'm just saying, Joe, it's not right. And it makes me uncomfortable.
That's fine.
Did he stink at his job? Yes.
Yeah, it comes with the territory being a kicker. He knows that. And you know what? These guys that grow up, this next generation that grew up in the social media age that are very conscious, I hope they have the wherewithal to just, check out from social media for a while. That's what I'm doing. Out of sight, out of mind. I don't need that. Hell, we get our fair share of criticisms daily, whether it's on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, the YouTube chat, we get private DMs. Mm-hmm. I get told how I fan as a person. I'm not allowed to be a fan of certain things. I get that on the daily. So I can only imagine what he's going through. And just put the phone down. But look, get out of there.
For Joe Fan.
I hope he's going to Cancun or something, relaxing.
For like Joe Fan, Bill Fan, Mary Fan, you can have a little fun with it. I get that. I'm talking about like respected members of the media.
Oh yeah,
come on.
Well, then you're not a respected member if you're going out of your way to say that. Like
now, he was not good at his job, and he had to go, and I get it, and it makes a lot of sense. Same way with Trey Lance. Like, he was not good enough to stay. He had to go. I get all that. But again, to me, I draw the line on there were just some people putting some things out yesterday that I thought was a little uncomfortable.
We got a new kicker in San Francisco, Eddie Pinheiro. David in San Jose wants to talk about the Moody release and the addition of the new kicker. What's up, David?
Hey, Shasky, Evan, you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Did you say Evan?
All right, check this out. Oh, that's not my bad. JoJo. Hey, not Evan.
It's all good.
It's okay.
We'll
Evan Grandy,
Evan
Mark Giddens, Joe Spadoni, Joe Lubman, Sam Lubman.
Sam Keegan.
There you go.
You've seen one, you've seen them all. It's all good.
Exactly.
Anyway,
just us whites,
so check this out. Yesterday, my brothers actually got married out in San Francisco, City Hall, the whole beautiful, the whole shebang.
Nice.
But on the way up there, about 9:45, 10 o'clock, we get a message that Moody has been released. So we actually didn't know which one we were more excited for, my brother getting married or Moody getting released. And his wedding will forever be known as the day that Moody got released. And so, Shasky, I hear you. Yeah, that's called having a heart. Okay, we all have one of those. But at the end of the day, he had to go. Not only did he have to go, he had to go last year. And so we should not be holding our breath when we're kicking extra points or field goals under 30 yards. And so let's go to our new kicker, the Papa Giorgio, Eddie Pinetti. I don't know his name, and I'm not really sure why he was on the street because the guy was
Eddie Pinheiro.
Yeah, Eddie Pinetti.
Yeah.
So we're gonna rock with him. He's got the third best average in the NFL right now. So I don't know why he was on the street, but the way you guys just described him, sounds like we're going back to Robbie Gould status, where almost automatic under 45 yards, and then after that, it is what it is. But I love it for Shanahan because now that he doesn't have a kicker with a big leg, I think he's forced to be more aggressive in those third and short, fourth down situations once we cross the 50. So I'm super excited about it. I feel for Moody. I hope he gets his swing back or his kick back, but it was all mental with him, man, and he just lost it. So we can't lose games because of a kicker, though. So I appreciate you guys
totally
taking
agree.
my call.
But do me a favor. Don't remember your brother's wedding as the day Moody got released. Come on.
No, I can't blame the Niners, Shasky. I mean, they were the ones that waited all the way this time. You know what I mean? Like, they could have done it before the season started. But, yeah, I mean, it will forever go down in history as the day Moody got released. We went to City Hall, went to Momo's Cafe, kind of full circle, got a little bit of the Giants action in. And so, yeah, it was overall a great day, man.
Nice.
Yeah,
Congratulations to your brother.
For the kicker.
There you go.
Thank you, guys.
That's David in San Jose. And it's not Eddie Pinetti, it's Eddie Pinheiro. Get his name right.
You want story time? We might need a story time bed for me at some point. Story time. We're talking about, like, life stuff happens and you're doing something else sports related. I've got many of these.
Story time? Do I have to get a little makeshift bed in here and lay down?
That's what I'm saying. I think we need story
time. Is
time.
the Princess Bride with the grandpa talking to the sick kid the whole time?
So my dad famously broke his leg playing basketball up the Russian River.
Jesus.
Yeah, and at the time when my mom had me, he had a broken leg. Okay, and so his leg was all casted up or whatever, and we had this big family party over this last weekend, and I've heard the same story that I've heard 700 times from 700 of my family members, and as the Niners are playing the New Orleans Saints this weekend, story tells it that my mom was giving birth to me in the hospital, and my dad demanded from all the nurses that they roll in the television so he could watch Niners Saints. I'm not making this up. Demanded. Then was fighting with the nurses with a broken leg as he's laying down in a wheelchair or whatever, that you got to get the cords just right so that the game can come on, because this is back in the tube era where you had to mess with the little bunny ears on the back of the TV. Yeah. And as they were delivering me, he was screaming and yelling about the Niner game. True story.
I believe all of that.
And you met my pops. You remember?
That's why I believe all of that.
You can look this up, Sam or Carter. Tulane football. Benny was born, 2019, September 18th. All right. The day after that, so September 19th, look this up. Tulane football was in a game, and it was like a monsoon, and they were playing against, I think, Navy. Again, why else would I know that? September 19th, 2019, the day after young Benjamin was born, I was just holding him, and I just remembered that moment.
It's crazy, right?
I had my first baby, and we're watching a game, and it's Tulane versus Navy. Could not be more, so all due respect to Steiny and his daughter that goes there, could not be more obscure, but I'll always remember that. Tulane football. Why? I do. And then I'll never forget that. So there you go. Tulane football. There you go. And to get on it, if I have Boxer and Gerson working through your text line, whatever. In the meantime, that leads us, Carter, to Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Boom. Found it right here. September 19th. Oh, no, it's 2020. Never mind. Oh, it was Houston. I was close. Though. September 19th. All right. Tulane versus Houston. Tulane won 38-31.
But that's not your final thought. Your final thought is you're mad at the NBA.
Yeah, what are we doing? Look at this. Sham Sharani at ESPN, as we were in a break, the NBA will implement a new change for the 2025-2026 season. Unsuccessful end-of-period heaves will now be recorded as a missed field goal attempt for the team, not the individual player. Those long heaves will no longer impact an individual player's percentages. We are so damn soft as a society, caving into the players that aren't team players, by the way, because they are more concerned about their own individual stats that they won't even attempt a shot that will help out their team towards the end of a quarter or half. We are caving into that. That's what we're doing. That's why the NBA is where it's at right now, because we're caving into nonsense like this. What a joke. That's my final thought.
And my final thought is pretty straightforward. I referenced the Josh Giddey thing, and I wanted to give some Warrior fans just a little something. What's JK doing? Dog, where are you going? You're not going nowhere. No one's trading you. Accept the qualifying offer or accept the deal, the 1 or 2 year deal, whatever it is, a 2 year deal with the last year's an option, whatever it is. Dude, there aren't any options. It's September 10th. Jonathan, your agent, and everyone, he wants optionality. He wants this. Dog, these are the options. It's 1, 2, or 3. That's it. There are no secret bidders. No one's coming flying in with the $100 million Giddey deal. It's like when I talk to my wife, like, what do you want for dinner? I don't know what I want for dinner. Well, do you want to go to Westlake Joe's? No, I don't want to go to Westlake Joe's. Well, do you want to go to Atlanta? I don't want to go to Atlanta's. All right, do you want to get burgers? I don't want to get this. Those are the 3 options we always go to. You want to go to Chinese food? Like, there's only a handful of places we can go to. Pick one of them. I don't care. We end up getting pizza every single time.
Kaminga prices.
Kaminga, the pizza is the qualifying offer. You're getting the pizza. You don't like it? Them's the breaks. Mom's not cooking a second meal.
I could go for some pizza right now. It sounds great.
No, like, honestly, like, I've been defending Kaminga forever. Dude, it's September 10th. You only have so many options. Just like, what are you doing? You're holding everything up. It's ridiculous. Now it's ridiculous.
No Giddey, right, Sam?
Oh, you want to talk about no options? The Giants really have only one option. That's just keep winning. Keep winning these baseball games. Get a sweep today, and oh, man, it's going to be a big one this weekend against the Dodgers. And, yeah, Mets, man, just keep the New York mess. Just, keep doing your thing. Every Mets loss makes it a little bit easier for the Giants. And, oh, man, it's going to be nerve-wracking to watch down the stretch. And this is why we love baseball.
You got Kata.
Yeah, mine was yours, Spadoni, but you took it, so that's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. My final thought is the NBA needs to add back all those heaves for Steph Curry. You know? Like, I'm
What was that? What was that?
Is that a goat?
Yeah, it's a goat. He's the goat.
I actually kind of like that.
So that's why he was pulling these goat noises back here.
Whenever we talk great, so whenever I mention Tom Brady, are you just going to play just
You betcha.
There you go. Whatever. It's whoever Carter deems the goat worthy.
When I think of goats, you know what I think of? Forest Hill. And how all those goats would eat up on the side of the hill. It's the only goats I've ever come across.
They are very good at that. They can eat anything. So you bring them in to get rid of all the poisonous plants.
They get rid of the underbrush too. Yep. It's very flammable here. Yep, yeah, you see them all over the place.
You're thinking of the woolly weeders. It's actually a real company.
I love how you know that.
Do you own? Does your family own that company?
I thought that was a type of goat. I don't know what like that
I
was.
know about it because the wineries do it a lot. That's how they weed out
because
the
of all
vineyards.
this land you own in the Sierra Nevadas, you need them to go through and make sure it's not flammable, huh?
Those are Carter's goats.
He goes by Carter, but on the birth certificate, it's Cartier. By the way, tonight, 7 o'clock, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game, 7 o'clock tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. Always got love for Carson Daly. Shout out TRL, Total Request Live.
Did you watch him and Rory McIlroy? Because that was garbage.
I did not see that, but I'll be checking out I'm Listening tonight because that is for a good cause. That was the Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years. Guaranteed. Steiny Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot. And Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
At Lowe's, save on job site supplies with MyLowe's Pro Rewards. Eligible members enjoy volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms, subject to change.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast antitrust approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time homebuyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union. In your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no.
And poor Guru, he could have had his say today.
Well, he could have it tomorrow.
Yeah, he could. What is it now? 2 games, Giants?
Well, there's a couple of things that I'm going to debunk today.
All right.
And you might not like it. In fact, I can guarantee you're not going to like it. So you're right. I am a bit spicy here on a Wednesday. But I was at the game last night, and I got to tell you, we were all dead wrong about these boys. Now, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs. I don't know what the team is going to turn into in the near future, but they are not dead. And so that's the one reason I wish that Guru was here today, because he would be high as a kite on what San Francisco Giants baseball has become the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying they got a chance. They're 2 back, 3 if you add in the tiebreaker. They got 1 more today against the Diamondbacks. They got 7, the 7 against the Dodgers coming up ordinarily would sound like a gauntlet, but they're not playing great right now. Their pitching is questionable right now. So, I mean, if the Giants are to do it, they're going to do it through the Dodgers. They're going to have to go 5-2 against the Dodgers at least.
This ain't about who's coming up and who's on the rest of the schedule. I mean, seriously, you can't play the schedule game. You cannot play the schedule game in baseball. Have we not learned anything over the last 5.5 months about the San Francisco Giants? Have we not? You cannot play the schedule game with them. They might lose to the Marlins. They might lose to the White Sox. They also might win 9 in a row. They also might win 13 out of 16, which they're currently doing. They might lose 14 of 15 games at home, which has not been done since the team played at the Polo Grounds. You cannot assume anything about this baseball team. So don't talk to me about the Dodgers, because the Dodgers ain't in town today. The Dodgers don't play today against the San Francisco Giants. And that's really what we have come to learn about this team, is they might be the best team in baseball. They also could be the worst team in baseball. And you know what? To take a line from you, Steiny, that is baseball.
Oh, baseball is spoken. And
what is it saying?
They're two back.
What is it telling you?
They're two back.
Well, without the tiebreaker, but yes, they're two back.
The way I look at the Giants season, they started well, they struggled in the middle, and now they're finishing well. Like, if you take the whole season in totality, 145 games, whatever they've played, and they've had stretches of up and down play, and then you think of Bob Melvin, and you think of a guy who doesn't display a lot of emotion, who's Mr. Even Keel. How can this season be a reflection? They were good in the beginning, they were bad in the middle, they're good now. And I know those are general, vague, overall statements. But how can that be Melvin if you're good, bad, and then good? Oh, he wasn't managing well in the middle 2 months, but he managed great at the first 2 months, not so great in the second 2, and then, boy, he's really picked up his managing in the last, 5 weeks, Evan. It's like, no, he's been the same guy the entire season. They went through a slump in the middle of the year, and they're trying to overcome it right now.
Well, can I stick up for my guy?
Who's your guy?
Pat Burrell. This is the number 1 hitting team in baseball the last 2.5 weeks. I mean, if we're going to kill him and call for his head every other week because Rafi Devers can't hit the broadside of a barn, the moment this team is literally the best hitting team in baseball, which I, by the way, cannot explain. They are hitting above 300. They have hit the second most home runs since August 26th. They are carrying this baseball team that is falling apart in terms of its pitching staff. Where's Pat Burrell's love? And I'm saying this facetiously, but the point is, you're right. You cannot come down someone's road for the entirety of the season, and then when a team begins to perform, not mention them. Everyone around here at some point or the other, myself included, has wondered if Pat Burrell should have a job. And I don't necessarily think he's doing anything differently. This baseball team is pulling rabbits out of hats left and right, and that's one of the reasons I want to go to the game last night, because I had to see it with my own 2 eyes.
Did you see Willard out there at the yard? He was there.
No, he had better seats than me.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I got to believe it was. Although 35,000 out there, so it's probably hard to find him.
There's less people, but I got to give him credit. Willard texted me right after Adames hit the home run ball, because I texted him and said we almost caught that ball because we were in the bleachers. And he said, well, if you don't have a lot of people, because we don't have a lot of tickets, if you'd like to come by section, Christy and I are sitting down there and you can come join us. And I couldn't, because I didn't want to leave my party, and the bleachers were a lot of fun last night. But he did offer to hook it up.
It's a good man. Good man. What was it, about 7 games? Oh, hey, what's up, Rizona? How you doing, buddy? Didn't even know I was missing the reads. Shows you how locked in I was today. You said it was a little bit of a disappointing crowd out there. I watched, obviously, on TV, and some of the upper decks were, kids are back to school, weekend, it's a week game.
It's also football season.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine this weekend against the Dodgers. But you know what? There's if anybody out there was saying a month ago, well, they're playing for Bob Melvin's job, well, then ink him to an extension for 2 years from now, baby. The pressure was on, and he picked up his managing style when they needed it.
He hasn't done a single thing differently. And I was again, it's tongue-in-cheek about Pat the Bat because, I don't know, maybe they ordered some more torpedoes. Like, I don't think the coaching staff has done anything differently. You want me to be honest? There's only one thing that's different about this team that I swear to God, I'm being 100% honest. There's one player who has changed this team, and you are all going to think that I'm absolutely crazy as this particular player. I swear to God. It's Drew Gilbert. Okay. Drew Gilbert has single-handedly changed this baseball team, and I'm being honest. He has brought college and minor league baseball to the pros. He has defibrillated the rest of these old guys on the roster. You know what it takes to make progress, Steiny?
What's that?
In any walk of life, it takes the wisdom of the elders and the youthful energy from someone like Drew Gilbert. I'm telling you, he's nuts, but he's the perfect kind of crazy for this baseball team. You think I'm playing?
No, I don't think you're playing.
They're 13-3 over the last 16. Since this guy came up and actually started producing in games that he has played, they're 14-4. Drew Gilbert has impacted winning, I would argue, maybe more than anybody on this team this season.
More than Devers?
Well, he's hitting the crap out of the ball, but he's got Devers alive. No, seriously, you see the way that people talk about him. You see the way that he interacts in the dugout. You see the way that he is able to get someone like a stoic Robbie Ray or the serious Matt Chapman to act like a kid again. That's what baseball's about. And this dude is up here doing God knows what in right field. And every single time you take a look at him, he's in the dugout getting choked out or slapping the side of the railing of the dugout. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, he's a spark plug.
Well, let me tell you something. He if he's not responsible for this team going 14-4, or the main reason, that means it's just a coincidence. And if it's just a coincidence, and they go 3-7 in the next 10 games, I bet you he's not that little spark plug you think he is. You know, it's great when you're 14-4 over 18 games, Drew Gilbert, but kind of can get a little old if you start losing, Evan, that kind of youthful
So when they
stuff.
got Rafael Devers, up until Drew Gilbert made his Major League Baseball debut, this team was 15 games below 500. They stunk. They were literally the worst team in baseball. And then what happened? They brought up a kid that no one expected anything from, and that's why I know that baseball is about numbers, but it's still a sport with human beings. And this individual human being, who on the weekends, I got to give it to my guy Dan Devone, calls him cuckoo. Well, I'll take it a step further. He is cuckoo Kadrew. This guy he might be insane, I don't know, but on the ball field, he takes the pressure off of everybody else because everyone outside the lines is looking at him. He is making Adames, Chapman, Devers, all these guys feel like kids again, and it's been at the perfect time of the season.
I'm not going to deny you that, and this has been a team that's energy's been questioned, so he sticks out like a sore thumb, absolutely. However, there is one thing that I'm worried about, and that is I think Major League I got to explain it on the other side, but I think Drew Gilbert and the Giants are just headed for a little trouble as it relates to Major League Baseball. That's all. That'll be my tease.
We could talk about
it. I don't know. Something has to change, and I'll bet it changes sooner rather than later. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Cordelia RV Center.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood & Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood & Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prices, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
With John Buys Bay Area Houses.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
I'm done discussing sports.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Get well, Goo, under the weather. And the Giants are 2 in back of the Mets for the race for the last wild card. And you were talking about Drew Gilbert and his excitement level. And, I mean, let's face it, he's crazy, right? He's a lunatic.
In baseball terms,
Sure.
he's clinically insane.
Sure, he's a lunatic. He's a lunatic. He's got energy. And I mean that in a good way, by the way, lunatic. So here's my first question about Gilbert. So he's been instrumental in this season, and he's gotten this team more energized. Let's give him that. But why wasn't Adames good enough to be that guy? You know what I mean? Like, Adames from day one has been like Gilbert, not to that extent, obviously. But Adames is a rah-rah type of guy. And, you know, what do you think it is about Gilbert that, is it just that he's such a crackpot?
Well, he is, which is why I like him. But number two, it did work with Willy Adames. How did they start the season?
True.
They started 12-4. And then eventually subsided and faded, which this too shall pass. I mean, Drew Gilbert and his energy is not going to be able to carry them, I don't know. I mean, I don't think all the way to the World Series or anything like that. But for a time, I think it's absolutely necessary. Like, that kind of energy takes so much pressure off of everyone else who is thinking about their at-bats, who is thinking about, oh my God, here we go again. Like, Drew Gilbert, in a way, the reason why I think he works differently than Adames is he has no frame of reference. He's never played in the major leagues before. This is all completely new for him. So this is all completely fun for him. Like, yes, they were losing some games. He wasn't losing games. He got traded here. He was a River Cat. He's bounced around. I think what Drew Gilbert has done is bring a college type of energy to the Giants. And it appears to be, I think, the perfect elixir for whatever was ailing them, because this team could not get out of its own head. That's why I don't think the coaching staff has done much differently. What this is proving to me, and what the Giants have really proved this entire season, is it is about the players. Like, it just is. And so I think Adames is more of a steady Eddie type of voice, type of leader. And you need that form of veteran in your locker room. But you also need a little bit of crazy, especially if you're a team that doesn't have the most talent.
Well, and also you got to acknowledge that, you know, he made the show. That's the other thing that's going on here. You know, he's in the big leagues for the first time. And, you know, I can't hate on him for being excited about probably fulfilling a lifelong dream. So that's clearly a part of it, too. It's not just that he's galvanized. You know, it's that he's a factor now on a major league roster. And there's a problem, though. You know what's going to happen. And I'll bet it happens in the next week.
What, they play the Dodgers?
No. And Major League Baseball is going to have to step in.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I think they are.
No.
They cannot allow this choking celebration. You think I'm kidding? I am not kidding. If you haven't seen it, it's kind of weird, but Chapman goes up to Gilbert and kind of chokes him before the game or after a big hit.
This is how they get themselves ready.
It's not a good optic. It's a little strange, and there's a violent aspect to it. I'll bet you, I don't know, just a little weird.
Heck yes.
A little strangulation never hurt anybody. I mean, I'm just being honest. Look, Drew Gilbert, okay, maybe they got to put the kibosh on the stranglehold. I don't know. It seems very WWE to me, which is really what he's kind of been this entire time. Now, to be fair, he's also, look, he's had a couple big games. He's played well in right field. You know, his contributions on the field aren't nothing. But to me, what he brings to the locker room and to the dugout specifically, especially when this team has been rolling, to me, every time I think they show a highlight of him, or even you're just watching him, like last night, he was in the on deck circle when I think it was Patrick. No. He was right before him when Bailey hit the home run to right field. First one out of the dugout, just in his face, barking at him like the kid doesn't know any better. And that eventually, again, is going to fade, and you might run into some better teams and stuff like that. But for right now, he's the perfect shot in the arm for a team that was dead. And I can't explain it, but I do believe that Drew Gilbert is the biggest reason why this team is suddenly off the canvas.
So would it be okay now if I'm talking about, let's say, Matt Chapman, and I say, tell you what, he's a choke artist?
Well, that would fit.
Chapman's a choke artist.
That's a 4.
Apparently. Hey, they're, like I said, they're 2 games in back of the Mets. Well, let me ask you a question. Sometimes I have a conversation that I want to get into, but I'm not really good at nailing down how I want to explain it. And it's this. When something like this happens to the Giants, they're playing well, they're 2 back. I think they were 7 back about 10 days ago. You know, and I'm just going to use Willard as a amalgam. You know, him and Dibley had a funeral for him, all right? We know that everybody gave up on him. I thought their season was dead, clearly.
I did too.
Does that matter? Does that matter? Let's say there's a fan out there that never gave up, but that fan knows that a bunch of people got, despondent and thought the seat. Does it matter? And this is what I mean. Josh Allen leads a comeback Sunday night, and he says, "Yeah, I wish the fans wouldn't have left." Does that matter? And is there a difference? I don't think so, among fans in cities in terms of their level of commitment. Does it tell something about a fan if they did? Not that they quit on the team, but just, we're not going to win it this year. We're probably not going to the playoffs. Okay, now you're 2 games back. It's okay to watch the last 17 games as a fan again, you know?
Oh, no, it is. I mean, but that's why I think this particular Giants team has been so perplexing this year, because right now, for 2 weeks, they've been the best team in baseball. But then prior to that, for about 2.5 months, they were the worst team in baseball. And so it's impossible to pin them down. It just is. And that's why I've started to watch them over the last, I would say, week, especially, on weekends, I'm driving down to Santa Clara for a broadcast. I'll listen on the radio, and I just enjoy listening to baseball. And it's been kind of fun to, take a break from them because they were just so ugly, and they just seem like a despondent team, to now where you don't really know what happened. And that's why I kind of think this guy, Drew Gilbert's at the center of it, because it makes no sense how they've been able to suddenly turn their just insignificant playoff chances into a legit shot to make the postseason. I don't know if they will. It makes no sense.
I mean, it doesn't.
Steiny,
but a lot doesn't make sense. They're
the number one hitting team in baseball.
Run. Right, they're making a September run. There's no doubt about it.
They've been the best offense in baseball after literally looking like they have been swinging broomsticks for 3 months. I mean, riddle me that. I can't tell you.
See, I wonder sometimes. I'm looking at their last, let's say, 18 games, and when did this thing start? Let's say they lost the walk-off to the Brewers. And then they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row, 6 of 7, and that's when they got going. So, here's what I think sometimes happens. All right, you lose that game to the Brewers. Then you come back and you win a game 7-1, and then you win the last game 4-3. So, I don't view it as a chicken and an egg thing. I also view it as they won some games which started to add, you know what I mean? If Gilbert comes here and is jumping around, but they lose a couple games, I don't think he matters that much, and his impact doesn't matter that much. But they whether it was all him or just a small part of him, the fact that when he came up, they started winning games, that just built a natural enthusiasm from the guys who have been here. And then you add him into the mix, and now it's like, well, I don't know if he started the winning or the winning started, and now it's, it's infectious, but whatever it is, like I think, believe that they can. How many games are left? 17?
Something like that, yeah.
I think they think they can go 12-5 or something like that and get in here.
Well, part of it is they've also been the team who's chasing. They haven't had to be chased yet. And I do wonder what will eventually happen if this team, let's say, draws even with the Mets or potentially the Padres, and the games start to really matter. Because I think one of the reasons why Gilbert has represented this sort of like childhood energy is because kids don't really know they don't know what's going on. They're just playing, and they don't have a care in the world. But the rest of the players, I think, have been able to set the actual season's expectation to the side because they were dead in the water. Now the games are going to get, especially when the Dodgers come to town, especially you play them 7 times in the next couple of weeks, those games are going to matter, especially in the division. So, I do wonder how they'll react to that. But for now, they're on a roll. And we've spent so many days killing them throughout this season that I do think you got to give them their flowers for fighting. I mean, whether they make the playoffs or not, it has me feeling a lot more optimistic about their prospects in the future, and that some of the decisions that were made by the front office that we were, and I'll say I was ridiculing, Posey might have been onto something.
Yeah, to me, the most impressive part of this run, and what did you say, 13-3 and 14-4 over the last 16 and 18?
They're 13-3 over the last 16 games.
And to me, what's most impressive about that, Evan, is about a week ago, they were hot. And remember, we were saying, but they haven't picked up any ground. And then in the course of a week, they probably picked up more ground than, they picked up as much ground as you'd expect to pick up maybe in 2 weeks. So, I think that's the other thing that's happening. I think these guys know, when it's at 7 games, they were all talking let's just keep playing good baseball, see what happens. They weren't saying we're going to come back and make up a 7-game lead. They played well. It got to 6, 5, 4, and now it's at 2. And you don't even have to. Now you don't have to say, well, we'll see how it plays out. We just want to play good base. No, now it's you go 12-5. You may make it in. They're getting to the point, and I know they're getting to the point where they control their own destiny. And I'm not just saying it when they get past the Mets, then they'll, you know what I mean? If they play well enough, they can get to the postseason now.
Well, that's going to be hard to do. I mean, this is their stretch.
I know.
But that's kind of my point is you have to appreciate what they've done over these 3 weeks. You just do. Last night, and it they controlled that game from start to finish. From the very first inning, Adames comes to the plate after the first 2 guys get on and just launches a home run. I was sitting in the bleachers. It almost hit me in the face.
Was there a melee for the ball? Who got the ball?
Well, at the time in the first inning, there actually wasn't a lot of competition for it. We do have to get into some of these foul ball issues in a bit, but the game was theirs from the start. I mean, Patrick Bailey is pimping a home run to right field. The guy couldn't hit a home run to save his life 2 weeks ago. I can't explain that, and that's why the nickname Cuckoo Kadru to me is, I really like it because Cuckoo Kachu is a lyric from the song I Am the Walrus. The Beatles, right?
Correct.
Do you know the meaning of that song?
It's so funny you bring up that particular line because I was watching a Bill Maher clip the other day. Did you know what I'm talking about, Risotto?
I think so.
And he was talking about how the Beatles are this great band. He's like, but they wrote some terrible songs. They have terrible lyrics. And Maher goes, I am the walrus. What is that? That's not a great line, so take it from there.
No, but that's the point. So I Am the Walrus was written by John Lennon intentionally to be absurd and meaningless Because every time the Beatles came out with a song, all these, lyricists, analysts, and literary people who try to find symbolism in all these deep lyrics and meanings, they would always search for something deeper with the Beatles. Yeah. So John Lennon wrote something intentionally non-profound. It makes no sense. The song is not supposed to be some call to a higher power. He wrote it because he was probably on LSD. And in the song is cuckoo ca-choo, which means nothing. There's no symbolism behind it. There's no explanation. There's no reasoning. And so cuckoo ca-choo Gilbert, there's no reasoning behind it. There is no logic. There is no literary analysis that you can make about him or the Giants right now. That's the point. And so that's why I asked you, because right now a lot of this is not making sense, but it doesn't mean that we can't appreciate it for happening.
Well, what question, and you said it exactly. Like, nobody's going to explain, nobody can explain what happened. Or there's a million explanations for why what's happening is happening. But I'm not asking people to explain it. I mean, we can all call in here and say, well, Devers got here and he needed an adjustment and Adames needed half a year and then their pitching got a little banged up and now it's coming together. All that stuff is true. My question is, how do you view this team right now, 2 games out of the wild card, moving forward, knowing that 5 weeks ago, this team was essentially non-existent. We weren't talking about him anymore. Buster Posey had made a couple moves that indicated the direction they were going in. I mean, this could all just be a crazy run out of nowhere that means nothing. These kind of runs, Evan, I saw a lot of them with the Warriors over the years, and we never knew if they were actually building something right now or it didn't mean anything, or they were kind of catching teams at the right time. So I want to know from Giants fans, like, what have the last 5 weeks done? I mean, do you feel way more optimistic about last year? Is it a foregone conclusion now that Melvin's coming back? I think so. You're not going to fire Bob Melvin now, are you? You can't.
Why are you fast forwarding, though? Like, why are you thinking about the future?
Because I'm asking what people think about this team right now and how they're feeling about it moving forward.
In my mind, the fact of the matter is people are watching the Giants again. People are paying attention to them. We're talking about them. That's what's been changed about the Giants. I mean, they were lifeless. They had nothing going for them, and it looked like, everyone wanted to blow it up, break it down, reassemble parts, juggle the puzzle pieces. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but that to me has all been stopped. And the remainder of the season, that's the main course. The whole point, I don't know about you, Steiny, but coming into this season, and I had no clue it was going to play out the way it did. I didn't have them starting fast. I certainly didn't have them slumping when they got Devers. I didn't have them getting back up and getting into this postseason race. But what I thought this season should be about is an October chase, a postseason push where you get a taste of what playing meaningful baseball games are about. That's what they're doing. And how they got there, to me, doesn't really matter. The point is, whether or not they make the postseason, this is where this group and this franchise should be in year one of Buster Posey. They haven't been playing meaningful baseball games for the large part of the last 7 seasons. They have been chasing the number 500 for the better part of all of Farhan Zaidi's tenure. And in year one, they are 2 games back on September 10th with 20 days left in the month and an opportunity to sneak in and steal a wild card spot. Like, that to me that's a positive.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at. So, like Austin on the YouTube chat saying, they're 2 games back. Enjoy it. Like, enjoy the last 17 games. Well, first of all, I'm going to enjoy it. And that's why I sit down and watch baseball, because I enjoy watching baseball. I'm more interested in how we're feeling about the staying power of this. Like, like, yes, we're going to watch to see if they can get it done. But I'm sure there are some fans that are saying, God, if we would have done this, that, or the other thing, like, who is this team? I guess is what I'm asking. I know who they are right now. Right now, they've won 13 of 16. So where they're at right now, my question to fans is like, are you happy with it, or are you frustrated with it a little bit because of the way the season has gone on? Do you feel better that you can get something done this year? And I can understand optimism around this team, and I just want to see how much the fans believe in this optimism or how they're approaching the last 17 games. Whether is this all gravy in a way, and it takes some of the disappointment away? You know what? We got to this point. We got 17 games. Let's go for it. If we get it, we're finally back in the postseason. If we don't, well, we've had have they had a good year as of right now? Like, they're in it. Let's say they stay in it, but they come up a little short.
Yes.
Okay. And
yes.
Well, I think you say yes, and I might say that's a good start to getting things turned around. But there may be some other fans who are like, no, we should have made it into the playoffs, or we underachieved. And some might say they overachieved.
Well, and to me, those are fans that gave up and have refused to come back and watch this team. Because if you've been watching them for the past couple of weeks, you can't tell me that this team isn't intriguing, and for reasons unknown. But to me, Steiny, it's not about looking forward or measuring them against what happened. It's embracing what they're doing now. That to me is something we miss all the time in sports. We fast forward or we look back. I choose to be present with this San Francisco Giants baseball team. And that means that they might lose today. They might get swept by the Dodgers, and we'll come back and we'll say, that was tough. But I don't look at it like a mirage. Like, this team who is this team? That's an unanswerable question. This team is completely different than it was when they started in late April, when they started in spring training. They sold at the deadline. They got this nut job in right field named Drew Gilbert, who I hadn't heard of before this year, who I hadn't heard of before August 1st. They got players left and right coming out of the bullpen when their closer goes down with a UCL injury. Last night, I thought Bob Melvin, he may have pulled an unintentionally good string, but when Matt Gage couldn't get out of a jam and he went to this guy named Joel Peguero, who throws 102 with a 94-mile-an-hour breaking ball, he immediately comes in, strikes out two guys, you get out of the jam, leave them stranded in scoring position. That's the way they've been playing baseball. And I just feel like we're learning more about the new version of the San Francisco Giants. And that's what makes it difficult for me to say, well, does it mean Melvin's job is safe? Does it mean that they can make the postseason? Does it mean that next year they got staying power? All of those questions we can answer down the line. But for right now, this team is playing quality baseball for the first time, and it feels like an eon, because for the majority of this year, especially since they got Devers, they've been one of the worst teams.
888-957-9570 is the number. And, Evan's got me thinking about where the Giants are right now. And they have 17 games to go. They're playing meaningful games. There's no doubt about it. You can't say that this is a pipe dream anymore. I think it's more realistic than it's been all season, quite frankly. And so I'm interested in the psyche of the fans. And are you kind of like Evan, and you're just, this is all we ever wanted, and this is good, and Evan's ready to, in essence, if they can kind of finish up this way, that's a good year. Even, if they don't make the playoffs but win 85 games, it's a good starting point. I don't necessarily disagree. I want to know how Giant fans feel about where the team is right now. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, Gelkcomab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up 2 to 6. In fact, crossover coming up at 1:45. Now back to Steiny and Goo and Steiny. Crossover, 1:45. Will you just stay?
Yeah, I'll stick around, Mark. Thank you. Appreciate it. Of course, this is the Beatles. I am the Walrus.
Nice little band.
I'm the Eggman. I'm the what's it? Is this called I Am the Walrus, the song? I got it.
I Am the Walrus.
Yeah, this is the one that was intentionally made to make no sense.
Listen,
yeah, to throw some people off the scent.
They're obviously one of the greatest bands ever. Just not my cup of tea, really.
Too old?
No, just...
Well, they were before your time.
A little bit before my time. They were just a little soft for me.
You probably caught them in like the psychedelic era.
Yeah, but, you know, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. I mean,
That's a great tune.
What do we do? Right. It's catchy. It's poppy.
Well,
but you know what I mean.
Dude,
I want to hold your hand. It's not the greatest lyric of all time. That's all I'm saying.
When I send you music, you complain about the misogynistic crap in all of it.
I don't like that either.
I know. So you don't like anything. You like
No. I sent you that new woman I liked.
Yeah. Wait, which one?
Kathleen Williams.
Now, why do you like her?
I love her sound. Yeah.
What is she, like country, rock, indie, alternative?
Yeah, she's all those things. A buddy of mine turned me on to her. She's good. Really good, actually.
All right, I'll check it out maybe.
What's her name?
Kathleen Williams.
You don't have to come back.
I typed in Catherine Williams.
No, it's Kathleen with a K. She's from Canada.
My godmom's name is Kathleen.
All right. By the way, you noticed something at the Giants game last night. And
sure did.
Okay.
A lot of things, actually.
All right. What we're going to talk about now, I don't know where it's going to go, but set it up, Evan.
Well, which part?
It's the part about the foul balls.
Oh, yes. Okay, so number one, Elliot Ramos. We got to pasta. Have you noticed that Elliot Ramos, on occasion, after he's done warming up with the catcher who comes out from the bullpen, that he doesn't always throw it over the wall whenever he's trying to get it to a fan? So that's number one. If you're going to throw a ball into the stands, you got to make it over the wall. And I realize that Ramos is not a great fielder, but good Lord, not hard to hit the bleachers. Number two, the days of adults getting foul balls or home run balls or just baseballs, souvenirs at a baseball game, done. Finito. Over. An adult who catches a baseball in any way, shape, or form at any point, mid or post inning, has to give it to a fan. And the reason is...
Has to give it to a kid.
Oh, yeah. Well, it has to give it to a kid. Because if you don't, you will be canceled.
Evan, I agree 100%. And I'd like to have a discussion. I'm not going to take the side of this is like old man yells at cloud.
Every single ball I saw thrown into the stands was immediately given by some adult to a child.
Exactly. So if I'm at a Giants game and I catch a foul ball as a grown-up, what is now the custom, the norm, the mores, you have to get, like, I would have to give it to a little boy or a little girl.
Well, you don't have to.
No, you don't. But you know
you
what?
will be Karen'd.
Right. It's become so publicized that, you know what? I would give it to a kid. I'd give it to a kid no matter what. I don't need a baseball right now, but I kind of don't like the idea of an adult catching a ball. They shouldn't have to give it to somebody else's kid. Why can't they theoretically, they catch the ball and they say they have a kid at home who they're going to bring it to? You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. No. That's going too far.
We got to get to the bottom of this. Why don't you like someone giving the ball to a kid?
No. I'm not doing that today.
Yeah, I'm going to put you in that box.
No, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, if you want to give it to a kid, go ahead and give it to a kid. I would give it to a kid.
No, but you have to. You can't.
You do have to.
There is no option.
And I don't like that you have to.
Why?
This is it's just another little sliver of, like, what are we teaching kids? Hey, here's a ball. You get this. How come? You're a kid and we feel sorry for, like, it's not necessarily healthy but
you don't like the coddling that seems to be sweeping the country.
I'm not against the idea of giving a ball to a kid, but it's becoming the norm. A grown-up catches a ball. So now, like, if a grown-up catches a ball, should he have to give it to the closest child near him? Whether it's his child, and again, I'm not saying. Okay, this is what I want to say. I'm not saying, oh, I hate that. That shouldn't be the case. I'm just saying, man, things are different. Things are different now.
I have a question for both of you. How much influence does a camera possibly being on you have in this whole thing?
Yes.
Because there are past precedents of people being called heroes on social media because they gave a ball to a kid.
Right. And listen, I'm not against the heartwarming visuals of men giving a baseball to a young girl and her, bursting out with a big smile. I like those. I got a soft spot. I got a heart. I'm just wondering if you have to do it now.
It's cold.
Otherwise, you're shamed. Like, maybe you don't even think about it. You catch the ball, whoa, you show it to the crowd. Hey, okay, you look at it. 2 pitches go by, another foul ball, and you just put it in your pocket.
Well, I do think there is a mounting pressure on any adult who catches a ball to give it to a kid because of what we've seen recently. The Karen in the Phillies game who basically shamed that dad, who, by the way, was going to give it to his kid, into getting the ball back. And then I think it was the U.S. Open hat, like the guy stole the hat from the kid that we were talking about having some fun with last week. So anytime that you're in that position, I do think there's a growing amount of fear that if you don't do it, you're going to be canceled.
Right.
And I know this for a fact because last night when I was in the bleachers, which is where a lot of balls tend to look at, whether it's a home run, Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, people are, I forget who's playing center field for the Diamondbacks, Tawa. But he's like, they're throwing balls into the stands. Every single time there was a ball thrown, I was near a group of adults and they're like, yeah, I ain't going for that. And I was like, well, why? And they said, I don't want to get Karen'd. I don't want to be on camera as the person who took a ball from a kid. And every single time that there was a ball thrown into the stands that an adult caught, immediately it was given to a child. Now, I would like to think that's out of the kindness of their hearts, but clearly there is like a growing ulterior motive, and it's not necessarily a good, it's not because you're trying to be a good guy.
Right. And there's no doubt, if I were to catch a foul ball or a home run ball, and I'm sitting next to some stranger's kid, I don't have a strong need to have that baseball. So I catch it. My first thought is, here you go. Why am I giving the ball to the girl? Not some altruistic gesture, although it'll go down as a nice gesture. It's more, I don't need the hassle of not giving it to her and finding out what happens. I don't need that. It's an unnecessary, it's something that all I have to do is hand it to a girl, and that can ensure that my life will go on without something monstrous happening to it, which I want to stay away from.
I mean, I just think it's like foul ball etiquette or whatever you want to call it. Is it becoming softer? Sure. Is the world becoming softer? Sure. That's the way things are now. And I know I'm a part of a younger generation than you are, but, and this is really what bugs me about it all, is that you guys and gals, some of them, blame us. You blame the younger people for these things trending in the wrong direction when you're the ones who raised us. If you're mad about the way that the world is moving, look inward. That would be my suggestion. I mean, there's only so much we can do. Steiny, you don't consider yourself a role model, but I'm sure some consider you that. The way you live your life and the way you handle things has led to this moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, let's say 35, 40 years ago, it just was a foul ball. Grown man catches it behind third base, and I don't know. He didn't look around for the closest kid. Let's go to Clay in Oakland. He's got some foul ball etiquette for us. Hey, hold on, Clay. Give me 1 second here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors, and Valkyries always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, Clay, what do you got, buddy?
I got 2 points. I think with the Phillies, Karen lady was more of the dad got the ball in the scrum and brought it back to his kid, and she felt that she was entitled to that ball and was kind of a dick about it and took a ball from a kid. But as far as foul ball etiquette goes, I think, when I went to a Giants game, I wanted to catch a foul ball my entire time of going to Giants games. I'm 34. I finally had a chance. We are in foul ball territory. These 2 kids sat behind us. And I looked right at my friend. I'm like, this ball's going to this kid if I catch one. And lo and behold, in the 6th inning, I caught a foul ball, which was exhilarating because I'd never caught one. But the kids were so excited, turned around and, gave it to the little kid. And just, the explosion of happiness that he had, it's worth it.
Right.
I have the opportunity because I'm 6'3", so I'm tall and I got length. So that foul ball was mine. And these kids don't stand a chance. They had their gloves and they want to catch a ball, but, I think it was just more they were just so excited, and you make that kid's day.
Right.
It's really fun. And then I took pictures and everything, so I got the proof.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you know what? And thanks, Clay. Appreciate the call. I get it. If you want, it's kind of like, what's it in fishing? Catch and release.
Yeah.
You catch a sport fish and you bring it in, you're like, that's a nice marlin. Let's get rid of it. Throw it back. Yeah, so an adult catches it, you get the thrill, you toss it to a kid, the kid is happy as a clam, you get to feel good, you have a memory, you don't have a ball, but you have a memory. That'd be good enough for me.
Yeah, and people are chiming in on the YouTube chat, as well as the Boxer and Gerson working to return his text line, asking about, what if it's like a record-breaking ball? I think there's a difference. We're not talking about Barry Bonds' 700th home run. I'm talking about a foul ball. It's not that important. Plus, I would ask anyone here who's caught a foul ball, of which I have, do you know where that ball is? I'm going to just be honest. Do you know where that ball is right now? Now, you remember who hit it. You remember where you caught it. You remember all the experiences that went into catching that ball. but the actual ball itself, where is it? Like, did you keep it? Did you bury it?
I never caught one.
Did you frame it?
I've never caught a foul ball at a game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I've caught a foul ball.
Where's the ball?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where the ball is.
I did earlier this year, preseason game in Arizona. It's actually in my bag still because I never took it out after the airport.
Carter, so it's pretty
valuable.
Carter with a few.
No, it was a
at
preseason
6'9", he's caught a few foul balls.
Yeah, I've caught them. I've never given them away though.
Do you know where they are though right now?
No, I've totally lost them. Probably should have given them away.
See, I just feel like in a lot of these cases, the baseballs mean more to the actual kid than they do to the person who caught it. That's why I would personally give it away. But the point is that there is, again, more pressure, it feels like, because of cameras. And, so last night, I think there was some foul ball. I saw NBC Sports Bay Area tweeted out something from the Giants account about how this is how we do foul balls or something. And they might even put Karen in the caption, but a foul ball was caught by a guy, and his first movement was to then hand it to a kid.
Right.
And they were trying to obviously make fun of the Phillies woman.
Well, the Phillies woman was wrong, but poor woman. Enough is enough. That video and what has come from that video or of her ball stealing.
Wasn't her ball.
Right. That's why I would give it to a kid. Seriously. I would hate. That is kind of my biggest fear in life. One of the biggest ones. To wake up in the morning and it's like, what the hell? Yikes.
I mean, it sounds like a lot of people here just don't care about the next generation.
Casey's in Marin.
Yep.
Hey, Casey, how you doing?
Gentlemen, interesting topic, and my thoughts are this reminds me of a participation trophy where a parent is very mad because the winning team gets trophies, and my kid didn't win, but he played, and he didn't get a trophy, and he should get a trophy, so get him a trophy. And I think this would be very age. I think people, different generations, will have different opinions on this. I think we're very much in the age of participation trophy, and it's silly that a kid deserves a ball because they're a child. It's silly. I'd give them mine, but that being said, it's silly.
Right.
Have a great day, guys.
I feel the same way. I give them mine. I feel the exact same way, Casey. I'd toss it to a kid, but I wouldn't. Well,
I'm not saying you have to give the ball away,
but that's what we're getting at. Is now you kind of have to. Otherwise, you now.
Okay, so what? No, if you don't care about being called, whatever names, if names are just sticks and stones, they don't break my bones. If you don't care, then just catch the ball and be that guy.
Well, okay. Being that guy and catching the ball, I feel like in the past, foul ball, Jim gets it. Okay, Jim's ball. If he's got a kid, give it to him. If it's Sally catches it, it's Sally's ball. But now it feels like part of the foul ball experience, part of the foul ball custom. Now, it's not just catching a ball in the stands. It's now let's watch this guy find a kid to give it to. And that should be like a bonus. If a person wants to do that, great. But I feel like now it is, and I know there's more important things to talk about in life, but it does feel like now, if I were to catch a ball, think I might be on TV, I would have to take it to the next step and be like, all right, where's the kid? Because it's not over yet. It doesn't end when you catch the... Steiny caught a ball yesterday. Way to go. No, what'd you do with it? Did you give it to a kid? No. Oh, you're a jerk. Did you give it to a kid? Yeah. Oh, you're soft. It's like, where'd this come from?
I think what we're hearing from is a lot of people who haven't caught foul balls. I'm going to just be honest.
Well, and you know what?
I'm being honest. You think you want the ball if you haven't caught a foul ball. You think you want the ball, but you really don't. Because the moment you catch it, That's the moment.
I'm willing to indict myself worse than that, Evan.
Okay.
I mean, had we had this kind of protocol when I was growing up, I'd have had some foul balls. But adults weren't giving them to kids at the time.
Yeah.
It was unheard of.
Yeah.
But now, so, it's just this younger generation of kids, just more advantages than we had when we were younger.
But that's the point, though. The reason why a lot of adults, I believe, give foul balls to kids is because they didn't catch a foul ball when they were a kid, and they always wanted to. Seriously.
Is it? But
I'm just being honest.
Now that we're breaking this down.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about
catching the foul ball? Or is
getting one?
Oh, so now it's on your mantle. You know what I mean?
No, but
is the thrill catching the foul ball?
When you go to a baseball game as a kid, if you're a 6 or 7-year-old,
right,
you kind of hope you get a ball.
No doubt, absolutely.
You just do, and obviously there's only so many foul balls per game. Like a lot of kids don't get balls when they're kids. Baseballs, they don't get them, and so when you become an adult, you catch the ball. Wow, this is what that felt like. And then you look around and you see a kid and you see a little bit of yourself and you go, you know what, this means more to them because I wish that I got a ball when I was 7. Seriously. So if we're soft, if we're becoming Charmin, right, as a people, blame the people before you. Don't blame us. Blame the people before you that had no soul.
I wouldn't say we didn't have a soul, but kids knew their place, to be seen and not heard. Remember that one? You ever hear that phrase?
What?
Kids are to be seen and not heard. That's the era I grew up in. I try to evolve.
I remember
with
the first
times.
time I was invited to the adult table. It was a big moment for your boy.
How old were you?
I was like 12. I was invited.
That's too young.
I was invited.
That's too young to be at the old table.
And I wasn't there for very long. But that's like, don't blame us. Blame your parents.
Why would I blame my parents?
Because you never got a ball.
My dad wouldn't have given me the ball. He wouldn't have.
And that's why if you caught a foul ball,
he would
give it to
you know
a
what?
kid.
That's wrong. He would have given me the ball.
Yeah.
He wasn't big on that kind of stuff. Back in the day, the other thing I remember is if you got a ball, which I never did, the next step was then you tried to get it signed. Or if you couldn't, you still would never use that ball because it was the ball that you got at the major league game. So anyway, let's go to Matt real quick. I can squeeze him in. What's up, Matt in San Jose? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, so I was just going to share that I actually caught a foul ball at a game. It was a foul ball off the bat of Justin Turner, and I brought it to school. I was playing baseball at San Jose State at the time, and I brought it to school to use it in batting practice to see, are the MLB balls juiced compared to the college balls? That baseball got blasted out of the stadium, and now nobody has any idea where it is. Those balls in 2021 were absolutely juiced, man.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Well, and I got a good little story for you on the other side that's kind of similar.
I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah.
Let me just go whack it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And, I'll tell you a little story about, go ahead, get ready to cut this, juiced baseballs. I guess if I say juiced baseballs, it doesn't sound as bad. But I'll expand on what the last caller said. A story I was once told by a great former player. Risotto, you're going to like this one. Evan, you should, too, if you love the game of baseball.
Don't tell me what I should like.
That segment brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltran.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru today, and having a little fun talking about foul ball etiquette. And so I like the story from the college kid who got a foul ball and then took it down to San Jose State and hit it and said it was more juiced. I got a story like that too from the great Rocky Colavito.
R.I.P.
So he obviously had a baseball collection of a lot of his home runs. So
he was one of those guys?
They give it to
Sorry,
So anyway, he had a lot of balls laying around.
He had like 400 home runs.
That's right.
How many did he keep?
Well, like the 100th, the 200th, the 300th, the 400th. He would keep like the 42nd home run, the year he led the league in homers. Anyway, it was back in the live ball era. It was back, let's say about 2007 or 8 or after that. Rocky took one of his balls, like his 100th home run ball, which would have been from like 1958, and he, cut it open. And then he cut open a ball from 2018. The balls from 1955 and 60, if you'll remember, they were string. There was this little ball in the middle, very little ball, like a little rubber ball. And then there was twine. Anyway, he said he unwraps all the twine, gets to the ball in a 50 ball, throws it on the ground. It doesn't bounce. It's like a marble.
The one from 1958.
Correct. Yeah. And the one from 2007 was like a super ball. Just some food for thought.
Well, they are more juice now. I mean, they're made differently.
Anyway, there's
especially the ones in like 2000, like a guy was talking about before the break, 2018, 2019. Good Lord.
Yeah.
He had a pop-up that could go out.
Let's go to Brian's in San Jose. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing well. What do you got?
What's up, B?
I just wanted to jump in on this foul ball topic, man. It got my attention going.
All right.
So probably mid-'70s, I want to say. I went to a Giants game with my dad. I wasn't a Giants fan at the time. I was an A's fan. But he managed to catch a foul ball, and like you were saying earlier, the goal was to get it signed. So we went down to the players' parking lot after the game. Actually got Mike Schmidt to sign the ball. It was actually his foul ball. But to the contrary, went to an A's game about a week ago with my lady, and the amount of dads that I saw send their kids down to the bullpen to get balls, and the kids are looking back like they're about ready to get their teeth drilled, want nothing to do with it, and then run back with the ball to the dad. It was kind of comical because the kids apparently didn't want anything to do with what they were being sent down for.
Right.
Ultimately, the dad wanted the ball.
I got you. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call. So they send the kid down to get the ball for the dad.
Yeah,
kids have no idea what's going on.
That's too much. I mean, you got to let kids be kids. If they want to go down and try and get a ball, then you give them, like, a lot of times you can go to a bullpen and you can trade stuff. Like a lot of players, if you're seeing them down there, one of the easiest places to do it in Seattle, in a T-Mobile Park, whatever it's called now, the bullpen is right underneath the left field bleachers. So if you kind of dangle, I don't know, a kid will like trade a piece of gum or something, or I've seen a friend like give him like a chicken tender for a ball. That kind of stuff is fun.
Right.
It can't be for the parent.
Like, I remember doing that as a kid. You go down to the bullpen, and you could usually get those guys' attention. You know, the bullpen catcher usually didn't have an ego big enough that he wouldn't talk to you. And I almost remember saying, "Can I get a ball?" And they would be like, "Well, we'll see. Maybe, maybe not." Like, they keep it going for a while, you know. Anyway, Steve in Santa Rosa. What's going on, man?
Yeah, this story, this is my all-time favorite baseball story, total magic. When I was a kid, I was at a Giants game with my parents, and a foul ball came in. I called it. It was coming right to me. I called it, and this man stood up right in front of me, tried to get it and dropped it. So I was fuming mad. So 30 years later, I'm at an A's game. Johnny LeMaster's up, last game he played. Hits a foul ball straight up. I watched the ball off the bat. I go, I'm laughing because it's coming right to me. I didn't move an inch. Stuck my hand up, went right in my hand. I caught it. So, you know, I didn't realize that there was a kid next to me with a glove, you know. So when I saw afterwards, I was like, well, he's getting it, but I'm going to make him work for it a little bit. You know, so everybody looked at it and everything, and it made the rounds and all that. And the kid was just so dejected, you know, I could see it. I was like, man, this kid, he has no idea, you know. So I started talking to him, and I go, hey, he's got his glove on. I go, let me see your glove. And he stuck it out, you know, palm down. And I go, no, the pocket. Let me see the pocket. And he turns it around, and I stuck the ball in the pocket, and I go, that's yours. That kid, the look in his face, I can still see it. Absolutely never been that high in my life. That kid was so happy, you know, and his dad looked at me and gave me the thumbs up. And then I ended up chatting with him the rest of the game. He played first base. I played first base. That was, I'm telling you, give the kid the ball. And, you know, especially if the kid's a baseball player. I don't know if that kid could have caught it. It was pretty hot. But, you know, just the look in his face and the happiness he had, unmatched.
Yeah. Good story. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Steve.
That's what it's about.
Don't put me on the side of that I don't like touching moments.
No, but you don't like stuff being given out just because, you know, you're not a participation trophy guy. And people probably put me in that category, and that's fine.
Tebow's in Santa Rosa. What's up, Tebow?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going? I'm coming from the other side. I have a 5 and 11-year-old kid. Both play sports. I got a foul ball at a Giants game. After 5 minutes, they didn't care where the hell that ball was. I'm not saying that's every kid, but to think that every kid who receives a foul ball, his life is going to be touched forever, and, oh, my God, this moment, I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't either. I think it's about a moment.
They're going to the iPhone. They're going to the PS5. They're going to the Nintendo Switch. That ball is going to be put to the side, and chances are mom and or dad are going to cherish the ball more than the kid getting the ball. Have you guys talked to 5 and 11-year-olds? Have you guys communicated with them? They have no attention span. Come on, guys. What are we doing?
No, that I agree with. Thanks, Tebow.
The kids like the ball.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They like the ball. Are they in love for the rest of their lives and now love the Giants and the game of baseball for the rest of their 50 to 80 years of life? I'm going to say no.
Well said. Thanks, Tebow. Appreciate it.
Well, then why do you get them Christmas gifts? I mean, they're just going to forget about it in 3 minutes. Oh, no. Are you...
What?
Are you not big on Christmas?
No, you're talking about a stereotype that's out there. You know, kids get a Christmas gift, and by New Year's they're done playing with it.
Well, most of them are.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Some of them don't even enjoy the gifts they get.
I don't have a judgment.
No, but I just think it's kind of the equivalent. Like you still get kids Christmas gifts, even though they may not appreciate them.
Yes,
it's about the gesture.
No, it's I like Christmas. Christmas is fine.
Did you have a tough Christmas one year?
Yeah, I did. What's your point?
What?
I told you.
What happened?
Let's see. I think I used to number my presents.
Really?
Yeah, so I knew the order that I would open them. So I put like 1 through 12 on, 1 through 12 because I get a 3-pack of socks and I'd get 3 presents. 1 pair of socks, another pair of socks, and then a third wrapped pair of socks.
And then a telescope from Toys R Us.
It was a microscope.
Same thing.
All right. Hey, got a little basketball we can talk about today.
Let's do it.
Monty Poole reporting that basically everybody's anticipating that Kuminga's going to take the qualifying offer at some point before October 1st. We're 3 weeks away. Cam Thomas has taken the qualifying offer. Josh Giddey got a 4-year, $100 million contract. I think the difference between Giddey and Kuminga, although I'm not 1,000% sure, but I just have to get the sense Giddey was willing to go back to Chicago. Doesn't seem like he didn't like it there. And it doesn't feel to me like Kuminga wants to come back to Golden State. Long term, anyway.
It's going to make for a really exciting start to the season, I think. I mean, so if he's in... There was a report also that some of the players are beginning to funnel their way back to Golden State, right? And I do think that part of it is this, they just want clarity. Because Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, and Gary Payton II are the 3 players that are ostensibly waiting in the wings for this thing to wrap up. So maybe there was some pressure. I'm not sure, but training camp's like 3 weeks away. I mean, that's the other part about this, too. Like, the basketball season is quickly approaching, and the Warriors still have not made a move yet.
Well, and the interesting thing is training camp starts on the 29th of September. The deadline's October 1st for Kuminga. So if he, in theory, waits till the 1st, then they're going to have to, it's not the end of the world, but then if they do have Horford, he's not practicing that first day. You know what I mean? They can't do anything until Kuminga signs on some dotted line. And if he waits till the 1st, then, the Warriors still have to deal with telling Horford, Melton, and Payton, we've got to wait till the 1st.
Are you surprised to hear that he's anticipated to sign the qualifying offer?
It's funny. It's one of those things where I wouldn't have been shocked by anything, but then I would have been surprised by anything too. So I am surprised. I'd be surprised if the Golden State Warriors and Kuminga agree to that $7.9 million qualifying offer. Because if they both do that, I would take it as bad. This is bad. It's a bad situation. If he, like the Giddey situation, I'd be excited if I were a Bulls fan. But there's no way to spin the qualifying offer positively to Warriors fans who have watched this kind of saga for 4 years.
I think that's why I'm surprised to hear that news from Monty Poole, because it means that the relationship is just all bad. I mean, it's just not good. And they have not found a way to find some sort of resolution. That's why, so when the Giddey news came out, was it yesterday, 2 days ago?
Yeah, yesterday.
So when you hit me with that on the air, I think that, to me, it's like the Cam Thomas and Giddey situations are completely different than Kuminga's. And the reason why Giddey was able to sign a 4 for $100 deal, $100 million, is because they want to be together. I mean, Giddey wants to be with the Chicago Bulls, and the Bulls want Josh Giddey. They traded for him. They think he's going to be a part of their future. This clearly means that Kuminga is gone.
Right.
If he signs that qualifying offer, he is going to walk in free agency next summer, and the Warriors will have received nothing. If what Monty Poole is reporting is accurate, and I believe he is, he's tapped in more than just about anyone with the Warriors, then this is a lose-lose situation. The Warriors will not get anything in return for Jonathan Kuminga, and Jonathan Kuminga will have lost out, at least for this year, on making, it sounds like, $20 million.
Yeah. It looks like he's walking away from 35. He's walking away from $35 million right now because he would make an extra 13 this year and then what he'd make next year. But if he has a great year, but how's he going to have a great year if he's still here?
But that's the difference between him and Cam Thomas.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I was thinking you were going to say Giddey.
No. That's, again, like both those situations are totally different. Even though Cam Thomas also signed the qualifying offer, he has a path to play. He's started for the Nets.
Right.
He's been a 24-point per game scorer for the Nets. He just didn't like what the offer was that they were giving him or presenting him. And so he's going to go make money in free agency next year, but he can, like, he's really on a prove-it deal. We don't know what Jonathan Kuminga's prove-it deal is going to look like because he doesn't determine how much he plays. I mean, Steve Kerr does not have to play him. I think he will because they're going to need him at some point, and guys are going to miss games, but day one of the season, he's the sixth man. He's not a starter for this team. And so it just says to me that, like, he really wants to get out of here, and he does not want to be a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah, and the reason that these dates, to me, are interesting, and I know sometimes people downplay this, but I do think the teams think it's important, and I actually think it's important too. So if training camp starts the 29th, that means the Warriors will have their media day, the 28th or 29th. And I'm starting to believe that no matter what happens, a decision will be given before the 28th or before that media day. You cannot. First of all, if there's no decision made, then Kuminga might not even be there, but Al Horford won't be available. Not that it's the end of the world, but Horford, Payton, and Melton won't be there because they won't be under contract. My bigger point is, are the Golden State Warriors really going to start training camp this year and Jonathan Kuminga walks in on a $7.9 million deal and more people are sitting at his table than Steph Curry's doing interviews because he's the big news? It's just not a good way to start the season.
Well, I remember the last time we had a player that came to camp without a contract. It was Klay Thompson.
Oh, right.
And that season for Klay Thompson was not enjoyable. He didn't look like he was having much fun that year. And behind the scenes, Klay Thompson was not the best version of himself because he was worried about his future and his contract. And I just, again, we started the show talking about some of the things that happen off the field. Like with the Giants, there's kind of this, unquantifiable effect that I believe that Drew Gilbert has had on that team. And I think the opposite could happen here, where the distraction that is going to be Jonathan Kuminga's future elsewhere and how the Warriors have sort of fumbled this situation, because they're at fault for this too. They chose not to trade him. They chose not to meet halfway in the middle, it sounds like. And basically, they just couldn't get anything done. Last offseason, this offseason, they couldn't make it happen. They couldn't keep a player happy that they said they wanted to keep. So if they lose him for nothing, that's kind of a disaster.
It's absolutely a disaster. And it's less about, to me, it's less about, do you think are they losing a great player? I don't know. I think they're probably losing a pretty good player down the line. But to me, it's less about Kuminga than an asset. You had an asset 5 years ago, the number 7 pick in the draft. You took a player who you thought was going to be a part of your future, and now 4 years later, he's not on the team. Like, usually you make it up in some other area. If Jonathan Kuminga plays on the qualifying offer and isn't a member of the Warriors long term, then it's been mismanaged. Even if they didn't want to keep him, they went about it the worst possible way to try to move him by doing this.
Well, I know, like your guy talks about this all the time. You don't have to make a move or you don't make a move until you have to.
Yeah.
Well, clearly the time to make a move was before now, and they're realizing it, and it's too late. You know, if he signs that qualifying offer, I'm assuming it's because he's going to walk next summer, and you're going to get nothing for him. And it's another young player that you haven't been able to keep. It's another 22-year-old player that you have gotten nothing for. And it's tough because it feeds right into what everyone believes about the Warriors and some of their young talent, that they haven't been able to develop it. I think some of it's unfair, but at the same time, it's like you sign Jordan Poole, you trade him a year later, and you failed to come to terms with Jonathan Kuminga, and you haven't been able to keep him happy in the meantime. And so there is no compromise. I mean, it sounded like this whole summer it was either my deal or your deal, and neither side wanted to take the other.
Yeah, and the other thing about a team that may want Jonathan Kuminga is that team, if let's say the Warriors find a team that's interested in Kuminga that he's willing to go to, there's still a problem that the receiving team has, and that is he's going to be a free agent on their team next season. So they're going to have to be the ones to, pay Kuminga what they need to keep him, but they're going to have competition. So there's no sure thing that if somebody's trading, why would you trade for Kuminga at the deadline if you know he's going into free agency and everybody's going to have a shot at him, unless you get that nod, wink, wink that, hey, we'll take him here in Miami. Kuminga wants to go to Miami, and Miami's told Kuminga they'll pay him in the offseason. That's probably the way it would work, but then the Warriors get nothing for Kuminga.
Yeah, I just it's crazy how it's gotten to this point. And I guess maybe it's just the last sort of shot from Kuminga's camp that this is, the card that he's going to play. I just don't see how it benefits either. Kuminga loses out on some money in the immediate money that, again, you don't know if you're going to make. Like, if Kuminga could get hurt this year, what just happened to Juwan Jennings? Juwan Jennings, instead of taking, it sounded like the 3 for $45 deal that eventually was, Colt McKivitz's, instead of taking stability, he chose to bet on himself and took an incentivized 1-year deal to get a little more money. And week 1, he got hurt. And we don't know if he's going to be available, if it's a serious injury. If it's not, he could get hurt again. That might end up costing him in the long run. Like, I do respect that players are willing to go out there and put their bodies on the line for the chance to hit the jackpot. But I just don't know if you might look back on it and say, why didn't I take the money?
Right. And this from No. I don't think the Warriors will allow JK on the qualifying offer.
They don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice if he does not want to sign a long-term and when I say long, I mean 2 years or more. If he doesn't want to sign a contract for more than 1 year because he doesn't want to be here, then why would he sign a 3-year, $80 million contract if it locks him into the Bay Area where he doesn't want to be? So, like Kuminga, in a way, he holds the cards right now because he can take that $45 million deal for 2 years, or he could take the 7.9. Those seem to be the only two options right now. 888-957-9570. And don't forget, training camp starting in less than 3 weeks. So this stuff's going to get up on the Warriors in a hurry. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, Here for good, it was also sponsored by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent. Fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In Nob Hill, 61 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey.
And, hey, Goo, get well. Yeah, get well. Mouth.
Give me some good news, damn it.
Well, Giants are good.
Yeah, you missed 2 days worth of victory laps.
I am not Michael Strahan.
When was that?
What did he mean there?
I'm not God.
Well, we know that. That reminds me, we do have to talk about sometime in the 1 o'clock hour, maybe, the top 25 most influential sports media professionals of the last 25 years. Because Michael Strahan was on that list.
Yes, he was.
It was an interesting, I don't know, top 4, top 5.
Yeah, I want you to help explain some stuff to me. Because I don't.
Awful announcing.
This one guy I don't understand, and you can help me shed light on it. Jonathan Kuminga, Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, wrote that the Warriors right now are anticipating that Kuminga is going to sign the qualifying offer at 7.9, come back and play with a no-trade clause, and that probably means his long-term prospects here are no longer. He's got a 2-year deal sitting in front of him for $45 that he's apparently not interested in signing because it's got a team option on the second year. He wants a player option. They don't want to give him that. I mean, I guess the one thing that it's still on the table would be if they can reconcile, and if it's just a negotiation, maybe there's wiggle room like there was for Josh Giddey, who got a 4-year, $100 million deal. I mean, would Kuminga sign a 3-year contract? I don't know that he would now, unless, we're talking 25 plus a year, but I don't know. He's put himself in this spot, and he's taken it this far, so have the Warriors. So something's got to give. There's no doubt.
Well, I think he would sign a 3-year deal, but I don't know if he would sign it with the Golden State Warriors. He wanted one from Phoenix. He wanted one from Sacramento. They couldn't agree to terms because of the players coming back. But that's why I think that this is it would be a disaster if he signs the qualifying offer. I've maintained this the whole summer. Yes, the Warriors would not be strapped to a player long term that maybe they're not in love with. I don't know. But you don't get anything back. And in a moment, Steiny, I want to hear from Steph Curry, who was on the Today Show. It was a Good Morning America. And he was talking about what he wants the rest of his career to be. And this is the other part that's complicated with the Kuminga situation is if you don't get anything for him, you can't make your team any better. And this team has a very small window. And I don't know if they can, coming into the year, I don't look at them like a championship team, but you have one asset left to upgrade this roster. And if he signs the qualifying offer, you don't have a chance to upgrade your team. And you're basically just letting an asset that you've been sitting on for 2 or 3 years, walk, and you don't get anything back.
It would not be the way people drew it up.
You'd save money, but you wouldn't help your team.
No. Let's go to Tim's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Hey, Tim, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just had a quick question for you guys. Would he, say 3 months from now, right, they would still be able to trade him? But, say Phoenix wanted to do, the 4-year, $90 million, right? That's what they wanted to offer him. Say come February, could they trade him for, a $8 million player and then just give him an extension? Because to me, I don't really think he needs to have some kind of big, extravagant year. I think the people out there that want him already know kind of what he is, and they know the situation he's in. I think he just needs to get to a point where he could just be traded. So I'm wondering, say for in 3 months, can say to Phoenix, just trade an $8 million player, get him, and then give him an extension for 90. Would that, because he would waive the no trade clause, obviously, for something like that. It's just that they might get something from him. It'll just have to be $8 million when they could have got maybe something 22 or 23 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right on it. I think you're right on it.
I wanted to ask y'all. So I don't think he has to go out here. I know what y'all saying. He needs a runway to play and all of that. I think the teams that want Kuminga already know what he is. Everybody knows all that. He just needs to get to a point where he could just escape and get away. And I think it's just going to be, are they willing to take an $8 million? I mean, I would hope they're willing to at least take something. I mean, because it doesn't seem like they want to do anything right now. You know what's funny, y'all? I swear I wish y'all could find the voice for this. Mike Dunleavy, last April or May, it might have been Okawa Kami saying how Kuminga was untouchable.
Maybe he is.
He literally was saying how he was an untouchable player, and here they are about to not get nothing for this dude. It's absolutely crazy, fellas. So, all right, man, I just wanted to ask y'all if that would be the case.
No, thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call. And so this is where I got to believe, this is where we have no idea what the relationship between Kuminga and the Warriors is. If he plays for $7.9 million for 1 year, that means he decides where he goes. It's essentially a no trade clause. He's got to approve the team that he goes to. But that scenario has got a little issue for the Warriors. If he plays for, let's just call it the $8 million qualifying offer, and now we get to February, and now Phoenix still wants him, Kuminga still wants to go there, you can trade him if he says okay, but you're only getting an $8 million player back at that point.
Yeah, and that player is not going to be is not going to be anything. I mean, the only players that make $8 million are either veterans, most likely bench players, or young players. And a team has no intention of giving up a young player. We've already learned that this summer. And when we're talking about this is because Money Pool reported last night that Jonathan Kuminga is anticipated to accept the Warriors' qualifying offer. I just feel like it doesn't bode well for either team. And it means that the relationship has soured to such an extent that neither side is willing to work with the other. It just, JK does not want to be here. The Warriors are not willing to put themselves in a position to give in they want to have control of where they send him. He wants to control where he goes. And it just feels like it's something that's going to be kind of a question mark again for the umpteenth time heading into a season where the Warriors might have one last best shot to try and do something.
You were talking about a Steph
Mike.
Curry. I was talking to Risotto about this Steph Curry cut. He's wanted to make sure it's the one you wanted. It's a little bit longer, but yes. Curry was on with Good Morning America, and there's a lot here, but we can dovetail it into Kuminga and then beyond Kuminga.
I was always told by a wise man when I was getting into the league, you want to leave the league in a better place than when you found it. And I think just the way that you see the skill level right now, the way that the range is kind of taking over, and guys shooting threes all over the court. But just from 1 through 5 and all the way down the roster, I think this is the most skilled, era of basketball history. And so, whether that was, young kids in the game now seeing, my generation, the way that I play and getting inspired by that, like that for me is important and something I don't take for granted. And then also being able to extend your prime. Like I'm going into year 17 and really have this belief that I, can be at the top of my game again and win at the highest level. So I'm just trying to get every,
squeeze the most out of it. That's the word.
Until it's all over.
Now, what if I told you that actually is something that I think's very important? Very important.
Which part?
Well, Steph's got 2 more years left in his deal.
Yeah.
And he's always been saying, I want to keep playing as long as I feel keep playing. But if you listen to that, because the question was, how do you kind of want to be remembered?
Yeah.
How do you want to be remembered? And, of course, his first thing was related to the league. Leave the league in a better space. But what I heard him say is now what he wants a big part of his legacy to be is like to be the greatest player at his age in the history of the game. Whether it's 38, 4, I think he wants to be Brady. I swear to God, that's what I heard there. Like, he's saying that he wants his legacy to be to squeeze every drop out. So he's making a commitment to that. It's the first time I've thought he might play. I mean, he might play more than 2 years. And I know some people have said, yeah, I thought so too. But it's almost like that's what's becoming his focus now, which I think is very interesting. Not focus to take precedent over winning a title, but at his age, he wants to be known as maybe the greatest older player who's ever played the game. Maybe he probably wants to be more impactful at whatever LeBron's 40 or whatever than LeBron is at 40.
Well, I think that's because that's really all that's left for him to accomplish. I mean, he could, winning championships, competing for championships is certainly at the top of his mind, but there's not many things that he hasn't accomplished as an individual. The only thing is how great he can be at an advanced age. I mean, we did this exercise at some point last year, but if you look at all the guards, all the point guards across history, he's alone. There is no player beyond the age of, I think, 37 as a point guard that has averaged more points than he has, that has been as impactful as he has at his age. So the only thing left is to compare him to the rest of those players, which is LeBron, which is Durant, who is, I mean, they're the same age, but they're playing still at high levels. Those are the guys that he's competing with now. And I think that Tom Brady kind of changed the game for everyone in his sport, winning at the age that he did. And I think for a lot of athletes across all sports, and it sounds like Curry's one of them, that's the goal. It's to be still an MVP talent and to be a championship caliber player when you're done. Not a couple of years and then you ride off into the sunset, but the last hurrah, you're going to be at your best. And I think it's kind of unrealistic, but at the same time, I can't blame him for thinking about that because, again, that's the only thing he hasn't done. He's won MVPs. He's won championships. He's been great in the beginning. He's been great in the middle. He's been an all-timer. He's now won an Olympic gold. The only thing that there is for him to break through in is defeating Father Time.
Right. I'm looking at, he's 37 and a half. And I'm pretty sure I've done this already, but he's already, right now, at 37 and a half, or 37, let's say last year, he was playing at a higher level than any guard in the history of the game. And if you want to, Jordan, okay, we'll say point guard, whatever. But
you know what I mean? Jordan, when he was on the Wizards, was not as impactful as Curry is currently on the Warriors.
I would probably agree with you there. So right now, he's the greatest. Nobody's ever played guard as well as him at this age. But he's a guard. So I think what he's asking himself is, okay, can I play at 40 to a level where now they're saying I'm just one of the greatest older players ever? I am with LeBron, if he can get stuff done at, if at 40, Steph's still basically doing what he's doing now, and he's not just like a role player, then he might be able to lay claim to being the greatest older player ever, and a guy who just stayed at a high level for almost all of his career. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
I mean, I think, and look, he said something earlier about the skill level of players that we can get into in a little bit, but the last part to me is the most important. Him wanting to squeeze every last ounce of talent out of his body in order to compete at the highest level. And that's why, again, with the whole Kuminga situation, it's like there is urgency around this year. There is urgency to put the best possible team around Curry so that he can maximize whatever he has left. And God forbid, but hope, maybe he's got another couple years left. I don't know. But when I hear him talk about what's left for him to accomplish, the only thing is trying to beat Father Time. And I know it's undefeated, but maybe you can push it off a couple years. Like I just feel like with what athletes have accomplished recently, it's sort of defying what we knew to be reasonable for these players at advanced ages. Brady obviously is one of them. LeBron is one of them. And then Curry, to me, because of his stature and size, is right up there as well. And so, like, his legacy is only growing to me at this point. And I think he understands that it just, like, age is just a number to him. Or at least that's the way he's going into this season. But that also means that I think when he says he wants to squeeze everything out, like, that also kind of applies to the team, too. And that's why a distraction heading into the season, I also don't think he wants to deal with all of that.
Probably not. I think that's a good point. The other thing that I think is perfect here is the fact that Steph can almost, the only way that the Warriors can squeeze out everything Curry wants them to squeeze out, the first thing that must happen is Steph Curry must stay at a high level. And so the one thing that I kind of like about this situation is that the most important player on the team, Steph Curry, is still committed and knows that he's got to stay at a level under all circumstances, not just because he wants to have a great career, but because that's the only way that the team is going to be able to get back into championship contention. So, I almost feel like it's, he's got a built-in motivation team-wise and individual-wise.
Do you think that he recognizes that he's essentially in uncharted waters?
I think...
As a player at his age?
Yes, I think he does. I do. And I think he's worried, and you've heard it a lot in the offseason, in the football, guys get old in a hurry. I think there's he's aware of that. He's aware of all that stuff. And that's why it's his goal. He's going to retire at some point. I don't know when, but that's all that's left for him, is to prove to people and to players around the league and his teammates that at 38 this year, whenever his birthday is, he's going to be still a top whatever number you want to put on it, and he's still playing, and he's still the best player on the Warriors.
Well, he still can be. And this is the thing, too. It's like his numbers have They took a dip last year, but I do think that the Jimmy Butler trade, for whatever reason, really just revitalized him. His numbers post deadline were completely different than they were before, and maybe that's why he's now sort of thinking this way again. It's like I remember, what was it in December when he was at the podium saying we got to think about the future and we got to think about the way that we leave this franchise, as opposed to now in the summer. And I know your body's feeling better and you haven't gone through the wars of a 6-month season yet, but it's like last year getting back to the playoffs, winning a series. By the way, they beat, was it the youngest team in the playoffs, the Houston Rockets?
Yeah.
At age 37, for him to do what he did against the Rockets, maybe that's got him feeling a little bit different about the remainder of his career, as opposed to, well, we got to think about ushering things into the future. We got to think about how we leave the state of this franchise. It's like, wait a minute. Last 2 months of the season into the playoffs, like, I proved that I can still beat these young guys.
Exactly.
That I'm still at the top of my game. And however many years I got left, I don't get to determine, but I'm going to make damn sure that they're good ones.
Yeah, listen, if you're Steph Curry and you have the confidence that Steph Curry has, how do you not think you would have beaten the Timberwolves? It's funny. If a fan's like, oh, we would have beaten the Timberwolves with Curry, I'd be like, you don't know that. But Curry believes it.
100%.
And he's a player, so it's like he believes it. Okay, that means you're a Western Conference final team. I could see how, like, he has every right to believe they could have been a Western Conference finals team last year. And so that's not far from getting back to an NBA finals. So I feel like he's got to be still optimistic about this team's chances.
I mean, and I also think, too, it's harder for an older team to think like this, but what we saw last year in the postseason in the East was injuries kind of determine who got to the dance. I mean, the Indiana Pacers were a damn good basketball team, but they also got some help. Guys got hurt on opposing squads, and injury may have prevented them from winning a championship, and OKC taking it, obviously, in Game 7. So I think that Curry's like, if I can stay healthy, if this team can stay healthy, we got a shot. I don't really like the whole Draymond guaranteeing stuff, but I think that's the way they're sort of approaching this year of like, dude, just get us to the playoffs. Just get us a little bit of injury luck. And I can beat Tom Brady. I can go out on top because I still got, like, Brady wasn't as good as he was in 2007, back in 2021 when he won his last championship, but he was still pretty damn good. That Tampa Bay Buccaneers team was obviously very talented, but they weren't the 1 seed in the NFC. It's like, I just think that's how a lot of these athletes at their advanced ages are looking at this. Like, just give me a chance.
Like Peyton Manning in Denver.
Yeah, he was awful, but that defense was really good.
Right.
It helped him win his second title.
Right. No doubt. I'm looking at Curry's numbers, and he still averaged 24.5. Like, that's a lot of points to average a game.
Well, and I know
for
it was,
a guy at his age.
I know it was 2 months,
incredible.
But if you look at the last 2 months of the year, I think he was up to like 28 points a game.
Yeah. His minutes the last 3 years have gone from 34-7 to 32-7. Last year, 32-2. So his minutes dropped marginally in the last year or two. His shooting percentage is, they're still right there. He's 45-40 essentially. So the three ball's not up at 44% like it has been, but it's still right at 40 pretty much, 39-7. But yeah, I look at Steph Curry and think that he is right now committed to like being the NBA's version of Tom Brady. And it feels like LeBron's not. It feels like this is LeBron's last year.
You think so?
I do.
I'm surprised we haven't heard about it yet.
Although,
so he can set up the tour.
Well, he's a free agent at the end of the year no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to be a year of LeBron speculation. Don't you think? Are you going to retire? Well, I'm thinking about it. But then he could just go into the offseason and sign anywhere he wants. And everybody's going to be on the edge of their seat waiting to know what LeBron's going to do.
It's true.
So,
and whether or not he could come to Golden State.
I know.
That door isn't closed.
No, I agree.
I don't think it's closed yet.
I don't either.
Because it's been open very marginally for like 18 months.
Yeah, if you said, Steiny, how much would you bet on the Warriors, on LeBron James never plays for the Warriors? I'd say, I'm not going to make that bet. I'm not there yet, sorry. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Come to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options, to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Partner with the business that's ready to work for yours. The Home Depot. We supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. Streamline operations and get more done with the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay, things, people, love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And listen to all the interviews from this year's Ember Stop Wildfire Preparedness event, sponsored by PG&E, and how to stay ready in case of an emergency at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. Now back to Steiny and Goo. Steiny and Goo. You're having a great show today, guys. Keep it going.
All right, thanks, Mark Willard. And Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And hopefully Guru will be back tomorrow. He's feeling it.
Yeah, he's a little down bad.
Yeah, he's feeling not feeling great at all. We were talking before the show about the Niners, and the one thing I was like, Wednesday to me is always the day where you have all your leftover football stuff. What stuff happened that you didn't get enough time to address? And we were talking about this guy before the show, and we're going to start the 49ers conversation here, and it's this. If we talk about that win Sunday and we think about all the guys we talked about, obviously Purdy game-winning drive, got Tonjes making a big play, Kittle's great first drive, Pearsall solid, all that kind of stuff. And maybe this is what happens with superstars. We didn't talk a lot about Nick Bosa, who at the very least made the game's biggest play defensively. Like everybody says there was the play. There was the game-saving play that is part of what makes a player who's paid as much as him earn his money. That's why it's not the only thing he's got to do, but he did it on Sunday.
Your 2 highest paid players made the 2 biggest plays of the game. Your quarterback led you on a game-winning drive where he went 6 for 6.
Did they just give Tonjes $45 million that I didn't know about?
No. But Brock Purdy made an awesome last play. Call what you like. We'll say fortunate. But on that drive, he was money. Hit Pearsall down the sideline, stretched the field. Everyone says he doesn't have a deep ball. There it was. Throws the game-winning touchdown. But it's not a game-winning touchdown unless his defense gets a stop.
Yep.
And Nick Bosa, who is your second highest paid player, who we have talked about all offseason long needing to be that guy, just shoves the right tackle back into Sam Darnold, forces the sack, forces the strip, and then falls on top of it to seal the game. I know that a lot of people felt, iffy about the victory and all, but your 2 highest paid players made the 2 biggest plays of the game. and that's what you paid him for. When we were talking about it before the season, it's like, you were saying Brock Purdy has to make those kinds of winning plays. Like, that's going to be the difference. Well, the same applies to Nick Bosa. And I know that a lot on Sunday we were talking about, the rookies, the young guys, some of these players who we haven't heard of before stepping up and doing a really good job. But I just found it interesting how it felt like most of Monday, number 97 didn't really come up.
No, and he led the team in tackles for loss. And, of course, he comes up with the big play. Does he get a strip sack for that?
Yeah. I mean, just because he didn't himself swat the ball doesn't mean he didn't absolutely bull rush, forget the name of that tackle, but he just backed him up right into the quarterback.
Also, Juwan Jennings is day-to-day. Yesterday, we didn't know his status. Apparently, it seems like the 49ers may have dodged a little bit of a bullet there. Juwan Jennings looks like he could play as early as Sunday. The one thing Bosa was talking about, Evan, in the preseason was being a leader, being a mentor to the younger players. And he was asked what he sensed from the younger players on Sunday.
Everybody's nervous in the NFL. First game, I get nervous. It's a high-pressure business, and you got to go out and perform. People forget quick, so you got to go do your thing every single day, and it's the start of a good journey.
He does not get nervous.
I'm going to call BS on that.
He might get butterflies, or he might get that little feeling when you know you're ready.
It doesn't sound like he feels much of anything. But
did you feel anything before you took the mound at Willamette?
Yeah, I felt something every single time I took the mound going back to Little League. Yeah. You should get nervous.
I agree.
But Nick Bosa is also, okay. Nick Bosa was the best pass rusher in college at Ohio State. He probably should have been the number 1 overall pick, but the Cardinals took Kyler Murray. So as a defensive player, he was the consensus best player in the draft. He just didn't throw the ball, which is why he didn't get taken first. He has a sack in his first game in the NFL, makes his impact clearly felt in a 31-17 blowout victory against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers the first time he steps on the field in the NFL. So I do believe that Nick Bosa feels nervous. But the difference between him as a rookie and Michael Williams as a rookie, who didn't have a great game, is that Nick Bosa has dominated every single level that he has played at. And he clearly showed from his first start in the NFL that he was also good enough to dominate as a rookie when he had 9 sacks and was, on a team that got to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it also helps. And again, this is one thing Guru brings up a lot. Bosa didn't seem to like Wilkes. And I mean, independent of that, it's obvious Bosa really does like Robert Saleh. Hell, I heard that interview with Willard and Dibs with Bosa's mom, and she was talking about how excited he is about Saleh. So you got your best defensive player, and maybe your best two in Warner and Bosa, and they're just loving the Robert Saleh being back here.
Yeah, I mean, he's as good of a coach, defensive coach in the league, and when you could just feel the leading up to the game, how important this is to him, and he's trying to get everything perfect before we step out on the field so that everybody knows. And with a lot of young guys, he was a little nervous coming in, we all were, and just putting players in the best positions possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. He said Saleh was nervous with all the young guys who played. And, if you look, the young guys were kind of a mixed bag. But, they won a game. There's nowhere to go but up. They won a game, and clearly they're, Williams, Stout was he made some plays, but they attacked him. They're not going to play that well in every game. But to see that in week 1, I do think that makes Saleh realize that when they play defense well, they are capable, and they needed to find that out too.
Well, the one thing that something that I missed, I knew that Saleh had a big impact on the rookies. I think that just the way schematically he deployed a lot of his guys, it clearly was working. I mean, they kind of neutralized what Seattle was trying to do. But something that I missed too was it seems like Saleh and Bosa said it a little bit there. Like, he got his stars to play like stars. So on defense, you have 3 dudes that are big-time playmakers for you, one at each level. You have Bosa on the defensive line, Fred Warner, your linebacker, and then Diamador Lenore in the secondary. Nick Bosa had the biggest defensive play of the game. Strip sack, fumble recovery, game over. Fred Warner, I thought, was damn good on Sunday. Didn't skip a beat. And Diamador Lenore, quietly, when he was targeted, did not allow a catch. So your 3 best defensive players played like it. Now, will they every Sunday? Perhaps not. But the fact that Robert Saleh in just one game wasn't able to just, get these rookies in positions to make plays, but he put his best defensive players in positions to make plays. That, I also think, is something that we missed after watching the game on Sunday.
I mean, the thing, again, I've said it before, the thing that you got to love about Saleh is that, there's so much confidence in Saleh as a defensive coordinator that everybody assumes he will get the most out of a defense. So if this defense over the course of 17 games proves to be, let's say, bottom 5, I'll still believe Saleh, it was the best version of the defense that Saleh could come up with, and that they're going to have to get some better young players in here, or if the old players were part of it. But, there's no nobody's going to say, boy, Saleh's not getting the most out of these guys. First of all, because a lot of them are young and nobody knows, and the reputation that precedes Saleh. He's got the confidence in Saleh from the players, the front office, and the fans makes him he should be able to do his job without any concern, any at all.
Does it feel like, I know it's 1 week, but because it kind of feels like old times again with Saleh and Shanahan, do people trust that Saleh's going to get more out of the defense than Shanahan's going to get out of the offense?
I don't know if it's that, but
it seems like people just kind of trust this guy more. And I know his job is much different. He's not the head coach, but
no, okay, that from that point of view, yes. It feels to me like there's a segment of fans out there that are down on Kyle because he hasn't gotten it done, all those things. Nobody's down on Saleh, and nobody will be down on Saleh because, I believe there's no question among Niner fans that whatever happens this year to the defense, that it won't be Saleh's fault. Saleh will be given credit for getting the most out of this defense, and if the defense stinks, it will fall on the players. It won't. Nobody is going to say Saleh did a bad job. Kyle Shanahan, on the other hand, and so he won't even really be nitpicked, Saleh. Kyle's the other way, he offensively, he gets nitpicked because he's been here 8 years, and it's been his offense over the course of all that time. And some people think that, he hasn't been able to get it done and he's not going to get it done. So that's an interesting question. I mean, I don't look at it like that, but because I think Shanahan's a really good offensive coach. He may make some mistakes, and we'll talk about those mistakes. But I feel like if mistakes happen on defense, we won't talk about them as much because A, Saleh's a defensive coordinator, and I guess B, the defense is younger than the offense.
Yeah, that last part to me is why I'm kind of leaning that way, is because there's more proven talent on offense. And don't get me wrong, they got holes, but there's 5 or 6 rookies that are on defense playing snaps. So if the defense has a bad game or they make mistakes or something happens, most of the time I just think we're going to chalk it up to lack of experience or youth. It's not going to fall on Saleh. But it's interesting because the offense has now been hit by these injuries where Kittle's out, Juwan might be out. Trent Williams didn't look great in week 1. Ricky Pearsall it's his first year as a starter. And yet, if the offense doesn't perform well, that's going to be on Kyle. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that maybe Shanahan gets the short end of the stick in that regard when they're kind of in similar positions. Like the defense just has to deal with young guys, but the offense is dealing with a ton of injuries right now, and yet there will be no excuse for a high-paid quarterback and the head coach.
I think it's a fair point because I didn't hear a lot. I mean, you heard some, but a lot of people weren't happy with just 17 points. And when you say, well, they're missing Ayuk, half the people say no excuses. They still expect the 49ers to score 30, 35 points a game no matter what. And I think there's the reality of this team right now where they're at. They might have to win games 17-16, 17-10, 17-13. Hey, stream your local NFL game all season long, and it's starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. There's something I want to get into, and we kind of danced around it. Yes, I feel like you didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Is that my fault or your fault?
Yeah, it was yours.
Okay. Okay.
You seem to be saying that I just keep saying, oh, the schedule's easy. And
well, you do.
Okay. When you make a preseason prediction on win total,
yeah.
Do you go through every game and go WL, or do you just put a number there?
No, I don't.
Oh, but it's okay. Well, it seems like you make a judgment on the people who do.
Well, yeah. How are you supposed to predict how good the Falcons are going to be in Week 8? I mean, everybody thought the Saints were going to.
I thought I was no fun.
No, but I have an idea of what a team can be. So I thought coming in the Niners were like a 9-8 squad.
Yeah.
Week 1, I might have to apologize. That might be a lot better than that. I don't know. But the point is, Week 2, if I'm just doing the schedule game, right?
Right.
Week 2, they play the Saints.
Yeah.
The Saints suck.
Right.
The Saints are awful.
Right.
Oh, Ross Tucker comes on yesterday and tells us, actually, you might want to be worried about those Saints. Saints ain't too bad. Like, I think they stink. But Week 1, they gave the Cardinals a run for their money. If a guy catches a touchdown with 6 seconds left, that game's going to overtime. Maybe they steal it.
Right. And I was. Does this way work at all?
Okay.
All right. I'm looking at the 49ers schedule, and I have them as a 10-win team.
Yes.
And I didn't really go through win, loss, but I'm looking at this schedule. I think they can win 10 games. And the way I look at it is, had they lost Week 1, I still see 10 wins.
Mm-hmm.
But that game on this schedule, to my rankings, is the second hardest game they'll play this year.
The Saints?
No, the Seahawks.
Okay.
The road game against the Rams, to me, on paper, is the toughest game. And what I'm getting at, and you said it yesterday, is like you're kind of one up on where you could be now. Like
you're ahead of the curve.
Right. And the way you stay ahead of the curve now is you beat the Saints. And then you're 2-0 when you picked a 10-win season and you thought you gave them 1-1 for the first 2 games. You know what I mean? So from that standpoint, from an objective level, they won what could be one of their toughest games of the season on the road against that team. Like, it was their second toughest game of the year that they're going to face, in my mind.
That's fair. I mean, but again, it's like, is where context matters. Okay, so this week against the Saints, you don't have George Kittle. That might be a tougher game than, Seattle, because
it's going to be. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I don't know if it is, but my point is, like, in Week 6, if you're maybe McCaffrey goes down, like, that's all of a sudden a much tougher game because you don't have your playmaker. So that's why I find it hard to go through a season and say who you should beat, who you shouldn't. I just kind of pick, like, I think that the Niners' talent level, their inexperience and some of their aging core on offense led me to believe they'd be a slightly better than 500 team. So I went 9 wins. After watching that first game, I felt like the defense is way ahead of where I would have had it at Week 1. So if this offense can stay upright, you get some guys back. I think they can win 10 or 11 games now after just 1 week. And it's not necessarily that they they beat the Seahawks so that they're ahead of the curve. It's like they displayed a level that I didn't think they would have at the start of the season.
I thought the defense looked good, no doubt about it. I got to give a little more time to, because I think not just Seahawks, it's just sometimes early in the season. And I do think there's something more nowadays than, let's say, a decade ago in terms of guys aren't playing in the preseason, and essentially this is like the college opener. Like Brock Purdy, he didn't play in the preseason, did he? Or one series? I can't even remember.
He played one series against the Raiders.
All right, one series. So, even though they have a preseason, it does feel like most NFL teams are now just operating with the understanding that week one, it's our opener. Which it always is, but it's like that's the start of the season, and we're willing to use the first game or two to kind of see what we got. Of course we want to win, but we also have to figure out what we got.
Yeah, but I think it's a good first impression.
You mean the defense? No doubt.
The team as a whole. I mean, they couldn't win close games last year. I think last season they were in a bunch of those kinds of games, especially early in the year. I know late in the season it kind of fell apart because of injuries, but at one point in the year they were 5-4, and it looked like that was a team that might be able to. I mean, we thought that they were kind of breaking down. They didn't look like themselves. Certainly didn't look like a Super Bowl team, but they might have been able to sneak into the playoffs, and they fell apart because they could not get a one-score win, it felt like. Right. Nobody was able to make the winning play. Purdy did on Sunday. Bosa did on Sunday. I thought guys who are, supposed to make plays outside of Tonjes generally did. Ricky Pearsall almost had 110 yards. He's your number one receiver. He should make some plays. Christian McCaffrey's their best playmaker on offense. Touched the ball 31 times. On defense, Nick Bosa is your highest paid player. He's supposed to get to the quarterback. He got to the quarterback. I think, in a way, it's like, though the Niners aren't stacked at every position, certainly like they were 2 years ago, they're getting the most. They did in 1 week. They got the most out of the guys who are paid to be playmakers.
No doubt. This from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. You keep saying the Niners played well, but still they had to come back and win against the rebuilding Seahawks team. That doesn't make sense. And this is exactly what I'm getting at, and it's going to be something that's going to need to be talked about all year long. And all that depends on what you thought of this team before the season. And I'm judging them off a 6-11 season last year. They had some injuries, and my thought process is they should bounce back. They 9 or 10 wins. Let's say 10 wins is the goal. Try to be in the division hunt, win the division. That's the goal. When you say, how do you say they play well? They barely beat a rebuilding team. It's because I'm not looking at them anymore like they're a 14-3 team. And I think the last 3 years, we looked at it like they were a 12, 13, 14 win team. I don't think that anymore. So what they accomplished on Sunday was a win on the road, division opponent, close game that they won, all those things. So that's why, yeah. And here's the other thing. We can debate if they played well or not. And if I say, yeah, I thought they played well, and somebody says, yeah, they didn't really play that well, that's even better. Then that's even better, because they went up there and won a game where they didn't. If you think they weren't clicking on all cylinders, I would tell you that's a reason to be positive, not negative.
I would also ask this person, though the Seahawks changed quarterbacks, are they more of a rebuilding team than the Niners? The Seahawks won 10 games last year. The final, I think, 5 games or 6 games of the season, they were a top 5 defensive unit. A lot of those guys are back. Their head coach is still there. Now they might be moving towards, they're trying to grow, sure. I would say the Niners rebuilt more of their roster than the Seahawks did this offseason. And again, the biggest difference is the quarterback. But the Niners said goodbye to roughly 10 starting players. I mean, they had to replace them with rookies, with trades, with free agents, with guys that they're still signing like Kendrick Bourne. I mean, I think the Niners were closer to rebuilding their team than the Seahawks.
And
they beat them in week 1 on the road.
Yes, they did. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position neatly.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025, and is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every 49ers home game this season for our special pregame live broadcast. Plus, we'll have games, prizes, great food, and shuttles to and from Levi's Stadium. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and what a fun day here. Shooting the bull about sports.
We got more stuff to get to.
Oh, yeah. Here's one thing I was thinking about, and I don't think we're going to ever get on the same page on this one.
Shocker.
But I realized something about myself, and it's expectations are what steer a lot of my opinion. Not just my expectations, but other people's expectations. So, for example, the last 3 years, when people were talking about the Warriors as, a championship contender, all right? They're still a championship contender. All right, well, if those are the general expectations of the Warriors, we're a playoff team, we want to get to 3 or 4, blah, 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 well, then I've got to talk about them as though they're a, 4th seed in the Western Conference. The 49ers, for 3 years, the criteria I used, and maybe a lot of us used, was we're viewing them in the lens of they are a Super Bowl championship caliber team. So that's how we judged them. I don't judge them like that anymore. And so that's why I can look at game one. I'm looking at them as a team coming off a 6-11 year. They went up to Seattle. They won. So that's a good win. Like, they played well. And if you want to get into okay, they played well enough to win. Who cares? They're 1-0, and that's a real good start considering the schedule and who this team was and where they played them.
Well, they played well enough to win. Well overall, I think that it doesn't matter. That's kind of the point of the season. Like, how they look, I don't know if this season is really about that. This season is about, okay, you don't have as good of a team as you did 2 years ago. You got a really young defense. You got some aging pieces on offense. How can you piece it together and pick up victories and hopefully win this division or earn a wild card berth? How can this team respond? How do they respond from a 6-11 season? I think that's important. And for week one, I I used this terminology yesterday. I'll say it again. I think they're a little ahead of the curve from where I had them, because the other part of this, too, is the beginning of the season should be, on paper, the toughest part of their year, because you're going to be missing Demarcus Robinson. You won't have Brandon Ayuk. You won't have a Malik Mustafa. There were built-in injuries to an already, kind of all-around team. Like, I think this group, the way I was looking at the years, if you can survive the first 4 or 5 weeks, and if you go 3-2 the first 5 weeks, I think they're set up really well to have a good second half of the season, especially for a team that under Kyle Shanahan generally starts slow. So, you win week 1 in Seattle, you've already totaled the amount of division wins you had from last year. Like, I guess, did people think that they would just go right back to being Super Bowl caliber? And when people were not mad, but I don't know if it's like critical of the victory.
Right.
Did they think that they would just go into Seattle and blow this team out?
I kind of wonder that too. And like the way the game played out, I didn't really understand some of the criticism either, because that's the way I looked at it as a division game on the road. And those you just got to figure out a way to win. The other thing that kind of surprised me a little bit, Evan, is it was the first game. Like it was the first game. Like there's been no frustration built up over the season about this team. It was their opener, and they're playing on the road, and they scratch and claw out a win. We have nothing to judge this team against. It's their first game of the year, and if you're down on that game, it's so early in the season that, like, I guess what I'm saying is that could be their signature win for all we know this season. So I thought there was a little bit of not the expectations, but I think, yes, people are still expecting the 49ers of 2 years ago to show up. I absolutely think that people think that this team still can win 10 or 11 games and make a run.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that the identity of this team is going to be different. There's similar faces, but I think that this group is by the end of the year going to have us thinking that they're a different squad. Like, and that's kind of the point. They have to be. I think that's what they told us they were doing this offseason. They had to turn the page. They had to turn away from a lot of players that contributed to a Super Bowl runner-up finish 2 years ago, from 3 straight NFC Championship games. Like the Niners of old, which is honestly not that long ago, I am not viewing this group. I'm looking at it as more of a blank canvas. And so far, that first paintbrush, that first stroke it's a really good stroke. Like that's what you kind of have to put together, And could they lose this week to the Saints? Perhaps. I would bet no, because I don't think New Orleans is as good as them. But I just feel like this is going to be a roller coaster ride for the Niners, and that's why it's almost more exciting in some ways than when you go into the year with the expectation that your team has to be good and they fall short of expectation.
I agree completely on that one. And that's where, but if fans are using the same criteria to judge this team as they were in the years past, yeah, they're gonna be probably more disappointed this year. That's why I think, like, to me, this year, I would almost imagine, like, this is the closest thing to a fan base that should be all on the same page. And what I mean by that is, for the last 3 years, you came in saying Super Bowl or bust. Okay, you didn't get it done. That happened. Of course, the goal is always to win the Super Bowl. Of course it is. We know that. And they should go try to win the Super Bowl. But when I look at the 49ers, I look at the NFC West, and I see Seattle and the Rams, and I think it's pretty obvious this team can make the playoffs. It's very possible. So I would think that all 49er fans, the 17-game regular season, we're all in unity here. Just try to win the division. If you win the division, everybody's going to be happy, right? And if you're not happy after the 49ers win the division, then I'm like, what are we even doing here?
I mean, I do think it's going to be tough to win the division.
I do too.
And again, I don't think the Niners are the best team in the NFC West, but again, maybe they don't need to be because they play an easier schedule than the Rams do. I just think that looking at the last few years, it's just been Super Bowl or bust. And I will always remember Kyle Juszczyk talking about, I think it was before 2023, when they came out of the gates like absolute gangbusters. And they had goals as a team. Step 1, win the division. Step 2, get the 1 seed. Step 3, win the Super Bowl. Now, they accomplished 2 of those goals, not the third. But the point is, I've heard nothing like that this offseason from players. And it doesn't mean that they still don't want to be good and challenge and win a Super Bowl. But the point is, there was an expectation, I think even internally, that when they were in their run of NFC championship games and even going into last year, that this was a team that would settle for nothing less than a Super Bowl. I don't know if there's that internal expectation anymore. Now, they might surprise themselves. They might shock themselves. But I have not heard anything from Shanahan, from Saleh, from some of the leaders on this team that's like, we are going to, I should say, we are staying in Santa Clara in the second week of February.
Right.
What I've heard from Shanahan is, this kind of feels like maybe a bit like 2018. Where we got a whole new group of guys. Robert Saleh before the year is saying, well, I'd expect the rookies to get better every single week, but I'm not really sure what to expect. They don't know what this group is going to become, and so I feel like we just have to watch it unfold.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. The 3 goals were win the division, get the number 1 seed, and then win it. I would add a first one. The first goal would be to make the playoffs, obviously. Now, if you make it as a wild card, dynamite. But conventional wisdom is that the NFC West might be so bunched up that only the division winner will make the playoffs. That'll play out on its own. But this team, this is why if the 49ers, they're going to lose games during the year, but as long as they, continue to work, if they get off, they win Sunday, all right, now they're 2-0. And I'm not saying it's automatic, but you start kind of stacking some wins and you go to 1-0 and now you're 2-0, now you're 2-1, now you're 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, 5-2. It's like you're continuing to build all season long, and even though you're going to have some losses kind of that pockmark the first, 10, 12 games, you're always going to be ahead of the curve if you stay over 500, obviously.
Yeah, but this team also, I just want to see what level they can get to. What is the ceiling of this team? And has that changed at all based on their first performance? I don't know if it has for a lot of people. No, 10. I got the feeling that after 1 week, I didn't give them enough credit, if I'm being honest.
I wouldn't be, honestly, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself right now for that. Just, it's still very early.
Well, it is, but again, that was the kind of game that they would lose last year.
No doubt. And just absolutely no doubt. And they did lose that game about 3 or 4 times last year. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to Danny. Danny's on Highway 85. Wants to jump in here with some Niners talk. What's up, Danny?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
My call, guys. You guys are doing a great job. And you got your boy there filling in for Guru. He's doing a great job. I love it.
Thanks, man.
I wanted to kind of backdrop on a couple of days ago where that guy kind of called in. He didn't sound too thrilled. He said, I'm a season ticket holder. He wasn't thrilled about the win. He didn't even have a pulse. I don't know if he was getting high on the phone or whatever, but he didn't have anything to be excited about. But I think the Niners, one, they did a great job. Didn't everybody think when they were going up to Seattle, they were kind of nervous, like, hey, they could come home 0-1. Well, they didn't, right? So, I mean, that's a big deal. Give props to the defense and, what they did to make sure they won that game. And another thing is I think they should get Robinson on the field, get him in the groove while McCaffrey is dealing with something. Don't wait until he gets completely out and then put him in on tougher teams like, the Rams or, I don't know, Texans. I mean, it's just get him so used to playing that we can depend on him instead of waiting, and then have Shanahan make some decisions, have them go back and forth.
Yeah,
That's my thinking. I don't think they put Robinson in enough this last game.
And maybe it's because he's new and they're going to build him up too. And, but yeah, I kind of liked what Robinson did.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, we got breaking news from Steven Risotto. You want to just...
I got any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
What did he say last? Yes?
More toe than shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah, Brock Purdy is not practicing today due to the toe and shoulder injuries. It's considered a long shot to play Sunday against the Saints. Yikes.
Wow. I didn't expect it.
Well, I mean, I guess this is what they probably should have had in 2021. Mac Jones under center, right?
That game just got a little more difficult.
You ain't kidding.
Kyle Shanahan saying Brock Purdy is a long shot to play Sunday. And when asked if it could be a multi-week injury, he said it's possible.
Might be McCorkle season. I mean, this is why you signed Mac Jones, right?
No doubt.
You didn't want Brandon Allen or a backup of that caliber under center if this happened.
Yeah. Man, can you imagine the 49ers come in here next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, and Purdy's not even in the starting lineup then because he's still banged up?
Yikes. That'd be awful. But again, well, this would, I don't know if you could put this one on the head coach. Like, dude, they got the injury bug, man. So Kittle, Jawan, and Brock all go down week 1.
Yes. That's apparently what happened. I don't. Here's what I don't understand. This is where I'd bring Panja in here. Is he says the toe is worse than the shoulder?
Yeah.
Just close your eyes and think of that game-winning touchdown pass. And he had the toe injury then, didn't he? Maybe it's adrenaline. I don't. He looked fine down the stretch of that game.
Maybe it's the adrenaline. Maybe it's a shot. Maybe, I don't know what it is. But all right, is there any part of you that listening to that is also remembering how Shanahan sounded on Friday when he had to talk about Christian McCaffrey's injury? Is there any part of you that hears that?
No.
Okay.
I think it's a long but I see what you're saying, like kind of compare the context of each.
I mean, it's Wednesday. He said it's a long shot on Wednesday, so I think he is projecting out like, all right, this is probably not going to happen. But I was put off by his tone on Friday about McCaffrey with the injury, but Christian was the one who said he'd be good to go. So
Shanahan, okay, that's right. The injury came out about McCaffrey, but Shanahan didn't talk about it that day. I'm pretty sure he didn't talk about it till the next day.
No, he talked about it on Friday.
Yes. So
and McCaffrey was out there.
I kind of think okay, this is just a guess. I almost feel like McCaffrey was practicing Wednesday. Something happened, and he kind of just walked off or stopped. And maybe, I almost feel like Shanahan didn't really know about it. Got back to the locker room, and like, yeah, Christian's hurt. Christian, what? But with the Purdy one, he's had, 2 or 3 days to look at it, and he thinks it's I don't know why he sounded more down for McCaffrey than this one, but I believe this one. I don't think he's going to play.
I mean, there's no incentive for him to promise that he's going to play if he's indeed hurt. But yeah, that's bad news bears. If Brock Purdy's not playing on Sunday, I feel much worse about their chances to beat the Saints than with Mac Jones, or than if Purdy was going to play. Sorry.
I wonder if can we get a live line reading on that? If the line's going to move,
it might be off the board.
Do you think so? I mean, if I got to believe the 49ers were favored by 5.5?
4.5.
4.5?
I think it opened at 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's your chances to win are going to take a big hit.
Man. You know what? You know what's the worst part of this for me, from Matt Steinmetz? If you made a list of the things that I like talking about the least, I think injuries is like top 3.
What?
I can't stand.
You bring them up all the time.
What are you talking about?
When Kittle got hurt, the first thing you texted our thread was, an aging tight end got hurt. What did I miss?
Okay. Right.
So you brought up the injury.
Well, that's because Guru's texted wow or something like he always does.
Well, it was a wow.
Oh, please.
He's a playmaker. He's a
playmaker. No doubt about it.
He's the best tight end in football. He got hurt. That's going to hurt. And now Mac Jones doesn't even have George Kittle to throw to.
No, he doesn't.
He's got Jake Tonjes.
He just said something.
You don't like talking about injuries?
Oh, yeah, right. You know why I don't? Because, can I tell you the most frustrating? Ask me, do I think Purdy's going to play this weekend?
Do I think Purdy's going to play this weekend?
I don't know. How do I know that? I can't stand when people ask that. Should Purdy play? I have no idea.
Well, now the question is, should he play?
But
I mean, he's a long shot to play on Sunday. It doesn't sound like we talked about this yesterday. Like, if the toe is going to limit or hamper his ability to run, like to extend plays, that's a big part of his game.
I agree.
And I'm sorry, I don't want him sitting ducks back there because statues get crushed. And if Brock Purdy's a statue, I'm sorry. Like, Mac Jones, you're up, buddy.
Yes, I would agree with that. And that is one where his ability to be elusive, if that's going to be compromised, then I would not start him. If it's one of those pain tolerance, okay, then go play. But if it's one of those, no, he's not as mobile as he usually is, then I cannot play him.
But you know what that also means?
He's soft?
No.
Oh.
No, stop. The win against Seattle is even more important now.
Sure.
What if you're 0-1 and you lose your quarterback for 2 weeks?
Yes, that's a good point.
I'm just saying, like, everyone who's poo-pooing the W and is, it didn't matter. Well, dude, it was a jump ball, 50-50. We should have lost the game. Well, how would you feel if you were 0-1? I mean, that's why you cannot complain about victories in the NFL. I don't care how it gets done, because health is not guaranteed in a league that is short for not for long. And now the Niners are in a position where they're going to be at a disadvantage for what sounds like this weekend, hopefully not multiple weeks, but certainly against the Saints. And now it's about, can you survive this game? Like, can you pull out a victory with Mac Jones potentially as your quarterback? And I don't care how they do it. They could win 6-3. The defense could pitch a shutout for most of the game. And if you win the game, that is all that matters. Because right now, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, even more so now that we got this Brock Purdy injury, they are in survival mode. They are in survival mode until they get their guys back.
No, you're right. And maybe, listen, did it get tougher to win down in New Orleans? Probably. But I also think if you look at this team with the veterans they have, like the fact that the game now might be quarterbacked by a backup, it may galvanize them in a way. Like they're going to know going into that game that there's no chance it's going to be a cakewalk, and then maybe they just can dismantle the Saints with a backup quarterback because everybody else is totally locked in. But the big news, Kyle Shanahan saying, if you're just joining us, that Brock Purdy is a long shot to play on Sunday. And when he was asked whether or not it could be a multi-week injury, he said it's possible. So the 49ers may be playing the Saints with Mac Jones at quarterback. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Does any of this change your long-term or short-term prognosis about either the game against the Saints or as the season unfurls? Let's see. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home. Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's time to get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Party like it's 1985 with hourly cash prizes every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m. And don't miss the grand prize drawing at 7 p.m., where you could win up to $15,000 cash. Get away today and cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here, and you know what that means. It means Baldy, Brian Baldinger, every Tuesday, 7:30, all season long. Now back to Steiny and Goo. Yo, Steiny, get off the fence, Humpty Dumpty, and start spitting some of that real.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that.
What does that mean?
Just so you know, I did not know that it said that.
What does that even mean?
Risotto. I don't care. Now, that I appreciate your consideration, but don't worry about me.
I mean, I like the energy, Shasky.
Hey, it's...
Oh, my God. Made me jump. Made me jump like that Phillies dad who, when Karen came up behind him, he's like, what the heck?
He actually kind of reminded me of you, and it was less about the initial jump that it was when she was, accosting him for the ball. He just, you know what? Just take it. Just here, ball. Go. Just get out of my face.
I would have done the same thing as him.
Just so flustered. You know what? Yeah. Fine. Take the ball. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. 49er news real quick, and it just came out. I'll just play it for you. Kyle Shanahan talking about injuries at practice today.
All right, injuries for today. Yetur will not practice, knee. McCaffrey will not practice, calf/vet day. Trent Williams won't practice, knee/vet day. Nick Bosa won't practice, vet day. Brock Purdy won't practice, left shoulder, toe. Juwan Jennings won't practice, shoulder. Jordan James, limited finger. Jordan Watkins, limited ankle. Ben Barch, limited knee and elbow.
Okay, and then here is question number one.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
All right.
Possibly.
So, it's now a long shot, according to Kyle Shanahan, whether Brock Purdy's going to play. Wonder the other one that said McCaffrey and the rest of them sound like they should be fine. But
going to be a lot of vet days this year.
See, here's the way I do it. Like, okay, people want to talk about injuries. Should he play? Like, from this moment on, I am operating under the assumption that Mac Jones is quarterbacking Sunday. Like, I don't want to talk about Purdy's injury right now. Should he? Shouldn't he? He's not. Right now, he's a long shot.
But Steiny.
No, he's a long shot. That's it. So, long shot means
they need
long shot. So, why don't we as fans just say, as of right now, let's not waste our time talking about us thinking he should or shouldn't play, because that's not within our bounds of understanding. So, let's just assume, until we get any other news differing from this, that Mac Jones is the starting quarterback Sunday.
But he hasn't been ruled out, Brock Purdy. It's a long shot. It's like the Warriors' championship chances. But we're going to talk about it all year. It's a long shot, but we're going to talk about it. Brock Purdy's not been ruled out for Sunday.
No, he hasn't. All I'm saying is there's no malice. Evan, I'm operating under the assumption it's going to be Mac Jones. Now, if it's Brock Purdy, that's great. It's all the better.
You're sitting Brock Purdy.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just operating under the assumption that he's not playing.
You don't think that Purdy can handle it?
Rod and Vallejo. Rod's not happy with the national media.
Uh-oh.
What's going on, Rod?
Hey, Steiny. Great show.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, I'm watching this FS1 with Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd. They're trying to say that was a butt fumble when Sam Darnold bumped into his offensive lineman, and it was a fluke. No, Nick Bosa pushed the offensive lineman into Sam Darnold that caused that fumble. These guys are really haters when it comes to Brock Purdy. They're trying to say it was a fluke victory and Brock Purdy shouldn't have gotten that win because it was a butt fumble.
Yeah. Haters, Rod. What are you going to do?
Well, the way that I was sort of watching that game is when Seattle was going down, it's like, are they going to steal this game? You know, I know the Niners made the late play to go up, but I thought that, look, they controlled the ball more than 15 minutes. I think, plus 15 in possession time over the Seattle Seahawks. They had 150 more yards total. Like, I thought that the Niners should have won that game and put it away earlier. They didn't, but the Seahawks had a chance to steal it, and then the Niners closed the door. I wouldn't look at it as lucky. Come on.
No, I wouldn't either.
It was more of a back fumble than a butt fumble, too.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought game, low-scoring, gritty. Niners came out on top. If you're just joining us now, though, the big news, Kyle Shanahan is saying that Brock Purdy, a long shot to play on Sunday because of the toe mostly. And when asked if it could be a multi-week injury, he said it's possible. So we'll see if Purdy plays Sunday. But Kyle Shanahan's calling it a long shot. Okay, so now we get into what I call the epitome of a backup quarterback. And that is, can he win you a couple games if the quarterback's out for 4 or 5? And I'm not saying, but the answer to the question is yes. Yes. Mac Jones can go down to New Orleans and quarterback the 49ers to a win. He can do that. And if he does that, no matter what the circumstances are, whether he's good, bad, or indifferent, then he will have lived up to his backup quarterback role for that week.
That's why you paid him.
Yep.
I mean, you want to have a back quarterback that you feel confident enough in to go into a hostile situation and in a disadvantageous spot and keep you at a competitive level. Hopefully steal a game. Hopefully win a game. You know, over the course of several games, I don't feel good about a backup quarterback starting. But at least from the initial report from Shanahan, it doesn't sound like this is a long-term injury for Purdy. Multiple weeks, perhaps, but it doesn't sound like there's a question of him like going on IR with the toe.
No, I'm looking at it like clearly it's 1 or 2 games.
Yes, that's how I'm approaching it also. So, can you win one of those games with Mac Jones?
Who's their home opener against?
The Cardinals.
Next week. Okay.
Arizona.
That'll be a division game, so kind of all bets would be off there in terms of trying to expect it. Yeah, but if he quarterbacks one game, can he go 1-0? If he quarterbacks two, can he go 1-1?
Well, but if it is multiple weeks, though, I mean, this is definitely the game to get. I think Arizona is going to be a much tougher game for the Niners because, again, too, it's like, so you're playing a division game, but you don't have George Kittle. Other guys are going to probably get hurt at some point. Like, I think that Arizona is a much tougher game than New Orleans. And it does put a lot of pressure on Mac Jones to get you a dub this week. If he doesn't, I can't kill him for it.
Right.
I won't kill the Niners for it because I think that he's a better option, certainly, than Brandon Allen or whoever. I don't know, maybe it's Josh Dobbs, your guy Dobbsy.
Dobbsy?
Yeah. I mean, Mac Jones is 20-29 as a starter in his career. Last year, he won a couple of games with Jacksonville. 8 touchdown to 8 interception touchdown ratio. I don't think that he's a great quarterback, but he's certainly better than what they had last year.
From the 916 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and this is what I don't stand for. The season ended before it even started, Steiny. Settle. That
was last year. That was last year.
Hey, by the way, last caller brought up Nick Wright. He actually said something that I guess is kind of a hot take, but I kind of agree with it. You a Red Zone fan? Do you watch Red Zone on Sundays?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I like to watch one game and then maybe have Red Zone on the side. But on this Sunday, you and I and Lo went to the cafeteria
and watched a game.
Well, there was all 4 games on, so we didn't have to watch Red Zone.
So Nick Wright took aim at Mark Willard.
What?
Yeah, Nick Wright took aim at Mark Willard, and
are they enemies?
I don't know. They have a disagreement. Apparently, Nick Wright says if you wake up on a Sunday and you watch the Red Zone, you're not a real football fan. Real football fans can watch a whole game.
I actually kind of agree with that.
I don't disagree that much either.
Well, having it on, there's nothing wrong with, but if...
It's got to be a secondary.
I always have this disagreement with my brother because my brother really, really likes fantasy football. And unless the Chargers are on, which he's going to have that team on, like, he'll have Red Zone on the big screen. And I kind of think you should just pick the best game or whatever game you want to watch from the 10 a.m. slate. Like, I think last week on Sunday was the Raiders and the Patriots. But if I had my choice, I would have wanted to watch the Steelers and the Jets because that was the best game. And I don't want to watch Red Zone.
Yeah, he basically says it's time to start watching the NFL like adults. Okay. Watch a whole game like an adult. I like watching a whole game. I actually don't like... I'm not saying I don't like the Red Zone, but I love watching the Niners and... I love watching 60 Minutes and you're seeing the ebbs and flows. Like, that's the best part of it.
Well, having Red Zone on I think it's helpful because you kind of catch what's going on in other games, and you do want to know. And
if you play fantasy, it's fine.
No, if you're a fan of football, like you don't get to see what happens in every other game. So they'll show you some of the highlights, like during the Niners and Seahawks, they'll show, Cam Ward just scored his first touchdown in the NFL, whatever. They'll show a 30-second clip and then go back to the game, but you don't actually get to see what's happening in that game. So, Red Zone's better for some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm assuming. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a strong opinion. I like Nick Wright. I know, Warrior fans can't stand him, but I actually think he's pretty good. You? Are you one of these? Well, you're young, so you don't really say what's on your mind because you're still trying to make it in this business.
I turned and Guru onto him, man.
Right. No, you did, and I like Nick Wright. But what I'm saying
now he's
is,
yours.
No, he's not mine. I just said I like him. No, the point is because you're young and trying to break into the Bay Area, you won't say that you like Nick Wright because you know that he's not well liked out here, and you need to stay on the right side of the fans.
I do like Nick Wright, which means you're Nick wrong, but I also will say that he's not my favorite member of that TV show, and you can't have my favorite guy. He's not yours. Your guy is Chris Broussard.
Yeah, I'll take Broussard.
Yeah, because you played basketball with him at times. You know Chris Broussard.
Yeah.
Whoop. Kevin Wildes is the star of the show. He just is.
You really think so?
Oh, yeah. He's the glue, baby. Because you can't have a flame-throwing hot take artist like Nick Wright without someone to bring him down to earth. You can't have someone that's out there just spewing takes. Some of them I like, some of them I don't care for. But I think I think they're rooted in, I think he works hard and, thinks about what he's saying. So you got to have somebody to just humble him from time to time.
Sure.
That's Wildes.
Why not?
We all need a Wildes in our life.
Why not? Hey, I was just thinking of it. Like when I was thinking of Red Zone, I was thinking of people watching Red Zone instead of their favorite team. That, I could never do that. But I guess my question is, are there football fans? Is there anything such as a football fan that doesn't have a favorite team, but that watches the games? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a favorite team, let's say, in basketball.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Like, are there any just football fans
You're
out
Switzerland on most things.
I feel like almost everybody's got a favorite football team.
I think most people do. Well, no, that's not true. There are fans of football teams who have now left their locales, and they are teamless. Like, I have friends who are Raiders fans that don't have a team because they don't follow the Raiders. I have friends who are Chargers fans that don't follow the Chargers.
So they just watch football without a favorite team now?
Yeah.
Why don't they just get a new one?
That's not how it works, dude.
Yes, it is. If a team leaves an area, you can become a fan. You can either stay with them or pick another team.
You're picking at a scab right now, dude.
What do you mean?
You don't know how it feels for the team that you've loved for a long time to suddenly pick up and go.
No, I get that. Must be very difficult.
Speaking of Tom Petty, not everyone crawls back to you.
Evan, I've been in the Bay Area for 30-plus years. I know about teams moving.
Yeah, but
I've watched 3 of them move, so I understand that.
You weren't a fan of those teams.
Right, but I do have empathy. And so if somebody lived in Oakland and was a Raider fan, and now the Raiders are in Vegas, and the Raiders are no longer their favorite team, they can do whatever they want.
Well, they can, but that also means that they can choose to no longer have a team.
But that seems like less fun.
No, but on a Sunday, if you're watching a game, it's like, okay, maybe I really like Jordan Love. He seems like a good kid. So when the Packers play, I'll root for them. And maybe you really like Lamar Jackson, or you really enjoy, I don't know, I don't, but the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe you want to root for them in specific, but you're not like a Chiefs fan. You would never call yourself, if you've been a real fan for an extended period of time,
right,
and you have sworn off that specific franchise, I don't believe that you can then go say, well, yeah, now I'm a Dolphins fan.
Oof, I don't know.
Like, I grew up a Raiders fan, or I grew up I don't know, whatever, insert fan. Maybe you grew up a Browns fan, and they left. Although that's different because the team came back, so they got you another squad. But, like, when your team leaves, I think it's really hard for a real fan to just go pick up another jersey and put it on.
I don't disagree with that. And that's why if you're a fan of a team that leaves an area, you can do whatever you want. You can become a Jaguars fan if you want. It's fair game.
Well, you can. I'm saying that for most people, that's unrealistic. Either you stick with your team or you're teamless. By the way, you can still enjoy sports if you don't have a team. You, of all people, should know this.
No, I know that. I know that. But it's fun. You know what's fun?
What?
Being, like getting to know a new favorite team. Hey, I'm gonna root for this team this year, and then you just immerse yourself in it. Do you know how much fun that is?
Well, you have no allegiance,
yes,
so
I
it must be a lot of fun.
I do have allegiance right now.
To Tulane.
That's right.
What happens when your daughter graduates?
I think I'll still follow him. I do.
I don't think you will.
I'll bet you I will.
What happens when Summerall leaves? What happens when the players that you know that you came to love are now gone?
Well, the program's bigger than any player.
Yeah, you say that.
Well, I mean, I'm not following Duke now because of Darian Mensah.
Well, you follow Minnesota. You got to know the Timberwolves. Because,
exactly.
You going to follow them when your boy gets fired?
Probably not.
Now, why is that?
Because that's a personal tie. I don't have a personal tie to Tulane.
Yes, you do. Your daughter goes to school there.
She goes to school there.
Did you pay attention to Tulane before your daughter enrolled?
No.
I don't think you'll pay attention when she's not enrolled. But now you can watch because now you're trying to prove me wrong in a couple of years.
No, it'll play out naturally. If I don't want to follow Tulane in 4 years, I'm not going to follow them to win a bet against you.
Well, I would hope not.
Bob's in the city. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
All right, Steiny, here's my scenario. I was 13 years old when the Rams left my beloved Anaheim, L.A.
All right.
And I turned to my dad and I said, your favorite team can leave you? And he said, that's the business. And so I decided at that moment, Steiny, I was going to be an NFL hater. Whoever your team is, I root against. I love the NFL, love fantasy, but whoever your team is, I personally root against. What do you think of that theory?
I love it.
The haters bar.
I love it.
He can bartend. Now that I don't understand. Rooting just to root against, that's not who I am. I don't think that's who you are either.
510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If my wife dies, I'm not going to get a new wife. I'm playing the field. Same concept. That is pretty good.
That's a 4.
That is absolutely
That's a 4.
Positively pretty good. Not that funny, buddy.
Well, to each their own.
We can push that off till tomorrow. I guess this is what they ended up their morning show on. Go ahead. Why don't you pass along to our listeners the new rule in the NBA? This cockamamie rule that they made up.
Oh, yeah. So, the heaves. So heaves at the end of halves or quarters, long-distance shots that have no chance, unless you're Steph Curry, of going in, were put in a separate category, heaves. But they still count against your field goal percentage.
Right.
Now, instituted in 2025-26 is a rule that a heave does not count against your field goal percentage. Let me guess, you don't like it.
That's weak. It's just so weak. It's like, let's change the rules to give everybody a little uptick on their 3-point field goal percentage. What's the distance when it counts and when it doesn't count? I don't understand that. Is it half court? Or is it in the front? Like, what? Can you please supply the definition of a heave?
I don't know, beyond half court.
But you don't know for sure.
No, I don't. It's a new rule, Steiny. We're going to find out together. My issue with it is you assuming, and I did some research this morning in front of you to prove you wrong.
Small sample.
Because this is what I like to do. That players in the 80s and 90s took shots because they didn't care about their field goal percentage. They did. I literally pulled up 2 1986 Boston Celtics games. 1, game 1 of the finals against the Houston Rockets. Number 2, a midseason game against the Detroit Pistons. Twice at the end of quarters, players did exactly what they do in 2025, which is they look up, see a second or two left, take a dribble, and then shoot it just after the horn goes off, or a second after the horn goes off, because they can look like they're taking a last-second heave, but it doesn't actually count against their field goal percentage.
All right, you looked up 3 plays, and now we're making a generalization about 3 decades, which is fine.
Kelly Tripucka cared about his field goal percentage.
Here's the bottom line, and this is the other difference in sports. If you are on a basketball team, all right, and it's the end of the first half, and a team scores to tie the game, 50-50 with 3 seconds left. All right, let's inbound it. If you got the inbound, with 1 or 2 seconds left, and you didn't take a half-court shot to protect your percentage, your teammates would self-police that to such a degree that you'd never do it again. Because what you're doing is you're saying, even though we have a very small percentage of getting 2 or 3 points here, my 0.2 percentage points is more important. The locker room used to police itself, and it was a wonderful thing. That's why guys shot those shots. You didn't think of that, did you?
No, they still shoot them now.
You can't come into the locker room if you're being selfish.
They still shoot those shots if it's a close game, but if they're down by 12 or 18 in the third quarter and the shot isn't going to do anything but hurt you, they're not taking a 75-foot heave.
Every bucket counts.
All I'm saying is you tell me how it used to be, Steiny, and then I go to the tape. 3
tapes.
And I see the same tapes. By the way, the tape was impossible to find at the end of a quarter because you guys don't have a ticker.
It was that. I can't believe it.
You guys watch games without a scoreboard?
You know what?
Or the time on the clock.
And you know what?
Oh, my God.
That's why we paid more attention to the games. And that's why we'd have to keep score in our own head. All right. That's right. It's I lost my train of thought. Crossover.
Thanks.
On 95.7 The Game. That segment was also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy works for Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through September 16th. Snack on these crisp and juicy bites for a sweet pick-me-up. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1, ready, set, hot.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabisLaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. Yeah, I mean, Nick Wright came down Willard's Road. That doesn't sound true. Do you like the red zone?
Do I like the red zone? Do you mean the channel?
Yes.
Or do you mean, like, do I like it when my team goes inside the 20?
The TV.
Of course I do.
Like, apparently you love it because you had the dude who does it shout out your kids.
Scott Hansen, yeah.
It's the best show on television.
Well, Nick Wright believes that you need to start watching the NFL like an adult.
Oh.
Start to finish.
Okay.
One game.
All right.
There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, there you have it.
I do that when I go to a game. Other than that, you can keep yourself out of my living room.
First of all,
when your team's on.
You watch the whole 49ers
Of
game.
course.
Yeah.
Actually, that is the only hang on a second. That's the only argument that actually happens on a football Sunday in my house. And it ends up with my kids bickering with each other and all challenging their own 49er fandom. My daughter will yell at my sons that they're more into fantasy than they are into the Niners because they would rather have the Niners on a silent side TV with the sound on the red zone, and Dad ain't having that. Dad gets the Niners on the big TV, red zone, no sound side TV, which is the way my daughter likes it, and then we fight. When they grow up and get their own house someday, then they can decide.
Yeah, I have no problem.
That's pretty much how it works.
Yeah, I think he's got to be talking about people who wake up at 10 in the morning and put the red zone channel on.
That's exactly what we do.
That's right.
But
you put it on at 9:59 to get that 60-second countdown, and his kids apparently start dancing in their pajamas.
What I'm saying is if the Niners were to also play at 10.
No, then when the Niner game is on.
This Sunday,
but there's a second TV.
That's fine.
Yeah. We put a second TV on a perfectly placed table, and we watch both. But the sound is on the Niner game, and the Niner game gets the main stage.
Yes.
So, does Red Zone get the main stage if your team isn't on?
Of course, the
Absolutely,
only stage.
yeah.
Okay, so I usually like to pick whichever game from the 10 a.m. slate I really want to lock in on. I'll put that on the big screen, and then Red Zone will be on the smaller screen.
Well, that's what I would do.
Because I would rather watch a full game.
I get it. The second screen is actually on a different floor.
Oh.
I've got to pull things out of the wall.
Right,
and
computers,
start moving.
so,
Right, I got to move. So I don't do it until the Niner game is on.
Gotcha.
And this Sunday is an interesting one in the afternoon window because this will be a single game experience for me because it's Philly and Kansas City. Super Bowl rematch, and there's only 3 games in the afternoon. You get 9 in the morning, so it'll be a nano box for Scott Hansen. And it's a 9-3 split, which is probably my least favorite. And then you got the one Sunday, you got the 2 Monday.
I don't know what 1 o'clock did to anybody, but they leave it crumbs sometimes. I get Philly Kansas City's a great game, but
and also this was one. This was one where it's a 2 Monday. So you got the Thursday, the Sunday night, and the 2 Mondays. So you only have 12 games anyway. And
that's what it is, the Monday
looking
thing.
at the way it broke down, because normally if you can have the Super Bowl rematch be the Thursday opener, you do it. But I would bet that Fox, with the first pick in the NFL Games draft, they picked Philadelphia and Kansas City.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's all eyes on that game. And, I mean, that's the only one that I really care about, especially now that we got the news about the 49ers quarterback, which is not good, but I think that's the game for the weekend. You know, it's not just Thursday, Monday, Sunday. If there was a game Friday, that would also come secondary. Super Bowl rematch is what everyone wants to see.
Yeah.
How you guys feeling about the quarterback?
Yeah, and in case you're just joining us, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy's a long shot to play on Sunday, mostly because of the toe. And when he was asked if it could be a multi-week injury, he said it's possible.
Yeah, which tells me he ain't playing this weekend. If you're talking about it that early in those terms, this is probably, there's different grades of turf toe. This is probably a grade 2 turf toe situation, which means that, he's not going to play this week. He's a question mark for the home opener, and it sucks. I view football totally different with any football team who's playing without his quarterback. You could
just do the go up there and figure out a way to win.
But Kittle, McCaffrey, when we do that, I'm like, all right, you can game plan around that. You can't game plan around not having your quarterback.
It's hard, and I've got some good news and some bad news on my pre-show analysis of this very situation. Which would you like first?
Always bad news first.
I'm with Willard.
Yeah.
The bad news is, without Brock or Jimmy at quarterback, Shanahan is 9-32, winning percentage of .220.
So he has won
9 times.
Okay,
included in those are 5 by Nick Mullins, and I counted the Hoyer games before Jimmy came, and he was 0-6. So some of it is circumstantial, but the point is they're 9-32, and they don't have those 2 guys. The good news is Mac Jones, before coming here, was better than Sam Darnold when he came here. Better record, better quarterback rating, better TD to interception ratio. So the backup you're getting when he comes in here, even though it's obviously newer in his tenure here, he's had a better career than Darnold did when Darnold came here.
McCorkle season. Yeah, I think that.
So that's your good news.
We're finally here.
Yep.
I mean, this has been rumored for 4 years. So Sunday's the day. Kyle and Mac.
Exactly. I think coming into the game, a lot of people feel like if there was one game that you would want a backup quarterback to play, it'd be against the Saints. Yeah, I know they look good in week 1, but that's not a good football team. You'd certainly have him play this week as opposed to maybe Brock Purdy could push it to, get back before the home opener. It's just like kind of anticlimactic, though. It's all right, week 1, huge win. Road win, division win. You lose Kittle. Juwan doesn't finish the game. And now Purdy might be out multiple weeks. It just sucks.
Even more so, thank goodness they won. Thank goodness they won last Sunday.
Right. That win gets bigger and bigger in the rearview mirror.
Thank goodness they won.
And also, it's just the nature of a 17-game season where none of us thought that Brock would play all 17. And now he might be trending toward playing 14, which is, if it's still 14 of 17, You brought your backup in, your Mac-up. You brought him in to win these games. You brought Mac Jones in to be able to go to New Orleans and still win the game.
No doubt.
Grandy, anything on Mac-up? I thought the delivery was good.
There was a sheepish small grin.
That was a 4.
I think he was trying to hide, actually.
I'd give him a 4.
A Grandy 3 is a real 4.
Yeah, it was not a 4. That
Grandy's
was not
tough.
a 4. You can't give him a 4 if you didn't even laugh. I didn't hear you audibly laugh. You can't do that and then give him a 4. And that's against the rules.
And that's my fault.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I wasn't in the moment, and if I would have been in the moment, I would have laughed.
You got to
no matter what.
You need to lock in.
Yeah.
I know.
All right.
Speaking of,
I'll take the flag. That was a yellow flag.
Oh, man.
That was my bad.
Let's see. What else did we... Juwan Jennings, looks like they avoided a little, it could have been a more serious injury. He's listed as day-to-day, so he could play on Sunday in New Orleans. And one guy we were talking about, we felt like, you know how you get to Wednesday and you realize there's like 2 or 3 things we never got to, but football's got so many things. Like 2 things. One is, has anybody explained what Brock Purdy was thinking about on the jump pass that he threw?
I mentioned it yesterday.
Did you see the jump pass?
It's inexplicable to me. Why? I mean,
it's weird.
Pre-toe injury.
Okay.
Certainly. And I remember the Tim Tebow, he made a living out of it at Florida where he would skimmer up to the line and just jump and flip it over. He did that so many times, but I don't know if I've seen Brock Purdy or any NFL quarterback do it like that. That was a legitimate jumper.
Jumping is just a bad idea if you're not playing basketball or at the gym. It's just a bad idea. Does anybody have cabinets in their house where there's stuff on them but you can't reach?
Oh yeah,
right. And like you finally need that. You put the stuff up there that you only need once a year, but then you finally need
the menorah, for example.
Am I gonna have to go get a chair from the kitchen table to go over there and get? No, I'm gonna try to jump. And it does. Yeah. That doesn't go well.
Your son is 6'6". You could just have Sir Grab-a-Lot get up there and get it done.
If he would, yeah. Did he gain another inch?
He gets taller every week. You live with him, but every time I see a picture of you next to him, you look tiny, and I know you're not.
Well, I think it was actually, speaking of, it works for tall people, the jump pass. Like, I was just looking up, Derrick Henry had a jump pass for a touchdown.
Yep.
I think Josh Allen has jump pass for a touchdown. These guys are like 6'5", though.
Right.
Brock Purdy is nowhere close. He's not in the canopy like Willard's kid. So I don't know what the hell he was thinking. And a couple of the other things that, like, I just feel like throughout the game, so many different things happen that get erased by really the final 2 drives. But I noticed, at least on our show, I don't know if you guys talked about it a bunch, but we didn't really even get into Nick Bosa a ton. Because the defense, the focus was on all the young players and a lot of the fresh faces and Robert Saleh, that the highest paid player on defense just kind of got swept under the rug.
Well, meaning what? What did you want to say about him?
That's what he's paid to do, and it felt like last year he wasn't doing a lot of it.
No, but didn't you feel good about how he looked on Sunday?
Oh, it felt great.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, yeah.
No, but we just kind of pushed him to the wayside.
Yeah, he was fantastic. Yeah, there wasn't, I mean, you're right. I don't think that's what people were like lining up to see, but he made an impact right away.
Yep.
On the opening drive, and you need more games to know, is it different because there are different people around him? Is it Saleh? He gave a lot of credit to Saleh right after the game. Obviously, that's the coordinator he's been wanting all along. So yeah, good early returns. The defensive side of the ball was the best side of the ball on Sunday for sure.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's see. Did you hear my thought on that win?
Which win?
The 49ers win on Sunday.
49er win?
So
wait, you're just getting to a thought now? The game was 3 days ago.
Just another way of looking at it. If you look at this schedule objectively, and things can change, but this was probably their second hardest game on the entire schedule.
I would disagree with that, just based on the way, not only the stack, but also Tampa, for example, is Tampa's a very good team. That's a road game. Short week at L.A.
That's fair.
I don't want to tip my hand on my lock, which comes tomorrow, but one thing that a lot of experts talk about is the Thursday night game when you have to travel. So the road team on Thursday, especially if you have to go long distances. So I think the Niners going to L.A. on a Thursday is still tougher than this. But look, it's Seattle, and Seattle is better. So all these divisional games inherently are going to be tougher than, the Jacksonville, the Carolina, and some of the other dreck.
When you guys make did you guys make a win total? Do you have 11
and 6?
We
did at the
Summit. Okay.
Yeah.
11 and
I'm
6.
an 11 and 6 guy.
You were there.
I was 10 and 7.
Yeah, I was 11.
Okay. Here's the other. When you got to 11 and 6, both of you, do you go through each game and do your WL, or do you just?
The way I did it was you probably split the 6 in the division.
Okay.
And you probably, I'm going to give you a conservative 5 and 3 against the Souths. You play both Souths. And then I'm giving you 3 and 0 against the trash, which is, I guess Chicago's not really trashy, but the Giants and
this one.
Cleveland.
Oh, no. This one's South.
Cleveland's the other one.
Cleveland.
Your 3 last placers, I gave them all that. Now, if you go 2 and 1 on those, can you get 6 and 2 in the South? I think that's also very likely. So all that leads to 11.
I wonder if anybody
goes to 11.
I wonder if anybody would have changed their number, though, if you could do it. Like obviously the Brock Purdy injury changes it, but let's say you had done it Monday morning, knowing that they had won in Seattle. Like, would you change? Because
That's kind of what I'm getting
I
at.
agree with you.
I would have.
I agree with you in principle. I have no idea what their toughest games are going to be because some teams will be worse than we think. Some will be better. Who's available for those games? That's why I don't do the preseason win-loss. But if your concept is, on paper, could last week's game have been their second hardest? It could have been their hardest.
Yeah, I guess
like Tampa and the Rams are the only other 2 possibilities, and I don't even know how great Tampa is this year. They didn't look awesome Sunday.
Yeah, for me, it's that when you look at that schedule, and if you come up with 10 and 7, like even if you don't do the W's and L's before, and now you look and you say, okay, 10 and 7 or 11 and 6, let me try to figure out which is like you can find 11 wins with a loss to the Seahawks in the opener.
For sure.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. So like they got one in the hand right now, I feel like. And if they beat the Saints, they still have one in the hand, but they have one in the hand.
Yeah, although
it's changed a little, obviously.
Totally. To me, I know everyone's assuming a win over the Saints. It's an NFL team, and now you're playing with your backup quarterback and your backup tight end and a lot of your backup receivers. And I don't know. I don't know. Does anyone look at how's the number changed?
The spread?
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and punch that up.
What's the number based on what just happened?
I think it opened at 4.5 for the Niners. I just think it's hard to go through each game.
It opened at 7. And then
7?
Like I'm talking like Sunday night. It was 7, and then it moved because of the injuries that we found out about. But now Vegas will look at this as almost a confirmation that Brock will not play.
Yeah, I see it at 3
Down
right
to 3.
now.
Okay.
In a various number of shops. The pool I'm in, they send it out on Tuesday, and so I got the spreadsheet yesterday, and it was 4.5.
Yep.
So already there was some ripple that, Brock maybe not, and Kittle for sure.
Yep.
And so now with the news being all but official, and I guess he could still play on Sunday. I don't think he will, but down to 3. And, it gets more interesting as the week goes on. And, McCorkle getting his first practice as QB1 today.
Well, it is. If you do the win-loss thing, then game 2, it's already screwed up because Purdy's not playing. And
that's why you don't play win-loss.
Yeah, exactly. So we're
honestly, to your point, like if I looked at 11 and 6 with the parameters I already laid out, I had yesterday or Sunday as a loss.
Yeah.
If you're going to split your division, you're probably going to lose at Seattle and at LA. You're going to win at Arizona just because that's what happens against the Cardinals, and they're going to beat you here. And then that's your 3 and 3. So that includes a week 1 loss. And yeah, you didn't lose it, so you're 1 up.
Although it's strange because Brock Purdy hasn't lost in Seattle, right?
He hasn't.
That's
I think
correct.
he's 4-0.
I mean, he's made that place that was previously a house of horrors feel pretty good about. Like, I mean, before the game, I was a little hesitant. I felt, all right, well, Seattle was, 10-win team last year. They got a new quarterback, but that defense I still think is pretty decent. But then right before the game, I just felt a little sense of calm because Brock Purdy under center has been so good in that building. And it just didn't feel to me like, especially after watching their first drive, that they had any sense of hesitance or that they weren't just going to try and find a way to win that football game up until, of course, like Kittle goes down. But I don't know, Brock Purdy to me instills confidence. And that to me is why if they lose this game on Sunday, I would not be shocked.
With each passing day, the drive that he finished with the pass to Ton just becomes a bigger drive. I'm stunned. In the moment, you're like, right, all games are big. But when you start thinking about what had taken place with the kicker, and you start now, and then the Kittle injury, and now the Purdy injury, and the fact that the Rams and Cardinals both won their football games, with each day since Sunday, that Purdy drive to take the lead becomes bigger.
Yeah.
Than it was in the moment.
The Tonjes play is obviously big because it was a culmination sensation, but for me, it's the double move on 2nd and 9 to Pearsall that goes for 45.
Yeah,
that was the one. Because the opening drive, you give it to CMC and he gets a yard, and it's like, okay, Shanahan, is this really what we're doing? And then you get good protection, which didn't happen all game. You get protected, double move, perfect throw, 45 yards. Now we got action.
Yeah. Anyway, I can't. I'm a little distracted.
What's the matter, Steiny?
I know. So yesterday we were talking about some things to be concerned about. Like, is it Kittle's injury, Juwan, the Purdy toe shoulder? Yours was the McCaffrey workload.
Yeah.
So what is McCaffrey's workload going to be this week when it's a backup quarterback?
Well,
are you worried that he's going to touch the ball 40 times?
No, it'll be less.
It'll be less.
Yeah, significantly less.
Okay.
That's true. The reason one of the big reasons he got 31 was because of the time of possession. They had 38 minutes. So if that drops down to 30 to 32, probably gives him 4 or 5 less touches automatically. He sat out today with I do think Brian Robinson's going to play more and more. I mean, he's not going to supplant McCaffrey, but how many? He had.
I thought he played exactly the right amount. Yeah,
he had 10.
And how many?
9 carries, 1 catch.
How many plays? I mean, I'm sorry. How many plays? Is it like 30?
Christian's usage, like his snap count and his usage, was less Sunday than it was 2 seasons ago for their opener in Pittsburgh. So, your point is a very, very strong one that people. Like I heard, was it Bobby? Bobby in Los Altos was screaming how irresponsible, like Kyle was yesterday. And I was driving around listening to that call, and like it wasn't irresponsible. He actually spelled him a lot. You don't know. I love that people still think they watch football like it's a video game, and they think the coach has a little stick in his hand and decides where the ball goes on every play. And that's just not the way. Like he had 9 catches. And maybe on some of them, Christian was option 1, but Christian is often a check down. You don't know if he's going to get a touch on that particular play. That's the way it went. His usage, I thought, was exactly the way it should have been. You have injuries to other pass catchers out there. You end up in a one-score game late. Like the ball went his way. But you're right. That number, of course, it's highly likely to come down this week. 31 a week would be absurd.
Yeah, and the usage would count the other play where he got targeted, and because they tried to use him and they didn't connect. So 32 of 58 snaps for McCaffrey. On 32 of the 58, he was principally involved in having the ball given to him or thrown his way, 55%. Robinson was 11 for 18. So his usage was
so he
even
played 18
higher.
Plays?
And he got 11 plays where he got a carry or a target. So his usage was actually higher than McCaffrey. So
percentage,
it's not a long shot or a leap to think that Robinson's will go up a little, McCaffrey's will go down a little. But again, it depends on the nature of the game, right?
I mean, some people might say irresponsible. I would say necessary. I mean, you don't win that game if he doesn't touch the ball as many times as he does. So that's the balance. Also, too, I know that Brian Robinson was brought in to be the backup, and he's not a bad running back, but I'm sorry, like you can't tell me just watching the game the difference when McCaffrey is in, when he touches the ball, whether it's on the ground or through the air. than when Brian Robinson Jr. touches the ball. Like there's a different level that's on the field.
Right.
And so the Niners need that.
Yeah, they need Robinson.
No,
he had more yards per carry than that. You're right. They were different when they ran. But Brian Robinson had more yards per carry.
He did. There's also a reason he didn't touch it 22 times because on a couple of those plays, like seriously, like if you're watching McCaffrey and he gets 3 yards, some running backs don't get any.
Yep.
Christian McCaffrey is able to turn a 2-yard catch into a 25-yard catch. Brian Robinson's not doing that.
Not yet.
He's also keyed on more by the defense when he's on the field.
No doubt.
Yeah. Like there's an anticipation play from the defense, right?
I'm just messing with Evan.
I know.
I thought Robinson, like...
Is it working, Evan?
No, I thought Robinson got better like over the course of the game.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And if you look at the drive chart, when they had the field goal blocked on the second drive of the third quarter, he had 23 yards on 4 carries. And there were 2 plays in there, Evan, when he actually he was able to get the contact and move the pile. One time he broke through and got pushed and shoved and tackled a little bit later. But it's going to be a little bit of a work in progress, I think, with a guy in a new offense with a new scheme and new timing. For the most part, running plays are, all right, hit that hole and do what you can do. But I do think there's some adjustment.
Yeah, I think there's some adjustment. Just give him time, Evan. I'd be a little more patient. 16 games left.
Well, I hate to break it to you. They're going to need him on Sunday.
No, they are. They are. All right, gentlemen. Well, you guys have a great show and take everybody into Thursday.
Well, Greg Cosell's going to join us at 3:15, right? So that always will dive in deep to A, the Niners without Purdy, B, what did Mac Jones actually look like on film last year, and then 3, the dynamic between Dibs and Greg, which is always next level.
Incredible.
It's always next level.
It is incredible, and you know one thing, Cosell probably actually this summer that's when he really can lock in on the quarterbacks. Watch game after game.
No doubt.
It's really hard during the season.
It's who's got time?
He doesn't watch Red Zone.
No. The Red Zone is anathema to everything he believes in.
Throw up the idea of like Red Zone.
All righty.
All right.
We'll catch you tomorrow, everybody, on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Gotta just it's one of those days. This is a Wednesday. It's a hump day. And you got to kind of get over the hump. There's no way around this. There's a gut punch.
Yeah.
I know that, George Kittle, that's a big deal. He's on IR. We spent last week freaking out that Christian was going to miss. I don't know about you, Dibs. You and I have had debates on this kind of thing in the past. For me, in all of sports, and maybe somebody like Steph Curry, like an NBA 1, is maybe the only thing that sort of feels comparable to me. There's nothing like finding out that you're about to play a football game without your quarterback. There's nothing harder. There's nothing worse. And so they tried to upgrade this position this offseason, and I hope it works.
Yes, and they did so on March 14th, where they went out and paid money, real money, $5 million guaranteed, $7 million over 2 years to bring in a backup that they could look at and say, all right, it's your time. Go out and win us a game. And you go to New Orleans, a team that is not top third. They're probably not middle third in football. They're probably a bottom third team. And you go there with a couple of people missing and your quarterback. My expectation is still for them to go out and win the game. This is why you paid Mac Jones the way you paid him.
That's an interesting word, your expectation. And by the way, for those of you, maybe if you're just kind of bebopping around, popping around, what Kyle Shanahan did report about an hour and a half ago, we will have for you in just moments. We won't let you hear it from the horse's mouth. That's a big word for me, expectation. I understand that Vegas is still telling us they're favored.
Yep.
I get that they're the 49ers. Like they're okay. They're supposed to win. They're playing the Saints. Mac Jones is a big name backup quarterback. Kyle wanted to draft him 4 years ago. Maybe all of these things are going to factor into a word like that. But for me, that's the word that goes away when you lose your quarterback. I don't know what the hell to expect. I have no idea what to expect.
I mean, you could do that for almost any game. And if you look just at week one in the NFL, how many upsets were there? Teams that were, favored to win but lost the game outright? Probably at least
like
one.
Not a lot. Oh, sure. There was. I mean, I'm trying to look. Like, I do know that survivor pools really, they held firm last week. They pretty much held firm. I think the one we're doing here at work, nobody lost. Nobody lost. So if you took the Cardinals, you were fine. If you took the Broncos, you had to sweat, but you were fine. Like upsets last week, let me look. I think the Chargers were an underdog. You and I both thought they were going to win. They did. Let's see. The Raiders were an underdog. Very slight, 2-point. They won that game. I have no idea who was favored in the Dolphins-Colts game. Whatever.
Yep.
The Steelers-Jets game was a tight spread. Commanders, if you had them, no problem. The Niners were favored. They won. The Packers were a slight favor over the Lions. They won. Same with the Rams. And then the Bills and Ravens was a 1-point game and was like about a 1 or 2 point spread. So, yeah, nothing major. So, yes, of course, it's sports. I don't know what to expect. I'm just saying when a person at this position comes in, brand new team, new system, really hasn't been all that good in his history as an NFL quarterback anyway, I'm going to release expectations and just let curiosity take over. I'll tell you in the second half what I expect. I need to see him play first, though. I have no idea what the hell it's going to look like.
And that's fair, and I think that my expectations lie in a number of different places. One, you still have Kyle Shanahan calling plays, and you've got Christian McCaffrey, who's been amazing, and you go to New Orleans, a team that really isn't that good. They played better against Arizona than I thought they would, but Arizona is probably the fourth best team in your division. Maybe they're better than that. We don't yet know. New Orleans, to me, was not super impressive, so you go there, and it's not a hostile environment. It'll be loud, but you've got a backup quarterback who will be making his 50th start. This is not just some punchy who you're throwing in some stiff. This guy's been to the playoffs as a starter.
Right.
I don't think the step down is as big as it was when you had Mullins or Beathard or Dobbsy or even Brandon Allen, for crying out loud.
That wasn't good when that happened last year. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's play with that. Your expectations for Sunday now are what? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. Here's Kyle Shanahan today on the injuries.
All right, injuries for today. Yetur will not practice, knee. McCaffrey will not practice, calf/vet day. Trent Williams won't practice, knee/vet day. Nick Bosa won't practice, vet day. Brock Purdy won't practice, left shoulder, toe. Juwan Jennings won't practice, shoulder. Jordan James, limited finger. Jordan Watkins, limited ankle. Ben Barch, limited knee and elbow.
Okay, so
it's a long list.
That's a long list, and there are a lot of body parts in there. The vet, whenever you have something /vet day, I'm just like, okay, vet day.
It's a vet day.
That's right. So don't worry about Christian McCaffrey. Don't worry about Trent Williams. Certainly don't worry about Nick Bosa. They're fine.
Yeah.
They're just taking vet days. The good news that's like tucked into all of that no one really cares about because you've never seen him play, but I'm excited about him. Jordan Watkins is getting close to being ready, and I think he might play in this game. Rookie wide receiver that had a wonderful camp, and I think that kind of changes the ingredients of the stew when you're talking about Juwan's shoulder, Kendrick Bourne joining the team, and all of these different things that are going on at the wide receiver position. I hope Watkins gets a little run, but he's going to have to do it without his quarterback.
Right, and a little bit of run depends on the kind of game flow you're looking at because Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Russell Gage, they got a little run.
Yeah.
Neither one got a target, and the same thing with Sky Moore. So you might have Watkins run around out there a little bit, but ultimately your offense from a passing standpoint is going to be Ricky Pearsall. Jawan Jennings, if he's able to go, and then a mixed bag of Tonjes, Juszczyk, McCaffrey, Farrell. It's a Shanahan game where he's going to have to get super creative with how he deploys his 5 eligibles. And I do think you're going to see Robinson and McCaffrey on the field at the same time, which we didn't see in week 1.
I would hope so. Yeah. I mean, the good news about this, again, I'd rather have this game this weekend with the Niners knowing all week that they don't have Brock Purdy as opposed to him getting hurt in Series 1. And then you've got a fire drill, and it's like, okay, Mac, go out there and execute a game plan that you're not good at, Like, hey, offensive line, now we've got a quarterback who's not going to have the same escapability. He does not have the legs that Brock Purdy has. And that's become a big part of what the 49ers do. Here's the money one. This is what y'all need to hear. And then you tell me when you think you're going to see Brock Purdy play football again. Listen to Kyle. He's asked specifically about Sunday.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, could be a multi-week injury. How did the injury happen, Kyle?
Brock, did someone step on his foot in the pocket? Do you know how the toe injury happened?
Yeah, I think it happened scrambling. I think when Love tackled him by the sideline. I believe it happened.
Were you aware he was playing through that in the game, or is it just something you found out later?
No, I was aware.
Oh, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? And I don't know, I've never had turf toe. I think most people don't even know what the hell that is.
No, it's agony.
You
I've had it, of course.
Have you really?
It's really.
How the hell did you get turf toe?
Playing basketball, where you go to make a cut and you just jam your foot into the hardwood, and your toe between your big toe from the end to your foot, like in the middle, it just like bulbouses up, it throbs up, and sometimes it gets black and blue.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Kyle was asked, is this turf toe?
Can you say he has turf toe?
If you want me to. That's a generic thing for anything on the bottom of the big toe, and since it's halfway between the side and the bottom, that's why we don't say turf toe, but it's the third time you've asked me, so I'll call it turf toe for you if you want.
It's the third time you've asked me. Love it.
Kyle Shanahan, this might be, and we've had some zingers already this year. We've had some good answers. We've had questionable concern. We've had, is Jake Moody your quarterback today? Yeah, absolutely. What about tomorrow? No idea. And then there's this. Is it turf toe? If you want it to be, listen to this again.
Can you say he has turf toe?
If you want me to. That's a generic thing for anything on the bottom of the big toe, and since it's halfway between the side and the bottom, that's why we don't say turf toe, but it's the third time you've asked me, so I'll call it turf toe for you if you want.
Did you say it was turf toe? If you want me to. All right, then the next question should be, did you say that Brock Purdy is playing? Well, if you want me to,
right.
Well, then say it, Kyle. Say that Brock Purdy's going to play through this injury. Say it. Say it now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. Don't think that he's going to say it because, he doesn't know and stuff. And, you got to see how the toe responds. But you mentioned it earlier and you made a great point about preparation. If you at all have doubt about whether or not your quarterback's going to be there, and there's clearly a lot of doubt, you've got to use every second to get Mac Jones up to speed. And then if you get to Sunday and Brock suddenly is like, hey, coach, my toe feels a whole lot better, well, then you can flip Brock back in the game because he's got all the experience, and you could just change it on the fly that way. You can't change it the other way, like you were saying.
Uno Mas, is Mac Jones ready to go?
Mac knows how to play the position. He can play well in the pocket, distributes the ball well, sees coverage as well, can play fast in there. He's got a lot of good film from the NFL with his experience and obviously college. Tough guy who'll hang in there and deliver the ball where it needs to go.
Okay, so an endorsement of Mac Jones, who very likely will be the Niners' starting quarterback in New Orleans.
And I, wanted to draft him and stuff, and I got talked out of it by somebody, and so we ended up with Trey Lance and stuff. But I've always had my eye on Mac, and I really like him a lot and stuff.
It's good. Look, at some point today, I actually would love to briefly dial back and just find what do you believe? What do you believe actually happened in that draft? Do you believe that Kyle Shanahan traded up to get Mac Jones? Or do you believe that he did not? Or do you believe that it was a smokescreen? Or do you believe that somebody did change his mind? Or do you believe that nobody could change Kyle Shanahan's mind about what quarterback he wanted to take? Like, what do you think actually happened?
I think that he got his mind changed by Trey Lance and by scouts. When he saw Trey Lance and you got to meet him and you realize, he's a smart guy, and he checks a lot of boxes for Kyle, and he's got this unbelievable athleticism. I think that as a group they all kind of pivoted and thought, we got to get this guy. I want one of them.
Huge 5 quarterback top 15 picks. And none of them, right? None of them. Like, some of them they're in the league, they're okay. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields.
Yeah.
But, like, nobody's a star.
Not a star, no.
Tonight at 7, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly, spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You're not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 p.m. tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. We're also sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. All right, here we go. Your phone calls right now, 888-957-9570. How does no Brock Purdy change your expectations for the game in New Orleans on Sunday? This is Willard Dibs.
Get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m., join us for hourly cash prizes. Then at 7 p.m., join us for the grand prize drawing where you could win up to $15,000 cash.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Restock your pantry at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Simple Mills crackers, cookies, bars, and baking mixes with Prime through September 16th. We've got your snack cravings and baking needs all covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes. It's questionable. Questionable concern.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I don't have questionable concern.
I don't think he does either.
I have definite concern.
He's got serious concerns if that's what you're looking at. Game 2, and he's out with the toe. And you mentioned the toe. That thing could be 2 to 3 weeks. It could be 1 week. You just don't know with the toe.
I'm not a doctor, so.
Neither am I. Dibs is. And we are able to text Doc Pandia, and he's usually listening to the show. So we can do that too. Let me ask you this before we go to the phones. How much better than the Saints do you think the 49ers are?
I would say a touchdown better. All things flat level considered equally.
Okay. And how many points per game is Brock Purdy worth to you?
He's probably worth, I would say, 3 to 5 points.
I mean, Vegas is trumpeting what you're saying. I guess my point is like, it's funny to me that the Niners, you're like, oh, they're a 7-point favorite against New Orleans. And you're like, yeah, but they don't have George Kittle. All right, but they'll still beat them. Probably don't have Juwan Jennings. They'll still beat them. Okay, they don't have Brock Purdy. Well, they'll still be. Could we ever get to a point where you think the Saints would win this game?
Yeah, you're getting closer.
Like, if the Saints are a bunch of people that you think would be backups on the 49ers, why are the 49ers now not the Saints? Because a bunch of backups are playing.
Because you still have an elite running back. You've got one of the best left tackles ever. And your defense, I haven't heard a lot of names on the defense that you're going to be missing.
No, although they are one game in, and a lot of those young guys were like, okay, there's some good moments, some bad moments. Cooper Kupp dropped a pass, and Sam Darnold fumbled a football, and blah, blah, blah. Like, all I'm saying is, do y'all think the Saints are an NFL team?
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're in the league.
Yeah.
But if you want my power rankings of the 32, I don't need to give you all 32. I'd put the Saints probably at 29, 30.
That's totally fair. I guess my point is here's how I'd answer the question we're asking. What are your expectations now that Brock Purdy's unlikely to play? My answer, I have none. I do not expect them to win this game on Sunday. Now, I wouldn't say I'm expecting them to lose either.
Right.
But I think that this is completely getting naked and starting over. Go back into your closet and start your outfit from the beginning.
I disagree. You've got a backup that you're paying a lot of money to, and you at least have socks and underwear on.
Yeah, but money doesn't. What does money do?
Forget the money. He's making his 50th start. This is not a guy who is inexperienced or a rookie. You're not turning to a guy who hasn't been there and done it. He's started playoff games, for crying out loud.
Right, but there's a reason that those last two teams moved on from him, too. Like, he started 50 games. It doesn't mean he played well in them.
Well, he didn't play always terribly, and he got moved off of from Jacksonville, and he was always going to be their backup, so Jacksonville was never fancying him as a starter. In New England, he got 3 years, and he was pretty good the first year, and then, oh boy, not good, and then really not good. So, yeah, that's why he's a backup.
Last 2 seasons, he has started 18 games in the National Football League.
Yeah, 18.
Teams won 4 of them.
Yeah.
4 and 14. That's his record over the last 2 years in the National Football League. But, I'm not telling you they can't win. I understand. Yep, good defense, Saleh, Christian McCaffrey. Here we go. Yay team.
Would you say that this Niner team is better than New England 2 years ago and Jacksonville last year?
Not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now.
I would say absolutely now.
I don't even know how we could say that. We've watched them for 1 game. I don't look like last year doesn't matter.
I'm not looking at just the one game.
Totally I'm looking at last week and I'm like, you won, but don't ask me to walk around and be like, yeah, that was impressive. No, it wasn't.
You don't have to peacock it, but you're one of 16 teams that could go undefeated.
No doubt, and they deserve credit for that. I'm not ripping them either. I'm just I think the 49er peacocking and the word expectation really comes from history. It does not come from anything that's really based in reality or based off of what happened last week.
Yeah, I disagree. The reality on which it's based is the laminated play sheet and the guy who holds it, Kyle Shanahan, and Robert Saleh, who has been recently a head coach, and he's a great defensive coordinator. So that, for me, is where my faith mostly lies. Am I expecting Jake Tonjes to have a Kittle game and go 9 catches for $130 and a tud? Of course not. But it's up to Kyle, and I have faith in Kyle that he can scheme up something using the players that he has. Maybe Garendo gets a chance to run the ball. Maybe it is Jordan Watkins. I don't know. This is where Shanahan, I know he doesn't call himself a genius, but this is where he really earns his keep when you have to get creative without an all-pro tight end and your $53 million quarterback.
It's a very fair answer. However, I would just say that in sports, we've watched this tons and tons of times over and over. And in fact, I think was it you who during the crossover said, what is Shanahan's career record with the 49ers when Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo are not starting at quarterback?
9-32.
Okay, so great.
Winning percentage of .220.
His play calling was in those games too. And Robert Saleh was in a lot of those games too.
It's true.
If you do not have good players, you do not win in pro sports.
It is a nuanced thing. And, you look at the beginning of that stat, and they went 1-10 the first year, and then they went 3-10 the second year. So it's kind of backloaded to when the team was actually really, really bad. And then the other ones, a couple of years ago, where you sat almost all your starters and you lost with Darnold. Darnold was 0-1. That counts. And Trey Lance was 2-2, and beyond that, Dobbs, same thing. You started him just because it was the end of the year. Brandon Allen got thrown to the Wolves in Green Bay, I believe, last year.
And that game was over in 2 minutes.
There is context to this number, I think, that lends itself to the positive.
Like last year's a great example, and I know a lot of the Niners were hurt, and eventually it wasn't a good team. It wasn't a good team even when Brock Purdy started for it. But they put their backup quarterback in last year. They couldn't even function. The game was over in 2 minutes.
Right. You're talking about the Green Bay game.
2 minutes. Over. Like you could see it. The game started and you're like, oh, never mind. I mean, we spent all week like, well, maybe. No, never mind. Never mind. Absolutely and completely overwhelmed right away. So, look, the Saints, I do not think are a good football team. And so I'm not predicting that that's going to happen. I'm just telling you, I have no flipping idea what to expect. And Mac Jones, in the last 2 seasons, has started 18 games, and his team has only won 4 of them. No, he didn't have the surrounding cast in those games that this is, but this isn't really all that wonderful of a surrounding cast right now either. He's got a wonderful running back, but receiving core banged up, tight end brand new, like
highest paid edge rusher, Hall of Fame tackle, and a Hall of Fame linebacker.
I'm talking about on offense.
I'm talking about the totality of the reason why they beat Seattle. Put the special teams aside because that should be a part of complementary football, but they beat Seattle because the offense kept the ball, the defense was fresh, and the defense got the hell off the field. So can you do that to New Orleans even if you don't have Kittle and Brock? I think absolutely you can.
888-957-9570. Let's start with Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call, guys. Drop off maybe a little bit because, timing. Brock is really good at throwing the guys open, so that might be an issue there. But moving forward, man, this Brock, every time he takes a big hit, something in him breaks. It's like the polystyrene man. Hey, they better address the offensive line issue next year. Draft offensive line all over the draft, and they're gonna have to replicate Troy Aikman's 1990s offensive line with Kevin Gogan and Stepnowski and Nate Newton, because man, Brock can take a hit. He takes a hit, he's not going to be able to fulfill this contract because he just breaks all the time, man. I think it's not even an argument that he's injury prone.
Jonathan, stop right there. You're one of our favorites. You're going to need to say that again with your chest. The man in his first year made it all the way to the end until you had a UCL injury in the NFC title game. The following year, they went to the Super Bowl. Did he miss any games that year? He missed any?
Just the one where they sat him.
Okay, the one that sat him. And then last year, he only missed 2 football games, and one of them, if it had mattered, we were told he would have played. You're going to tag the guy? Injury? Do you know how, if Brock were sitting here next to you, he would be very offended by that? I do not. You said it's no argument. I disagree. It's absolutely an argument. I don't think that's a fair label at all.
Well, we only had him 4 years. He got injured 3 times, Mark.
He's missed 4 games in 4 years. That's not,
Yeah, but because of injuries and taking a big hit. Quarterbacks are going to take a big hit all the time, Mark.
Jonathan, so you're saying, what about all the hits he took? How many games has he started in his career? About 40-something, 50?
37.
How many, what about all the hits in all those games that he did take and he did play?
Okay, but I'm just saying, man, they better build that offensive line because I don't want him taking hits, Mark.
Well, nobody does. Yeah. I get that.
And
Jonathan,
this one,
thanks.
This hit, I'm just watching it right now. It's right before the 2-minute warning in the second quarter, and the offensive line wasn't the reason why he got hurt. He scrambles, and Love comes over. Julian Love comes over and kind of half tackle, half pushes him out of bounds, and Brock's foot just went bam into the grass, and he gets up. He's not even limping. So I don't know if the thing got worse over the course of the game. I didn't see a limp, or overnight it got worse. I don't know if this is going to be one that's going to keep him out a long time.
No, I'll say this again, though, too. Another day goes by, and I am more impressed by the game-winning touchdown throw again, because now he did it with turf toe.
You want to call it turf toe?
Well,
if you want to call it turf toe, we can.
If you want me to, I will. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I do. I
got to figure out how to handle this. Help me handle this.
I do, but
help me figure out how to handle it when fans of the team, any football teams, not just the 49ers, when we do this thing about guys are not, either they're not tough, they can't take a hit, they always get hurt. And then football players will literally come on every show in America and go, injury rate, 100%. We all get hurt every single year. Very few of us play all the games. And then we tuck that into our analysis and start labeling people. I really do not. Do you
have to be a homer?
No, this is not a homer take. You want to call Brock Purdy injury prone, Grandy? Do you like that label?
No, I'm just poking fun.
Okay, we're good. I do not prefer that. That's not fair.
It just depends on
not fair.
If you want to talk about prone, for me, you would have to look at a pattern of seasons where games are missed due to other sorts of injuries, variety of injuries, and it would have to be something you really looked at and charted. Aaron Rodgers missed an entire season when he tore his Achilles. Does that mean he's injury prone because he missed 16 games? Or is that just a one-off where you look at his overall durability? Josh Allen's one I was looking at earlier, and the guy just doesn't miss a game, really.
He's crazy.
And he's a guy who is running between the tackles and getting all kinds of hits, and he's just built different. So I wouldn't look at Brock Purdy, who has been available for about 94% of the games since he became the starter.
My favorite.
That to me is not.
No.
You don't get the prone label.
It's for me, this has been my favorite quarterback to compare Brock Purdy to over the last couple of years. And when I say compare, I want to be careful because this quarterback is way better than Brock. I would take this quarterback over Brock. It's not even close. But the criticisms that you hear people fire at Brock Purdy, this player I'm about to say, all of the criticisms apply to him even more. Even more. His name is Joe Burrow. Is he injury prone? He's been knocked out for a season twice, and he's only played in the league for 5 years. Out for the season twice. And then last year, when he put up unbelievable stats all over the place, they still didn't win games. Even though quarterbacks, I'm told, are supposed to put their entire team on their back, and when things aren't going well around them, it is on them to grab the team, stick them in their back pocket, and carry them to the finish line. And he, too, didn't make the playoffs last year. That's my favorite example whenever people start coming down Brock Purdy's road.
Yeah, and that's where it's such a flawed phrase, injury prone. So Brock Purdy gets hit, and he tears his UCL, which was a big hit direct on the elbow, and that happened. It was a little bit fluky, and I don't think that it was reflective of him being fragile or brittle. That was just the way that went. You mentioned Burrow with 2 different season enders. Well, they both happened fairly deep in the year, so he only missed 6 or 7 games in those seasons because he got hurt late. So Brock Purdy gets hurt in week 1, and so now we're going to tag him with injury prone. We don't even know how long he's going to be out.
I'm not going there. Let's go to Mac Zach in Oakland. Hey, Mac Zach, what you doing?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Mac Zach.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, I played some college football, and I've had turf toe before. And what I know about turf toe is they'll give you a cortisone shot right before the game. So I think if you listen to Kyle's recent press conferences, he's getting a little terse, a little salty. You know, we've watched him grow from just inexperienced coach into curmudgeon, and he's just turning into a regular football coach. So it's a bit of gamesmanship, just like when McCaffrey he was in limbo as far as was he going to play or not. He's doing the same thing with Purdy.
So you think Purdy's playing this weekend, Mac Zach?
If it is turf toe, if we do call it turf toe, I believe so. When I went into a game, I played for a little background, Laney College and Cal State Hayward when we had a football team. But right before the game, I was on crutches. I couldn't walk, man, and they gave me this cortisone shot, and he told me it's going to feel like you got a rock in your shoe. I couldn't push off. I played wide receiver, so it was an explosive position, a skill position, and it was just like zero push off on my right foot. And once they gave me that cortisone shot, I didn't have that pain anymore, and I could run.
Was this in high school, Mac Zach?
No, this was Laney College against DVC.
In college, okay. I'm like, man, they firing shots at you for Laney?
No, for high school, you mean? Laney for sure.
Really? For sure?
Junior college?
This isn't Alabama. We're firing dudes up? Okay.
I mean, I get cortisone every 3 months. It's not like it's out of the ordinary, No. I mean, we're not talking about Toradol for a high school kid. That's a whole nother level.
I understand. Max Zach, thank you.
Max Zach.
I do not believe Brock Purdy's going to play this weekend. You can think that it's gamesmanship. I get it. Was there some gamesmanship last week with Christian? You could say that, but here would be my response. Kyle, there wasn't gamesmanship last week in the form of like, I think Christian's probably not going to play. And then he did. Like, he tried to evade.
He didn't say that.
Questionable concern.
Right.
Questionable concern and all of these things. This is not evasive. This is telling you what's going on.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all definitive to me. Like,
shot.
It's a long shot. Like, gamesmanship would be like, what's his status for this weekend? Questionable. Yeah.
Questionable concern. I'm not going to say anything about Christian, guys.
Are you concerned?
Right.
Well, it's questionable if I'm concerned.
Right. And this is, I think, a byproduct of him being forced to talk and the league forcing teams to make these designations.
Yeah.
And so on that day, when he said he had questionable concern, he's got to list him as questionable. And when that happens, the reporters are going to ask. And so now he has to answer. He comes out now, turf toe, and he says it's a long shot. And when he has to get designated, which I think is Friday, right?
Well, Friday is when the official, the report comes out. Friday
So
afternoon.
he won't practice today. He probably won't practice tomorrow. And you get to Friday, and if he doesn't practice, then he'll be listed as out. So until then, he can be as murky, or he can obfuscate, as David Lombardi told us, which is being cloudy or being confusing. He can do that now because he doesn't have to designate.
Right. But I think this is more out of, like, coaches are going to be very careful about being totally black and white with injuries in both directions, because it's not fair to the player. You do not want to make it sound like there's a really good chance he could play if it's unlikely that the player could play, because that puts the player in a bad position and makes the player look weak. Now, the opposite would be the player is in good standing to play, but I'm going to make you think he's not playing, and the league super duper frowns on that. So you have to be as evasive as possible, but also try to be straight with people. And to me, that's what's happening here. Like, I could be wrong. We certainly were last week. I could misread that, and we did last week with Christian. But my read in this moment, Brock's out on Sunday. Like 100% Brock is out on Sunday.
I wouldn't put it at 100, but I'd put it at probably 90, whatever.
Like, it just is not, he's going to be appropriately evasive. He's not going to write it in ink, because if he is, that weakens their flexibility with whatever, because the human body does heal differently for different people.
It does, and the fact that he says it's a long shot tells me that it's not as severe as it possibly could be. Just looking at the return to play timeline for a grade 1, which would be the lesser of the possible injuries, 3 to 5 days is normal to return. So if it's a long shot, then it might be more like 5 to 7, 5 to 9, whatever it is. And you go into it thinking, all right, if it's a long shot, we're just going to save him for the next week, get Mac ready for this game, and then we'll figure out the home opener when we get there.
Or it could be grade 2, which is why he's already admitting it's possibly a multi-week injury.
Could be.
Because a grade 2 moves much more into, several weeks.
Right.
Several weeks.
And it also, and they're not like cut and dry, black and white, grade 1, grade 2. It could be a grade 1.5 or whatever.
I did do AI on this. You want to know what AI says about it? Let's see. Turf.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Toe. Well, yeah. So they separated it into let's see, how many different grades? It was like three or four different grades. Turf toe prognosis. Turf toe prognosis from AI, grade 1, 2, or 3, as you said. Grade 1, just a few days. Grade 2 is actually a partial tear, could be a few weeks. Grade 3, you know what that is. It's dislocation sensation.
Oh, geez.
And that means a cast for several weeks.
Right.
And sometimes surgery.
Right.
I mean, dudes miss the year sometimes if it's halfway through the year and they get this.
I was looking at that, and it's like a 220-day average return if you have surgery. So, and basically what turf toe is when you hyperextend your big toe, so when you hit your foot and the toe kind of goes back and under your foot, it's painful.
Yeah.
And it's, and the thing that makes me feel positive about it is he gets up no limp and finishes the game.
He played.
Right.
He played on it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. What are your expectations for the Niners without Brock this weekend? Also, you're going to want to hear what Kyle had to say about his conversations with Jake Moody. We'll have that for you next. Greg Cosell in 20 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, MyOutDesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, MyOutDesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
You got a little interesting relationship already between Kyle Shanahan, and I won't say the media, but just Kyle Shanahan in his own press conferences. We're off to an interesting start.
Yeah, and you can see the pattern, and the pattern is what I call the 3 T's. It's today truth-telling. Today. So he tells you the truth as it sits today. Is Jake Moody your kicker right now? Yeah. He's my kicker right now. Ask me again. Can we ask you every day? Sure, ask me every day. What he doesn't tell you is in a day he won't be my kicker, but right now he's my kicker. So it's truth-telling today or today truth-telling. He tells you, I think, the reality of what's going on in that moment.
And he admits that's what he's doing. That's why I kind of clapped back at Florio when he tweeted out that Kyle Shanahan changed his mind from Sunday to Tuesday about Jake Moody. No, he didn't. Listen to all this, and you tell me if Kyle Shanahan had any doubt in his mind, the second that thing hit the upright from 27 yards out, I believe Jake Moody was done. In fact, Kyle suggests maybe that Jake knew Jake was done the second he did that. You tell me. Listen to this. All right. Well, first he was asked what he likes about Eddie Pinheiro.
When I look at just his history, I like how it shows how accurate he's been. I think that was the strongest thing that stuck out. And he's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, so I like when he kicks it and it goes in.
Right.
That's what I like.
He's top 3 or 4 all-time in accuracy. So, yeah, I mean, Kyle's not going to probably try a lot of 50-yarders, but inside the 50, he's going to count on Eddie to make it.
He was asked what led this is a funny question. What led to you wanting to get rid of Moody? I don't know. What do you think led to it? I didn't like his hairstyle. What led to the decision to waive Jake Moody?
I think by where it got to, there wasn't that much of a decision. It's always tough with that, especially when you have a talented guy. I have some experience with that in my past. I remember when I was in Washington, I didn't have that experience, and our kicker lost us a game. And remember how adamant I was when I went into the head coach's office and said, you need to make a change. Like, what are we doing? He snapped at me and said, you don't know kickers. This guy's really talented. We got to give him some time. I'm not going to watch him go be a Pro Bowler for someone else. Then 2 weeks later, he missed a kick and lost us the game. So I felt like validated. I was like, I told you. Which I was right for like a day, because then the next year he went on to be a Pro Bowler and the highest paid kicker in the league for the next 3 years for another team. So those are things that you kind of think about. It's tough with a kicker. I think Jake's got a chance to have a hell of a future. He is that talented. But when it gets to that spot where it is, we all know how last year ended. We know how everyone was looking at him. And obviously when it gets to that point, you can see it affecting him from a mental game. Then you don't have much choice. You got to move on, and hopefully Eddie will come in here and do the job.
I love that answer. I love that answer. Because that answer shows not only the thought process, but that, it arrived at no thought process.
Right.
And it's not like we fans do. We do this, right? We're hucking food off the wall because Jake missed another kick. And Kyle's looking at it from a much more analytical standpoint of like, look, we drafted you. You had a wonderful college career. Everybody knew who you were coming in. The talent is in there. It's just like your golf swing when you can't stop slicing for a few weeks. It's in there, but you got to go find it, and you can't find it here. because we're in the midst of trying to win football games. We don't have time for you to find it. And here's probably the last place you will find it because everyone's screaming at you, and this whole thing has just gotten out of pocket.
And this is just the way it goes for the majority of kickers. You'd be hard-pressed to find a lot of kickers who last a long time who are on just one team. And I'm looking at the list right now, and the top 20 all-time leaders in points scored. Only 2 of the top 20 played for one team. And one of them was Justin Tucker, who was maybe one of the greatest kickers of all time. And the other one's Jason Hansen, who was a Lion for 20 years. All the rest of the Vinatieri's and John Carney played for 7 teams. 7 teams. And Stover and Prater played for 5, and he's still kicking. So
Robbie Gould, I mean, I bet is he on the list?
Gould, 3 teams. He's number 10.
Yeah, because what happens is they become accomplished, and then they want money, and usually a team at some point will be like, but we could get this for cheap because you're a kicker. So like even if we take a little bit off, like if we go from 87% down to 85%, is it worth it for us to maybe save some cap space? And teams usually eventually say yes.
Yeah, especially when, the Niners actually tagged Robbie Gould. Right. They gave him the franchise tag, and then, you start looking at the cost of it, and then you move on from him, and that's what led you to Jake Moody, third-round pick, and now you're moving on again. So, yeah, Kyle's answer, accuracy. Yeah. That's what I'm most excited about with Eddie.
I had a Niner exec one time tell me, Robbie Gould is so stubborn. He's so stubborn. In other words, in negotiations, the Niners were like, dude, you're a kicker. Just take the deal. Robbie's like, no.
Right.
I'm Robbie freaking Gould. I'm number 10 all time. And one time they're like, okay, we're gonna move a little bit. We'll give you some money. The next time they're like, we're gonna go draft Jake Moody. Whoops.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out long term for Jake, but if he's going to be like the rest of these kickers and, Eddie Murray, 7 teams and Matt Barr, 6 teams, if you're good enough, you can get picked up and reused and rehired and, you're on to your next team.
He was asked if it was hard to have the conversation with Jake Moody.
I don't think it's that hard to have because I think it is what it is. I mean, I think he knows he wouldn't disagree with us. I mean, he lost his he'd have to say why, but it looked like he lost his confidence and he wasn't kicking the ball well enough and it was way too inconsistent. So once that happens and when your stroke in golf is changing all the time and you're trying to fix things, trying not to miss, it's very hard to succeed at this level that way. And there wasn't anything I had to beat around the bush on. He knew that, and to a degree, I think this will give him a chance to move on and hopefully find a place where he can get his swag back in that way.
I mean, it's interesting. He almost makes it sound like Jake probably came into Kyle's office before even being called in. I know, Coach. I'll get my stuff.
Right?
I'll go.
Well,
yeah.
That's what happens. Yeah. I mean, you get into a lot of those situations. If you screw up at work, sometimes you just knock on the boss's door. It's like, let's do this. Let's have this out.
I mean, it's interesting. Do fans actually think that professional athletes are sitting there believing that they're owed something when they're going out on the field every single week and messing up? Like, I don't think Jake wanted to be cut. That's not what I'm saying. But this goes to what I've been trying to sort of get to throughout the entire preseason. No, the 49ers were not as supportive behind the scenes of Jake Moody as they were in front of microphones. And I'm sure they told him that. Like, dude, we're going to bring in Greg Joseph.
Yes.
Because you missed a bunch of kicks last year.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand what the Niners were doing.
And then they let Greg go, and they're like, Jake, we really, we believe in you. We drafted you. We want you to be able to do this. But you got to understand, man, when you kick the ball, it got to go through the 2 little yellow things.
Right, you got to do it.
It's got to go in there. And then they started the season, and he went out there from point-blank range. Boom.
Yep. Oh, yeah?
Dude, what do you want? Not a decision, not a discussion.
No,
nothing.
I
Easiest thing ever.
guarantee you he was not blindsided by the decision. He goes out there,
of course not.
And he knows when they bring in competition in camp that he better kick well to even get a chance to keep the job. And then he wins the competition because they had a roster crunch and whatever. All right, Jake, you're our kicker. Go out and be good because you're our guy and we're counting on you. And he bonks the first one. And then the other piece of it, Mark, is 50 some odd seconds later, the Seattle kicker drills one from 48. So you bonk from 27.
Right down the middle.
March, right down the middle. That's the way it's supposed to look. Yikes.
Yeah. Greg Cosell is going to be on this show in 5 minutes.
I can't wait.
I really can't wait.
I got a lot of questions for him.
What do you think he's going to say about Mac?
Well, you have to look at the film. He's going to talk about the film.
He's looked at the film. You said he started. How many games he started? 52 games.
I got him for 49 in the regular season.
49 starts, 52 games.
Yep.
Yeah. 49 starts, 52 overall
20
games.
and 29.
Yep.
54 touchdowns, 44 picks. That's a lot of interceptions.
QB rating, career 84.9.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I did this during the crossover. Sam Darnold pre-Niners, QB rating, 78.2.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you say pre-Niners as if like he did something good here. He never played.
No, but post-Niners, he was amazing with Minnesota. So I just looked at his 5 years before he got here. 3 with the Jets, 2 with Carolina. 21 wins, 34 losses, 61 touchdowns, 55 interceptions for Sammy.
Too many.
That's one a game. It's one a game. So
too many. Yeah, Mac. And by the way, his best year by far was his rookie year. As you said, he took the Patriots to the playoffs. He was 10-7. He had a completion percentage over 67%. He was 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and a rating of 92.5. And from that moment forward, he was never anywhere near that good in the NFL ever again. But he's a backup.
Right.
And so now, similar to the way Jacksonville, I'm sure, felt last year, now you look at him through a different lens, don't you? The Patriots are looking at this guy as the number 15 pick in the draft. The Jags and the Niners are looking at this as the guy you hope never ends up in the football game.
Or the guy who you feel good about if he happens to get in the football game, which is why you paid him $7 million, you gave him $5 million guaranteed. You could have just had a Brandon Allen or a Josh Dobbs. You went out and paid him early in free agency because you believe that in this spot he can help you win a game.
I'll give you that he's what in theory is a high-level backup in the NFL.
Isn't that what they gave Darnold when he was here? $5 million for 1 year? He might have gotten even more.
I don't remember. I think he got more.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the numbers were, but it was a guaranteed deal from the beginning, and it was early in free agency. I remember the thought that went through my head when that happened was not about the money or their belief. It was the lack of belief that they had in another guy by the name of Trey Lance.
It was $4.5 million with the Niners.
Yeah,
1 year.
Thank you, Grandy.
And it was an absolute Sharpie that Trey Lance wasn't going to be on the team when they started playing football.
And this deal, I believe, is 2 years and $7 million, $5 million guaranteed, which means you can still cut him at the end of the year and not have that much of a hit. But you gave him that much money because you thought that he could in week 2 go to New Orleans and win.
The gap from Brock Purdy to Mac Jones. What is it? What would Greg Cosell say? We find out next. Tonight at 7, Odyssey presents I'm Listening, special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You are not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 p.m. tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. And we're sponsored by Moderna. This is Willard Dibs.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends in the Bay, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family, because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's that time. And listen, we love having Greg Cosell from NFL Films no matter what. But when we get into a spot like this, where big names get injured and then the others need to scramble and figure out what we're doing, this is when it really becomes valuable. So this is extra special Cosell today on the River Islands guest line. We're really ready for you today, Greg. No, we're together.
Oh, we're right here.
Yeah, we're right here. We're ready to rock. Dibs. Yeah, Dibs prepares for your conversations. He really locks in, so sometimes he just doesn't even say anything to me. That's what it's looking like, but why don't we start there? What did you see from Brock Purdy? Because as you might expect, some fans saw 2 interceptions, and, they don't like that, Greg. Yeah.
There you go.
So I guess Purdy looked particularly good to me because at least he knows how to play quarterback right now. But it's funny you talk the interceptions. The first interception was very interesting because it was a first down play. And I think people will be able to see this because I'll explain it, I hope, very clearly. And I think it was a run blitz by the linebacker Thomas, who didn't play many snaps. It was first down. I don't believe it was a pass blitz. It was a run blitz. And McCaffrey was forced to pick him up. And so what that meant is McCaffrey could not release as a check down or as an underneath route, which would have been right in the area of Jones and the linebacker, Ernest Jones. So what happened there is Jones was able to sink and get much more depth because he didn't have McCaffrey right in front of him as a potential receiver. And there was pressure on Purdy, so he kind of fell away from the throw, trying to hit Jennings on the dig route, part of the dagger concept, and therefore Jones was able to get really good depth and still had to leap up to get it. So, it's the kind of throw where the fact that Purdy does not have a power arm comes into play because the pocket was squeezed and he sort of threw it falling away. But I understand why he threw it. It wasn't a bad read. It was just that the Seahawks beat the 49ers on that play because of the blitz, which, as I said, I thought was a run blitz.
Yeah, and tip of the cap to Seattle and the linebacker for dropping deep and making that throw almost impossible to complete. It's the other interception, Greg, that kind of stuck with me because, and he's got at least 2 or 3 defenders there. What did you see on the tape about that choice from Purdy to make that interception?
Yeah, that was man coverage all the way, and Josh Jobe played it really well. He undercut Pearsall because he knew he had help over the top. There was really no window for Purdy to get the ball to Pearsall. Witherspoon kind of sunk from underneath, and Woolen from over the top kind of squeezed the space as well. That was a poor decision. That ball should not have been thrown to Pearsall. So that one was just a poor decision. And an important part of the game, too, because that was in the fourth quarter. So that one he should not have thrown. I know why he threw it because the play really it was a vertical element on the left side, kind of a post route, and then Pearsall was running kind of the crosser or over, and it's a very common 2-route concept. And he pretty much thought, hey, I'm going to throw it to Pearsall because that's normally where you throw it in that concept. And he just, I don't know whether he didn't see it correctly or he truly thought he could get it in. Only Brock could tell you that. But it turned out to not be a good decision based on how the coverage played out.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us as he is every Wednesday on Willard and Dibs. All right, Greg, take us through, and it wasn't the last play, but the touchdown pass that ended up being the game winner. Like, what went through your mind when you saw him release the ball the first time you saw it?
You're talking about I saw it live, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I saw him release the ball, obviously, I'm thinking to myself, this is probably not going to be a good thing because the play started to have the feel of a bad play. I mean, you know how that goes. It just started to have the feel of a really bad play. And, I that's what I kind of felt. And then the guy just went, look, it's a lucky play, but it worked. I mean, he looked left initially. Obviously he was looking left to the two receivers, to McCaffrey and Valdez Scaling, I guess it was on that play, 83, if I remember correctly. So he was looking to the two-man concept. Could he have thrown it to Valdez Scaling? He may have been able to. Sometimes when you have a new receiver and you just don't feel like you're like, for instance, if that was Jennings who had run that route, maybe he throws it to him because he feels good about Jennings. But he comes off of it, and then the pressure, actually there was pressure there. Williams did get pushed back into the pocket, and then he had to leave the pocket to his right. And then it becomes a fire drill, and you're just looking, you're looking for someone. And this was third down. The score was 13-10, right?
13-10, yep.
Yeah, I mean, could he have thrown it away and they kick a field goal and make it 13-13? I guess fans would say, well, that's not pretty much a given.
Right.
Yeah, so, again, you never know what goes through a quarterback's mind in that situation. Purdy's probably not thinking as he's running for his life to the right that, gee, what can Moody do right here? I'm sure that didn't really cross his mind as he's running to his right. But he threw it up, and when he threw it up, just watching on TV, I'm kind of thinking, I'm not really sure about that. And then it just happened to be one of those plays. Tongas went up and got it. I mean, beyond that, what are you going to say? I mean, it was, it's just kind of a lucky play, a fluky play to some degree.
Yeah, I didn't see the luck in it. I saw a 49er make a play, whereas a Seahawk didn't. But I don't want to quibble with your use of the
I guess
of the
luck's
four-letter
not the
word.
right word, but fluky, like you wouldn't have expected that.
Right. Certainly not how they drew it up. I want to ask you about the 22 personnel that Kyle used. You lose Kittle, and in that second drive in the second half, they started using a lot of big packages, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. What did you see from the 49er offense and the way they had to shift after Kittle got hurt?
Well, personally, I think one reason they started doing that is because it became evident pretty much from the start of the game that the Seahawks were going to play in their nickel versus big personnel. See, that's a very odd thing. The Seahawks ended up playing nickel. The Seahawks played 58 nickel snaps, okay? And they played, I believe, 32 of those 58 snaps against 12 and 21 personnel. So I think that they probably thought that they would have an advantage running the ball. Now, they didn't run really well. I didn't think that was a function of McCaffrey. I thought he looked fine. I thought the Seahawks did a really good job of controlling gaps. I thought it was much more a function of that. But I think once they saw how the Seahawks were going to play from a personnel standpoint, playing nickel to 12 and 21, they figured they'd stay with it. And by the way, we know that 21 personnel is a major foundation of Kyle's offense basically since they've had use checks. So that's not something that's abnormal for the 49ers.
Greg, let's get to Mac Jones, who we are likely to see Sunday in New Orleans. And I guess start with sort of more of an umbrella question about his play over the last 4 years. What have you seen as his strengths and weaknesses?
Well, I think in many ways he's stylistically similar to Purdy, other than the fact that he's not as good an athlete as Purdy. But I think when you put him in the context of this offense, and that's all we can do because that's what he's going to be doing, is he is a timing rhythm player. He can execute the kinds of throws that are asked to be made in this offense. Now, he obviously played last year and had some ups and some downs, which was to be expected. He was in a pretty dysfunctional situation. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to come out and be unbelievable and wow, it's special. But the way in which he plays, and I think everybody was probably well aware when he came out in the draft that it seemed that Kyle liked him because it's that style of quarterback. He's a timing rhythm player who gets the ball out, and that fits what Kyle wants. I mean, Kyle, it's funny. I said in the matchup room here, we got, 3 or 4 guys that, we all work on the show, and every week when I watch the 49ers, I call guys in and say, boy, that's a really cool concept. That's a really well-designed play. And that's what Kyle does really well. He's really good at designing plays and creating reads for the quarterback. I mean, just think of the use check 25-yard reception, okay? I'm sure you guys remember that. That is just a beautifully schemed and designed play. That's what Kyle's good at. And ideally, your quarterback is able to get the ball to his primary read based on the design of the pass game. And if that can be the case more often than not, of course, it's never the case 100% of the time, but if that can be the case more often than not, then Mac Jones can function in that style of offense because that's who he is. He's not something else. That's who he is.
Yeah, that play was, Juszczyk kind of chips and delays, and all of a sudden he had the entire half of the field. And I just highlight you pointing it out because Juszczyk may have to play more of a Kittle role. Is he suited to slide up when they do have 21 personnel, 2 running backs? He did a lot of it against Seattle, but he wasn't as much of a pass catcher. Can he, based on what you've seen, kind of assimilate the Kittle role a little bit?
I think he can, and he's done that in the past. There's always been plays to Juszczyk in the pass game that have been designed for him. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, boy, he's going to be a foundation in the pass game, but there's no question that you can design plays for him. He's a very good receiver. He's not just a check down guy. I mean, obviously, you're not going to line him up wide and say run by somebody, but there's no question you can create opportunities for him. I mean, I remember plays over the years where he'd be an offset back in a 2-back set with the quarterback under center, and it would look like an ISO lead run, and he'd run right at the linebacker, but it wouldn't be a run, and then he would just keep releasing, and they throw the ball to him. So, I mean, there's ways to get him involved as a pass receiver more than they normally use him. No one's Kittle, obviously. Kittle's, arguably the most complete tight end in the league. But you certainly can do that, and they'll figure that out. I mean, even Jennings, it was his first game. He hadn't practiced a lot. He'll probably be more of a factor. We saw Pearsall. Pearsall's a good player. So we'll see how the pass game works. They'll definitely want to run the ball better than they did in terms of production.
Greg, interesting that you would say stylistically Mac and Brock similar, but Brock obviously the better athlete. So here's what I'm curious about. Go back to last week, and you saw what you saw from the 49ers offensive line, which did, again, it did force Brock to use his legs a lot. Now Mac, who won't use his legs as much, is behind that offensive line. So I wonder if you see that as potentially problematic.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm always leery of making those kinds of judgments after one game because how many snaps did they play together in the preseason? Together, 5 guys, probably none.
None. So, Trent Williams didn't play. Yeah.
Right. So again, I'm not going to sit here and say they'll be great. They could have some issues again. All I'm saying is I'm never comfortable after week 1 making a definitive judgment about a player, a team, a unit. You would expect them to be better. Don't forget they've got a new left guard. You would expect them to be better. It's a pretty good Saints defense in terms of personnel, so that could cause them some issues. But I would definitely expect them. I didn't think this was Trent Williams' best game either. I mean,
no,
he didn't play all preseason. No matter, look, the guys that we all know he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but you still have to shake the rust off. I mean, this is the first time he played, and then you're not asking him to play 15 snaps to just get a feel. You're asking him to play. I mean, they ran 72, 73 plays. They ran a lot of plays.
They did, and Brock had a lot of dropbacks, and I guess so that's sort of the way I'm asking it, not so much to predict how the Niners' offensive line will play, but do you see it as likely that Kyle might kind of have a game plan of getting the ball out of Mac Jones' hands a little quicker, things like that?
Well, I think he normally likes to do that. I mean, will he take some shots with deeper drops? For sure, and I think down and distance impacts that clearly. And like I said, they did run with some volume in this game, but not with great production. So I think they would love for the run game to be as voluminous and even more so with much better production. Not that he's looking to hide Mac Jones. I don't believe Kyle plays offense to hide quarterbacks. I think he plays his offense and he expects it to be executed. So he's not going to try to hide Mac Jones, but I think they would love to get more production out of the run game.
And how does that match up with the Saints and what they like to do defensively? Just looking at some of their game, looked like they had a lot of plays where they had 5 down linemen. How does the Niners' big package of multiple tight ends and multiple backs match up with New Orleans and what they try to do defensively?
Well, their base front is really a 5-2, so you're probably going to see a lot of that. They've got some really good players up front. I mean, Brian Breesy is a really good player. David Godshaw is a tough guy up front. They've got some big guys up front. They can also rush the quarterback a little bit. Granderson has turned into a nice pass rusher. He got paid. Chase Young at times can be very, very good. And they've got, Demario Davis. I mean, I feel like he's 100 years old and has played for 20 years, but he is still a good football player. Pete Werner's a solid player with a lot of size. I mean, this is a good front group. You could almost make the argument that you'd like to attack them on the back end, but we'll see. Teams always, it's always a combination with offenses and coaches of what they want, their staples and what they want to establish, and they know they do well. What is their identity versus what are we playing against, and does that cause us to make some adjustments, or do we just do what we do, and if we do it well, we're going to have success? There's always that balance. You never know exactly what it's going to be based on a given opponent.
Greg, this is what I also want to ask you about Mac Jones. Let's go through the first 4 years of his career. We know that there were, just kind of interesting situations with regard to who was the offensive coordinator with the Patriots.
Right.
You made the comment that last year in Jacksonville, that's a coaching staff that got replaced. Do you believe, has Mac Jones really had a chance yet to play in a spot where the surroundings were kind of working well and they were healthy for him?
And, I've been giving this a lot of thought. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I think about, because obviously everybody wants to talk quarterbacks. And so I start to think, what is the relationship between a coach and the quarterback? How many quarterbacks can go out there and, in a sense, just play regardless of coach, regardless of scheme, and just play? There's very few of those guys, even when you look back in the history of the game. I mean, so it's always a combination of a coach, the approach that he takes with a quarterback, understanding his strengths, understanding his limitations, the people around him, the team around him, that all goes together. And Mac Jones is as much of a poster child for that as any quarterback, although most quarterbacks are. Look, everybody talked about J.J. McCarthy on Monday night. Well, what happened was those two touchdowns he threw in the second half were schemed plays. The primary receiver was open, and he delivered the ball to the primary receiver based on the schemed play call. So does that make J.J. McCarthy, oh my God, he was so special, or he executed a play call where the primary receiver was open? I mean, theoretically, any quarterback can do that. So you're hoping with Mac Jones that Kyle can dial it up, have a good feel for the defense, that the Saints defense, and that he can be an efficient player. But he needs team around him.
Yeah, and J.J. McCarthy's counterpart had a couple of plays schemed open, and he didn't find his guy, and
correct,
including the big one.
Well, that's a long that's a long conversation about Caleb Williams and the way I look at quarterbacks. And I don't know if I've told you guys this, I probably have, but I mean, the guy who taught me the quarterback position, and the most grateful thing in my career, was Bill Walsh. So when I watch quarterbacks, I think about Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
That's the way I think about quarterbacks. So I don't think in terms, he's just going to go out and make plays today. That's not the way, that should not be the way the quarterback position is taught, by the way.
Yeah, a good little coach, teacher, that Bill Walsh guy. What did you see on the film from Christian McCaffrey as far as, hitting the hole and hitting it with force in his 31 touches?
I thought McCaffrey looked fine. I thought that the Seahawks did a really good job of controlling and filling gaps. So therefore, there was just not a lot of space. But I thought he ran hard. I mean, just look, this was a pass play, but look at that first play of the second half where he caught the little screen pass. Well, I think it was actually a check down type play. And then he ran for 25 yards. I mean, he looked perfectly fine. Wouldn't you guys agree? He looked perfectly fine on that play. So I didn't think there was anything wrong with him. I didn't think there was a lot of space, but I thought he ran hard. The only issue with McCaffrey is the nature of his injuries are such that, and maybe it's just me, maybe you guys feel the same way, but every time he carries, I just hope he doesn't get injured.
Right?
It's just one of those things now where I just hope that doesn't happen.
Before we leave the offensive side of the ball, Greg, Ricky Pearsall, we've talked a lot about him. We know that you like him. That got a lot of people excited. What are some of the specifics of what you saw in this effort?
Oh, well, first of all, I think, the first ball he caught was just a really well-designed play that beat the defense. He ran a little bender, a little dig route, and that was classic Purdy, throwing with great timing, anticipation, and precise ball location. I think the play that really probably stood out to me, if you're really talking about Pearsall, was the one that was 24 yards early in the fourth quarter, where he beat Woolen in press coverage and ran a great route to win on his outcut. Number one, he got off the press with no problem at all, no disruption in his route, so it didn't disrupt the timing of Purdy. And then you probably saw at the end, as he got to the top of his stem, the way he bent inside and did a great job of sticking inside, and kind of Woolen got stuck. And then, that gave Purdy the indicator of when to let the ball go. And that, to me, was his best route. And then, of course, the last one, that was off coverage, and it was cover 3, and he just kind of ran by him, and Woolen kind of misjudged the whole situation. But Pearsall's a good player. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to catch 100 balls, but he's a good player.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. All right, what's your big pick for the Niners-Saints game, Greg?
I can't pick that.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, Greg. You're fine.
Right, by the way, just
yeah.
on the defensive side,
yeah,
I got to tell you, and I've
D.
had
Winters.
it for years.
Are you going to say it?
But I've
D.
got
Winters?
a major bromance. I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner. That guy is just ridiculously good. And I thought D. Winters played really, really well. I loved what they did in their nickel front, where they had where they moved Williams inside. They had DeGrosse Matos inside. And I really, I love that whole approach. I think that'll only get better as the year goes on. So, I think there's some good things here, and I got to tell you, I didn't know this was going to happen because, I'm not in their meetings, obviously, but I really liked Siegel coming out of Kansas State. And when I saw that he was the starter, I was like, wow, that really pleased me because I really liked his tape. And I thought he was a better player than where he got drafted. And obviously he's now a starting player, but I really like what they did up front. That's going to get better and better. Huff looks solid, so it's Bosa and Huff on the edge with Gross Matos and Williams inside. But Winters, we know Warner. He's been doing it for years. He's the best linebacker in the game, and I don't think there's a close second. But I thought Winters really showed up as well. He's a solid football player.
Good start for the Niner defense and Robert Saleh with his second tenure, no doubt about it.
They were flying around too.
Yeah,
they were flying around. It wasn't just individual plays. They were flying around.
Greg, awesome to have you. Yeah. We're already looking forward to next week.
Me too, guys. I'm just glad it's the regular season, and the tape I watch, I actually feel like, this really matters now.
This matters. Yeah. I'm told this counts. So, Greg, thank you as always.
All right, guys, really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
All right, there it is. That's Greg Cosell. NFL Films are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll react to that. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do your expectations change? Looks like Brock Purdy's out. Mac Jones is in. Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over here. Are you thinking about covering your patio? I know I am. We've got a situation with our outdoor furniture. We need to get something to cover it up, or maybe you're building shelves to get organized. Well, whatever your next project, the products you use to build it matters, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. Engineered for strength, these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options Simpson Strong Tie provides. Do-it-yourselfers love the confidence that comes from professional results. So, whether you're building a backyard retreat like I am, or just tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom, in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Week 1 of professional football kicked off with a bang, and now we look ahead to Week 2. One matchup to look forward to is when Philadelphia heads into Kansas City for a rematch of last year's big game. Philadelphia will look to reestablish their league dominance, while Kansas City has revenge on their minds for this year's matchup. Which all-star quarterback will be able to lead his team to a big early win this season? What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? Well, what is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid, so much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Greg, let's get to Mac Jones, who we are likely to see Sunday in New Orleans. And I guess start with sort of more of an umbrella question about his play over the last 4 years. What have you seen as his strengths and weaknesses?
Well, I think in many ways he's stylistically similar to Purdy, other than the fact that he's not as good an athlete as Purdy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Same guy, just not as good.
Yeah, stylistically, and I loved his breakdown. And he's right. Yeah. He's, a guy who can thrive in the system, and he's going to make the correct throws based on what's schemed and what's called. The one thing that he said, and you said it before, it's about the escapability. If things do break down, is he going to have that same Brock ability to wiggle out and run for 9 or throw one up for Tonjes?
So,
Maybe not.
Yeah, let's get into this, everyone. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy is very unlikely to play this weekend in New Orleans. Kyle Shanahan called it a long shot.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so it's the toe. Is a long shot for this weekend, and it could be a multi-week injury. So Mac Jones, very, very likely to be in. We know George Kittle's on IR. Juwan Jennings did not practice today, but that one is still considered kind of day-to-day. And then Trent Williams and Nick Bosa and Christian McCaffrey all got vet days and skipped practice today. The one that really kind of hit me or will stick with me if I'm trying to create hope in my mind for the 49ers, with however long Mac Jones is in there, or if he has to come in again later in the year or whatever, is sort of toward the end when we ask Greg, has Mac ever really had what he needs around him? And he was like, no.
No.
He expanded, but the first thing he said was no. Has Mac ever really had stability, the right coaching, the right whatever, whether it's offensive line, receivers? I know everyone gets so flippin' triggered and freaked out about product of system. But we all know, I think we're starting to get more comfortable with the idea that to some degree, they're all a product of the system.
Yeah, almost all of them,
And then
I'd say,
to some degree, every system is a product of them. Yes, you need a good quarterback, but nobody is good if everything's crumbling around you. And I kind of think it's almost become what the Niners do. They're like, let's get a quarterback, and then let's back him up with somebody who we think is undervalued because they've never been in a good system.
Yeah.
And quarterbacks are learning that this is where you go rehabilitate your career. It's certainly what Sam Darnold did a couple of years ago.
And he actually not only rehabilitated his career, but he learned a lot. And when he went to Minnesota, he had a great year because he got some confidence, he got some knowledge. You have a great year, then you go out and you get that bag. And so if you're Mac, last off season, you're thinking, I want to follow the Darnold plan. And you get $5 million guaranteed in a 2-year deal. Maybe he's only here for 1 year. And right away, this Sunday, it looks like he's going to get a start and a chance to show what he can do with his stability. And thinking about Jacksonville last year, your running backs were Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby, professional football players, but it's not McCaffrey. And you had one good receiver, and you didn't have much else. Your coach was on the way to getting fired. You went 4-13, and that thing was kind of a broken mess.
I mean, I think that Jacksonville and the Patriots before them, there are players around them. But to me, it's even more a function of coaching. The Jacksonville coaching staff has been in ruins for a number of years. That's why it got rebooted again this year. And New England was, Matt gets picked at the end of the Belichick run, and then there's this confusion over remember this, they didn't even have an offensive coordinator, right? McDaniels leaves, and you have Belichick, who's a defensive guy, and then I'm going to blank out on the assistant coach with the beard. Who's the guy that had the big beard that was a defensive coordinator?
Patricia?
Yes.
The pencil?
No, yeah, and then they used him as the offensive coordinator, but he's not an offensive coordinator. And so Mac's getting worse every year of his career. And they were just kind of all over the place. And so I don't know the inner workings of what they were doing, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't as high level as this. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey behind you, Kyle Shanahan calling plays, and Trent Williams as your left tackle. I'm pretty sure that Mac Jones has never functioned in an environment like that. So that doesn't mean he's going to be great this weekend, but it does mean what all athletes want, he now has, and that is be in your best position to succeed. And I think that this game this Sunday is probably his best position to succeed. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and probably going back to his rookie year where he had Josh McDaniels was the OC, and they went 10-7. Buffalo hammered them in the wild card game, 47-17. But if you look at that team, he had some, real legitimate professional weapons around him, and the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL, not quite fully checked out yet, but the rosters he had year over year after that, they got progressively worse, and then Jacksonville is even worse than that. So for Mac Jones, it's kind of a clean slate. Ideally, this would be happening in week 7 maybe, or week 8, where he had even more time to ramp up to it, but he got a good amount of reps in the preseason, so all right, kid, go show us what you got.
Kind of a fun text from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 650. The last time Mac had good things around him, Alabama. And that went very, very well. Now, that does not mean anything in terms of translating to the NFL, but I will never know what to believe. But on some level, we are led to believe that Kyle Shanahan had eyes for Mac Jones based on what he saw him do the last time he had good things going on around him, which was at Alabama.
Yes, and it's interesting because stylistically, as Greg Cosell just mentioned, he matches up with Brock Purdy very well, yet Trey Lance doesn't match up with what Brock Purdy does. And so in that moment, in that draft, they chose to go the other way. Then you find Brock Purdy with the last pick in the draft, and Mac Jones becomes available years later. It's like, yeah, Brock is a better version of the guy I was crushing on in that draft, so of course we'll take him as our backup. And I do think the transition from Brock to Mac this Sunday, assuming it happens, and Kyle said it's a long shot, I'm pretty much expecting that it will happen, but I don't think the transition will be as abrupt as going from, Purdy to Trey Lance, for example. Or even like Josh Dobbs, quarterbacks who stylistically are different.
Yeah. I mean, quick aside, this is another reason, and you know this, whenever we do, I don't even like anymore when people before the year goes, what's your Super Bowl prediction? I'm like, what the hell's about? I have no idea what January is going to look like. The best part about the NFL season is that every Monday, it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world. We had a summit 6 days ago, okay? 6 days ago, we held a summit that was solely based on this 49ers season. What are the things that we talked about? We worried about Christian McCaffrey's injury. Turns out he doesn't have one. We worried about the 49er kicker. He's not the 49er kicker anymore. We talked about what Brock Purdy needed to do this season. Brock Purdy's not playing this weekend and possibly next weekend. Who's the most important non-Brock Purdy 49er on offense? Well, some would say maybe George Kittle. He's not playing for the entire month of September. The whole thing is different.
Totally.
6 days later, and everything on offense that we thought we knew is largely now different for the 49ers this weekend.
Right. The tight end is out. The quarterback is probably out. And the wide receiver, too, who finally was in, he might be out. The other wide receiver is amazing. Jake Tonjes actually gets the ball thrown to him.
Oh.
So you're right. So many things are...
New kicker, and
defensively, everything, knock on wood. I mean, Yetur Gross-Matos, he probably will be able to go. I know he was out today with a knee, but defensively, you're kind of intact. And you know what? It's okay. It's not an indictment on Brock Purdy or Kyle Shanahan if you have to win games 20-19 this year. That, to me, is okay. People are going to look at Brock, like if Seattle happens more regularly, 2 interceptions and a lower point total, if that happens a lot, fans are going to freak out that we're overpaying Brock Purdy. I personally don't see it that way. You just coach and you play to win the game.
No, I don't mind any win. I do think that it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about right now, I totally agree with you. There is a bigger picture, though. Like if the 49ers do go win the NFC West, it's like, all right, well, where are you going? You know, you watch that Sunday night football game. You think anybody's beating those two teams if you're grinding out things 20-19? Probably not. Like there's a lot of firepower out there.
Yep.
And so if you're going to beat that, and the weird thing about the Niners is they'll never face it. They will not face it this year until the playoffs. So they could be a grinder team and do 21-17 all year long, 17-14 all year long. They could win a division, and then they could get into the playoffs and get totally outclassed because a Green Bay or a Washington or a Detroit is waiting for them, or if they were to be fortunate enough to get into the Super Bowl, a Baltimore or a Buffalo or something like that could be waiting for them. And I don't know that we're ever going to know if the Niners, this edition of the Niners, is able to compete on that level. I don't know.
Yeah, just depends on two things. One is obviously health, and if you don't have your quarterback all year, it's going to be difficult. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but health is first and foremost. And the second one for me, and this will be an ongoing thread that I'm going to watch throughout the course of the season, is this defense real? And we mentioned it before, the list of quarterbacks who you're facing are mostly Tier 3 and Tier 4 guys. You're not facing a lot of high-powered offenses in the regular year, so the defense might look better than it actually is. You know what I'm saying? Facing weaker offenses, we might overestimate this defense until you go up against one of these teams that has multiple weapons.
I mean, I kind of buy what Steiny was saying in the crossover. There is a scenario where the game that they just won is one of the hardest games that they will have all year, from a matchup standpoint, from the standpoint of the things that maybe we're not necessarily thinking about. The fact that not that you're just on the road at Seattle, but you're on the road at Seattle week 1. Like, that was where you got to test out all your stuff. We got rookies playing. We got to have timing. We got to have chemistry. You've got to hear me. You've got to know where you're going. And we're doing it on the road at Seattle. This is one of the hardest places to do it. Whether the fans are rooting for you or them or whatever, doesn't matter. And they were able to figure it out. It didn't look great, but they were able to figure that out. And now you're dealing with a different set of challenges because key players are out. But if those guys are able to get back sometime soon, I don't know how many environments, like even you brought up the next two toughest games at the Rams and at Tampa. Those aren't scary environments.
No.
I mean, the Rams is going to be a home game.
And Sunday, honestly, was less scary than it used to be. You could hear the Niner crowd throughout the whole game.
For sure.
Might not have been 50-50, but that was not nearly as difficult as it has been in the past. But yeah, environment-wise, you're not going to have too many other tough ones. And I know this Sunday, if you do go with Mac Jones, it's going to be a lot more difficult knowing that he's making his first start as a Niner.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, you got to bake all of that into your ziti. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's a bunch of stuff that was happening in that game that we didn't know. Like, we knew that George Kittle was out. And then we found out that Juwan was out. Now we found out that Brock was running around on a toe injury and a shoulder injury. There's all kinds of things going on in that football game that we did not know about. And I'll add in another, which is sort of philosophical. I don't know what conversation happened on the sideline, but I bet there was something to the effect of, hey, dude, we're scoring touchdowns the rest of the way. And if not, we're going for it on fourth down. So if we're late in the game and we're losing, yeah, dude, huck it up. We're not getting into a kicker battle. He's fired. Don't worry about him. He doesn't even play for us anymore. We'll send him out there for extra points and kickoffs. Other than that, we're done. We're done. I don't think anything like that exactly happened, but there was something. There was something to me that was suggested, which was let's avoid field goals if at all possible.
Right, and that's what they did, their approach. So the kick gets blocked, and it's a 36-yarder, and you could see Kyle, open mouth, say a word that even John Feliciano, a friend of the program, hasn't uttered. It starts with a f and rhymes with duck, and he screamed it as loud as humanly possible. And so from then on, yeah, I'm with you. The next drive, it's 4th and 2 at the 14. They pick it up because they don't want to kick a field goal. But then 4th and 13, 4th and goal from the 13. Oh, heck.
Right.
Now what?
Now
You're not going to go for that. He kicked it, he made it, and the game was tied. But I'm kind of with you when you get down all the way to the to the nitty-gritty, and I wonder if it was 4th and goal from the 4. If Tonjes doesn't make that catch, we'll never know what they would have done. Field goal ties it. Awful tempting, even though you can't wait to cut your kicker. It's a chippy. He couldn't miss 2 of those, could he, Mark?
God, I hope not.
I mean, luckily we didn't have to get to that point.
No, but you like, I watched it in a completely different way once you got to the fourth quarter. Yes, the game was still in the balance and you could win it, but don't you get to a point where you're like, this is so ridiculous that, like, I'm not going to watch this anymore with a, like, please make it, please make it. It's more just like, oh, hell, let's see what happens here. You going to hook this one too? Like, you sort of, it's not give up, but it's just a change in perspective to where I'm like, I don't, what the hell's everybody supposed to do? The kicker doesn't kick the ball straight. So
it's that feeling of dread. And, you know, McCaffrey gets 1 on that first play, the clock's running, and we're not thinking about the field goal line that they put on the screen. You know, ooh, the field goal line. If you can get to the 38, that's Moody's range.
God.
The idea of Moody's range was not crossing my mind at all. I was thinking they're going to lose this game like they lost all these games last year, where this time it's the kicker and the kicking team and, you know, the interception, the second one from Brock. It's like, come on, Brock. That's not the time for that, kid.
I know. You want, like, actually what we got to experience last week is what we never got to experience at all last year, which was, I think we kind of got away with one. Like, that never happened. We gave that feeling to a lot of other fans. That happened, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 times where the other team won the football game and they were like, you shouldn't have won that game. So now the Niners got one.
Yeah. The only one was Tampa last year.
Oh.
They tried to give that thing away about 7 different times.
Sure, and then they didn't.
Right.
Like, I mean, I won't say that the Seahawks, quote, should have won this game because they got outplayed. But when you start sprinkling in all of the other pieces of what took place on Sunday, I do think the Niners kind of got away with one. And thank goodness, because now they might be playing the next game or two without their quarterback. And for me, that changes everything. It changes the way I assess. It changes what I hope for, what I expect. Although, I don't know, man, if I'm listening to everybody, maybe I shouldn't. The Niners are still favored. It's always fascinating to me how many people in our city and in our fan base and all of those things, and I get it, it's frustration and it might be a small percentage of the audience or whatever, but there's so much sort of like, there's a lot of frustration and lack of trust sometimes that gets directed at Kyle Shanahan, but it's so fascinating to me then when this happens. And I really think it pins people in a corner. It's like, if you think Kyle Shanahan's so overrated and he doesn't know the rules and he's too conservative.
Always bad clock management.
And damn it, stop calling him a genius. If that's how you feel, how do you think they're going to win this week? They don't have their quarterback.
New Orleans is not very good, but that would be an easy counterpoint to that.
If they were home against Arizona this weekend, would they still be favored?
Maybe by a point. It'd be close. That'd be a close one. That would be a tight one, I do believe. And hopefully we won't have to see this going forward because it's home to Arizona next Sunday. And if you still don't have Brock, you won't have George. We don't know about Jawan. And you get to that spot. If Arizona's 2-0 and so are you, that might be a pick-em because, you know, Arizona, they've got a pretty decent little offense there. I mean, the quarterback is giving you problems.
I thought the Saints weren't any good.
You had no answer for James Conner.
Yeah, I thought New Orleans wasn't any good.
Trey McBride is a very good tight end.
I thought New Orleans wasn't any good.
They're not.
Okay, so what did Arizona do that was impressive?
They won.
Okay.
They won the game.
Yeah.
And, you know, that counts.
It does. It does.
Yeah,
I don't think they're terrible.
I don't think the 49ers were very impressive. There was aspects that
I
were.
don't either.
Ricky Pearsall was impressive. And Nick Bosa was impressive. Fred Warner, my goodness, Greg Cosell's got a crush on that man.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, hard not to.
Who was impressive for Arizona?
Oh, I haven't seen the whole game. I got to look at the tape, Mark.
I saw a 95-yard touchdown from Marvin Harrison that Kyler Murray threw right over his head.
Yeah.
Threw it right over his head. Murray threw for $163, had a couple touchdowns, no picks. James Conner, 3.3 yards a carry. Trey Benson broke a 52-yarder, which allowed him to average 8.6 yards per carry. But all in all, 52 of his 69 yards came on one run. Harrison, 5 catches, 71 yards. Okay. Trey McBride, yep, he did this. I mean, okay. They're all right.
We don't have to worry about them for another 10 days. So not even thinking about Arizona. Although, the picks are in today for the week, and I like Arizona giving the 6.5. That's a late game on Sunday, I think.
Who the hell are they playing?
I have to check the sheet. I just wrote down the team I took.
You like them -6.5, but we don't even know against who. Arizona Cardinals this weekend will be... Oh, they're hosting the Panthers. Man. Quarterbacks. Yeah, Bryce Young. All right, you can ride with Bryce. I'm 5-0, so all your little noises You're 5-0.
and all your clapping with you and your little buddies back there, y'all need to just check yourselves. It's Ride the Dibber now.
It is.
The bit's got a new name.
For the moment. That's temporary.
I mean,
we didn't pull out.
I gotta lose a few in a row before I get the rug pulled out.
I don't know if you get to make that rule.
I don't care about it. You call it whatever you want.
Yeah,
I'm hot.
You call it whatever you are. You are.
I ain't changing the open, though. That's too much.
No, don't change the open.
No.
Don't
fade the Dibber. I like what you've done with it. You've done a lot of good things there.
You could just do it live.
I could. The texter earlier said Mac Jones and the best talent he's ever played with was at Alabama.
Alabama.
Just glanced at it. Brian Robinson Jr.
Yep.
So it'll be a reunion.
Teammate.
Devontae Smith.
Sure.
117 catches that year.
Right. And who was the other receiver?
A guy named Jalen Waddle. Najee Harris. He had 1,466 yards in 13 games.
Yep.
Bryce Young, the backup quarterback, the aforementioned Bryce Young, and it goes on and on. I mean, bananas. He threw for almost 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, 4 picks.
My favorite part is when somebody with an Alabama, like a Southern accent, will be like, "You can't prove that we're paying our players." Yeah, we can. I was talking to somebody about this last week. I was at a game. This is 1,000 years ago at the Rose Bowl, college football, probably BCS days, BCS national championship game, Miami versus Nebraska. I think Miami had Ken Dorsey as their quarterback, whatever.
Miramani.
Yeah. Wide receivers, Andre Johnson, Santana Moss. Running backs, Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore. Tight ends, Kellen Winslow Jr., Jeremy Shockey. That's just the offense. Ed Reed is playing safety. I'm like, holy crap. Yeah, tell us that you're paying your players without telling us that you're paying your players.
They just recruited their butts off that year, Mark.
Great. Tonight at 7, Odyssey presents I'm Listening. It's a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You're not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 o'clock tonight. For more info, visit imlistening.org. We're also sponsored by Moderna. 888-957-9570. Oh, Giants lost. We should get into this a little bit coming up next, too, and we'll keep going with looks like Mac Jones in, Brock Purdy out. How does it change your Niner expectations this week? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey, homeowners. Can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854. 888-780-6854 or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
If you've been waiting to update your home, don't wait any longer, because Macy's Labor Day sale has our lowest prices of the season on everything, from our exclusive Radley sectional in so many fabric and leather options to our beautifully crafted Headworth Queen bed, plus top mattress brands like Sealy and Beauty Rest for that new bed, all at 20 to 60% off, over half off. But don't wait any longer. Our lowest prices of the season won't last forever. Hurry into Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mild temperatures today. We're going to get a little warmer tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Facts.
It's a hat.
It is.
Yeah.
Huck a hat.
You're on a hat streak.
It's a Huck a hat. I am.
I promised you I would keep track of the hatalytics.
Well, except for this week, because normally when I get the fresh cut, then I let it flow a little bit.
Yeah.
But I got the fresh cut.
You cut?
Yeah, look.
Oh, yeah. Look at you.
Yeah.
But high and tight.
A little circumstantial.
Yeah, right now the salt is blowing out the pepper.
Oh, yeah. If you don't.
Oh, the salt's on a little bit of a run.
Oh, yeah, salt. Yeah, I put salt on everything, including the top of my dome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We're running about 75-25 right now, salt v. pepper.
Probably not going to see any hat tomorrow. It's open house at Jude's school.
There you go.
So I got to go straight from here to the.
It's back to school night.
Yes, back to school night. Yeah. I'm sorry. Did I call it open house?
I get confused also.
Yeah, no, but I got it.
Because we have back to school night tomorrow as well.
Open house is later in the year, and the kids come with you.
Correct.
Back to school night. Get a sitter. Go talk to the teachers. It's still early in the year. Your kid hasn't pissed the teacher off yet. You might get a smile. Good luck.
Yeah. And you're in a spot now in middle school where you got to go to 5 or 6 different classrooms, and they'll ring the bell, and like every 8 minutes you got to rotate.
And I'm like, what are we doing? Because I won't even get there because I'll hustle from here. I'll get there halfway through, and so I've already emailed the teachers that I'm going to miss. I'm trying to be a little bit more conscientious about this stuff.
Yeah,
because it happens on Thursdays, and normally what I do is, hi school, I work in sports. It's Thursday night football. See you at the end of the year. And lovely Christy gets a little credit. She's finally she's guilted me. Babe, let's be real. You've guilted me.
Yep.
I'm in. We'll do the Packers are playing the Commanders, and nobody wants to see that. So we're gonna go to back to school night tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna wear a hat. I'm not gonna wear a hat.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
And so you won't wear a hat here because you don't want to have hat head.
Oh, yeah.
You people with hair, I'm told that's actually a thing.
It's a rough thing.
Like, I don't know if I've ever seen Grandy wear a hat ever, and nor should he. He's got a lovely head of hair.
He's got good hair. Yeah, you're either.
You want to know why?
Yeah, why?
I have a gigantic head. I can't ever find hats that fit me.
It's a big dome.
What are you rocking? Are you rocking an 8?
I don't know.
Well,
hats don't fit me.
I don't do fitted hat. It's not fitted hat. I have very few fitted hats. Get the adjustable.
The only hat I've ever found that fits me at the time it was AT&T, and they had right inside the third baseline, the left field gate.
Yeah.
Which I forget which gate that one is. Right inside there, they had a setup, and it was a bunch of gear that was on sale. And I was like, why are these hats like 75% off?
Because they're too big.
And they're like, because they don't fit anybody. No one buys them. I was like, this is perfect for me.
You're like,
the only hat I have ever found that fits me.
My hat is an astronaut's head, so I'll take 2.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
It's a planet orbiting Uranus, is what it is.
All right.
Every now and again, you got to go to it.
The planet part was funny, but
John, why don't you try Uranus?
Every now and again. Now, John Fisher was looking for a place to move the team, and I made a suggestion. Bruce Bochy, Sal Castaneda, Mark Grandy.
Bruce Bochy.
Big melons.
I don't know, big head.
You ever watch Sal on Channel 2?
Oh, yeah.
That's a melon.
Oh, yeah.
He's rocking a solid 8. You're probably high 7s. Maybe you're an 8.
Bochy, I got a Bochy thing for you. So this is before I even moved back home.
Oh, we're going to the tape. Tail of the tape right now. I love this.
So before I even moved back home, I'm still working in L.A., and the Giants are on a heater. Oh, no, I'm going to the playoffs. So this is 2010. 2010, I didn't come back up until I got tickets to the World Series. I didn't go to any of the playoffs. So my producer at Fox, where I was working, I guess Fox had the broadcast of the maybe the National League Championship Series against the was it against the Cardinals, I guess, right?
That's when Joe Buck was rooting against the Giants.
Yes, but Ishikawa hit the ball over the fence, so what are you going to do? So anyway, 2010, my producer is up in the clubhouse with the Giants during the celebration, and he brought me a champagne bottle. He took an empty champagne bottle. I know, but he brought it to me. I was innocent. I was just back home, you know what I mean? Like watching the game on TV. But he brought me a champagne bottle. I'll never forget what he said to me. He goes, just some observations. I was like, how was it? Well, this happened, that happened. Unbelievable celebration. Broadcast went well. Congrats to your Giants. Oh, by the way, I need to talk to you about Bruce Bochy. And I was like, oh, no. Because I thought for sure what he was going to say was, he's actually the biggest jerk in the history of, like, I couldn't, because that would have surprised me. He goes, you're not going to believe this. I go, what? He goes, he has the largest human head that I've ever seen in my whole life. Like, you can't imagine it until you see it up close, and you're next to him, and you're thinking, there's no way that that's a human head. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So his eyes are just popping out of his head, trying to describe to me what's going on, and I'm like, I okay, you're telling me this, and I never really until years later got my own chance to have the up close look, and it's impressive.
No doubt.
Yeah, it's a big head.
Some celebrities with big heads. I love the internet.
Are you Googling right now?
Famous people, big head.
Real quick, Lucas did a quick measurement of my head, and apparently it is 7/7/8 is the hat size.
There you go.
A big ass head.
It's a big head.
Yeah, that's a big head.
It's a big head.
That's uncomfortable.
And it's, I mean, thank God you've got hair.
It's even
that's
worse
a lot
when my
of,
hair is long. Nothing ever fits.
Well, and if you happen to get to a spot where you do lose your hair, that's going to be a lot of bald.
I mean, you'll get there someday.
Then I'll start wearing hats.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a smaller head, so being bald, it actually works for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't have one of those big old size 8, like, bald melons.
You're not bald. You just flipped your hair to the other side of your head. You're doing fine.
Sure.
Anyway, Brock Purdy is not going to play this weekend. But before we get to that, I do want to say this real quick because I went to the Giants game last night. The Giants have lost. However, Shabuzi, Dan Dibley has some good news. We're going to pass along the good news. What's going on with the New York Mets right now?
Currently in the bottom of the second, and the Phillies are still batting. They scored 2 in the first. Phillies 2, Mets nothing.
Let's go fighting Phils!
Bottom of the second as we sit, and the Phils are trying to put more hurt on the New York Mets.
I think that you will understand this analogy. This happens with my lovely Christy all the time. Christy is a very early-to-bed person. With somebody who gets home from work around 7 o'clock and cooks dinner for a family, if we want to go get a drink or watch a show or anything like that at night, I have to both rush like crazy and kind of get lucky. Because often, no, not that kind of get lucky.
Okay.
No, because often by like, if like 8:45, I'll be like, or 8:30, I mean, you want to go get a drink? She'll be like, I'm in my
8:30.
I'm in my PJs.
Yep.
I'm in my slippers. I'm in my comfy socks. I'm in my or I'm in bed. Now, when somebody says that to you, what are the chances that that person, even if you've got all the energy in the world, you're like, I want to take you out for a drink. Come on, let's go get a drink. What are the chances you're going to get that other person to get out of their comfy clothes in their comfy warm bed, redress themselves, and go out on the town to get themselves a tequila? Like, what are the chances of that?
I'm going to borrow from Kyle Shanahan and say, it's a long shot and stuff.
It's a long shot.
It's a long shot.
All right.
It's as long a shot as Brock Purdy playing Sunday in New Orleans.
So here's why I'm bringing this up. Giants fans, for 2 months now, have had our comfy clothes on, and we have been in our warm, cozy bed with a glass of water and our favorite show on, and we are already half asleep. And now, here come the Giants with all kinds of energy. In fact, even a new player who will scream in your face if you're not careful. He might pelvic thrust you or eat your outfit. I don't know what the hell is going to happen with this kid. and we're in our comfy clothes. And we're like, and the Giants are like, we're in the race. And I'm like, I went to bed. I'm warm. You want me to get my clothes back on and come back out? This dynamic on full display. Christy and I went to the game last night, and I'm telling you, it was a crowd. It was okay. It wasn't embarrassing by any stretch, but it wasn't full. It wasn't a great crowd. Weird night, humid, rainy at times, sort of rainy, misty, something. Diamondbacks in town. Before our seats are warm, Willie Adames has put a 3-run job up into the left field seats. Phenomenal. Giants win again. Mets had already lost. Giants 2 back. And maybe they'll still be 2 back when we go to bed tonight. But I'm telling you, if you thought that when I went to the yard I would see pennant fever, no. There's something. This is a really
maybe like pennant sniffle.
No, it's
or
like
pennant sneezy.
I'm not saying
fever,
no,
but like maybe the sign of a little bit of a pennant illness.
Like people were into the game, but I know what September feels like when you win a baseball game in this city and you're humming at a playoff spot. People are walking down the ramps after the game. Let's go Giants! And come on, like there's stuff going on. People after this game were sauntering to their cars.
Right.
And so I'm not saying that they don't care. I'm saying this is a unique dynamic I've never experienced before, which is an actual legit shot at the playoffs, playing well in September, and the fans have not they've not woken back up yet. And I understand why. We had a funeral on the show.
Yeah.
We had a funeral to the Giants season on the show.
We did, and the reason why they're not feeling the fever is because they're 74 and 72. So it feels like it's just a question of how they wind up 82 and 80. Maybe they'll win 5 of the next 6, and then they'll tank, or maybe they'll start to tank now, and then they'll rally. It just feels like there's a certain amount of inevitability to their mediocrity. 3 years ago, 81 and 81, 79 and 83, 80 and 82. Right now, you're 2 games above. So if you want to just go back through the last 4 seasons, you're 4 games below over nearly 630 baseball games.
Right, but 13 of 17.
Yep.
And in a way that's sexy. It's been offensively stunning.
It's been fun, yeah.
It's home runs that are flying all over the place. It's multiple players with a recent OPS north of 900. I mean, they're really a completely different team, and they are very watchable and fun, and they are racing at our favorite kind of playoff spot, which is one that we didn't see coming. When the Warriors won the championship 3 years ago, everyone loved it because, I didn't see that coming. So that's our favorite kind of thing. And I'm just sitting here kind of tossing out the dynamic with you. It's an odd feeling over there. I saw a guy that was selling tickets for the 50-50 raffle explaining to fans why this was a big game. He's like, we're 2 out. Let's go. And the fans are like, where's the popcorn guy? Do we have popcorn? Like that? We're still in lazy afternoon Saturday June mode in a way. Or we're still in wait till next year mode. But this has gotten to a point now where it is not far-fetched at all. It is. I know the Dodgers are coming for 7. I know they got 7 games still, and the Dodgers are coming this weekend. I get it, but it is realistic. A playoff spot is realistic at this hour.
Okay, depends on.
It is.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility, and if you want to look at fan graphs, and we did this about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they had a 1% chance of making the playoffs. Well, that's now up to 4.7%, according to FanGraphs. Now, if you go to other sites and other sources, wildcard Giants percentages, they've got them at 21%. Yeah. Baseball Reference. So depends on what you look at. 7 games against the Dodgers. You don't have the tiebreaker against the Mets. So even if they lose today and you're 2 back, you have to get 1 ahead.
You got to get further
in order to actually get by them, and you're kind of running out of games. You've got 16 left. It's not out of the question. But
not at all, especially the way the Mets are playing terrible.
Right. Well, they're also playing a great team right now, and Philadelphia, it's gone to the third, and they're up 2-0. But yeah, they're allowed to win 10 of their last 16, and the Mets can go 7-9, and the Giants can pass them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not calling it likely. It remains unlikely. I will definitely grant you that. It remains unlikely, but it is not far-fetched at all at this point. And yes, the Mets are losing to the Phillies, but they also lost 2 or 3 to the Reds over the weekend. They lost their game before that to the Detroit Tigers. They've lost 5 of their last 6. They are helping the Giants out, and the Giants were a team that needed help, and the Mets are giving it to them.
That's right. So, and, today that's why it stings a little bit. I know sweeps are hard, and when you win 13 of 16, you feel like, okay, if you lose one, you understand it and you forgive it. But today, just watching some of it was kind of like the Giants of July in August, where you had a couple of ducks in the pond, you couldn't get them in, then you had to strike them out, not exactly throw them up, but strike them out, throw around, pickle, and inning over. And, Devers hits one that's a home run in every single patch of grass except one in the country. And so, you came up short, but you've won 13 of 17. It's okay.
Oh, I'd like to add this to the discussion because we finally did this. I hadn't done this exercise yet, but we did this exercise as a group before the show, and I wasn't even thinking of this, and I wonder if this gives Giants fans even a little bit more of a juice boost. Y'all know who they're going to play in round 1 if they make the playoffs?
I do.
Go ahead and break it to everybody.
The Dodgers.
The Los Angeles Dodgers.
If they get the 6th seed, the Dodgers are almost assuredly to be the 3. 3 plays 6 in L.A., best of 3. Hello. Sign me up for that.
Anybody want to play a little extra baseball? That's what's looking at us. And I went to the game last night, and I'm telling you, people were like,
Yeah.
You want to go over Slice House? It's just that's, and I get it. I'm not blaming anyone. That's the mode that I've been in. Who saw this? This was not possible. You were a seller at the deadline.
Right.
Directly to the team you're chasing. I mean, these things don't happen, and this probably won't either. But 2 is a very small number. That's a small number.
Yeah.
That is very, very possible.
Be better if you were playing them, because then you'd get the automatic one-game switcheroo. But the Mets have been free-falling, and you mentioned it. The Giants, 13-4 in their last 17, which is one of their better stretches they've had in the last 15 years of that block of games. And of all the games I looked at, and I looked at every year, the majority of those runs where they go 11-2. 3 years ago, they went 11-2 in September. Well, the season was already over.
Right.
That got them to 80-79. Woohoo! At a babe, Kapler, great job. But the majority of these, like 2 years ago, they went 14-4 in June. Great, June. You wound up 79-83. Down the stretch, you faded. So the fact that this stretch is coming in September and the Mets are backing that thing up, that's what makes this one unique.
I mean, they are right there. They are right there. And I think that if they get there, I know this city. I know everyone will show up for it. Although there won't be any home games unless they beat the Dodgers. That's the other little quirk of this whole thing. It's a 3-game series in L.A., and you'd have to win 2 of them. But if they were to do that, then you move to the divisional round and you get a full series and all of those things. So we're talking about one hell of a parlay to come back, catch the Mets, pass the Mets, then go to L.A. for a 3-game series, beat the Dodgers. You've given up a bunch of pieces from your bullpen. Oh, by the way, month of August to now, best bullpen in baseball. Want to venture a guess?
I mean, is it the Giants?
San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
That's after no Tyler Rogers, no Randy Rodriguez, no Camilo Doval, and they
threw a guy today you never even heard of.
I'm like, who the hell's that?
Yeah.
And this Peguero guy who throws over 100 miles an hour, last night he was phenomenal. Oh, one other note. I just want to let everybody know.
You get a lot of notes.
I do. I've had a lot of conversations about this recently. I just want to let everyone know you are obviously still allowed to have your opinion. That never changes. But you can go ahead and give up on the idea of Bob Melvin being fired. That's a fact, Jack.
I don't think it was ever a thing, but when they had those players come out and basically say, no, we like playing for him, and then those same players caught absolute fire, and you can't have a year end like this and turn around and fire the skipper.
But they could lose the next 16 in a row, and he ain't going anywhere.
16 in a row might be.
Look at me.
Might swing
I'm not saying this.
I dare them to lose 16 more in a row.
But I'm not saying this because they're winning. I'm saying this because of conversations that I've heard about. Let's put it that way.
And it's honestly, it's obvious.
The people who are structurally in charge of these kinds of things do not see Bob Melvin as a problem. That's what I would say.
Well, he's not the problem. Like, the problem was your superstar hitters were not hitting. And then your superstar hitters, and I had these numbers yesterday of what they've done over the 16-game stretch, and their OPSs are all 1,100. It's because they all are mashing. And you mentioned it, Adames last night, number 27.
Dude.
I think he's getting to 30 to end that long run of futility from the power spot. So Bob's a better manager now because the star hitters are playing like stars.
Right.
Job, Bob.
By the way, if you get a chance, if you've been having your work day or whatever, do go to the internet and find the highlight of Rafi Devers' home run. This is not a complaint.
It wasn't a home run.
I'm sorry. Rafi Devers should have been homer. The double that he hit in the 8th inning, it plated 2. Y'all know what we're talking about. Go out to Triples Alley and then go very, very top of the brick wall. There's this one little strip that just looks like sidewalk cement. It's that color. One little strip up there all the way in right center field. It's about 5 billion feet away from home plate. Rafi hit that, and the ball flew back onto the field, and Mr. Devers got a double. Now, it's true for both teams, and the Giants are doing fine now, and they've won World Series in this building. I don't have issues with the ballpark. I never will, and it's not changing. It's just funny to me. You had the analytics on this hit. What were the analytics?
110 miles an hour off the bat.
Okay.
Expected batting average of 960.
Okay.
Home run in 29 of 30 parks.
Not even just that, but a home run in any other part of this ballpark.
And I think the total distance was 421.
Okay, so if you hit a 421-foot fly ball at 110 miles an hour, I would say the same thing if it came from the other team. That's a home run. I'm sorry, Giants. That has to be a home run. It's just wrong. Like, that's not the sport of baseball. If you hit a ball 421 feet at 110 miles an hour, you hit a home run. And if you've built something that creates that not being a home run, you've built something that doesn't work for me as a fan. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, but it is what it is. But come on. Like, oh my God. The moonshot.
Back in the day, you had some ballparks where the fence is about 480 out there.
Yeah, but we ain't in that day anymore.
Yeah.
We here.
It was dead ball, and Willie Mays still hit more than 660 home runs.
True that. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're going to get back to the Niners. If you're just hopping in your car, Brock Purdy is highly unlikely for Sunday. The Mac Jones, Kyle Shanahan era has finally begun. 888-957-9570. How do your expectations for the Niners this weekend and beyond change with Brock Purdy out? We will take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. Listen, when life hits you hard, can be an accident, an injury, whatever it is, you have got to hit back harder. That's how it works. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habis Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care cases, financial support, and real justice. And Habis doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habislaw.com. Habis Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart.
Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yes. On 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's see. Quote, Mac has been awesome. He's been such a good guy in the locker room. Such a good guy on the field. Shown out a bunch of time in camp. He's got a whole bunch of starts under his belt. He's played in the NFL. He's played good football before. He's an awesome player. End quote. That's from Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
About Mac Jones.
Love to hear it.
Who sounds like he is starting on Sunday in New Orleans.
Seems like it. Coach Shanahan said it would be a long shot for Purdy to play. And so, long shots don't always happen. And you're going to ramp up and get ready to put Brock out there. And if Kendrick Bourne is actually up and active on game day, that's another player with whom Mac Jones has played. They spent time together in New England. Brian Robinson Jr. played with him in Alabama. Can't help but think those comfort zones might help McCorkle if he gets his first start as a Niner.
I have Doc Pandia texts. Do you want to hear a Doc Pandia text about Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I'm a little hurt that he didn't text me also.
I
but
texted him first.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. He was just responding to
You're
me.
forgiven, Doc.
Yeah. As we know, he says it really depends on the degree of the injury and how much of the toe is injured. If they're going to go the conservative route, it could be several weeks. And then goes on to say Mahomes played through it in the playoffs a few years back, but then got surgery. So that's another thing that whenever there's turf toe, there's always some NFL fan in your home or in your sports bar or on your phone with a text being like, your toe? Are you serious, you little wimp? You can't play through a toe? This is something that causes National Football League players to have surgery. I don't understand it.
Or even retire.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick Willis, sort of like that was it, right?
That was it.
And I don't think he couldn't have come back. I think he kind of wanted to just be done, I guess. But yeah, this is it's a thing. It's a real thing.
And if you think about the big toe as the thumb of the foot, and it really is the thumb of the foot. And I know you don't have to do a lot of grabbing with the big toe like you do your thumb, but go ahead and try to spend a day in your life without your thumb and see how that works out for you. It doesn't. Spoiler alert. You try to write with a pen with no thumb, you can't even go fist because you don't have a thumb. The big toe is the thumb of the foot.
Isn't that what makes us humans? Opposable thumbs?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not opposable toes.
No.
But when it comes to balance and push off and acceleration and just plain running, that big toe is pretty important.
Well,
I got to unmount toe more.
Yeah, we'll stop acting like the toe's not a thing. If y'all think the toe's no big deal, then go ahead and stub it at 3 o'clock this morning in the middle of the night going to the bathroom. And tell me you wouldn't rather die in that moment than deal with that stub toe. That's the worst feeling in the world.
Even beyond the stub, it's a bad one. I used to go barefoot at my grandpa Dan's house. He had a pool. and at least once a summer you'd stub it to where the end of it would be like flap hanging and it's bloody. This is not that. Go ahead and if you're home, take off your shoe, take off your sock, and take that big toe and bend it under your foot as hard as you physically can. That's what this is.
What is going on here?
How does that happen?
I'm trying to walk people through it.
No, but how does it happen? How does it happen?
Well, I watched the replay about 11 times today.
He had a shoe on.
Right.
So how do you bend the toe underneath your foot and then, like, what are you showing me?
I'm showing you what happens with your foot. So he's running toward the sideline.
This is a radio
Julian
show.
Love is pursuing, and Brock, as he's going to the sideline, is being tackled. And when you get tackled, sometimes your foot will bend. Your leg is bending, and instead of your foot landing perfectly on the surface, it lands with the toe on the grass, and then you get tackled by a grown man, and the weight of his body forces you to the ground. And if your toe is already on the turf and you have a 200-pound guy smushing you into the ground, that toe is going to hyperextend. And that's what happened.
This little piggy went to IR.
Pretty much.
Is basically what you're saying.
Right.
All right.
And that's the piggy that always goes to market for those of you who aren't refreshing.
Also
but
what I do.
That's
so
right.
I guess I'm a big toe.
We'll see that piggy in the aisles.
I'll probably go straight there after the show
No doubt.
tonight. Got to get some bread. I need some bread to serve tonight. Make some garlic bread.
Okay.
With some pasta, which is always funny because it's like, oh, are you having bread with your bread? You ever do that? You ever go to a pizza place and order a pizza and then they've got a side of garlic bread?
Occasionally.
What the hell are y'all doing? What do you want with cheese bread? How about some cheese bread?
Yeah, how about some carbs?
Let's call it a side.
Carbs on the carbs, yeah. No doubt.
It's funny. Anyway, I got good news.
Yeah?
T-Dog has texted us on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and apparently the 49ers are 2-0. It is, it's all okay, and everything is fine. He says expectations for the Niners this weekend, which is what we asked. He said, I follow the Saints, and they're awful. I don't care if Rodney Dangerfield is quarterbacking the Niners. A Shanahan-coached team should win. Just spy Alvin Kamara on defense, and you win. That's it. Game over.
I mean, if
the defense is fully healthy.
And if it were that easy, then, yeah, go ahead and clock it as a W. I do think that I still feel very confident about the 49ers' chances with Mac Jones at quarterback instead of Brock Purdy. And Christian McCaffrey said it in that quote you were reading. The guy started a lot of games, and he was very accomplished at Alabama. And I do think that you, as a quarterback, are more of a byproduct of your surroundings than it's just all about you.
I agree. I fully agree. But isn't what Christian said very, very, it's the NFL version of a blind date where you tell someone that the person has a great personality. Like, he started a bunch of games. Like, watch the sentences that go together. He's got, that's actually Shanahan. He's got a lot of good film. Listen to McCaffrey. He's been such a good guy in the locker room, such a good guy on the field, and shown a bunch in camp. He's got a whole bunch of starts under his belt. He's played in the NFL. He's played good football before. What are we saying? He's played before. Yes, he's played before. He has been given a uniform, and he's gone out there, and he's played football before. Listen, I think the Niners will probably be fine, and I very much hope that just like many other quarterbacks, Mac Jones looks like his absolute best self when surrounded by Christian and Kyle Shanahan and Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk. That may well happen. I'm just having a hard time with the word. I'm having a hard time with the word expectations because I very much feel like an NFL team losing his quarterback is no different than the Warriors losing Steph Curry after game one of a playoff series. That's how I feel. That's the importance of the quarterback. You and I did a debate like 2 years ago, and it was all about, like, if you had to lose one Niner,
right.
who would you lose? Who's the MVP? And you said McCaffrey, which is a very makeable point. But for me, it's always a quarterback. I don't care how good the receiver or the running back or the left tackle is. It's an NFL team looks markedly worse at its worst when it loses its quarterback. So
Depends on the backup and the situation. And also,
sure.
I'm going to push back a little on the NBA analogy because you're going to New Orleans. You're not going to Minnesota to take on a team that, probably was as good as you with Steph, maybe better. We can adjudicate that again, but I'd rather not. But yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, exactly. But, this situation is different. Would you rather go into New Orleans, Mark, with Brock and no Christian, or Mac and you've got Christian?
I'd rather go in with Brock and no Christian.
Yeah, see, not me. I'd rather go with Mac Jones and Christian McCaffrey as opposed to Brock Purdy and Brian Robinson.
And Brian Robinson, absolutely.
Yeah.
And in fact, I bet you the Vegas spread the number would be bigger if Brock and Brian were playing as opposed to Mac and Christian.
And that's the Vegas spread. Yeah. And we understand that is, that's how you feel. Yeah. I would feel the other way because I think that the step from Brock to Mac is not as precipitous as it would be if it were Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen or Beathard or Mullins.
I can agree with you there. I think they do have a higher level backup, but I still think that the drop from one quarterback to the next is the biggest drop that any NFL team can go through.
I mean, I would say this drop, though, would be maybe the smallest drop of any team. Unless you want to talk about
that's interesting.
Whatever from Rattler to whoever his backup is. Okay, fine. Rattler is the 32nd best quarterback. Is it
Tyler
Shuck?
Yeah, Tyler Shuck.
So the gap between Rattler and Shuck is smaller than the gap between Brock and Mac, and it's because neither Rattler nor Shuck is very good.
I just like how many. It's the time of year where I would bet. Well, this would be a fun game.
Name that backup.
Yeah. How many backup quarterbacks could you name?
Tough.
I don't know. Like I'd have to go through.
Like Jimmy G with the Rams. We know that.
What if I that would take too long. I'd be go through all the teams and
that's tedious.
Could you name their backup?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
How okay, what if I just said NFC? How many, just rip them off. How many backup? You mentioned Jimmy G.
Yeah, I could probably name 3.
Okay, and you obviously can't do the Niners. That's cheating.
Yeah.
Who's there? Who's Kyler Murray's?
Jeez,
right.
I have got no idea.
John Skelton's still around?
I don't know.
I was going to go with Colt McCoy.
No, the other part that's hard about this is I don't know either. So I can't tell you if you're right or wrong.
Right.
I don't know. You know who Michael Penix's backup is, right?
Jacoby Brissett in Arizona, by the way.
Oh, God, is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know
the
that.
guy's moving all over the place.
Who's the Eagles' backup quarterback?
Man. Not Jaworski, is it?
Pretty sure it's Tanner McKee.
That's correct.
He was great in preseason.
Yeah, Tanner. That's true. He did. Preseason. Sure. Good job.
You should know the Giants.
Sure. Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got that. That one's cheating a little bit. Dallas's we've gotten to see a whole bunch. You know who Jared Goff's backup is in Detroit?
No.
Yeah. Me neither.
Yeah, Chad Pennington.
It's I got to pull up the depth chart. Oh, it's Kyle Allen. Look at that.
There you go.
One of the various Allens who plays quarterback.
Terron Taylor's got to be somewhere. Someone's backup.
Look it up. You're a producer.
This guy played last year. Can you name the Bears' backup quarterback?
Oh, yeah, that's that Tyler Badgett guy.
Tyson, but yes.
Tyson, whatever.
Give him half credit.
Yeah.
You got the last name.
I saw that little press conference last week where he was crying because he got a 2-year deal. And he's from a town of 7 people. And he's and none of them have homes or something. It's a very poor town. And he's I can really help people out. And I'm that's amazing because you also have that's the smallest quarterback contract in the NFL right now. It is. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It was I don't know. What was he going to make? $10 million or something like that?
Terod's with the Jets, by the way.
That's exciting. That's not his first run with the Jets either.
No.
How about the Miami Dolphins backup? This is a name that used to be bigger in the NFL.
A name that used to be bigger. Well, I can tell you their starter is going to be by the end of the year. His name's Kirk Cousins. But their backup, it used to be big.
Yeah.
I don't know. Trubisky? No, he's still in Buffalo, isn't he?
I don't know where Trubisky is anymore.
I think he's still in Buffalo.
The Miami Dolphins backup is Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Zach.
I mean, you hate to say it and you hate to see it, but McDaniel is so fired. Well,
who? Oh, yes.
Coach in Miami.
Yeah, no. He's not going to make it.
I I'd be surprised if he made it to October. That would surprise me.
There was a moment last week where I was going to be surprised if he made it to today.
Yeah.
But he did.
So far, day's not over.
Tyreek Hill was furious on the sideline, and I'm like, the season started 8 minutes ago. You can't be that mad yet. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Our Greg Cosell conversation was a whole lot of fun. We'll have that for you in about 5 minutes if you missed it. How about Lucky in the city? Hi, Lucky. Thank you for calling.
Good afternoon, fellas. How you doing today?
We're good, man. Thank you for joining the show.
Well, I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
Let's go, Lucky.
Listen, man, I have a questionable concern, man, about Hey Arnold as our quarterback. Man.
Very, very nice.
We've seen Hey Arnold's, his play as far as with New England, and who else we was playing with? Carolina?
Jacksonville.
So I don't know, man. I mean, coming to us, hopefully, maybe these next 3 games, Kyle can scheme up, something and keep him, have him compliment his skills, I guess, and just keep him above average at least, man, just to win at least 2 out of the 3 games, if not. That's all I'm asking for.
Well, you're jumping ahead a little bit that you when you said 3 games,
that many, yeah.
or are you just talking about the first 3 games of the year, Lucky?
Well, I'm just saying just these first 3 games. Like, isn't Brock Purdy's going to be out 3 weeks, right?
No, we don't know
Don't
that
know
yet.
yet.
Don't know that yet.
know.
Lucky, thank you very much for listening, man. Yeah, the only thing, again, here's Kyle Shanahan on injuries and then more specifics on Brock.
All right, injuries for today. Yetur will not practice, knee. McCaffrey will not practice, calf/vet day. Trent Williams won't practice, knee/vet day. Nick Bosa won't practice, vet day. Brock Purdy won't practice, left shoulder, toe. Juwan Jennings won't practice, shoulder. Jordan James, limited finger. Jordan Watkins, limited ankle. Ben Barch, limited knee and elbow.
Okay, and obviously then the first
knee and
question.
elbow.
Are they attached? Then the next question went to Purdy.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's possible. And, just because Mac Jones has struggled in previous places doesn't mean he'll struggle here. Thinking about Geno Smith, who was really, really bad in New York, and then he went to a couple other teams, and then he landed in Seattle, and after a couple of years as a backup, next thing you know, he's top 10 for Offensive Player of the Year.
Well, I mean, look, the examples are all over the place. I love your Geno Smith example. What about Baker Mayfield? What about Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
These people have been around the league and had a lot of opportunities, and it didn't go well, and then all of a sudden they found the right spot.
Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes.
Well,
1 weekend, he's the flavor of the month.
Yeah, 1 weekend. 1 weekend.
People are loving what he did in week 1.
They're liking it early.
They are liking it early. Well done.
He played the Dolphins, and I think that is a tragic team right now.
Yeah.
They're a hot mess everywhere. So we'll see. But no, give him the credit. It's an NFL game, and he played really well in it, and they scored on every drive. So you're not wrong about that. But I just, we see that all the time. So is this the right place? Is this the right time? I don't know. I can't refute any of the things that any of you are saying with your positivity and confidence. I'm just saying that for me, I'm not going to go there mentally until it actually happens, because I think the backup quarterback is the worst phrase in sports.
Right.
It's why the NFL changed as many rules as they did.
But he's not the backup this week, so.
Well, but you know what I mean. Again, you'll hear Greg Cosell here in just a second actually start the conversation by talking about how bummed he is.
Exactly.
Because Brock's not playing.
And we all love Brock, and, Mac Jones may not be the savior, but the savior for the 49ers is in the building. They actually signed him today. And I can't believe you haven't mentioned this yet.
Go ahead. I know, he's the tight end.
Messiah Swinson.
That's right.
Messiah Swinson.
Who are you?
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
he might. I mean, the way tight ends are going down around here, he might actually be a guy.
So the practice squad now has Messiah and Sincere?
Is Sincere still on there?
He is.
Okay. That's pretty awesome.
I'm in love with our practice squad.
Stacking some names there.
Is it Chosen?
No, not anymore. Yeah.
That would be perfect, though.
That's incredible that we got rid of Chosen and went with Messiah instead.
I mean,
who's the chosen one now, Robbie?
Well, Chosen's great, but Messiah's like next level.
Exactly.
Like, the Messiah is chosen, and then you went out and did some Messiah things.
Possibly. Speaking of the Messiah, Greg Cosell, NFL Films, was on the show. Our conversation earlier today we thought was really meaty, fantastic, and fun. So here it is, and he kind of almost started the conversation himself talking about the Brock Purdy injury.
You know, I'm really kind of disappointed about the Purdy situation. I really studied that tape in detail. I thought he played well last week, and apparently he's not going to go this week, huh?
That's what it's looking like, but why don't we start there? What did you see from Brock Purdy? Because as you might expect, some fans saw 2 interceptions, and, you know, they don't like that, Greg.
Well, that's okay. They shouldn't like that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I made the mistake of watching Brock Purdy after I watched Caleb Williams. So
there you go.
You know, so I guess Purdy looked particularly good to me because at least he knows how to play quarterback right now. But it's funny you talk the interceptions. The first interception was very interesting because it was a first down play. And I think people will be able to see this because I'll explain it, I hope, very clearly. And I think it was a run blitz by the linebacker Thomas, who didn't play many snaps. It was first down. I don't believe it was a pass blitz. It was a run blitz. And McCaffrey was forced to pick him up. And so what that meant is McCaffrey could not release as a check down or as an underneath route, which would have been right in the area of Jones and the linebacker, Ernest Jones. So what happened there is Jones was able to sink and get much more depth because he didn't have McCaffrey right in front of him as a potential receiver. And there was pressure on Purdy, so he kind of fell away from the throw, trying to hit Jennings on the dig route, part of the dagger concept, and therefore Jones was able to get really good depth and still had to leap up to get it. So, you know, it's the kind of throw where the fact that Purdy does not have a power arm comes into play because the pocket was squeezed and he sort of threw it falling away. But I understand why he threw it. It wasn't a bad read. It was just that the Seahawks beat the 49ers on that play because of the blitz, which, as I said, I thought was a run blitz.
Yeah, and tip of the cap to Seattle and the linebacker for dropping deep and making that throw almost impossible to complete. It's the other interception, Greg, that kind of stuck with me because, and he's got at least 2 or 3 defenders there. What did you see on the tape about that choice from Purdy to make that interception?
Yeah, that was man coverage all the way, and Josh Jobe played it really well. He undercut Pearsall because he knew he had help over the top. There was really no window for Purdy to get the ball to Pearsall. Witherspoon kind of sunk from underneath, and Woolen from over the top kind of squeezed the space as well. That was a poor decision. That ball should not have been thrown to Pearsall. So that one was just a poor decision. And an important part of the game, too, because that was in the fourth quarter. So that one he should not have thrown. You know, I know why he threw it because the play really it was a vertical element on the left side, kind of a post route, and then Pearsall was running kind of the crosser or over, and it's a very common 2-route concept. And he pretty much thought, hey, you know, I'm going to throw it to Pearsall because that's normally where you throw it in that concept. And he just, I don't know whether he didn't see it correctly or he truly thought he could get it in. Only Brock could tell you that. But it turned out to not be a good decision based on how the coverage played out.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us as he is every Wednesday on Willard and Dibs. All right, Greg, take us through, and it wasn't the last play, but the touchdown pass that ended up being the game winner. Like, what went through your mind when you saw him release the ball the first time you saw it?
You're talking about I saw it live, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, when I saw him release the ball, obviously, you know, I'm thinking to myself, you know, this is probably not going to be a good thing because the play started to have the feel of you know, a bad play. I mean, you know how that goes. It just started to have the feel of a really bad play. And, you know, I that's what I kind of felt. And then the guy just went out. Yeah, look, it's a lucky play, but it worked. I mean, he looked left initially. Obviously he was looking left to the two receivers, to McCaffrey and Valdez-Scantling, I guess it was on that play, 83 if I remember correctly. So he was looking to the two-man concept. Could he have thrown it to Valdez-Scantling? He may have been able to. Sometimes when you have a new receiver and you just don't feel like you're like, for instance, if that was Jennings who would run that route, maybe he throws it to him because he feels good about Jennings. But he comes off of it, and then the pressure. Actually, there was pressure there. Williams did get pushed back into the pocket, and then he had to leave the pocket to his right. And then it becomes a fire drill, and you're just looking. You're looking for someone. And this was third down. The score was 13-10,
13-10, yep.
Yeah, I mean, could he have thrown it away and they kick a field goal and make it 13-13? I guess fans would say, well, that's not pretty much a given.
Right, right.
Yeah, so, again, you never know what goes through a quarterback's mind in that situation. Purdy's probably not thinking as he's running for his life to the right that, gee, what can Moody do right here? I'm sure that didn't really cross his mind as he's running to his right. But he threw it up, and when he threw it up, just watching on TV, I'm kind of thinking, I'm not really sure about that. And then it just happened to be one of those plays. Tongas went up and got it. I mean, beyond that, what are you going to say? I mean, it was, it's just kind of a lucky play, a fluky play to some degree.
Yeah, I didn't see the luck in it. I saw a 49er make a play, whereas a Seahawk didn't, but I don't want to quibble with your use of the four-letter word.
I guess luck's not the right word, but fluky, like you wouldn't have expected that.
Right. Certainly not how they drew it up. I want to ask you about the 22 personnel that Kyle used. You lose Kittle, and in that second drive in the second half, they started using a lot of big packages, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. What did you see from the 49er offense and the way they had to shift after Kittle got hurt?
Well, personally, I think one reason they started doing that is because it became evident pretty much from the start of the game that the Seahawks were going to play in their nickel versus big personnel. See, that's a very odd thing. The Seahawks ended up playing nickel. The Seahawks played 58 nickel snaps, okay? And they played, I believe, 32 of those 58 snaps against 12 and 21 personnel. So I think that they probably thought that they would have an advantage running the ball. Now, they didn't run really well. I didn't think that was a function of McCaffrey. I thought he looked fine. I thought the Seahawks did a really good job of controlling gaps. I thought it was much more a function of that. But I think once they saw how the Seahawks were going to play from a personnel standpoint, playing nickel to 12 and 21, they figured they'd stay with it. And by the way, we know that 21 personnel is a major foundation of Kyle's offense basically since they've had use checks. So that's not something that's abnormal for the 49ers.
Greg, let's get to Mac Jones, who we are likely to see Sunday in New Orleans. And I guess start with sort of more of an umbrella question about his play over the last 4 years. What have you seen as his strengths and weaknesses?
Well, I think in many ways he's stylistically similar to Purdy, other than the fact that he's not as good an athlete as Purdy. But I think when you put him in the context of this offense, and that's all we can do because that's what he's going to be doing, is he is a timing rhythm player. He can execute the kinds of throws that are asked to be made in this offense. Now, he obviously played last year and had some ups and some downs, which was to be expected. He was in a pretty dysfunctional situation. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to come out and be unbelievable and wow, it's special. But the way in which he plays, and I think everybody was probably well aware when he came out in the draft that it seemed that Kyle liked him because it's that style of quarterback. He's a timing rhythm player who gets the ball out, and that fits what Kyle wants. I mean, Kyle, it's funny. I said in the matchup room here, we got, 3 or 4 guys that, we all work on the show, and every week when I watch the 49ers, I call guys in and say, boy, that's a really cool concept. That's a really well-designed play. And that's what Kyle does really well. He's really good at designing plays and creating reads for the quarterback. I mean, just think of the use check 25-yard reception, okay? I'm sure you guys remember that. That is just a beautifully schemed and designed play. That's what Kyle's good at. And ideally, your quarterback is able to get the ball to his primary read based on the design of the pass game. And if that can be the case more often than not, of course, it's never the case 100% of the time, but if that can be the case more often than not, then Mac Jones can function in that style of offense because that's who he is. He's not something else. That's who he is.
Yeah, that play was, Juszczyk kind of chips and delays, and all of a sudden he had the entire half of the field. And I just highlight you pointing it out because Juszczyk may have to play more of a Kittle role. Is he suited to slide up when they do have 21 personnel, 2 running backs? He did a lot of it against Seattle, but he wasn't as much of a pass catcher. Can he, based on what you've seen, kind of assimilate the Kittle role a little bit?
I think he can, and he's done that in the past. There's always been plays to Juszczyk in the pass game that have been designed for him. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, boy, he's going to be a foundation in the pass game, but there's no question that you can design plays for him. He's a very good receiver. He's not just a check down guy. I mean, obviously, you're not going to line him up wide and say run by somebody, but there's no question you can create opportunities for him. I mean, I remember plays over the years where he'd be an offset back in a 2-back set with the quarterback under center, and it would look like an ISO lead run, and he'd run right at the linebacker, but it wouldn't be a run, and then he would just keep releasing, and they throw the ball to him. So, I mean, there's ways to get him involved as a pass receiver more than they normally use him. No one's Kittle, obviously. Kittle's, arguably the most complete tight end in the league. But you certainly can do that, and they'll figure that out. I mean, even Jennings, it was his first game. He hadn't practiced a lot. He'll probably be more of a factor. We saw Pearsall. Pearsall's a good player. So we'll see how the pass game works. They'll definitely want to run the ball better than they did in terms of production.
Greg, interesting that you would say stylistically Mac and Brock similar, but Brock obviously the better athlete. So here's what I'm curious about. Go back to last week, and you saw what you saw from the 49ers offensive line, which did, again, it did force Brock to use his legs a lot. Now Mac, who won't use his legs as much, is behind that offensive line. So I wonder if you see that as potentially problematic.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm always leery of making those kinds of judgments after one game because how many snaps did they play together in the preseason? Together, 5 guys, probably none.
None. So, Trent Williams didn't play. Yeah.
Right. So again, I'm not going to sit here and say they'll be great. They could have some issues again. All I'm saying is I'm never comfortable after week 1 making a definitive judgment about a player, a team, a unit. You would expect them to be better. Don't forget they've got a new left guard. You would expect them to be better. It's a pretty good Saints defense in terms of personnel, so that could cause them some issues. But I would definitely expect them. I didn't think this was Trent Williams' best game either.
No,
I mean,
it wasn't.
He didn't play all preseason. No matter, look, the guys, we all know he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but you still have to shake the rust off. I mean, this is the first time he played, and then you're not asking him to play 15 snaps to just get a feel. You're asking him to play. I mean, they ran 72, 73 plays. They ran a lot of plays.
They did, and Brock had a lot of dropbacks, and I guess so that's sort of the way I'm asking it, not so much to predict how the Niners' offensive line will play, but do you see it as likely that Kyle might kind of have a game plan of getting the ball out of Mac Jones' hands a little quicker, things like that?
Well, I think he normally likes to do that. I mean, will he take some shots with deeper drops? For sure, and I think down and distance impacts that clearly. And like I said, they did run with some volume in this game, but not with great production. So I think they would love for the run game to be as voluminous and even more so with much better production. Not that he's looking to hide Mac Jones. I don't believe Kyle plays offense to hide quarterbacks. I think he plays his offense and he expects it to be executed. So he's not going to try to hide Mac Jones, but I think they would love to get more production out of the run game.
And how does that match up with the Saints and what they like to do defensively? Just looking at some of their game, looked like they had a lot of plays where they had 5 down linemen. How does the Niners' big package of multiple tight ends and multiple backs match up with New Orleans and what they try to do defensively?
Well, their base front is really a 5-2, so you're probably going to see a lot of that. They've got some really good players up front. I mean, Brian Breesy is a really good player. David Godshaw is a tough guy up front. They've got some big guys up front. They can also rush the quarterback a little bit. Granderson has turned it into a nice pass rusher. He got paid. Chase Young at times can be very, very good. And they've got, DeMario Davis. I mean, I feel like he's 100 years old and has played for 20 years, but he is still a good football player. Pete Werner's a solid player with a lot of size. I mean, this is a good front group. You could almost make the argument that you'd like to attack them on the back end, but we'll see. Teams always, it's always a combination with offenses and coaches of what they want, their staples and what they want to establish and they know they do well. What is their identity versus what are we playing against, and does that cause us to make some adjustments, or do we just do what we do, and if we do it well, we're going to have success? There's always that balance. You never know exactly what it's going to be based on a given opponent.
Greg, this is what I also want to ask you about Mac Jones. Let's go through the first 4 years of his career. We know that there were, just kind of interesting situations with regard to who was the offensive coordinator with the Patriots. You made the comment that last year in Jacksonville, that's a coaching staff that got replaced. Do you believe, has Mac Jones really had a chance yet to play in a spot where the surroundings were kind of working well and they were healthy for him?
And, I've been giving this a lot of thought. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I think about, because obviously everybody wants to talk quarterbacks. And so I start to think, what is the relationship between a coach and the quarterback? How many quarterbacks can go out there and, in a sense, just play regardless of coach, regardless of scheme, and just play? There's very few of those guys, even when you look back in the history of the game. I mean, so it's always a combination of a coach, the approach that he takes with a quarterback, understanding his strengths, understanding his limitations, the people around him, the team around him, that all goes together. And Mac Jones is as much of a poster child for that as any quarterback, although most quarterbacks are. Look, everybody talked about J.J. McCarthy on Monday night. Well, what happened was those two touchdowns he threw in the second half were schemed plays. The primary receiver was open, and he delivered the ball to the primary receiver based on the schemed play call. So does that make J.J. McCarthy, oh my God, he was so special, or he executed a play call where the primary receiver was open? I mean, theoretically, any quarterback can do that. So you're hoping with Mac Jones that Kyle can dial it up, have a good feel for the defense, that the Saints defense, and that he can be an efficient player. But he needs team around him.
Yeah, and J.J. McCarthy's counterpart had a couple of plays schemed open, and he didn't find his guy, including the big one.
That's a long conversation about Caleb Williams and the way I look at quarterbacks. And I don't know if I've told you guys this. I probably have. But, I mean, the guy who taught me the quarterback position, and the most grateful thing in my career was Bill Walsh. So, when I watch quarterbacks, I think about Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
That's the way I think about quarterbacks. So I don't think in terms, he's just going to go out and make plays today. That's not the way. That should not be the way the quarterback position is taught, by the way.
Yeah, a good little coach, teacher, that Bill Walsh guy. What did you see on the film from Christian McCaffrey as far as, hitting the hole and hitting it with force in his 31 touches?
I thought McCaffrey looked fine. I thought that the Seahawks did a really good job of controlling and filling gaps. So therefore, there was just not a lot of space. But I thought he ran hard. I mean, just look, this was a pass play, but look at that first play of the second half where he caught the little screen pass. Well, I think it was actually a check down type play. And then he ran for 25 yards. I mean, he looked perfectly fine. Wouldn't you guys agree? He looked perfectly fine on that play. So I didn't think there was anything wrong with him. I didn't think there was a lot of space, but I thought he ran hard. The only issue with McCaffrey is the nature of his injuries are such that, and maybe it's just me, maybe you guys feel the same way, but every time he carries, I just hope he doesn't get injured.
Right.
It's just one of those things now where I just hope that doesn't happen.
Before we leave the offensive side of the ball, Greg, Ricky Pearsall, we've talked a lot about him. We know that you like him. That got a lot of people excited. What are some of the specifics of what you saw in this effort?
Oh, well, first of all, I think, the first ball he caught was just a really well-designed play that beat the defense. He ran a little bender, a little dig route, and that was classic Purdy, throwing with great timing, anticipation, and precise ball location. I think the play that really probably stood out to me, if you're really talking about Pearsall, was the one that was 24 yards early in the fourth quarter, where he beat Woolen in press coverage and ran a great route to win on his outcut. Number one, he got off the press with no problem at all, no disruption in his route, so it didn't disrupt the timing of Purdy. And then you probably saw at the end, as he got to the top of his stem, the way he bent inside and did a great job of sticking inside, and kind of Woolen got stuck. And then, and that gave Purdy the indicator of when to let the ball go. And that, to me, was his best route. And then, of course, the last one, that was off coverage, and it was cover 3, and he just kind of ran by him, and Woolen kind of misjudged the whole situation. But Pearsall's a good player. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's going to catch 100 balls, but he's a good player.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films. All right, what's your big pick for the Niners-Saints game, Greg? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding, Greg. You're fine.
All right, by the way, just on the defensive side, I got to tell you, and I've had it for years.
Are you going to say it?
But I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner. That guy is just ridiculously good. And I thought D. Winters played really, really well. I loved what they did in their nickel front, where they moved Williams inside. They had DeGrosse Matos inside. And I really, I love that whole approach. I think that'll only get better as the year goes on. So, I think there's some good things here, and I got to tell you, I didn't know this was going to happen because, I'm not in their meetings, obviously, but I really like Siegel coming out of Kansas State. Yeah. And when I saw that he was the starter, I was like, wow, that really pleased me because I really liked his tape. And I thought he was a better player than where he got drafted. And obviously he's now a starting player, but I really like what they did up front. That's going to get better and better. Huff looks solid, so it's Bosa and Huff on the edge with Gross Matos and Williams inside. But Winters, we know Warner. He's been doing it for years. He's the best linebacker in the game, and I don't think there's a close second. But I thought Winters really showed up as well. He's a solid football player.
Good start for the Niner defense and Robert Saleh with his second tenure, no doubt about it.
They were flying around too. Yeah. They were flying around. It wasn't just individual plays. They were flying around.
Greg, awesome to have you.
Yeah.
We're already looking forward to next week.
Me too, guys. I'm just glad it's the regular season, and the tape I watch, I actually feel like this really matters now.
This matters. Yeah. I'm told this counts. So, Greg, thank you as always.
All right, guys, really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
No, we appreciate it. There it is, Greg Cosell.
Oh, yeah.
And again, I think my favorite part of it is, hey, has Mac Jones ever kind of had what he's needed? No, he has not.
No, he has not.
And listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he for sure will this weekend, but I think it's certainly his best shot at it.
And he won't have George Kittle, we know that, and Jawan Jennings won't be listed as anything until Friday. And Shanahan even said today, I'm not putting words to it. You're gonna have to just wait on that one. But we don't know who they're going to have. The Messiah at tight end could be elevated. It could be Farrell and Tonjes. It could be Robinson, McCaffrey, and Juszczyk and Pearsall, and who knows who else. Maybe Watkins gets to make his debut. It's still so far from Sunday that we really don't know who Mac's going to have.
Well, for the gamesmanship crowd, I think we take something from that. So, again, if he's going to tell you, guys, I'm not going to, it's kind of like Christian. Questionable concern. What about Juwan? No clue. Hey, which foot is the injury on for Brock Purdy? I don't have to tell you. All right, is he going to play this week? Long shot.
Right.
See that?
That was my favorite. I don't have to tell you. I do with the shoulder, but not with the toe because he's a quarterback and you got to tell which shoulder, throwing or non-throwing, but you don't have to say, is it his favorite toe or his second favorite big toe?
The next level follow-up question would have been, what if Eddie Pinheiro gets hurt and you need Brock to kick? Which foot now?
Well, it's either his plant foot and stuff or it's, the kicking foot.
I'm not going to say anything about Christian Gus.
No, but he did. He did. He did say.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
Is it possible that Purdy's injury could be a multi-week thing?
That's possible.
And that's the toe more so than the shoulder.
Yes.
Just my feeling in this moment, I feel like this is being undersold. I get it. I understand that there's a feeling out there that with Shanahan calling plays and Christian McCaffrey behind him and others around, I get the feeling. And again, the Saints are the opponent. I understand the idea that most of you think the 49ers are still going to win this football game. But that kind of dismissiveness to the situation, to me, is not fitting right now. And the fact that he admits it could be a multi-week injury. If this is a grade 2 turf toe situation, most would say that's a 2 to 3 week injury, which means this guy might be missing the home opener. And in a year where we feel like every single win is vital because there are transitions going on the roster, I just I'm a little surprised that more 49er fans don't feel a little bit concerned about this. And obviously we haven't talked to them all, but I'm basing this on the interaction that we're having with each other and with listeners so far today.
Yeah, the concern is lessened for me by the fact that Mac Jones has started. This will be his 50th start in the NFL. And if he has better stuff around him and stuff, and he's got Shanahan calling plays, even without Kittle, I think that he is in a position to play better than he certainly did his last few times out in Jacksonville, where you had less. You had a coach en route to being fired. You were 4-12, and you didn't have much to help you. A bad O-line and not a lot of skill guys around you. So that makes me feel good. One thing that has me a little bit more, not troubled, but thinking about what Greg just said, Greg Cosell and the Saints with a 5-man front. They like to do a 52 in their base with 5 down linemen, whatever. And you've got no Kittle in the run game. So if the offensive line struggles a little bit to establish the run game, well, now Mac Jones is going to have to do more with his arm. And the final piece to my concern, do you know who the Saints defensive coordinator is?
No.
It's Brandon Staley.
Oh.
Fresh off a tenure with the Niners. So not that he's going to know all the secrets, but certainly he's going to have more inside knowledge on what the Niners like to do.
I mean,
he saw it every week.
I know, but he's not very good. So, like
Brandon Staley?
Yeah.
He's a great coordinator.
He's a good coordinator.
Yeah. And he wasn't the coordinator here.
No, he was the something.
I think he was the assistant head coach.
I think he was did they label him co-defensive coordinator, or did they just call him this? He was the second. He was the assistant defensive coordinator,
right,
or whatever. I don't know what he was doing here. But yeah.
Well, he's coordinating there. And I have a feeling that he might have gotten the job here if Robert Saleh wasn't going to be ready and available.
You think?
I don't know. It seemed like I don't think that his prints weren't totally on last year's defensive woes.
I mean, Dibs is right. He was officially the assistant head coach last year.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't think anybody who had anything to do.
Stay hot, Dibber.
Yeah. I don't think anybody who had anything to do with defense. Yeah. I don't think they wanted him anywhere near this team. I still am flummoxed by how little people seem to fully grasp how awful the 49ers defense was last year.
It was bad.
Awful.
Well, I mean, I think you're being over dramatic.
I'm not.
It was not.
That's how
awful.
I feel.
Yeah.
I think it was terrible. Dude, they were brutal.
Yeah, they struggled, and you had one linebacker playing on a fractured ankle and another linebacker who literally quit on your team.
Yeah.
So the key to your defense is flying around and stuff in the run, and you didn't do that. And your front four was mostly ineffective. Your star corner missed a handful of games because of personal tragedy, and your coordinator was a newbie who is no longer coordinating.
I didn't say there weren't some reasons out there that we know, but it was awful. It was awful, and it, to me, it was sort of a rudderless ship from the beginning. I don't understand what Kyle Shanahan was doing when he promoted Nick Sorensen to that job. Nick Sorensen never looked like he understood what was going on with that particular job. Never looked ready for that job.
And if I'm remembering last offseason, it felt like other guys who he would have wanted got other jobs and got better jobs. And so I think you were getting to a spot where you were running out of options.
Well, I didn't understand. Why not Brandon Staley? If he's a good coordinator, why not Brandon Staley? I didn't understand that at all. And then you make him the assistant head coach when everybody knows he has nothing to do with head coaching anything. In fact, he was a head coach in this league one time, and it was a joke. I mean, it was an absolute joke what he was doing with the Chargers.
He's going for it on every possible fourth down.
I mean, Cheryl Bosa told us. Without telling us, she told us. She told on him.
Oh, no, not Harbaugh.
Yeah, actually, Harbaugh. She said Joey loved him.
Oh, no, babe.
Yes, babe.
That would be too fatty.
I mean,
he used to, allow himself a slice of toast.
I
Seriously.
just realized I never made the breakfast.
There's still time. Although,
come on.
It was supposed to be preseason.
Well, in the way Nick played, maybe we don't need you to make the breakfast because he was pretty damn good in the opener, I thought.
Do I need
yikes.
Yeah, do I need to
Come on, not Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh.
I'm
Anything but Harbaugh.
I'm so uncomfortable with how good Dibs' impression of Cheryl Bosa is.
That would be too fatty.
You don't even realize it's your best impression.
No, come on.
No, come on.
We've lost Willard. He's down.
I can't even see him.
It absolutely kills all your other impressions.
I appreciate it. I aim to please.
Oh my God. No, do I need to make it for Mac?
I mean,
or should we just let it ride? They won.
Let it ride.
They won the game.
Yeah. Their current assistant head coach is another guy who used to be a head coach.
Wait, say that again?
They have a new assistant head coach.
Bradley.
Correct.
Yeah, Gus Bradley.
14-48 in Jacksonville.
Oh.
14-48.
No, come on.
They gave that man 4 seasons. So, no.
Yikes.
Come on. Including, he authored a 2-12 in his final season.
Is Cheryl going to be in New Orleans this week?
That would be too fatty.
No, it feels like something she would do.
Yeah, I mean, beignets, she's not wrong.
She went to that Buffalo game. Did you see Joey Bosa was verklempt after that game?
Emotional.
Oh, yeah. He was like, I've never been on a team that does stuff like this before. Like, I mean, it was, yeah, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Where are the Bills this week? What are they doing? What are they doing for an encore? Jets. Nah, yeah, Cheryl's going to be in New Orleans. For sure she's going to be in New Orleans. That sounds like fun. All right. Tonight at 7 p.m., Odyssey presents I'm Listening, special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening will be hosted by Carson Daly and spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. You're not alone. It's okay to not be okay. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game at 7 p.m. tonight. For more information, visit imlistening.org. And we're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. This is Willard and Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, family-owned with the family-owned feel. You walk through the doors at a Fremont Bank branch and you immediately get it. The employees, the management, they all are happy to work for Fremont Bank because it's a great company and it's a great local bank that supports local people in the community. They started it back in 1964 with a singular branch down there at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue. And by the way, that location now boasts the tallest building in the city of Fremont, and it is the Fremont Bank building. It's a beautiful building, and it's going to be the epicenter of the new downtown in Fremont. These are the types of things that Fremont Bank does in the community. They excel, and they're now in 21 different communities with 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. You don't want to be a part of a big box bank. You should want to be a part of a local bank, a good one like Fremont Bank. They reinvest your money as you deposit it into the community. You don't get that with a big box bank. You don't know where your money might be off to when you make that deposit. Make the switch. Get the Fremont Bank. You will thank me. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on one.
Wait,
What play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure. On one. Ready, set, hot.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Don't miss the grand reveal of the 2026 Northwood and Outdoors RVs at Cornelia RV in Fairfield. Meet the Northwood and Outdoors executive team. Get deep discounts on all 2025 models. Enjoy food, prices, and swag. September 13th and 14th from 11 to 5. RSVP now at CordeliaRV.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
The Phillies have blown it open. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Oh, whoa.
I'm just going to say it.
Don't do it.
No, I will.
No, because you got mad at me yesterday when I said something that I shouldn't have said.
What did you say? I don't even remember
said,
that.
And he's got a no-hitter.
That's different.
I almost said a bad word there.
That's different. That is a very likely jinxable situation.
What you're about to say
this is a very unlikely jinxable situation.
It's more unlikely. It's more unlikely that a guy throws a no-hitter than it is a team blows a 7-run lead.
That's not my point, but you are jinxing the no-hitter, which is very likely to go away. The 8-1 lead that the Phillies have is very unlikely to go away.
You were about to say the Giants are 2 back.
The Giants are 2 back.
2.5 as we sit.
Lock it in. Well, they're going to be 2.5 because they're not actually 2 back. The whole semantics argument that has already gotten.
We're not doing that.
We're not doing it.
You can call the boss and you guys can slug it out again.
I'll just change the way I say it. The Phillies are going to win tonight.
Okay.
The Phillies are going to win tonight. They're up 8-1 in the bottom. The Phillies are going to win this game. They're up 8-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning, still batting with still ducks on pond. And I love it. I love it. The Mets are a mess. And they're about to get broomed. And now you take a breath tomorrow.
Shout out Janai.
What do the Mets got this weekend? What are they doing?
Oh, I had it written down. I already put it away.
No,
Darn it.
I'll look it up.
No, they've got They
got Boch.
They got a menagerie of teams in it and teams not in it.
We'll take care of them.
Rangers are still in it in the AL wild card.
Yeah, but it is back home. They've got a 9-game homie with the Rangers, Padres, and Washington Nationals.
Yep.
For the Mets. All right.
Well,
I mean, here we go. Here we go.
When the Mets play anybody, you can go ahead and throw the records out because good teams, bad teams, they're losing to them in equal doses.
Yep. Oh, and the Giants have the Dodgers. And so, okay. Let's see it.
Yeah. Can be a home game for LA Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Why do you do that?
I'm trying to prepare you. Earlier in our impromptu show meeting,
I'm well prepared.
I wanted you to be prepared because you were talking about being at the Yard last night.
Yeah, it was fun.
And it was maybe half empty or half full.
It was more than half. But whatever, yeah.
Sure. Friday will not be those conditions. All of the empty green seats will be filled with people wearing blue.
Yeah, that's whatever.
It's a home game.
It's not a home game.
Well, the Niners in LA at SoFi, that's not a home game.
That's not a comp.
It's a comp.
It's not a comp.
Unfortunately, it's become a comp.
It's not a comp. It's not like that. The Giant Oracle
Does
Park.
Vivid Seats do their thing for baseball games or just for football?
I don't know. I don't know if they do.
And for people who don't know, they estimate what the road fan percentage will be. Yeah. And they said in Seattle, the Niner fans would be 53.
Yeah.
Felt more like about 40. But still, they had a presence.
Hard to tell on TV.
And the Dodgers will have a presence on Friday.
For sure, but they will not have a SoFi Stadium Niners-type presence. Nobody does. There's no other road presence in all of sports, in my opinion, than the Niners at SoFi Stadium. I don't know that exists. Maybe there's something on the East Coast when the Yankees play Tampa or something like that. I don't know. The Lakers back in the day on the road. I don't know. I've never seen anything in sports like when the Niners visit SoFi Stadium. She was right. It's crazy. She was right.
Yeah. When it's not that crazy. Had she lived there for long enough, she would understand that LA people aren't normally super big fans of the Rams.
Well, yeah, they were gone. Stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, real quick before we hop out of here, speaking of things that cost a certain amount of money per month to watch, this is going to be an unpopular take, but I just think it's not that I'm coming down anyone's road here. I just think we need to cope with this better. Adam Silver's getting ripped today. Did you see this? The NBA commissioner's getting ripped because he was speaking today, and they asked him. Grandy got mad about something. I'm not mad about that. I guess what? They're like taking away the stat for when you heave a ball from half court or something like that. It doesn't it's now a team shot. It's not an individual shot.
Yeah, I think if it's from 35 feet or further.
So what? NFL or NBA players are egomaniacs. That's basically what it is. Because I'm sure This came from the players union where they're like, stop messing with our stats. Fine, whatever. There was another quote where Adam Silver was asked about the rising costs of watching the games because of all of the streaming services that are now being looped in to watching sports. And his answer came off as super dismissive because he was kind of like, look, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do about that. Plus, the NBA is a highlight league. Therefore, you can go find the highlights and you can watch them on your own. And people are very upset with this answer. And I kind of was like, can I have his back for a second? Like, what the hell on earth doesn't have rising costs? What isn't impossible? Do you all have a kid that you want to send to college? How the hell are you going to do that? How?
I may not be around for that one.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Who the hell's got the money for that? So, like, I get it. And I'm largely with you. There are definitely games I don't go to anymore because of XYZ. There are trips I don't go on. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I'm old enough to when, like, your favorite band had a concert, you could probably get in for under $50. I looked at tickets to go down to L.A. and go to Oasis last weekend. It was going to cost me almost $1,000 to get into that building. And I didn't even know where the hell I would be sitting. So it's like, I don't know, man. Are we gonna rip Adam Silver because, like, it's to watch anything now you have to buy it? That's the way it is.
I mean, I only rip him because of what the league has become. And he's right. It's a highlights league. And if I didn't have this job to where it's my job to watch all 82 Warrior games and take notes and be fully aware of everything that's going on, I probably wouldn't watch all 82 because it's a highlights league. And when they're taking on Charlotte and they're taking on fill-in-the-blank team that, you know, you're not super invested in, you may not watch it at all. And that's unfortunately the reality of the league. And if the players aren't going to play all 82, why as a fan would you be holden to watch all 82?
That's fine. And you're not. You're not. I mean, basically the idea, because isn't it, this is why the Warriors have 3 games that are starting after 8 o'clock this year? Yeah. Are they on Peacock or something like that?
I thought they were on Tuyub. I could be wrong.
I think they're Peacock.
Pretty sure it's Peacock.
Yeah. Fade the Dibbers. Anyway, I just...
Take your losses when you can find them with me.
You're finally wrong.